Chapter 41. Chijo stared at her materials, his eyes widening. Boss, where did you get all these? Qin Yongji showed him the contents of his space device. I got them from the Beijing Network Forum bounty. Speaking of forum bounties, Chijo remembered someone who had recently made quite a splash on Gang of Trouble. He recorded Qin Yongji's materials. There were quite a few valuable items in there. Chijo's shop wasn't big, just a small business dealing in mecha repairs and basic materials. He didn't have many followers, so it was rare for him to come across these valuable items. With some more publicity, he might be able to reach 500,000 followers and obtain the Star Network Store exclusive label, which would give him official protection. While chatting with Qin Yongji, he said, "Hey boss, do you know about that big forum post lately? It's about a poster offering a reward of 100,000 star coins for the whereabouts of a respondent. A few thousand tubes of potion aren't worth a clue. What's the name of the person he's looking for? A fire in the winter. Don't you think it's a pretty heartwarming name?" He sighed. The thought of the other party's generosity made Chijo eager to make a move. Unfortunately, my forum level isn't very high. I can't post in the Gang of Trouble section, so I can only post in the command section. I wonder if a fire in the winter will visit the organized Weiyu section. Qin Yongji's eyes didn't change at all when he heard the familiar ID. He replied calmly, "Maybe she go? Maybe she's the commander." She had never visited the organized Weiyu section before. She would check it out when she got home tonight. She hadn't been on Beijing Network for several days, so Qin Yongji had no idea what was going on. Ever since she got the materials, she has been forging weapons. On the other side, Zhuolu seemed to have been drained of his energy by her, and he compared the mecha values with Qin Yongji for 5 days. After finally finishing the work, she thought about going to Xinguang to help Shui Rang get ranked. After finishing the data, she had some free time. Thinking of Qin Yongji's increasingly dominant performance, Zhuolu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Even those who weren't maintenance technicians were engaging in back-and-forth discussions with her. Soon, she might not be able to answer Qin Yongji's questions. How humiliating! Zhuolu couldn't accept it. She quickly browsed to the Beijing online forum, intending to check out the expert Q&A notes from the specialized section. But when she clicked on the specialized section, she saw a post floating on the front page. Engine fluid ratio formula for Storm Serpent Bone and Magma Stone. 100 mecha tests all passed. Vulcan theory confirms. Zhuolu glanced at the time. She hadn't been on the forum for only 10 days, but it felt like a century had passed. Hasn't the ratio requirement for Storm Serpent Bone and Magma Stone always been there? It's tailored to the mecha's data. Where did the formula come from? So many Covenant repair technicians have tried so many times and failed. How did a formula suddenly appear? Did her teacher do it? Or did he anyway? Zhuolu clicked on it curiously. She glanced at the main building first, silently read the information, and then prepared to look at the formula below. Just as the page on her laptop scrolled down, she paused and looked up suddenly. Who? Why did she seem to hear a familiar name? Zhuolu looked puzzled, turned back and took another look, this time very carefully, following the instructions word by word, finally realizing it wasn't an illusion. A fire in winter. She even counted the numbers, and checked the order of the letters to make sure she was right. It was someone on her list. Qin Yongji? Isn't this guy a student in the command department? She claimed to be just a command student with a deep understanding of weapons design. Weapons design? She even researched it on a maintenance technician forum, and even came up with such a terrifying formula? Zhuolu glanced at the formula, skeptical. At first glance, it seemed chaotic, with various materials mixed together, essentially using a method of fighting fire with fire, completely different from the conventional method of controlling the quantities based on various data. But considering the material properties, it seemed to make sense. Zhuolu continued reading and discovered that every single point in the formula had been tried at great expense, with clear experimental reports and videos, all clearly documented, and no failures. In other words, this guy's formula really worked. Zhuolu was stunned. She quickly screenshotted the entire post, quickly sorted it out, and sent it to the pinned post on her list, where the message was still from a certain Master Yu from last month. She then forwarded it to Qin Yongji, the owner of the list, with a cute note. Then the latter's chat box began to bombard her with messages. Meanwhile, Qin Yongji finally logged onto the Beijing network. The first thing she did was find a post offering a bounty of 100,000 star coins and contact them. A fire in winter. Hello, I have a lead. I'm offering a reward to this star coin account link. She then browsed through other threads and finally understood what was happening in a popular post on the front page. It was still the chain reaction caused by the formula she had written for the dragon tooth bone. After her formula was proven to work by the poster, a group of skeptics tried it one by one. They discovered that while the formula looked outrageous, it actually worked, and so she went viral. Now, all the posts related to the Gongzhong were about her. Qin Yongji silently removed the initial request from the blacklist, thinking to herself that this person was truly clear. Then she saw the red dots in her public profile begin to explode. The speed was so fast that Qin Yongji couldn't see clearly. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the red dots gathered. Qin Yongji glanced at the endless list and suddenly covered her eyes. If she had known to cancel the blacklist later, where would she find the 100,000 star coin reward? The girl offering the 100,000 star coin reward, whose ID was "My dad is rich and makes it," looked like a name that was easily taken advantage of, but she was very generous. She had been hanging around in various trending threads, bragging about the God of Fire. Just as she was discussing something interesting with another God of Fire fan the scumbag, she received a special attention notification. Special attention? Li Chao immediately reacted, screaming to his friends, "Oh shit, Vulcan private messaged me." Min Xingchen, nicknamed Ya Fan Withered Scumbag, also screamed, urging her, "Stop chatting. Get back to her." She logged off again. He already missed several attempts, and even Yi Hua was online so briefly that he couldn't even start a conversation. Li Chao understood perfectly, not wanting to waste any time. He immediately jumped into the chat and saw Vulcan's familiar words. The same tone he used when he sent her an address via Star Express, asking her to send him money. "My dad's rich, so he's making money, Vulcan. Can you tell me if I'm free lately? Can I answer your questions privately? I'm having a lot of trouble with my mech." Qin Yongji saw the message and silently replied, "A fire in winter. No homework help." Smile. Li Chao was silent. How did she know it was his homework? A fire in winter. You're the 32nd person to ask me a private question. She even took a screenshot of her chat box and showed it to Li Chao. At first, Qin Yongji was puzzled by the messages. What was so exciting about just creating a formula? These people were so eager to contact her, it seemed like they had a problem they couldn't solve, and the Q&A thread wasn't about her. Is there some joint exam for maintenance technicians lately? So many maintenance technicians on the Deshang team have assignments that are beyond their capabilities. Speaking of this, Baisu had something to say. He's been in the spotlight lately. After completing the task assigned by the teacher, Wen Yuanshan was surprised for a moment, then beamed as he saw him create the energy reversal ring. He immediately contacted Tongli to show her his students' excellent results. Watching Tongli hang up with a gloomy face, Wen Yuanshan was delighted for several days. Baisu even recommended a popular forum post to Wen Yuanshan. Upon seeing it, Wen Yuanshan sat up straight and then spent days browsing through it. When he emerged from the maintenance room, Wen Yuanshan had solved a problem that had been bothering him for days. Upon his return, he told Baisu to wait on the forum until the winter's fire came online so they could quickly connect. This must be a genius repairman. When Yuanshan was almost certain, he saw many echoes of his old friends in Xinyangji. Though seemingly from a mixed background, he was in fact a master of various schools of thought. He had to recruit Xinyangji before anyone else did. Even then, Tongli, who had been shown off to great fanfare through the screen, assigned tasks to his students that same day. Volume 1, Part 2, Volume 2, Part 3, all repairmen, led by the Repairmen Association, began innovating. The victims of this kind of innovation are students like Li Chao and Baisu. The teachers themselves can't figure it out, so how can we expect them to? Isn't this just a mess? Whoever caused this should fix it. So, the mechanics with some inside knowledge rushed into the complex, searching for traces of the fire. Seeing the screenshots of the fire, Li Chao honestly recounted the entire incident, and Qin Yongji fell silent. He silently replied, "A fire in winter. So, do you have to do these assignments? If you can't do them, just leave them alone. Someone else will do them later." These old masters let their students innovate, but the results aren't very useful. Aside from some conveniences, like engine fluid ratios, the projects they tackled leave Qin Yongji with nothing to complain about. She just likes the neutralization of material properties. That doesn't mean any two conflicting properties can be combined. She's not a god. A fire in winter. Give up early, lest you waste time after trying hard and then giving up, she said bluntly. Li Chao looked at his project, feeling almost tearful. My dad is rich, so he builds things. Is there no hope at all? Qin Yongji glanced at her nickname and changed the subject. A fire in winter. Then go ahead and build it. You have money anyway. Just deposit the star coins onto my card and it be deposited. My dad is rich, So he builds things. Vulcan, wait! I have a friend who needs your help. After that, Li Chao said tactfully, my dad is rich. So he builds things. He's rich. He's incredibly rich. Chen Yongji waited a moment. Min Xingchen, pushed over by Li Chao, burst into tears upon seeing her. A scumbag, Vulcan, Wu, please save my mech. I'd do anything for you. Chen Yongji retreated strategically. For some reason, he felt that everyone in the Ice Mirror Network was in a very worrying mental state. Min Xingchen was different from the others, who came to Chen Yongji with missions from their elders. He had a real purpose. As a fifth-year student at the Jinghai Galaxy's 4th Military Region's recruit training camp, Min Xingchen had been accompanying the others on missions in the mutation zone, preparing for the joint military competition 3 years later. But during his last encounter in the Tagula Mountains mutation zone, his mech encountered a top-tier star beast, the SSS-ranked Cloud Dragon, Sequence 8. This star beast's ability, a powerful deionizing shockwave, directly bombarded his mech's communicator core, deionizing the entire mech structure, starting with the communicator and continuing with the surrounding engine compartment. The engine fluid began to leak, reacting with this energy and rendering the mech irreparable. Yubawa wasn't the first mechanic he contacted. He sought out several renowned mechanics in the Jinghai Galaxy, especially the renowned Master Xiaomiao. He even contacted Yu Xingzhou and Wen Yuanshan through Master Xiaomiao, but the results were all unrepairable. Even if the engine fluid's reaction could be determined, the communicator's energy core would be affected by deionization, rendering the entire mecha's communication system essentially useless. But Min Xingchen refused to give up. This mecha was inherited from his sister. He said he'd pilot the Morning Star to the unknown star region to bring her home. Perhaps the situation was truly urgent, as Chen Yongji had only just replied on the 10th. Min Xingchen couldn't wait to show her the damaged image of the mecha. His mecha was configured for close combat, and the back had been largely corroded. The communicator still had some residual energy to resist, but it was clear that this force was no match for a mantis trying to stop a chariot during the deionization process. The Cloud Dragon, a star beast Sequence 8, possesses a supernatural core deionization. This deionized state acts on the star beast itself, giving it a cloud-like concealment property, making it extremely difficult to perceive. The deionized wave acts on other people, creating a corrosion-like effect. Due to the powerful strength of the SSS level, this corrosion can penetrate directly into mechas below that level, often corroding the mecha to the point where only the supernatural core drive of the communicator remains. In some cases, even the supernatural core drive is gone. Chen Yongji had specifically researched this when preparing the materials. Her initial plan was to coat the mecha with a high-grade material. After all, her mecha was primarily built to A-class specifications. Encountering a star beast with ion-dissolving properties would severely damage the mecha. To resist the ion-dissolving power, Chen Yongji envisioned investing heavily in materials suitable for SS-class mechas, creating an external coating to temporarily block the ion-dissolving attack. However, this was only considered during the mecha's construction phase. Chen Yongji hadn't yet considered how to repair a mecha that had been attacked by ion-dissolving materials. Seeing her silence, Min Xingchen grew even more anxious and couldn't help but raise the price of star coins. He and Li Chao had privately discussed that the posts Vulcan frequently visited to answer questions were all about mid to high-level mecha materials, indicating her strong interest in the materials. He then offered his sincere support. A scumbag with a fan, if it can be repaired, I can help purchase a large amount of materials, all for under 10 million. To be honest, Chen Yongji isn't such a practical person. She's not particularly keen on money. But the offer from the other side is simply too much. A scumbag with a fan, to be honest, my last name is Min, from the Chanyu group in the Jinghai Galaxy. The Jinghai Galaxy, as the strongest logistics provider among the 5 major galaxies of the Star Alliance, has always performed in the middle of the pack in military joint competitions. Their development of unknown star regions isn't as intense as that of wartime planets, like the Demon Eye and Scarlet Flame, but rather focuses on the transformation and utilization of unknown star regions. They have established sustainable energy regeneration channels in several unknown star regions, enjoying a steady supply of energy materials, and were once the Star Alliance's largest material supplier. Tianyu Group is a leading supplier of materials for the Jinghai Galaxy. So when Min Xingchen said he could acquire all the materials Chen Yongji needed, he really could, perhaps even at an internal price. Chen Yongji sighed again. She was incredibly busy, but she couldn't refuse. A fire in winter, let me be clear. First, I don't have a repairman's license. Second, I can't guarantee a complete restoration. Third, the repair time frame is very long. I'm very busy and have classes. All that's acceptable. When Min Xingchen saw the first item, he was initially shocked. The God of Fire, who had revolutionized the repairman system in the midst of the bureaucracy, didn't have a repairman's license? But he didn't have time to be shocked for long, because the second item had a very clear implication. While it didn't guarantee a complete restoration, it meant it could be repaired. Min Xingchen didn't even bother with the third item. As long as it could be repaired, he would accept anything. The scumbag who slapped himself. I'm fine with that. It doesn't matter how long it takes. As long as it can be repaired. The scumbag who slapped himself. That fire god, can I ask if there's no guarantee of complete restoration? So what's the approximate amount of repairs? Based on the damage he sent, Qin Yongji knew the communicator was definitely damaged. The entire communication system needed to be replaced, but the psychic core inside could be salvaged. The outer shell and the frame could be restored, and everything else was minor. A fire in winter, about 80%, I tried to preserve the communication system. Seeing her reply, Min Xingchen gasped. The emotions accumulated over the past few days converged, and the 5 feet 80 inches tall man finally couldn't hold back his tears. With tears in his eyes, he replied, the scumbag who slapped himself. Thank you, fire god. 80% is enough. I send an interstellar express right now. Let me know if you need any materials, and I steal or rob them. Qin Yongji was silent for a moment. Stealing wasn't necessary. After finishing her conversation with Min Xingchen, Qin Yongji was about to leave the Bureau of Control. As she logged off the Beijing network, she remembered her conversation with Qizhou today and checked out the Yunchuayu section. As a command section, Yunchuayu was far less lively than the Bureau of Control. The titles were all rather cool. Academic posts about analysis, and sandbox responses to certain battles. The few posts with a more entertaining tone discussed famous commanders from various star systems. Chen Yongji took a look curiously. They were all about old news, but they did mention Wei Yabai, the new generation of commanding genius of the Demon Eye, and Chu Yang, the outstanding commander of the Red Flame Recruit Battalion. These two names were relatively unfamiliar to Qin Yongji, so she took a quick note. The Yunchuayu section had few entertaining posts, but it did have a wealth of information about the mutation zone. Qin Yongji downloaded a few that interested her, and then went to Qizhou's material shop to check. He had already released a new batch of materials, and there were many pre-orders, so he should be able to get a good price. Qin Yongji confidently logged out of the Beijing network. As soon as she logged out, she was bombarded with messages from Zhuolu. She glanced at them and realized they knew her StarNet ID, making it easy for her to identify her amidst the entanglement of agencies. Qin Yongji didn't take it too seriously. She sent Zhuolu the details of her completed weapons, and then closed her laptop to rest. Zhuolu's excitement was calmed by Qin Yongji's nonchalant attitude. He patiently showed her the weapon information, and then began adjusting the mecha. That evening, she received a message from her teacher Yu Xingzhou, who hadn't spoken in a month. The first message was a pop-up video. The communication habits between the master and the apprentice were remarkably similar. Before Yu Xingzhou could speak, Zhuolu seized the initiative. 18 years old, girl, from Qian, not a mechanic, no plans to change careers, hanging out on the forum to earn money for materials. I have a good friend, and I'm helping her build a mecha. Any other questions? On the other side of the screen, a young man with a messy hairdo wiped his face and gave his young apprentice a thumbs up. Awesome. You already finished my line. What else can I say? Really? No way, Zhuolu replied with a dull look in her eyes. I asked, but received no reply. She's studying command, and she's very hardworking. She's a very good commander, and she has no plans to change careers. Yu Xingzhou remained steadfast. She just doesn't know the benefits of being a mechanic. She should have a mentor like me to guide her. We mechanics have high pay, low workload, and high status. What's wrong with that? And we don't have to exhaust our mental energy like commanders do every day. Is building mechas easy? Doesn't it require mental energy? When I build mechas and weapons, how often haven't I exhausted my mental energy? Zhuolu said with a wry smile. Yu Xingzhou is very well known among the Star Alliance mechanics. Besides his exceptional mecha repair skills, he's also known for his numerous students. This guy doesn't accept disciples like others, who take talent tests and then observe for several years. If Yu Xingzhou sees something he likes, he'd beg you to be his student, even on his knees. He was quite rebellious against the Tian gang for a while. Zhuolu had a large number of disciples, enough to open a maintenance department in the Tanlang Military Academy. However, Yu Xingzhou mostly let them do what they wanted, and the teaching content was often recorded on a monthly basis. After Zhuolu joined the school, he relied entirely on his senior brothers and sisters to guide him. Everyone assumed Yu Xingzhou was so impressive that his students couldn't be far behind. In reality, Zhuolu felt guilty. Before accepting Qin Yangji's order, she had never independently completed a mecha design. Yu Xingzhou felt a pang of guilt, and hurriedly pulled a handful of her tangled hair. "I give it a try. Maybe they agree. Then go ahead," Zhuolu said expressionlessly, her mind pounding. If Qin Yangji saw Yu Xingzhou's unreliable side, would she think she was a tech scam? She had to finish Qin Yangji's mecha quickly. What if she canceled the order? Maybe, for her diligence, she'd give her another chance? In reality, Zhuolu's concerns were completely overblown. Yu Xingzhou had sent Qin Yangji a message through the forum, hidden among the sea of red dots. Qin Yangji hadn't even logged onto Bingjing Network in days, let alone replied. After the weapon's construction was complete, Qin Yangji received the wreckage of Min Xingchen's mecha. She'd been studying the damage to the mecha and compiling a materials list for the past few days. She didn't even go home during her monthly break, staying at school to complete the weapon's construction. She finally finished it on time, and sent all the data to Zhuolu before her second monthly break. Originally, her monthly break had been planned for the Nishan district market, but Qin Yangji had been busy working on mecha guns and weapons during her first break, and she wanted to go home this time. Colonel Mingjun seemed a little disappointed that she hadn't been home the previous time. Qin Yangji felt a little guilty. She wanted to bring him a gift. Just 2 days earlier, during their mecha training, they assembled wartime weapons. Qin Yangji had assembled a small, compact dagger and brought it back as a gift. She left the main gate of the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, preparing to work on the inner-city Skitran, but just as she left the gate, she heard a voice coming from afar. Qin Yangji. She turned around, recognizing the face as vaguely familiar. Reflecting carefully, she realized she'd seen it before during freshman registration. Tang Lu gestured to Shermi, who was standing nearby. "Hey, someone's calling you. Go! Hurry up, or your sister will come and give me trouble." Shermi nodded and trotted after him. Qin Yangji saw a frail boy running through the crowd, holding something, and couldn't help but feel curious. "Shermi?" She recognized him. Chapter 42. You still remember me? Shermi looked over with a hint of surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy, as if the mere fact that Qin Yangji remembered would fill him with joy for a long time. Of course Qin Yangji remembered. She glanced at Shermi's feet and asked, "You didn't use the hovercraft today?" Shermi blushed slightly. "After the last accident, my sister stopped me from using it." After saying that, he clenched his fingers and handed the small box to Qin Yangji. "Thank you for last time. This is a thank you gift. Thank you for your help." Qin Yangji didn't open it. She declined. "No, it's just a small favor." It was really just a small favor. Shermi clearly wasn't going to give up. She stumbled, No, it's not. Your small favor to you is a huge help to me. And it's just a small gift. Please accept it." Qin Yangji took it and opened it. At first glance, she was stunned. It was a beautifully polished badge, about the size of a palm, like a larger version of the one on her chest, with a beautifully blended gold border. And under the light, if it weren't for the inscription, Qin Yangji would have almost mistaken it for the original command badge he wore on his chest. "This is..." She looked at Shermi with confusion, her tone tentative. Shermi, not being shrewd, smiled shyly and replied, "It's a command badge made of 7-star color. I'm so sorry, I lost your command badge a while ago. Seeing that you made your command figurine using 7-star color, I thought you might like this material." 7-star color? Qin Yangji only knew about mecha materials, but had never heard of this special kind, rarely used in interstellar mecha and energy fields. She muttered it softly, her expression quickly calming. "Thank you, I love the gift." She looked at Shermi. The boy across from her blushed, lowering his head to reveal his hair, not daring to meet her eyes. "As long as you like it. Can I add you privately on my computer?" Shermi took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and looked up, her bright eyes fixed on her. "I promise I won't bother you." Qin Yangji raised an eyebrow, thinking, since I'm not going to bother you, why bother adding her? But Shermi seemed very reserved, and it seemed like if she said anything, it would take him a long time to recover. Qin Yangji had no choice but to take out her computer and add him. Seeing that Shermi was alright, Qin Yangji was tempted to send her away. She was in a hurry to get home. She walked all the way to the inner-city Skitran waiting area outside the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. There were already a lot of people gathered there before her. Today was the Greedy Wolf Military Academy's long month-long holiday. Not only were the first-year students on leave, but the cadets from the previous 2 classes, who had been training in the mutation zone, had all returned. As she left the dormitory, Chin Yongji noticed a significant increase in the liveliness of the campus. Even the birdsong in the trees was more energetic than ever. Walking through the crowds, Chin Yongji boarded the return Skitran. When she arrived home, Mingjun was working on something. Chin Yongji had told her in advance that she was returning for vacation, and Mingjun had taken time off to prepare lunch for her. "I'm back." Chin Yongji greeted the home robot at the door, then went to help Mingjun, placing the box casually on the table. Mingjun looked at her with surprise, and before Chin Yongji approached, she gave her a good look. There was a glint in her eyes that Chin Yongji hadn't seen in a long time. Back when her mother was still around, she looked at Chin Yongji this way during his growth period. "Is the training intense? I feel like you've grown quite a bit taller." Mingjun extended her hand tentatively toward Chin Yongji, who looked at her with a sweet smile, not shying away. Mingjun's eyes brightened with relief. She noticed, after comparing Chin Yongji, that he had indeed grown considerably taller. He's really grown a lot taller. He still has a lot of room to grow. How's your mental state lately? Pretty good. I'm going to take a test when we get back to school. Hearing this, Mingjun felt somewhat relieved. While serving lunch, she accidentally bumped into a small box on the table, causing the badge inside to fall to the floor. She quickly picked it up. "Is this a 7-star color?" Chin Yongji came out behind her and nodded. "Yes, a classmate gave it to me." Mingjun looked at the 7-star color with a touch of nostalgia in her eyes. "Just now I misjudged it. I thought it was 7-star meteorite. I mean, where can you find such a large piece of 7-star meteorite?" "7-star meteorite?" Chin Yongji asked curiously. 7-star meteorite is the main commander's insignia. I saw it once when I was a child. Back then, our Red Flames commander was Admiral Chen Zhu. It was after her that many children began collecting this kind of command peripherals, and thus the market for 7-star colored items emerged. Chin Yongji roughly understood. 7-star colored items was a lower-level substitute for 7-star meteorite. 7-star meteorite was specifically for commanders, and was extremely hard. Only the energy of red flame stone could scratch it. 7-star color isn't quite as special, bearing some resemblance to 7-star meteorite, and is used as a peripheral accessory for the Red Flame's main commander. The 7-star color command badge seemed to arouse Mingjun's desire, and she recounted some memories of her youth with Chin Yongji. For example, Commander Chen Zhu, who had just returned from the Battle of Camaresto Valley, was recuperating on Greedy Wolf Planet. Upon discovering Greedy Wolf's environment, he advocated for relocating the Red Flame Tower there and building Red Tower City, a specialized shelter for retired soldiers and those with mental impairments. Chin Yongji noticed that her expression was quite different from usual when she spoke of this, as if he could glimpse a bit of the colonel's former arrogance through her bright eyes. "Alas, it's a pity I was injured on Callisto. Otherwise, I wouldn't have retired so early, and could have fought for the Red Flame for many more years." Mingjun smiled, a rare moment. Chin Yongji smiled back, taking her words to heart. The 7-star color and 7-star meteorite provided Chin Yongji with new clues. After dinner, she logged onto the star network in her room and searched for relevant information. The 7-star color could still be found. As a peripheral imitation, its effectiveness was very limited. Its only defensive property was against the impact of the red flame stone. However, unlike the authentic command badge made of 7-star meteorite, the 7-star color did not have the red flame stone embedded within it. At best, it was just a beautiful figurine, and the market price was not high. As for the 7-star meteorite, Chin Yongji had even fewer clues. He only knew that it was the emblem of the Red Flame Commander's command badge, and there was no other information that matched it. The current common way to identify 7-star meteorite in the interstellar world is that it looks like 7-star color, but is extremely hard and difficult to scratch. Seeing this, Chin Yongji attempted to perform some experiments on the miniature red flame badge on her chest. The dagger in her hand wasn't very sharp, but it could easily leave a mark on the 7-star color badge. However, it landed unscathed on the miniature badge, leaving no trace. Isn't it too absolute to say this thing is made of 7-star meteorite iron? Chin Yongji didn't want to believe it rationally, but a voice deep within her heart told her her suspicions were correct. If this was a command badge of the Red Flame Lord Commander, then whose did it belong to? Why did it appear on her? And who was Subject 176, who had appeared in the underground lab? And who was the crying baby? Chen Yongji pondered for a moment before logging onto the Bingjing network. She had seen a strange shop on the Bingjing network. Bingjing Know-It-All, as the fire god, who had stirred up a storm on the forums. Chen Yongji's ID was quite famous. Bingjing Wanchitong also found Chen Yongji's private message at the height of her popularity and started chatting, asking for inside information. However, Chen Yongji was too busy with red dots to reply. But today, she suddenly remembered this. Since neither the Star Network nor the Galaxy Network had any information about the command seal, she might as well ask through underground channels. Bingjing Wanchitong has been having a headache lately. She simply can't contact the forum's most influential figures. As for Wei Yabai, the recently rising star in the Yunchuizu strategy, he's an old acquaintance. Wan Miao has information on him from birth to what he ate this morning, all from inside sources. But the Vulcan god, with his complex network, is a bit too isolated. No one who had spoken with Bingjing could tell what kind of person she was, whether she was a man or a woman, from which star system, or how old she was. Even her address was kept secret via interstellar express links. The only person she had a close relationship with was Min Xingchen, the eldest son of the Tianyu realm. Wan Miao had received inside information that Min Xingchen's deionized mecha was currently being handled by Winter's Fire. This mecha had been condemned to death by all repairmen. Could this renowned god of fire possibly do anything about it? Wan Miao thought anxiously. This was first-hand information. If he posted it on his account, how much traffic would he generate? If Winter's Fire had caused a minor stir and then faded away, it would have been fine. Wan Shirtong wouldn't have been too concerned. But the problem was that the information he posted on the forum was quickly researched by repairmen and approved by the Star Alliance. Every few days, a new method was confirmed. Wan Shirtong was envious of the method to maintain the popularity. But this person was so elusive. All the replies were either about shipping goods or transferring money, and there was absolutely no inside information to be found. Just as Wan Miao was consoling herself that even if she couldn't find the source, her colleagues couldn't either, her private message list suddenly lit up. Wan Miao glanced at it with apathy, but the moment she saw the ID, she almost jumped out of her chair. Ice Mirror know it. Wow. Fire God. Ice Mirror know it. It's him. Oh my god. I made it. A fire in winter. ? Ice Mirror know it. Fire God. What can I do for you? Wan Miao's service attitude was surprisingly good, and she looked at the chat box with the same gaze as if she were looking at the god of wealth. What a joke. 5 of the top 10 trending posts in the Jeju Zhongzhong area are seeking private connections with the god of fire. If she could snag even one partnership opportunity from them, she'd see a surge in followers across the Jeju Zhongzhong area. Never underestimate maintenance technicians. Their connections are far greater than you might imagine. With the followers of maintenance technicians, Wan Miao can easily obtain inside information on any relevant individuals, a source of income. And now, the person in front of her holds the key. She's making this clear today. Ihua will find out whatever information he wants, even where the chairman of the Demon Eye Council is returning to tonight. Chen Yongji didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. A fire in winter. Do you know the whereabouts of all the Red Flame's main command badges? This question left the know-it-all, eager to show off his skills, stunned. Huh? What? Red Flame command badges? She seems to have a record of this. Wan Miao quickly opened the information booklet left by the previous know-it-all, and immediately searched the index, and found a wealth of information. Ice Mirror know-it-all. Honey, you're looking for the whereabouts of so many command badges. Are you after the 7-star meteorite? We have the 7-star meteorite here. A fire in winter. No, I just want to know the location of the command badges. Wan Miao frowned, confused as to what a fire was up to. But she hesitated after seeing the reminder left by her predecessor. Caution. Ice Mirror know-it-all. Currently, the known command badges of Chien are located in the Chien Heroes Steel Forest, and on the main commander himself. Chen Yongji saw the reply and suddenly pointed to the command badge hanging around his neck with his finger, a smile forming on his lips. So what's that on her? A fire in winter. Are you really the Ice Mirror know-it-all? Wan Miao felt her dignity trampled upon hearing this, and she immediately erupted in anger. Ice Mirror know-it-all, of course. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around. What's there in the entire Ice Mirror that I don't know? Chen Yongji moved his fingers. Quote reply to a fire in winter. The location of the command seal. Wan Miao tilted her head. Wow, don't think I can't tell you're trying to provoke me. I'm a know-it-all. I've seen more spectacular events than you drunk nutrient solution. Do you think you can get me to talk just by provoking me? She abruptly opened the reminder instructions left by her senior, refusing to believe it. I have to see where Qi Yan's damn thing is now. Swipe. A flood of data streamed before Wang Yao's eyes, and then she slammed the book shut. She looked up suddenly, her pupils dilating for a second before quickly focusing. Oh my god, why is he involved with this awful place again? As Mashiro people, Wang Yao's predecessors all share the same golden sparrow beast bloodline, pure-blooded Mashiro people. In their ancient evolutionary past, their ancestors shared a common origin with a branch of the psychic beasts in the Yatta system. After the Yatta system disbanded, a large number of psychic descendants entered Mashiro and lived alongside them. And in all of Mashiro, or indeed the entire Star Alliance, anything related to Yatta is taboo. The interstellar war that occurred over 40 years ago cast a shadow over all the Star Alliance members. The Yatta system, which had entrenched itself in the western star region of the Star Alliance, disbanded, and the shadow that subsequently loomed over the hearts of all the Star Alliance members became the gigantic flame-scale beast. From then on, everyone in the Star Alliance understood one thing: a mad red flame, out of control, could literally destroy an entire galaxy. Ice Mirror Know-It-All, change it, and I definitely tell you. What did Qin Yangji realize? It wasn't that she didn't know, but that she couldn't say it. What was it that the Star Alliance network and Red Flame themselves were so secretive about? Even the Ice Mirror Know-It-All didn't dare to broach the subject. She mentally listed all the possible events. The Star Alliance has only ever experienced these few major events. A fire in winter, ? Ice Mirror Know-It-All, are you a red flame? Then promise me, if I sell you this information, you give me 3, no 5, friend slots. A fire in winter, Friend slots? Okay. Qin Yangji hadn't realized how popular her friend slots were in the Ice Mirror Forum, but Wang Yao understood. Seeing she agreed, she forgot all the advice from her predecessors, and all the old blood feuds. The feud was between Yatta and Qi Yan, and Emoshiro had nothing to do with it. Ice Mirror Know-It-All. The command badges of deceased commanders of the Qi Yan galaxy are stored in the Forest of Heroes along with their spirit cores. The command badges of the current chief commanders typically contain biometric information and are often carried on their person. Of the chief commanders currently serving in the Qi Yan galaxy who have died, only one has not had his badge found. The 237th, Qin Zhu. Seeing this name, Qin Yangji suddenly tugged at the pendant. She stared intently at the Qin character on it. She had once thought it was Qin Yangji's Qin. But it seemed. Qin Yangji's eyes flickered, and fragmented memories resurfaced in his mind. Laboratory, baby, number 176, escape, home, turbulence. The spiritual tree in the spiritual realm suddenly stirred without a trace of wind. Branches whipped wildly in midair. Countless spiritual tentacles erupted from the ground, weaving through the leaves and spreading all the way up to the sky. Its form was extremely frantic. Qin Yangji took a few breaths, realizing her emotional instability. She immediately gathered her mind and slowly calmed her turbulent spiritual realm. She reread the message sent by the All-Knowing One, finally stopping at the 2 words Qinzhu. A fire in winter. Where did Qinzhu die? Across the screen, the All-Knowing One silently replied with 2 words. Yatta. The Yatta galaxy, which Qin Yangji had studied in the history of the Red Flame Interstellar, had become a speck of dust in the torrent of history. Its destruction was very recent, just over 40 years. Due to genetic experiments conducted on various interstellar species, a large number of Red Flame humans were harmed, with a death toll comparable to the devastating Camaresto Valley incident. In order to recover the remains of the Red Flame humans ravaged by the experiments, the Red Flame galaxy attempted to bomb the Yatta experimental star cluster, led by Callisto, in the Yatta system. This triggered a counterattack from all of Yatta, sparking a protracted interstellar war. This war exhausted the Red Flame galaxy's resources over hundreds of years, depleting the vast amount of energy it had gathered from unknown star regions. This resulted in a continuous resource deficit for the Red Flame galaxy for the next 40 years. But the outcome was a good one. The Red Flame-led galaxy exerted pressure on Yatta, while simultaneously rebuilding the interstellar alliance controlled by Yatta, uniting with the other 4 galaxies to divide Yatta. Finally, the entirety of Callisto, Yatta's largest biological experiment star, was destroyed, and the Yatta system was disbanded. The Red Flame galaxy recovered the spiritual cores of all the victims. Qin Yangji initially suspected this possibility, but she couldn't wrap her head around 2 points. What was the connection between this genetic experiment and the Red Flame commander? Or, why would the Red Flame galaxy willingly expend so many resources and centuries of effort to completely destroy the Yatta galaxy? Now she knew. Qinzhu, the Red Flame commander, was likely one of the victims. Qin Yangji had discovered a loophole. The Red Flame Galaxy had claimed to have recovered the spiritual cores of all the victims. Know-It-All said that the Red Flame would place the commander's spiritual core and badge in the Martyr's Monument. But Chinju's badge was on her. So where was Chinju's spiritual core? Is it really in the Martyr's Monument forest? Qin Yongji had a vague feeling that the truth was so close to her. Perhaps Chinju's spiritual core could answer her lost memories. About how she had traveled through time, the laboratory, the baby, and Subject 176. Finding Chinju's spiritual core after over 40 years was no easy feat. As the chief commander of the Tianshu military region, if Chinju's spiritual core were recovered, it would most likely be placed in the Red Flamed Hero Steel Forest at Tianshu 02. A fire in winter. What reward do you want? She had finally gotten her wish, Qin Yongji asked. The Know-It-All had been waiting for this question for a long time. She was desperate for this guy, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she immediately offered a blunt reminder. Ice Mirror Know-It-All. Fire God. Friend Slot. Friend Slot. Qin Yongji had no problem with this. She had quite a few friends on her list, some of whom she added casually, but she still wouldn't share the messages she shouldn't have. She suspected someone might be looking for her to do homework or something, and had found Bingjing Wanchitong, who was then offering her friend status in exchange for other benefits. What a great trick for getting something for nothing, not bad. Qin Yongji declared that he had learned something new. After haggling back and forth with Wanchitong, Qin Yongji sold 5 of her friend's statuses, giving Wanchitong 3 days to auction them off, after which she would come online and approve them. Wanchitong didn't ask for a reply or anything else. It was clearly just a publicity stunt. Exiting the Bingjing network, Qin Yongji searched for information on Chinju. During her command course, she had learned about excellent command cases. As the commander-in-chief of the 7 military regions of the Qian Galaxy, Chinju possessed remarkable command abilities and a unique deployment of star beasts, enabling precise support at every location. Qin Yongji had heard from Tu Shan'ai that Chinju's spiritual core, with its strongest affinity for psychic energy, came from the Star Beast sequence 4 Liang Ez Wei, an SSS-ranked Star Beast psychic core with both highly toxic and spatial properties. It was also one of the weapon cores of her Mecha Nirvana. Most of Chinju's individual deployments were based on her spatial support. The Star Network had very little information about her, mostly summarized in a few sentences, likely internal military information. Even the widely publicized Camaresto Valley Mutation Zone and Blood Mistletoe's command campaign were briefly mentioned with a simple statement about rescuing 33 nearby planets. Qin Yongji suspected he would find no relevant information. After logging off the Ice Mirror network, Qin Yongji spent most of the next month's vacation working with Zuolu on the final details of the mecha. The day before her vacation ended, and she was due to return to school, her mecha was ready for the final smelting. Zuolu sent the complete mecha blueprints. The massive steel monster was clad entirely in black, with flames blazing from its limbs and spreading to its torso. Want to be Schwerant's dog? Do you need to add some more patterns? I like to add another flame here. Heart of Fire, you could name it Sparks. What do you think? Qin Yongji took a quick look. The mechanic had a very good aesthetic. Qin Yongji didn't particularly care about the smelting appearance, but she could tell the material requirements with just a glance. Zuolu mentioned wanting to add another flame. The fiery molten eggs needed to create the flame pattern weren't enough. A fire in winter. Not enough materials. Will you pay for it? Zuolu sent a crying emoji. Want to be Schwerant's dog? For perfection, I can spend a small amount of money. Qin Yongji was a little amused. Only she was the one paying for the mecha. A fire in winter. No, I can't afford you the expense. Let's use the bright gravel and moonlight phosphorus. If we can't make a hot flame, a cold fire will be fine. The moonlight phosphorus is bluish, and the bright gravel is purple. The resulting pattern is a bit abrupt, and Zuolu isn't too optimistic. But Qin Yongji simply drew a few strokes, and a lotus-shaped cold fire blossomed at the mecha's heart. A fire in winter. Let's call it Karma Fire. As the raging flames flow along the flame patterns on the limbs toward the heart, the cold fire turns a bloody red. Red Lotus Karma Fire. Chapter 43. Want to be Schwerant's dog? You're such a genius. After receiving Zuolu's praise, he immediately logged off and eagerly began the final smelting and fusion of the mecha. Meanwhile, Qin Yongji had already finished her month-long vacation and was on her way back to school. Ming Jun, as usual, prepared a large bag of baked cookies for her. Before leaving, she glanced at Qin Yongji in her school uniform. Qin Yongji, noticing her scrutiny, stood still and let her gaze. After entering October on Tan Lang Star, the temperature dropped sharply. I prepared a temperature-controlled suit for you. Since you don't like buttoning up properly, try wearing a scarf. As she spoke, she stepped forward and straightened Chen Yongji's crooked buttons, instantly making his tan Lang uniform look much neater. The black and white plush scarf matched the uniform's colors without appearing out of place. When she lowered her head, Chen Yongji noticed the scars on her fingers and the wrinkles around her eyes. For a moment, she seemed to sense a familiar presence. Colonel. Mingjun looked up, puzzled. You look like my mother. Chen Yongji's lips curled up ever so slightly. She was smiling, her eyes still as cold as a deep pool, but her nose was tinged with red. Scarl 07 was in midair, but the cold wind was harsh on the face. It could make a nose red. Mingjun's movement suddenly slowed, and she smoothed the wrinkles on Chen Yongji's clothes with her palm. As if casually, she said, "It is indeed your mother, Mingjun." Chen Yongji's smile widened. He waved to her before leaving, and patted the home robot on the head. Goodbye, Domino. I'll be back next month during the holiday, Mingjun's mother. Her final words were whispered, even less so than the pat she'd given Domino, the household robot, but Mingjun had heard it. She peered at the door for a moment, watching Chen Yongji's hovercraft merge into the gust of wind before closing it. Domino's screen flickered with the blankness of an undetected command. Chen Yongji's pat activated it, but it remained silent, unsure of what to do. Mingjun turned it off and prepared to go to work. The day Chen Yongji received her new mecha coincided with the day the two upper grades were preparing to leave for the mutation zone. When Shermie learned of her new mecha, she only had time to offer a quick congratulations before preparing to depart, somewhat complainingly. I don't know what's going on lately. The surrounding mutation zones have been so active. I could have rested for a few days, but now I have to leave without stopping. After saying this, he waved to Chen Yongji reluctantly. I haven't had time to see your new mech yet. Wait until you come back, Chen Yongji said, sending him off. Shermie had chatted with her frequently during the holiday. He was a maintenance technician, and upon learning that Chen Yongji had built a new mech, he was very curious. When he heard that it was a newcomer, he began to dislike Zhuolu. As a newcomer, he didn't even compete for the chance to build Chen Yongji's mech. Shermie attributed this to the fact that he and Chen Yongji met too late, and he also had a somewhat judgmental attitude towards mechs. But before Chen Yongji could even get his hands on one, he had to leave for the mutation zone. Chen Yongji only received the mech necklace that evening. Coincidentally, the next day's mecha training class underwent a completely new transformation. Next up is mecha combat training. All combat academies will participate in this faction battle. Red and blue teams take up positions in the back mountain. Score points based on killing members of the enemy camp. Killing the enemy commander earns double points. Killing the overall commander eliminates the entire camp. All individual soldiers prepare to form random camps. The back mountain of the Greedy Wolf Military Academy had been redeployed during the holiday break. Shermie and Chen Yongji had discussed this, saying that upon returning, they would be forced to do hard labor. The students from the two upper levels helped set up resource supply points in the back mountain. Chen Yongji briefly understood the structure of the camp battle. Interestingly, because the command department had 200 students, each camp had nearly 100 commanders. Command authority in the early stages of the camp battle was randomly assigned by the system. After a day, the dominant command authority would be released, and the team would decide who would hold the primary command authority. In other words, the early random command period was the best time to eliminate the enemy. If a lone commander was randomly assigned, the camp battle could be ended immediately. Similarly, after the random assignment ended, the camp's commander had to quickly identify the individual commander holding the dominant command authority, and quickly establish a protective circle. The mountain behind the Greedy Wolf Military Academy is comprised of several hills joined together. When a soldier enters, the optical computer transmits the lottery results, and the corresponding coordinates are displayed on the mecha radar map. As soon as Chen Yongji entered, she received numerous messages, mostly from soldiers she met during mecha training, asking if they could team up. At least half of them fell silent the moment they sent their messages, seeing the red coordinates she marked on the radar map. Chen Yongji contacted several of her regular group members, arranged a meeting point, and then retreated into the surrounding lush grass, waiting for everyone to enter, and for the resource points to refresh. Her mech currently lacked a single energy source, save for the blade in her hand. To qualify for a bombardment, she needed to secure energy points. All combat specialists enter the battlefield. Faction battle begins now. The latest resource points will be refreshed soon. Random team command in progress. The soldier held his breath, awaiting the commander's message. Just as Chen Yongji was focusing on the resource point's location, a blinding red light flickered near her mech signal. As the command spawned near her, Chen Yongji immediately realized it was the command of her faction. Just as she had concealed her mental tentacles, a mech in front of her came into view. The commander, who had entered through the same entrance as her, was in the mech, panicked when he saw the large main command authority signal on his radar screen. Several blue signals flashed around her signal, and the red commander's expression faltered. He glanced around, preparing to hide. Chen Yongji spotted her, and immediately emerged from the brush. She quickly approached the red team's command post. The opposing mech breathed a sigh of relief as it sensed a signal of its rapid approach, but she was still startled when the crimson mech dove out. Mech Linglong requests to establish a link with you. A signal from the communicator popped up from Chen Yongji's mech. After her mind conveyed her agreement, the command's mental signal entwined with the mech's communicator. A single red team soldier? Chu Linglong struggled with Chen Yongji's energy communication. The opposing soldier's mental signal was rather overpowering. She tried to guide her mental tentacles, but as soon as their energy made contact, they, as if possessed of intelligence, quickly followed her energy signal and locked onto her communicator. For a moment, it was unclear who was in command. Chu Linglong was stunned for a moment, then spoke first. "Are you the commander?" Chen Yongji nodded. She glanced at the radar chart, her expression slightly grim. "Let's go first. The blue soldiers are gathering here, and the situation is unfavorable." Chu Linglong breathed a sigh of relief when she learned she was the commander. She wasn't particularly strong in the command system, and her reputation wasn't well known. She was worried that her poor decisions would bring down the entire red team. Now that she had another commander, at least she had someone to help make decisions, which made her feel much more relaxed. Chen Yongji marked a point on the map and gestured to her. "Use your primary command authority to mark this location on the map. This is the red team's rally point. We must quickly seize the first batch of supplies." Chu Linglong's mental tentacles had a limited reach, and there were too many scattered blue soldiers nearby. If she connected with them on a large scale, they would likely be detected by the blue team and become targets for attack. After hearing Chen Yongji's reminder, she immediately realized the importance of primary command authority and quickly followed her instructions. The two mechas carefully avoided the surrounding blue soldiers and began to head towards the gathering point. The red soldiers, following the command signal, were also on their way. The red camp successfully assembled at the gathering point. Chen Yongji discovered that several familiar soldiers in Chizhou were in the same camp. Upon seeing Chizhou, the two exchanged information. The blue team is incredibly lucky. They have a resource point right in front of them. I guess a third of the ranged attackers have already received supplies and replenished their ammunition. We're now one step behind. Chizhou was furious at this. He and several blue soldiers had entered the area through another entrance. On the outskirts of the back mountain, there wouldn't be many resource supply points, but by some coincidence, some senior had the sudden inspiration to set up a supply point right near the entrance, and the resources had just rained down. Chizhou and several Red Army soldiers were about to seize the resource, but the Blue Army's main commander respawned among the group of Blue Army soldiers they were engaging. With command and control, Chizhou and his men were outnumbered and failed to seize the resource. Seeing the Blue Army's firepower replenishing, they had no choice but to retreat. Their current main commander is this 010236 on the radar. That student number sounds familiar. He must be quite capable. If nothing goes wrong, they also be going to capture a resource point. Resource points refresh every half hour, with a total of 50 points. One refreshes within the first 24 hours, and then randomly refreshes after that. The main commander's authority refreshes every 3 hours. If the Red Army can capture a resource point, they might be able to quickly achieve victory, knowing the enemy's command. Who wants to fight for 3 days and 3 nights when they can be over in 1 day? Isn't a dorm bed better than a tree in the back mountain? The gathering point Chen Yongji had set up was a bit far from the first refreshed resource point, but inside the back mountain, she estimated that the next refresh would be in this area. In fact, it matched her suspicions. The second resource point spawned directly east of them, and there weren't many enemy signals on the map. Good. First, take the resource point, then the points. Satisfied, Chen Yongji folded up the radar map and extended his mental tentacles, connecting with the next individual soldier in the squad. Who was in charge of the main command? Chu Linglong glanced at the soldiers around her and silently said, "Boss, why don't you take command? I use my authority to help you." She had heard the soldiers around her call Chen Yongji boss, and so she followed suit. Chu Linglong and Chen Yongji weren't very familiar with each other. She knew the tendency to form cliques within the command department, especially among those who rose from subordinate secondary schools like Pingyan. Those familiar with each other would form alliances, while those like Chizhou, who were keen on making money, would also form loners like Qin Yangji. Compared to other academies, the command department's number of students wasn't large, and unlike the combat academy, they didn't have missions that required teamwork. Commanders mostly worked alongside individual soldiers from other academies, so internal connections weren't very close. Chu Linglong didn't know Qin Yangji very well. Their only interaction was occasionally listening to each other in tactics class, when the teacher called on them to analyze tactical theory. But she knew Qin Yangji was well known. Besides being the top-ranked freshman, she was also known for her deep understanding of individual soldiers and her ability to find refreshing new methods in tactical analysis. Qin Yangji didn't take it. The command authority was now hers, her mission to complete. Although this was a faction battle, it was also a practical mecha training assessment, and taking control of the command was part of the assessment. She wasn't interested in helping others complete their homework. Take it. I lead a team to grab the resource pack. Can you help out around the perimeter? As she spoke, her mental tentacles had already connected with 6 individual soldiers, including her partner, and Songxue. And Songxue was accustomed to Qin Yangji's overbearing connections. She felt a little uncomfortable working with other commanders without this sudden tightening of the head. But other soldiers were different. Many soldiers at the combat academy had heard of Qin Yangji, mostly through word of mouth from their comrades. They heard how swiftly she commanded, and how teaming with her was twice as effective. But no one mentioned how this guy was so overbearing even in establishing a connection. Several soldiers, having just connected, clutched their heads in pain, gasping quietly. Seeing this, and Songxue soothed them with familiarity, it's a minor issue. It'd be gone in a while. Just think of it as weight training. The ranged attacker Qin Yangji was partnering with was a stranger. He didn't dare say anything, holding back until he felt comfortable enough to straighten up. Is it done? Qin Yangji knew she had some minor issues linking up with individual soldiers, but it was simply her personality. She tried to fix it, but every time she collided with unfamiliar energy, her mental tentacles couldn't control themselves. Tu Shan'ai tried to avoid this point for her, but even she couldn't do anything. Finally, she looked at Qin Yangji helplessly and said, "Forget it, it's not a big deal. It just means the soldiers you link up with will suffer a little." So, seeing the soldiers looking unaccustomed, she generously spared a moment to wait for them. But seeing that the blue team had already crossed the resource point in front of them, Qin Yangji couldn't wait any longer and urged them on. The soldiers nodded, and the group quickly approached the resource point. Can just one small team do it? The blue team has already sent several teams. What if they can't grab it? One of the commanders who came with Chizhou couldn't help but feel a little worried. He frowned as he looked at the radar chart. It should be possible, Chizhou didn't say for sure, but he had confidence in Qin Yangji. After all, he was a powerful and resourceful guy. Let's get over there quickly, so we can provide support when the time comes. He gestured to the rangers in the crowd. The rangers were the ones most in need of resource supplies. Their weapons were energy intensive, and their guns and cannons needed resource supplies to operate. At that moment, Qin Yangji, advancing at full speed, had already reached the outskirts of the resource supply station. Countless supply packs rained down from the sky, crashing into the supply station. The station gate was closed, and the jungle enveloped the surrounding area, seemingly quiet. But if one were to see the radar image, one would see that the jungle was actually densely packed with a pair of red and blue dots of light. The blue team, who had arrived outside the resource point around the same time, had also seen it. Red team members are coming too. Commander, should we fight? The blue team's randomly assigned commander was also a nameless one. But it wasn't him, who was currently issuing orders within the team, but someone Qin Yangji was somewhat familiar with. Ping Yin. After learning who had been randomly assigned command, Ping Yin ordered his soldiers to hold the enemy line tight, while also partially neutralizing them. Aside from his leadership authority, he essentially had the final say in all team decisions. Hearing that the red team was also present disrupted Ping Yin's plans. He hadn't expected the red team to arrive so quickly, and it looked like the opposing commander wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Our team has brought resources to support you. Try to hold them off and prevent the red team from obtaining them. The blue team commander outside the base station felt relieved upon hearing this. Qin Yangji waited a moment. When the enemy didn't move, she had a plan in mind. No need to wait. Attack immediately. They're waiting for the blue team's resources. As soon as she finished speaking, the command signal was transmitted to the remaining 5 personnel, excluding the ranged attack. Qin Yangji gave a few instructions to the ranged attack, and the others quickly rushed out of the jungle. Led by the support's high-speed man, they immediately rushed towards the base station gate. The blue team, still watching, no longer hid and rushed out with melee weapons. Before the mecha figure approached, a red afterimage suddenly flashed from the side. A cold, sharp blade slashed down from midair, cutting through the crowd. Reflexively, the mechas on both sides dodged back and forth. Clang! A single blade split the ground, piercing an irregular crack in the rock. The surrounding half-man-high grass instantly fell to one side. The blade grazed the face of a blue mecha, the air waves slicing through his cheeks and causing a burning pain. Command! The blue mecha cried out, but before he could yell, alarmed by the enemy attack, the mecha in front of him spun on the ground, its blade flashing before his eyes. A fierce force ripped through his chest, and before the pain had even radiated, the mecha figure was already flying away. Fuck! The mecha in front, tumbling and crawling to avoid the blade, finally escaped the attack. Turning back, he heard the clang of weapons, and the clashing of mechas, and saw his companions all smitten, and set flying by the single blade. He couldn't help but follow the sharp blade in midair, looking towards the mechas of the oncoming enemies. Crimson flames burned from its limbs, its entire body resembling an inky prison. A faint blue lotus flower, perched on its chest, opened and closed its petals, as if fireworks from its limbs were about to incinerate it at any moment. The blue mech had no time to comment on its aesthetics. Instead, it simply thought, isn't it said that people who like lotus flowers are calm and composed? He didn't see it that way. The blue mech roared inwardly. Qin Yongji only gave him 2 seconds to be surprised. After Mo Dao swung away the mech behind her, her arm didn't even tremble as she drew her blade back. She spun forward, her mech knees slightly bent, and with a single bound, she leaped directly above the blue mech. The blue mech prepared to intercept, but the mech, as if it had eyes on its legs, stomped it to the ground, then, using its shoulder as leverage, leaped a great distance. Support! A distant red mech, responding to the call, spun out, charging towards the station. Amidst the interception of the blue mechs, the traction claw swung out. Qin Yongji, occupying a commanding position in the air, extended her left hand to wrap around the traction claw, instantly extending a strong traction line across the blue mechs. She and the support mech pulled the traction line forward and backward, both of them sprinting. The traction line whipped up a gust of wind, slashing through the blue mechs like a sharp blade, sweeping across a vast area, instantly scattering the blue formation and exposing the blue commander in the center of the crowd. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Yongji, seizing the opportunity, signaled by pulling the traction line. Retract! The moment the support mech heard the command, the traction line retracted, pulling the red mech on the other side with lightning speed, swiftly charging into the blue mechs. The Mo Dao slung across the mech's back swirled, its blades crisscrossing, the waves of force coursing through the mech repelling one intercepting soldier after another. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on the blue commander's position. Defend! Support! Stop her! The blue commander was in a state of panic. On one side, the support mechs were dividing the battlefield with traction lines, while on the other, unfamiliar mechs, seemingly equipped for close combat, were already charging into the blue commander's group. She swung her sword with immense force, like a god of war. The mechs charging towards her couldn't withstand even a single blow from the heavy, long Mo Dao. They were kicked out by the crimson mech's flame-marked legs and sent crashing to the ground, where they lay sprawled. Amidst the clashing blades, Qin Yongji had already reached the blue commander. She didn't even waste any words. The Mo Dao was pulled out from the mecha arm at the back, causing the broken connection wire to crackle with electric light, covering the cold blade, making it look extremely cold and fierce. The blue commander's eyes widened, his body reacting faster than his mind, immediately drawing his weapon to block. Qin Yongji raised his Mo Dao high and slashed down. The weapons clashed with a resounding clang. In that instant, the blue commander finally understood why the enemy had been so unstoppable, shattering all defenses around him. The muscles in his hand gripping the sword began to tremble, veins popping out. But the force was like an ant trying to shake a tree against the Mo Dao that lay before him. It was simply insignificant. The opposing crimson mech leaned forward, and the blue commander, realizing he was only holding out, hurriedly reported to the main commander on the team chat. I can't hold out here. The enemy's attack is too fierce. He didn't wait for a response from the team chat. Qin Yongji pressed down hard, and the Mo Dao's blade trembled, clanging loudly, sending a faint spark as it pierced the opponent's long sword. Stab! The weapon made a sharp sound, and the Mo Dao blunted its blade, slashing upwards, catching the commander's neck off guard. It then swiftly passed through, sending sparks flying from the mech's broken joints. Bang! The moment the Mo Dao was drawn, Qin Yongji raised his foot and kicked the commander mech in front of him away, crushing the elimination sign on its chest. The blue team's commander was out. The blue team's mech attacking the resource point paused for a moment. At this moment, the red team's scouts, who had hastily opened the resource point gate during the battle, and were then intercepted and brought back by the blue team's support mechs, seized this opportunity to escape the siege. And Songchua ran a few meters away from the figure, leaving the ranged attacker, who had already entered the resource point and finished reloading, with a perfect opening for a bombardment. "Commander, I fully charged." Chen Yongji glanced around. The blue mechas had completely dispersed. A few scattered commanders attempted to retake their positions, but their newly damaged mental tentacles hadn't yet recovered, and they were abandoned before they could even reach the resource point. Several red soldiers attacked, disrupting their connection and forcing them to quickly return to defend. The blue commander's attention was drawn there. A cannon blast, an energy bomb slammed into the resource point's gate, shattering the rocks and sending a group of blue mechas flying. Dust billowed in an instant. The expressions of the remaining blue commanders instantly changed. When did this red mecha enter? Well done. Chen Yongji's voice echoed through the channel. The long-range attacker suddenly felt a touch of pride. The resource point is in place. Commander, how's the situation over there? Chu Linglong was outside the resource point, blending in with the crowd to be the least noticeable. The surrounding defensive mechas each shielded the commander, completely obscuring the blue commander's view. I can't tell who's in command. What should I do now? Ping Yan was following the main force, and it would take time to reach them. He could only remotely check the situation with the nearest blue team commander. He had already dispatched personnel to the resource point. Radar showed that there weren't many red team troops there, so they should be able to capture it. He felt somewhat reassured. But unexpectedly, within just a dozen minutes, the blue coordinates surrounding the resource point disappeared, and the blue team commanders nearby also lost contact. Ping Yan immediately had a bad feeling. He checked his score, and saw that the red team's score had skyrocketed. He made a decision right then and there. Retreat. They'd taken the resource point. Let's take the next one. The command had just been passed to the commander, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the red team, when the reply he received made Ping Yan's vision darken. Commander, I'm afraid we can't escape. Their rangers have reloaded. The voice on the other end suddenly stopped, followed by a chorus of gunfire that sounded like a voiceover. The red team's points rose again. After reloading, the rangers quickly laid down suppressive fire. Energy cannon fire eliminated several blue teams outside the resource point. Chen Yongji emptied the resource point, marked the coordinates, and reunited with Chu Linglong with the energy. The red team, on the other side, was not at an advantage. Many of the blue support team soldiers had already activated their long-range energy cannons, significantly impacting the red team's melee strategy, and many of them were also eliminated. After Chen Yongji brought in the resources, he first reloaded the rangers. One group set up an ambush from a nearby high vantage point, while the other group began to counterattack. With the resources she brought, the fully loaded team joined the fray. They scouted and confirmed several of the blue team's ranged attack positions, supported by melee and commanding Chen Yongji's movements. The two split into two directions, and began to reap the enemy ranged attacks midway up the mountain. Energy recharged, Chen Yongji's mech's infernal fire and Mo Dao energy crystals activated simultaneously. Her Mo Dao energy crystals were fused with Ming Jun's former spoils of war, while the mech's internal communicator energy crystals were repair rewards given by Min Xingchen. One contained the core of an A-rank star beast, the fiery wolf, and the other contained the core of an S-rank red star butterfly. The red star butterfly's energy core possessed the speed attribute, significantly boosting the mech's movement speed. When Chen Yongji had sufficient energy, he could even outrun the support. The fire wolf's energy core possesses the flame attribute, while the Mo Dao is composed entirely of cold attributed materials. Tempered with fire elemental energy, it generates a high-speed flaming current through the fire mark and the communicator's energy, with an energy impact approaching S level. The mech's high-speed instantaneous cannons were replaced with training-only energy cannons. Engaging the ranged attackers wasn't practical, and Chen Yongji's accuracy was questionable. He simply tried to close in and treat the ranged attackers as melee combat. The moment she was flung out by the support, she scaled the rock face. Her mech leaped swiftly across the mountain wall, covering dozens of meters in a second, rapidly closing in on the blue ranged attackers. Sensing the red team's approach, the blue ranged attackers reacted quickly, retreating. Just as he sheathed his weapons, Chen Yongji's mech had already flipped over and landed behind him. With a thud, the mech landed, and a bad thought flashed through the blue ranged attacker's mind, the heat behind him suddenly rising. He didn't even dare turn his head, his mech thrusting forward, quickly dodging. When Shin Yongji noticed the other party's reaction, a flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes. Quite clever. But clearly, the moment the other party abandoned their position, the balance of the battle had already tilted in her favor. As a ranged attacker, having abandoned her bombardment position, she lost her advantage in gunfire after being approached, becoming even less capable than a commander. Fiery patterns on the mech's limbs began to flicker. Energy waves erupted from the supernatural core within its core. A streak of flame slashed from the Mo Dao's blade, following the blood trough. Crimson magma flowed through the weapon's body. As she swung the blade, a stream of flaming air rushed forward, swift as thunder, carrying a torrent of energy that shook mountains and uprooted trees, instantly capturing the ranged attacker's figure. The swiftly accelerating supernatural energy flow left no escape. The flaming waves, like the five-finger mountain, descended with a thunderous thud. Yuanheng was instantly entangled in the flames, crashing to the ground with a rumble, tumbling rapidly down the slope. Qin Yongji's mech leaped through the forest, its figure swiftly appearing before him in a matter of seconds. The Mo Dao slashed towards the ground, slicing through the air with a wave of wind. Yuanheng's internal organs ached with the blow, and he didn't even have the strength to look up at her. He could only let the Mo Dao's cold tip strike his chest, shattering his elimination signal. Qin Yongji glanced at his mech lying on the ground, her gaze lingering for a moment. Before Yuanheng realized what she was about to do, she felt the tip of her blade suddenly twist, the Mo Dao swerving, the heavy hilt pressing against his cockpit. "Commander, I'm going to take a long attack," Qin Yongji requested in the team chat. Chu Linglong glanced at the radar map and sent the ranger, who had lost his target in a near-ending battle below, over. The Red Ranger had just arrived and immediately called out boss. He must be someone Qin Yongji had worked with before. While most of them were familiar to the individual soldiers, she couldn't quite distinguish their names or appearances. "Come here, I replace your energy cannons." Qin Yongji gestured for the ranger to crouch down. She pulled a dagger from the knee of her mech, clearly intending to cut the communication wires. Not to mention the Blue Ranger, who had already been eliminated, even the Red Ranger herself was startled. "Ah? What?" "The command link is disconnected," Qin Yongji replied calmly. Her voice was directly in the team chat. Before Chu Linglong could even ask if she needed a repairman, she heard the dagger begin to pry open the blue mech. A single soldier screamed in agony from within the blue mech, the contact wire abruptly severed. Frightened, Chu Linglong instantly lost contact with the red mech's ranged attacker. The red mech's ranged attacker sat on the ground, bewildered. He watched Qin Yongji quickly dismantle the blue mech's energy cannon, and he couldn't help but retreat slightly backward. "Let's do it, or forget it. They're all energy cannons, there's no difference." Qin Yongji slammed the blue mech's energy cannon to the ground, the mech leaning against it. He thrust his short knife in front of him, piercing the ranged attacker's eyes. "Are you whining again?" The ranged attacker silently leaned back, hugging his knees obediently, exposing his mech's gun mount. The energy cannon was a makeshift installation, its joints not as sturdy as the mech's original structure, and the contact wires were also temporary external connections, making it easy to dismantle. Much easier than when she dismantled the silver mech. It was just that the ranged attacker's howling was a little too shrill, making Qin Yongji's ears hurt. It was just a matter of switching to an energy cannon. It was just a piece of flesh ripped off her shoulder. She already done it lightly, not even damaging the communication thread. Unlike the blue team's individual soldier, who had ripped the communication thread as well, essentially ripping out a bone along with it. After the red team's ranged attacker switched to an energy cannon, and was then connected to the channel by Chu Linglong, he actually let out a few unacceptable sobs, sending shockwaves through the red team soldiers. It was terrifying. "Why are you crying? You have a fully charged energy cannon. Isn't that something to be happy about?" Qin Yongji was puzzled. This saved them so much energy. The ranged attacker didn't dare to object. He followed her and joined the main force, nodding submissively. If you ignored his nasal tone, it would sound more believable. "Happy, I'm really happy." He decided not to let the blue team get the resource point again, or else, this devil would make them switch weapons. Chapter 44. The blue team at the second resource point was completely annihilated. Ping Yan's individual signals were eliminated one by one, leaving the blue team with heavy losses. As the main commander, he was not in a good mood. Someone in the team chat speculated that Qin Yongji was on the red team. After all, if she were on the blue team, she would have taken over the command long ago after seeing Ping Yan's operations. Ping Yan's face darkened even further upon hearing this. Enough. There's no point arguing now. The next resource point is about to refresh. We must rush there. He suppressed the discontent in the chat with his voice, temporarily directing everyone's attention towards the third resource point. Even on the other side, the red team, having just won a resounding victory, was not as relaxed as expected. The second resource point, along with the blue team's ranged energy cannon that Qin Yongji had withheld, only replenished the energy reserves of a few of their men, prioritizing ranged, melee, and some support. After 6 resource points, the command would refresh again. By then, the situation on both sides would change again, and the defense of the command surroundings would become paramount. The third resource point will spawn soon. We have the advantage now, perfect for suppressing the blue team. The commanders of each team suggested within the red team's camp. Qin Yongji sensed that things weren't going to be so optimistic. She glanced at the 2 coordinate points that had spawned nearby. One point landed in front of the blue team, while the other landed among the red team's crowd. This was clearly a check and balance, indicating that the resource point placement was actually controlled by the teachers observing the game from outside. With the red team clearly in the lead, she suspected the next resource point would most likely spawn near the blue team. With this thought, Qin Yongji glanced at Chu Linglong, who held the command. "What do you think, Chief Commander?" Chu Linglong saw the blue team split into 2 groups and felt something was amiss. The blue team is split up. It looks like 2 commanders are controlling it. They haven't reunited while waiting for the resource points to refresh. Doesn't that mean? Pingyan is on the other side, Chizhou said silently. He clearly didn't say anything, yet it felt like he had said everything. Few in the command department knew what kind of person Pingyan was. He was petty, picky, and fond of comparison. In the command department assessments, no matter who performed better than him, they would be met with some sarcastic remarks from the other team. They seemed to care about you, acting like they were competing fairly, but in reality, they were actually gloating. He was surrounded by a group of below-average individuals, who seemed to bring him a sense of accomplishment, and the other team was happy to have a powerful commander as their patron. In the red team, there were many people who hung out with Pingyan. No one objected to this, and all they could hear was the understanding voices in the team chat, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, that's not surprising. I guess Pingyan is the one in charge on the blue team right now, but the main command authority probably resides here. Most of the blue team's defense and support are probably here. Hearing this, Qin Yongji frowned slightly. She looked at Chu Linglong. There are still 2 hours until the command authority refreshes. It's uncertain who will be next. I think we should divide it up within the team. If too many defensive positions are assigned to protect the main commander, even though the protective circle is established, they will also become targets. Chu Linglong thought the same thing. She had just won a battle. Although she had received much assistance from the commander, she still tasted the joy of victory. Her confidence was much stronger than before, and she was no longer as panicked as before, needing protection. Upon hearing this, he immediately replied, I thought so too. Besides, I'm capable of self-defense, so I don't need too many defenders following me. It's better not to be so conspicuous. Then let's split up tactically. The main commander will lead 3 defenders, 2 melee teams, and a school squad. Each of the other commanders will form a small squad. We spread out on the periphery of the inner circle, making it easy to get close to any resource point. Also, the extra ranged attackers and support will form 1 melee squad, 1 reconnaissance and defense squad, and a high-intensity attack and defense squad. The high-intensity attack squad and several other squads will go around and get close to the blue team's command circle. The defense squad, logistics, and maintenance will establish several strongholds at the resource points. Later, when resources randomly arrive at these strongholds, we can ambush them there. As Qin Yongji gave his instructions, Chu Linglong quickly caught on. Even without her prompting, she used her authority to mark each team's mission locations on the entire map. When Qin Yongji finished his division of labor, he couldn't help but pat her on the shoulder after seeing the markings, a gesture of approval that made Chu Linglong so happy that she almost wanted to spin in circles. After the red team's mission was assigned, the soldiers quickly dispersed. The distinct red and blue coordinates on the map were quickly blurred, leaving a multitude of red dots scattered across the map, causing confusion for the blue team scouts. They immediately reported the latest situation to their commander. Pingyan also pulled up the map to take a look, momentarily confused as to what was happening. Could it be that Qin Yongji isn't in command? He wondered, somewhat puzzled. Otherwise, why would the red team be so disorganized and scattered? Unable to figure out the red team's maneuvers, Pingyan was at a loss as to how to respond and could only wait for new resource points to spawn. The command teacher, watching the battle from the sidelines, shook his head. From the moment Ping Yin seized command, the command teacher had a vague sense of foreboding. A team's leader should be strong, but not arbitrary. The blue team's commander had repeatedly suggested to him that he shouldn't let a random main commander be left alone, but Ping Yin continued to act with his own authority. Now that the red team had dispersed, it seemed like a perfect opportunity to sneak up behind and decapitate the blue team's main commander. Meanwhile, the blue team's commander still believed the red team was in chaos. I initially thought Qin Yongji would deprive the red team of command, but I didn't expect Ping Yin to be the first to take such a step. Tu Shan'ai, a first-year teacher, naturally joined in the observation. Besides, there was also an old acquaintance of Qin Yongji's here, Tan Ning. Of course, this familiarity was only one-sided on Tan Ning's side. The command department instructors had no particular opinion on overriding random command, wiping out authority, and colluding with the team. In certain moments of battle, this was actually commendable. But the prerequisite was that one was confident of outperforming the original commander, or that one could change the course of the battle. But Ping Yin clearly wasn't that. He wasn't even at the level of the randomly assigned blue team commander. He made this decision simply because the other team wasn't well known. After wiping out the commander, he used the excuse of protection to leave a valuable command position vacant. The command department instructors had no idea what he was doing. Chu Linglong is a good student in theory, but she's not very confident and easily panics. She needs a calm leader to bring out her true strength. Qin Yongji is very calm, making him a perfect match for her. Look at the waves of troops Qin Yongji led to seize resource points. The subsequent interception deployment was all completed by Chu Linglong and other commanders. Several teachers began discussing the red team. Tan Ning couldn't help but interject, Qin Yongji is calm, but why does she love to rush into crowds? Tu Shan'ai, have you ever taught commanders wartime strategies? Tu Shan'ai immediately retorted, of course not. Different commanders have different habits. You can't expect all commanders to follow the textbook. Commander Chen Zhu also loves to rush into crowds, and it hasn't stopped her from achieving success. Qin Yongji's combat style is just that. Before her individual soldiers penetrate deep into enemy territory, the commanders always complete the most dangerous tasks in advance. That's her style. She likes to take charge of all decisive tasks. In her hand, she seems to have a low level of trust in individual soldiers, Geng Chao pointed out. Qin Yongji was much more relaxed when using virtual soldiers than she is now, able to maximize their capabilities. But in actual combat, she seemed a little hesitant. It's like she doesn't trust the individual soldiers to protect her, or rather, doesn't trust them to handle the situation properly. Trust in command needs to be cultivated. Otherwise, why does every commander need their own fixed team? Asking her to place her trust in strangers is empty talk. Even you and I wouldn't do better than she does in this situation. Tu Shan'ai spoke a fair word on Qin Yongji's behalf. That's just the way it is. Command courses are generally similar, but each commander has his or her own unique habits. Some prefer to remain behind the scenes and divide power, while others prefer to penetrate the battlefield and control the situation. For a commander, the key is how to maximize control of the battle while protecting themselves. Although Qin Yongji tends to rush into battle, she hasn't caused any serious consequences. Instead, she has always won deserved victories, greatly saving the time of a single soldier decapitating a commander. They can't simply assume she will fail and discredit her actions. Geng Chao, however, feels that Qin Yongji could clearly do better. If she can change these bad habits, perhaps she can become an excellent commander. Tu Shan'ai shook his head, a faint smile on his face. Even with these so-called bad habits, she's still a very good commander. Haven't you noticed? When a commander and a soldier enter the battle, the soldiers around her are even more determined than before. Although she doesn't trust her soldiers enough, her actions earn their trust. That's enough. To do this, she's far beyond most commanders. Geng Chao pursed his lips, staring at the screen silent. Qin Yongji was unaware of these exchanges. To her, scheming and plotting were as natural as eating and drinking. They were innate, and she excelled at them naturally. Fighting, holding the enemy's life or death in her hands, was a stimulant to her nerves, filling her with strength. These emotions had once been well suppressed behind a normal face, never revealed in the slightest. Now, she had simply been given a stage to display them. Even if she didn't know at that moment that the battlefield of Qian was destined to bear Qin Yongji's name, at that moment, the mere thought of manipulating the battlefield was enough to make Qin Yongji's blood boil. The third resource point spawned, just as she had expected, around the blue camp. But Qin Yongji discerned something else in the resource point spawning. It didn't spawn around the majority of the blue camp led by Ping Yin, but rather near the resource point base, where the blue commander was stationed. The two resource points were so close together that it seemed as if they had fallen into the blue camp's path out of thin air. But at that moment, the blue camp's main fighting force was halfway across the jungle from them, while a red attacking force was already en route to the resource point. The blue camp, located next to the resource point, consisted of a guard force composed entirely of defense and support personnel, along with logistics and maintenance personnel setting up a base within the resource point. Upon seeing the resource point spawn, the blue commander's eyes widened, and he quickly contacted Ping Yin in the team chat. The resource point spawned right next to us. Ping Yin also saw the newly spawned coordinates and immediately ordered, "Have your soldiers there take it. Don't wait for the red team to get there." The blue team's commander, in command, immediately overruled him. "No, we can't take this resource point. We must retreat immediately." Ping Yin was stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about? They already occupied one base, and another with a resource pack was nearby. Now they're saying no?" Soon, the other commanders noticed something was amiss. A red team was approaching the base. The main commander is right. We can't take this resource point. The red team is already near it. If the main commander's area becomes clear, the red team will have a chance to eliminate him. We can't take this chance. Ping Yin had just noticed the red dots appearing around him, seemingly landing at these coordinates out of nowhere. He couldn't help but ask, what about the reconnaissance? Why didn't the red team say anything about approaching the base? The reconnaissance mecha also spoke innocently. The red team's coordinates were completely disorganized just now. We didn't pay any attention to their movement patterns. This group suddenly gathered together. It was very sudden. Qin Yongji's suggestion of tactical dispersal was precisely to counter reconnaissance. The red team's coordinates were mixed up, making it impossible to tell how many people there were or what group they were. They were swarming across the map, making it impossible to identify the main force or the target. While it looked chaotic, Chu Linglong and the other commanders were actually planning their movements. They had reached the blue team's base camp right under their noses. Although the blue team's main commander had been handed over command, he still had some basic intelligence. He reacted immediately, leading the surrounding soldiers and all resources, and quickly evacuated the red team's encirclement, without even seeing the gate to the resource point. Watching the blue team's coordinates shift on the map, Qin Yongji signaled to the red team's assault team, "Ignore them. Let's seize the resource point." Her guess was correct. Given the imbalance of power between the red and blue teams, resource points would prioritize spawning near the blue team, but their coordinates would be determined by the blue team's commander's authority. The assault team had two options. If the blue team's commander wanted to seize the resource point, they would focus their fire on the blue team's commander. The assault and melee combatants in this team were all hand-picked by Qin Yongji. Any smart blue team commander would have retreated with his men, allowing them to capture the resource point without casualties. And as it turned out, few commanders were foolish. The blue team's commander fled swiftly, immediately reuniting with the main force. Ping Yin was struck by these two pieces of information, and his intelligence finally returned, realizing he had fallen into a red team trap. As soon as this feeling emerged, he had a premonition that the red team must be led by Qin Yongji, who had been suppressing him. A competitive spirit suddenly surged within him, and he began to focus all his attention on the battle situation. This time, he would prove that the entrance exam was just a fluke, and that he was in no way inferior to Qin Yongji. You two should gather first. The red team is now scattered, so we're not at an advantage in grabbing points. Wait until the next resource point refreshes, and then we force our way in. Qin Yongji secured the third resource point, and the red team's resource reserves began to snowball. The military academy teacher watching the battle from outside couldn't help but shake his head. I have a feeling this faction battle won't last long. The red team has already pulled away. Qin Yongji seems to have figured out the spawning patterns of our resource points. Although the red team's members are scattered, they're actually surrounding the blue team from the outside. If it weren't for the lack of firepower, they could have already driven the blue team out. Next time, try to spawn closer to the blue team. If you keep spawning like this, you're just giving the red team a run for their money. How are we going to play later? Well, I can't embarrass the blue team, Tanning said, feeling somewhat frustrated. The lottery and randomization system she designed had never led to such a crushing defeat so quickly before. Who knew how the blue team had divided up the teams this time? They were clearly all equally matched, and the randomization was also done with evenly matched students. How could they have ended up like this? This is really unfair to the red team, Tanning muttered quietly as she set up the settings. Qin Yongji didn't have any particular opinions. It was just a balancing mechanism, something she understood and could solve. The red camp will guard outside the blue camp. When the blue camp spawns resource points around them, they will treat the blue camp as resource points to see who will get them in the end. The two sides engaged in a bizarre battle. Even the blue team's commander was startled by the resource points respawn rate. The more sensitive commanders immediately realized the key to the respawn, and subsequently realized their team was likely at a significant disadvantage. Much more unfortunately, although they understood, the red team realized it even earlier, surrounding the blue team's gathered camp, and forcibly ripping off half of the resource point that fell squarely on the blue team's side. The blue team dared not disperse at this moment. Constantly at a disadvantage regarding the resource point, if they separated, the location of the resource point's respawn would semi-disclose the main commander's coordinates, leading to a stalemate that lasted for a full 24 hours. The random command assignment ended, and command authority fell into the hands of others. At this point, a huge conflict arose within the blue team. Ping Yan's series of command errors finally led to dissatisfaction among the other blue team commanders with his orders, and they began a united rebellion. Ping Yan had waited all day, on pins and needles, for this moment, to obtain command authority openly and squarely against Qin Yangji. To his surprise, he was denied command authority. The individual soldiers at the combat academy didn't know him well. First years were meant to be a time for acclimation, so it didn't matter who was in command. But Ping Yan had been in command all day, and the blue team was losing ground. Ultimately, only a small circle surrounded by a few resource points remained. Other commanders on the team had actually achieved some positive results. Even a fool would have known he couldn't lead in actual combat. As soon as the voices of resistance emerged, as if encouraged, they all rose up in protest. Even if Ping Yan, with his past achievements and connections, had garnered some support, it wasn't surprising that he faced widespread opposition. Surprisingly, even after losing command, he still refused to give up on his fight with Qin Yangji. After command fell to a young man named Mo Yan on the blue team, Ping Yan, along with several of his closest companions, refused command signals and completely left the team, taking the energy with them. Mo Yang, the chosen commander initially assigned by the random system, showed no surprise. Instead, he calmly said, "Don't worry about him. Just wait for him to die. Although we're at a disadvantage, we still have a chance to fight back. While there's a gap in resource reserves between the two sides now, it will gradually close with the next resource point refresh. Our top priority is to break through the red team's encirclement as quickly as possible. They're scattered, and even with their combined strength, they're no match for us. This presents a golden opportunity for us to gain points." The blue team's confidence, dented by successive defeats, finally regained strength thanks to the new commander. With Mo Yang's plan, the morale of the individual blue team members began to shift. Ping Yan, who had already left the team, naturally knew nothing of this. The command instructor watching from the sidelines was infuriated by his actions, and Tu Shanya's eyes shone with a cold glint. As a commander, this was his most unsuccessful move. Even individual soldiers knew that impulsive actions were strictly forbidden on the battlefield, and that they must act according to the commander's orders. Yet, for a fellow commander to leave the team simply because he lacked the authority to lead the army was sheer absurdity. So many commanders in the military region who had failed in their bid for the position of chief commander hadn't led their troops independently. How could he dare to do so? Is such an emotional person truly suited to the position of commander, or rather, to the battlefields of the Red Flame? Tu Shanai was deeply skeptical. You know, stupidity isn't terrible, but when it harms others, that's incredibly terrifying. Ping Yan wanted to rely on these few individual soldiers to fight the Red Army. In Qin Yangji's eyes, these individuals were ready-made targets. After the power of command was lost, Qin Yangji was undisputedly elected as the main commander by all the Red Army commanders and individual soldiers. Even Chu Linglong and Qizhou, who were randomly assigned, said bluntly, "It has to be you, boss." Your words put my mind at ease. Although the individual soldiers were greatly disturbed by Qin Yangji's mecha disassembling and swapping maneuvers, they nodded in agreement. Indeed, when I think of the commander being the boss, I feel victory is within reach. Qin Yangji's ears ached, and he reached out to silence the next person. She hadn't intended to let anyone else take command in the first place. It was simply because she couldn't do anything about it. Now that she had a chance, why not take it? Was there a more capable commander here? Expecting her to be modest was impossible. Cadet students, Qin Yangji from the command department now assumes command. Qin Yangji quickly took command, his mental tentacles spreading outward, completely oblivious to the individual blue soldiers around him. His powerful mental energy swept through, sending shuddering energy waves through the air. A scout from the blue side, familiar to her, immediately sensed this energy and quickly reported The red commander is absolutely the boss. This mental wave sends a throbbing pain through my head. Mo Yang was very familiar with Qin Yongji. He had listened attentively to the other side's tactical approach regarding the An's mutation zone in class. There was a natural shamelessness and arrogance about him that immediately struck a chord with the young man. Unfortunately, Qin Yongji was summoned by the security system for some reason during the latter half of the match. Although Tu Shanya's supplementary remarks were excellent, they lacked Qin Yongji's calm, aloof tone, tinged with disdain and dominance, which made one's blood boil. There's no one else who can do this except her. Mo Yang muttered softly in the team chat. The blue team's morale, which had just been reviving, had plummeted after learning that Qin Yongji was the red team's commander. Then, caught off guard by the commander's mumbling, the flagging morale suddenly froze. We're about to fight to the death, and you, commander, want to surrender first? A soldier asked quietly. Mo Yang instantly calmed down, pursing his lips. Suddenly, he raised his head and said passionately, think about it another way. If we can defeat the red team, wouldn't that also mean we defeated Qin Yongji? Usurping the throne and becoming the leader? A soldier familiar with Qin Yongji shuddered. What a tempting reward. If you're talking about defeating the red team, I'm not too concerned, but if you're talking about defeating Qin Yongji, then I'm really excited. After the red team's command was transferred to Qin Yongji, there wasn't any noticeable change. If anything, individual soldiers felt as if their heads had grown heavier. Even commanders like Chu Linglong gritted their teeth and covered their heads, taking a moment to recover. One individual soldier, connecting with Qin Yongji for the first time, immediately entered the communication network and was immediately on par with the ranged attack crickets he previously teamed up with. You guys have it so hard. No wonder I was wondering why you slowed down with the change of commander. Oh my god, that hurts. You get used to it. Our boss just has a bit of a powerful energy. It's no big deal. Following her is super easy. You see, accustomed to long-range attacks, they naturally learned how to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of Qin Yongji's spiritual energy at the moment of connection. The communication network had barely been deployed when scouts near the blue camp sensed the approach of spiritual energy, and a blip of light from the blue camp appeared on the map. Commander, a single blue soldier is approaching. Qin Yongji had already seen it. Her eyes fell on it, and she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Something was amiss. Why were the blues sending so many people? To give them points? Used with conspiracy theories, she couldn't help but consider several possibilities as she pondered them, and for the time being, she held off on sending a single soldier. The red camp was dispersed, and while their coordination was timely, they also had loopholes. If the blues gathered in a single location and launched a sudden and powerful attack, they could easily exploit a breach and break through. Therefore, she had to constantly guard against the enemy's feints to the east and attacks in the west, or sneaking through Chinsong. Scout around and see if there are any large forces following behind. Keep an eye out to the east, south, west, and north. Stay alert to surrounding energy signals and unusual coordinates. Roger that. The team shouted a few times, followed by the whistling sound of wind. The mechas moved swiftly through the night forest behind the mountain, not even daring to look at the lights for fear of alerting the enemy. After dispatching the scouts, Qin Yongji immediately began deploying at the surrounding resource points. With the blue team's command falling into the hands of others, someone would surely emerge as a contender for the new leadership. Qin Yongji didn't think that person would be Ping Yin. She believed that any student at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, short of a certain level of idiocy, would realize that Ping Yin, who had been forced into such a corner by her, wasn't as impressive as he boasted. In fact, Qin Yongji was already baffled by the fact that the blue team allowed him to take command during the random phase. It shouldn't be that stupid, Qin Yongji thought, his mech half-crouched on the hillside next to the resource point, his gaze fixed vaguely on the group of soldiers below. Beside the ignited fireworks, one soldier suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and rubbed his arms. Oh my god, why does my back feel so cold? Just as his companion was about to laugh at him for being so foolish, he looked up and suddenly met the mech's commanding face above him. His smile suddenly faltered, his voice cracking. Shit, the commander is watching us. What the hell did you do? Why me? The soldier said, isn't it just roasting a chestnut in there? You're eating all by yourself? No wonder the commander is looking down on you. Okay, you won't share with me. The two men tangled and started fighting, nearly falling headfirst into the fire. Qin Yongji's tongue rested on the roof of his mouth, and he suddenly smiled at the scene. Okay, she was overthinking it. It was still a bit foolish. While still speculating about the blue team's commander, a reconnaissance signal suddenly broke through. Commander, there are 11 of us, and no main force behind us. I was afraid of an ambush, so I took a detour to check. Most of the blue team signals are still there, but my movements were a bit obvious, so they might have noticed. Is anyone chasing you? The scout's voice was breathy. Yes, I ran fast and lost them. Okay, support and melee are picking you up. Come back. After the reconnaissance signal was delivered, Qin Yongji silently made 2 ones with his fingers. 11 people? Leaving the team? So Pingyan wasn't the blue team's commander after all. It's rare for this guy to be this stupid. During class, he intentionally or unintentionally come up to Qin Yongji and provoke him, but Qin Yongji ignored him. Playing against smart people can bring a sense of accomplishment. Playing against normal people can feel like crushing. But playing against such idiots, who are so arrogant, overconfident, and self-righteous, only makes her feel truly despairing, like she's been lumped in with them. Anyone free? Come and get a point. A team will set up an ambush here. Qin Yongji stood up and marked a dot on the team line. With one word, the quiet red team's stronghold came alive. A ranged attacker stood up and said, I go. Boss, I'm too busy. I'm not going. I bake potatoes. One of the 2 soldiers, who had just fought, shook his head. Their companions eagerly accepted the task. Are the blue team members coming? How dare 11 of them try to storm the stronghold? A commander, receiving the team's message, couldn't help but ponder, is there an ambush? Probably not. Pingyan has left the team, Qin Yongji said casually. After hearing this, the commanders present were speechless. He's really that. It's hard to judge. Qin Yongji stood up and stretched. Get ready. Once this team takes care of Pingyan, we take action. Yuan Kong, how's your deployment going? Yuan Kong on the other side of the team said, it's complete. Ready to fire. Okay, everyone, evacuate the base. Conceal your coordinates. Especially Scout, and avoid being discovered. The faction battle had been going on for a day and a half, and the red team was already in a one-sided position. They should have rested for the night. But Qin Yongji thought, since Pingyan was already here, he might as well send the blue team back together. Maybe they could even make it to the cafeteria for breakfast. Chapter 45. Pingyan left the team with all his might, but as soon as he left the blue team's range, he regretted it. He understood how controversial it was for a commander to leave the group on impulse. Initially, he had simply intended to motivate the others. After all, he had always been recognized as an outstanding commander in the Greedy Wolf Military Academy's command department, achieving the highest completion rate on all assignments and connecting with the most individual soldiers in virtual assessments. Pingyan had also received numerous accolades at the intermediate school. In his heart, he was the best, so it made no sense for these people to not offer him command to keep him when they heard he was leaving. Without him, how could the blue team win? Even after being beaten so badly by the red team in the random phase, every move had been within Qin Yongji's predictions, and Pingyan never once doubted his own fault. He always felt that Mo Yang's decision was wrong. If only they had seized the 3rd resource point. After all, under his leadership, the blue team had captured the very first resource point. The start was clearly promising, but it was Mo Yang's disobedience that led to this situation. The more Pingyan thought about it, the more he felt that he was fine. But he hadn't expected anyone on the blue team to try to retain him. Mo Yang had taken command. How could a guy with mediocre homework, not particularly impressive mecha training, and even ranking 12th in the entrance exam compare to him? Pingyan never understood the problem, but he had already left the team and couldn't bring himself to go back. Most of the individual soldiers who followed him had benefited greatly from him. While they were said to be completely loyal, their feelings were actually quite ordinary. Their strength within the Greedy Wolf team wasn't anything special, otherwise they wouldn't have clung to Pingyan so tightly. They were just waiting for the opportunity to team up with him in the mutation zone, so they could use his influence to bring back more materials to exchange for money. Relying solely on money to maintain relationships, they couldn't understand Pingyan's current embarrassment and awkwardness. In reality, if only these people had offered a way out, Pingyan could have turned around and left with dignity. But no one spoke until they were outside the Blue's stronghold's perception. Having reached this point, Pingyan's rationality briefly returned. He knew, of course, that by moving forward now, he was giving Qin Yongji points. He wanted to defeat Qin Yongji, not embarrass himself. So, a certain commander, being too clever, immediately came up with a brilliant idea. He might as well wait for Qin Yongji to engage the blue camp. Once the blue camp had located Qin Yongji, he would then reap the benefits. Thinking this way, Pingyan knew the most important thing now was to conceal his perception and coordinates and find a safe base to hide. So he immediately turned and headed towards an abandoned blue camp. The moment the blue mech entered the jungle, the scouts at the edge spotted them. The individual soldiers' auras were well concealed, their sensor fluctuations were very weak, and no radar signals were visible on the map. However, the scout was in the trees, and Qin Yongji had accurately marked a point for her. Ping Yan and his group had practically entered right under her nose. Here they are. Who's firing the first shot? I do it. I get right into my range. Be careful. Ping Yan's weapon is a psychic weapon. Don't get hit by lightning. Qin Yongji's voice rang out, interrupting their assignments. She had seen Ping Yan use his mecha. It was also an A-class configuration, equipped with an A-class confused psychic core and a lightning psychic core. It had a decent lethality against ranged attacks, so Qin Yongji had specifically asked them to bring 2 defensive positions. Understood, Commander. Rest assured, I finished the fight quickly. The long-range attack team said so, but when Qin Yongji heard the rumble of artillery fire emanating from the southern jungle, he knew it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, the next second, a cloud of thunderclouds clung to the sky, and countless bolts of lightning, formed by countless electric currents, crashed down, carving a gaping hole in the dense forest behind the mountain. Qin Yongji shook his head, drew his Mo Dao, and his mecha leaped swiftly across the rocks. I go and be back soon. Proceed as planned and force the blue team out. Chu Linglong nodded, temporarily taking her place, issuing orders to the others. The red team's retreat was nearing its end, and most of the troops had gathered on the road between the red and blue camps, poised for a final ambush. The teachers observing the battle from the outside already understood the outcome. The blue faction was planning a strong attack, which was indeed the only way to escape the red faction's encirclement. However, they were at a significant disadvantage. Too many blue troops had been eliminated, and the remaining men weren't even enough to split into 2 attacking groups, so they had to gather at a single point. The red faction had long anticipated their plan. Mo Yang had devised a clever tactic of feinting to the east and attacking in the west, which seemed promising, but unfortunately, he couldn't outmaneuver Qin Yongji, who was already on the scene. The enemy's ambush was already underway. All the scattered individual soldiers had gathered behind the blue faction, encircling them from both sides, leaving them with no way to retreat. When Qin Yongji arrived, Ping Yan's surrounding soldiers had been eliminated. Only he, piloting a black-patterned mech, wielding a snake-shaped longsword shrouded in lightning, was locked in a fierce battle with 2 melee mechs. Lightning swept down from the sky, chasing the melee figures, slashing the ground with tiny craters, and instantly turning dead trees to a charred black. When Qin Yongji arrived, the 2 melee mechas ran as if they were being chased by dogs. She couldn't help but shake her head, pausing briefly on the cliff face for a few seconds. Then, as the melee mechas fled out of attack range, Ping Yan's trembling hand, gripping the sword, relaxed slightly. The crimson mecha, hidden in the darkness, darted out with lightning speed, piercing through the forest and scattering leaves. The Mo Dao emanated from the jungle, a narrow, cold flash. Swoosh! In a flash of light, the slender Mo Dao pierced through the darkness, its clear blade illuminating the cold curve of the crimson mecha's profile. Ping Yan had just gathered the energy from his long sword when he heard the sound of a piercing blow approaching, and he only had time to raise his sword to block it. Clang! Blades clashed. He reacted quickly, instantly activating his supernatural power core, and lightning burst from his long sword. Seeing this, Qin Yongji continued her attack. She dropped her Mo Dao and, holding the long sword, moved in a serpentine motion. She exerted force from her waist, unleashing a tremendous force that swept Ping Yan's mech sword and body forward. The lightning flash from the longsword reached Qin Yongji. She raised her Mo Dao and swept it in front of her. Flames instantly erupted, swallowing the faint lightning in the blink of an eye. Tap, tap, tap! The mech's footsteps landed on the ground. Ping Yan bounced twice after falling to the ground, then rolled over and tried to stand. Bang! The crimson mech stomped him to the ground. Ping Yan's eyes widened, bloodshot. He grasped the long sword, channeling his spiritual energy along the connecting thread, attempting to activate his supernatural core. But the crimson mech seemed to sense something and gently pressed the Mo Dao against the ground, slashing. Swish! The blade slashed against his palm, and flames ignited. A surge of heat washed over him. Ping Yan felt his arm burn, and the pain forced him to open his hand. Then the blade swished from his palm, unleashing the snake-shaped longsword equipped with a superpower core. TSK. A voice emanated from the crimson mecha. Quite energy-consuming. It was Qin Yongji. Ping Yan twisted violently, gasping for air as he tried to make a sound. But as soon as he moved, the mecha's foot pressed down on his chest, the force like a boulder nearly choking him. I won't waste my time with you. Qin Yongji bent down, flicked his Mo Dao, and released his foot, as if signaling him to attack. The force on Ping Yan's chest instantly lifted. He took a deep breath, reacting as he prepared to rise. He grabbed his sword, and in that instant, he seemed to unleash unprecedented strength. The mech suddenly soared, lightning emanating from the blade like a venomous snake, swiping forward. Just as his attack, carrying a fierce gust of wind, approached Qin Yongji, the figure in the crimson mech, its back to him, suddenly moved. Bang! The mech swung sideways and launched a powerful kick, striking Ping Yan in the chest, shattering his elimination signal. Then, the Mo Dao swung behind the mech, instantly raising a wall of flames. The lightning was trapped behind the flames, engulfed by the blazing flames, and dissipated into a faint puff of purple air. Qin Yongji, sword in hand, stepped forward amidst this blazing wall of fire. Fuck, so handsome? So pretentious, boss? The two melee fighters, having been pursued all the way, exchanged glances, each sensing envy and jealousy through their mechs. In the chat room, the individual soldiers listening to the noises showed curiosity, but they were currently engaging the blue team, fighting fiercely, and with unusual ferocity, leaving them no time for idle chat. Hurry up! If we don't hurry, we miss the final round. Qin Yongji hurried past the two of them. The flame wall, depleted of the Mo Dao's energy core, had weakened, eventually dissolving into black smoke and melting into the wind. The mechas in this area were already speeding towards the battlefield ahead. Mo Yang had spotted a good opportunity during the battle between Ping Yan and the Red Army. The Red Army's attention was focused on this particular team, so even if they guessed Ping Yan had left, it wouldn't matter. He shunted off a small team, preparing a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Unexpectedly, the team that made the feint to the east reported that the Red Army base was empty, with no energy signals at all. Mo Yang immediately sensed something was amiss. He was using a feint to the east and attacking in the west, but Qin Yongji was playing the empty city trick. Should they enter this empty base or not? Mo Yang hesitated for a moment, then shunted off another team to attack another Red Army base. The result was the same. He forced himself to calm down, checking each stronghold one by one, only to discover that none of the Red Armies were left standing. Wow! What a ghost story! Where were the Red Army's troops now? Mo Yang didn't dare move. Just then, he heard the thunderous sound of Ping Yan's weapon fire. He wasn't sure where the Red Army troops were, but he was certain that if Qin Yongji was only dealing with Ping Yan's small group, he wouldn't have sent out too many men. When the Red Army's signal disappeared, he assumed the worst. Red Army troops were everywhere. The only way he could be sure there weren't many enemy troops was Ping Yan's location. They could escape from there, and then find a way to circumvent the Red Army's rear. This was the result Mo Yang had rehearsed in his mind. And then, unexpectedly, the vanished Red Army camp was right along this road. As the long-range attack artillery from either side of the mountain began to rain down, he knew he had made a mistake. Having waited until daybreak to attack, he hesitated and didn't act immediately, thus missing the opportunity. The blue strongholds were so densely packed that peripheral vision was limited, leaving them with no visibility even of the Reds' approach. Control of the battlefield had already been largely lost, and defeat was inevitable. When Qin Yongji arrived, the Red commander had already captured the Blue's last stronghold, and the long-range attack was aiming at the commander in the crowd. Qin Yongji glanced at him and asked in the team chat, "Hasn't the main commander been eliminated yet?" The long-range attack was innocent. There are too many commanders, and I can't tell who's the main commander. Qin Yongji was right behind him, and seeing this, he wanted to grab the guns and take action himself, but when he thought of his own poor accuracy, he calmed down and silently marked the position in the team. "Go ahead." The long-range attack nodded obediently, took aim, and fired in one smooth motion. The moment he struck, he turned back in disbelief. "Oh my god, Commander, did you actually manipulate him into crashing into you?" She even managed to pull off such a tricky angle. Qin Yongji, rather helpless, patted his shoulder. "Not bad, for a ranged attacker, you're quite good. Someone like her, who can't hit accurately but knows where to shoot, is a natural commander." The blue team's main commander is eliminated. The blue team is out. This faction battle is over. After the faction battle results were announced, the teachers, who had been prepared to stay up all night, exchanged glances. Tu Shanai spread his hands, looking at Qin Yongji's face as he emerged from the mecha on the screen. He said with pride, "No suspense, not bad. We can even go to the cafeteria for breakfast. I thought I'd get a day off today, but it ended so quickly." The teachers at the combat academy smiled at each other, their expressions a bit amused and awkward. Typically, faction battles are a way for them to rest and assess the students. With some off-field manipulation, they could hold out for 3 days and 3 nights without much trouble, or at least 2 days. This time, the gap widened from the start, with the red team snowballing into an advantage. The blue team didn't even have time to close the resource gap before the end. It was indeed a no-brainer. After the faction battle, Chen Yongji noticed the most noticeable change. The command system seemed much calmer. Pingyan no longer appeared before her, though it could be that he was still injured in the infirmary. The entire command system had reached an unprecedented harmony. The above-average commanders, led by Chu Linglong and Mo Yang, began to emerge, coming up with many eye-catching strategies for deploying troops in the mutation zone and during the battle between the two armies. Tu Shanai sensed a change in the entire spirit of the command department. Those who gazed at Chen Yongji were as enthusiastic as if they were looking at a star coin. Whenever Chen Yongji's gaze fell on the podium, the commander's voice, delivering a tactical report, would become even louder than usual. The teachers in the command department privately discussed this, suggesting that perhaps it was an innate ability some people possessed, the ability to earn unwavering devotion from someone simply by meeting them once, collaborating with them once, even if their encounter wasn't entirely perfect. Perhaps it was her charisma. Tu Shanai sometimes wondered. Even though these individual soldiers felt relieved and reborn when their battle with the commander ended and their mental connection was severed, they still eagerly flocked to Chen Yongji when the opportunity to work together arose. Chen Yongji spent most of the semester at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy in a rather uneventful manner. During this time, she continued to adapt and modify her new mecha. Even after Zhuolu delivered the mecha, he didn't completely let it go. He would ask about the Inferno every few days. He still kept in touch with Chen Yongji and later reached out to her, proposing an upgrade for the Inferno. When Chen Yongji first designed the Inferno, she had intended it to be A-class, as her funds were limited at the time. Although Mingjun had given her a spacecraft, their relationship was still a distant one, and Chen Yongji was hesitant to use it. But after 6 months at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, and having built a reputation among the various agencies, Chen Yongji was surprised to discover one day that she had quite a few ways to make money. The largest source of income came from the mecha repair fees paid by the eldest son of the Tianyu group. Min Xingchen also had access to a number of high-quality materials. So she decisively took action, even feeling a certain urgency to upgrade her karma fire. As her spirit tree gradually grew to its full form, Chen Yongji underwent another mental assessment at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy's medical center. Her overall rating had advanced to SS level, and the growth period was still extending. The school doctor recommended that she use an S or SS level mecha close to her own level to accommodate the high-level mental control required. In order to properly repair the karma fire's original structure, Chen Yongji contacted several familiar repair technicians, in addition to Zhuolu. This time, by sheer coincidence, she received a reply to her message to Shi Cixin. Last month, she had been away on a mission in the mutation zone and hadn't heard from her for a whole month. Upon returning, she saw Chen Yongji's message and immediately sent her a video call via her computer. Chen Yongji was currently in the maintenance room. Hellfire was placed on a massive mecha display stand. The mecha's exterior exuded a sense of awe, and the Mo Dao was held aloft by a levitation ring. On the other side of the video feed, several familiar faces appeared on the screen. Chen Yongji smiled and greeted everyone on the other side. Sister Xiaoxian. Wei Xian. You're all free today? Li Jingxian's skin had been tanned to a healthy tan, and her once vibrant features had become more heroic, a look that perfectly matched her dashing demeanor. Today's a long day off. Everyone's off at training camp. Wow, you have no idea how crazy things are here. A mission out of the mutation zone lasts for months, and I don't even have time to connect to the outside military zone and get back to you. Xiaoang, where's your new mecha? Let me see it, let me see it. Wei Xian popped out from between the two girls' heads. His emerald green hair, shaved into a crew cut, looked a bit amusing. Chen Yongji's lips curled subtly, but before he could turn his head, Wei Xian caught it and covered his head with his hands. Are you making fun of me? I'm not. Chen Yongji restrained his expression and said expressionlessly. Wei Xian finally felt better. With his egg-drop eyes, he leaned forward and cried, It's so hard. You don't know. It's been a period of unpredictable stellar fluctuations lately. The energy and magnetic fields are fluctuating wildly, and the star beasts are very aggressive. My hair got singed during missions. Training is tiring already, and the missions are frequent, and now I can't even keep my hair. Sai, you should experience the hardships of boot camp too. At the end of his words, Wei Xian watched Qin Yongji stretch lazily, and couldn't help but feel envious. Shi Xian interrupted their pleasantries, and brought the conversation back to the topic. Is the growth period almost over? It should be soon, Qin Yongji replied as he approached the mecha. The medic said the fluctuation signal is still there, but it's not as strong. This weak transition period will last a long time. Overall, it's at SS level, with the potential to transition to SSS. SSS level? There aren't many SSS level commanders in the recruit camp. If you were SSS level, you'd definitely be competing with Chu Yang. But you're joining the camp too late, which puts you at a disadvantage. Wei Xian responded. The recruit training camp has 10 levels, based on the 10-year duration of the military joint competition. They're specifically designed for cadets who participate in the competition. Every mature soldier in the military region has gone through the military joint competition to qualify for the unknown star region. Unfortunately, Qin Yongji's level was the second to last, giving her only 2 years of training. Shi Cixin glanced at the mecha, her attention briefly focused on Wei Xian's words. She casually mentioned, skipping a grade? Yang Ji should be able to defeat Chu Yang in 3 years. Qin Yongji had heard of Chu Yang in the Bingjing Network strategy section. The closer the military joint competition gets, the more frequent discussions about the contestants from the major star systems become. And since the recruit camps in each star system aren't completely closed, there will always be a few talented players who stand out from the crowd. For example, Wei Yabai from Demon Eye, Chu Yang from Red Flame, Shang Yuishan, and so on. Can I still skip a grade? Qin Yongji was more concerned about something else. She did have her sights set on joining the Tianshu military region, and if it could be done quickly, all the better. Military academies have always offered opportunities for skipping grades, but the requirements were rather stringent, and teachers rarely mentioned it to students. Complete the coursework for this and next academic year, and take the entrance exam for the next academic year, and you can skip a grade, Shi Cixin explained. Ruan Wenxing's calm voice echoed from behind. Even without seeing him, Qin Yongji could already imagine him raising his glasses. You still have enough energy for mecha design, and you can handle a few more courses. You could definitely consider skipping a grade. Qin Yongji nodded, somewhat tempted. Let me check out the skipping path at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. The first-year command course wasn't particularly challenging for her. Tu Shanya's specialized mental analysis course helped her correct many minor flaws, and Qin Yongji was doing very well in the subsequent courses, especially the tactical theory she was currently taking. The mecha practical training course, however, was boring, practically a master class. Qin Yongji took Shi Cixin's suggestion of skipping a grade to heart. Soon, he and Shi Cixin discussed the transformation of the Karma Fire. The Hellfire's frame was constructed from the best materials Qin Yongji could muster. It was S grade, while the outer armor and other components were A grade. This was done to accommodate future upgrades. If the frame had to be replaced, it would have been better to completely rebuild the entire mecha. Qin Yongji planned to wait until her growth period was fully over, or even until she had arrived at the military district. Once admitted to the military district, she would have access to high-level mutation zones, and would have access to SS grade and higher materials. Only then would Qin Yongji consider a full upgrade of the Hellfire. Currently, the most important task was to replace the Hellfire's A-grade superpower core and other components. Zuelu had made thorough preparations. Even when crafting the Hellfire, he anticipated Qin Yongji's future mecha upgrades and provided him with a list of superior replacement materials for the Hellfire. After preparing the mecha upgrade, Qin Yongji had another important task. She had to make the final repairs to the mecha Morning Star, which had been corroded by deionizing energy. Deionizing energy, especially SSS-level deionizing energy, was something Qin Yongji didn't dare to handle lightly until she was certain of her own spiritual energy level. Most repair technicians would choose to use healing or regenerative energy cores to counter the damage. But Morning Star's damage was too severe. Once the countermeasures were completed, the communicator's energy core would likely shatter in the energy collision. Qin Yongji could only resort to a more delicate approach, using her spiritual energy to dissipate the damage. As the spiritual tree grew, Qin Yongji's spiritual energy became increasingly dominant, possessing a natural offensive and aggressive nature against the spiritual realms of both star beasts and other humans. Although it was lacking in level, it was more than sufficient in the remaining energy of the mecha, which had been largely depleted. Before embarking on this step, Qin Yongji had told Min Xingchen that she would use a risky method to complete the final repair. All the materials needed, including the repair and stabilizers needed to stabilize her spiritual realm, would be provided by Min Xingchen. As compensation, In addition to the materials promised to Qin Yangji, he would also give Chen Yangji an SS-level Star Beast energy core. Qin Yangji intended to exchange this core for the Mo Dao. The process of draining spiritual energy was far more strenuous than Qin Yangji had imagined. As an SSS-level Star Beast Cloud Dragon, a species ranked in the top 10 of the Star Beast sequence, its energy was clearly exceptionally powerful. This energy fluctuation was unlike any other Qin Yangji had encountered. When her spiritual tentacles approached the deionized energy cluster, they instantly stirred up a force resembling a battle between two armies. The soil within Qin Yangji's spiritual realm stirred, like a terrestrial dragon. The roots of the spirit tree burrowed deep within, silently grasping the invisible subsoil. The branches of the large tree standing on the surface were jagged and twisted, intertwined, and formed a terrifying shape. The bark of the spirit tree bulged with veins, and balls of crimson energy flowed from within, igniting palm-sized flames on the emerald green leaves. The flames enveloped the spirit tree, blocking the invading ion energy from outside. The outer flames disintegrated into wisps of smoke, while the inner flames burned out, and the stalemate continued. Qin Yangji's spiritual tentacles completely covered the damaged area of the mecha. The high temperature of the furnace before her dried her exposed skin to the point of cracking. At a certain moment, she opened her eyes, and her pupils instantly turned a rich black, contrasting with the surrounding whites, creating an eerie, inhuman quality. Flames from the spirit tree roared out, engulfing the deionized energy clusters, and gradually burning and disintegrating the invading energy clusters. The crimson light spread all the way to the outward-facing spirit tentacles, where red veins clung to the mecha, gradually removing the black, venomous structure coating it. As the mecha's exterior was fully restored, Qin Yangji opened the furnace, quenching, pouring, and shaping. When the sun rose the next day, a perfectly intact mecha was stored in her mecha necklace. Meanwhile, Min Xingchen received a message from Qin Yangji. Along with the completion of his mecha's repair, a special application was received by the Greedy Wolf Military Academy's Academic Affairs System. Application for skipping a grade by Qin Yangji, 762nd student of the Command Academy, student ID, CY762050100001. Seeing the familiar name, the command department teacher handling the document examined it for a moment, then, as if expecting something, promptly approved it. Chapter 46. A Fire in Winter. Mech said. Qin Yangji ignored the flurry of excited messages and replied calmly. Min Xingchen, on the other side, couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. A fan-wilting scumbag. Fire god, woo woo, anyone who disobeys you from now on will be my enemy. A fan-wilting scumbag, I will follow you forever. A fan-wilting scumbag, woo 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 woo, I'm going to cry my eyes out for the entire Jinghai Star. Qin Yangji gritted his teeth as the message jumped rapidly. A fire in winter, calm down. A fan-wilting scumbag, I'm calm, woo woo, I never been this calm before. Perhaps you like an SSS-level superpower core? I give you an extra one. Qin Yangji sat up straight upon seeing the message. A fire in winter, let's see. A fan-wilting scumbag, isn't the unknown star region currently experiencing a period of turbulence? Our Tianyu group received an SSS-level Esper core that the military district was selling for materials. I seized it, and it happens to have a fire attribute. The Tianyu group's business is extensive, with connections to trading markets in all major galaxies. The Jinghai military region often exchanges resources with Tianyu group during military emergencies. The military district controls a large amount of Esper cores and energy production, and private groups also have their own channels for star region exploration, with considerable private energy reserves. This is especially true in the Demon Eye Galaxy, where numerous counselors control consortiums, using the military to support businesses. Private consortiums are even wealthier than the Demon Eye military region. This time, the unknown star region is experiencing a period of turbulence, with large fluctuations and frequent energy surges. This is generally a precursor to the birth of advanced star beasts. To prepare for situations similar to the Camaresto Valley, the Jinghai Galaxy sold a total of 3 psychic cores, each used to purchase military equipment from several major energy groups within the Star Alliance. The SSS-level Red Lotus Psychic Core that Min Xingchen had brought out was one of these. He sent Qin Yangji a report on the Psychic Core. SSS-level Star Beast Red Lotus, 20th in the Star Beast sequence. This Star Beast was encountered by the previous commander of the Jinghai Galaxy during his exploration of uncharted star regions. It was never born in Star Alliance territory, but due to its complete data, it was also included in the Star Beast sequence. This Psychic Core is fire attributed. As an elemental Star Beast, the Red Lotus's performance far exceeds its inherent psychic abilities. The maintenance technicians initially believed that this psychic core should possess special abilities beyond its elemental attributes. However, after assembling this psychic core, it failed to unleash the power expected of an SSS-level star beast. The utilization rate of superpowers has reached an unprecedented low, breaking the record for high-level superpower core utilization in the maintenance technician community. At just 12%, it's even less powerful than an S-level superpower core. A fire in winter. A fire in winter. Are you sure you're not repaying kindness with enmity? Min Xingchen felt a little guilty. His group was located in the Jinghai Galaxy, and the military district wanted to exchange a low-utilization superpower core for resources. He couldn't refuse it, so he could only offer it as a token of appreciation, at the rate of an SSS-level superpower core. But it would be a shame to keep a superpower core that even maintenance technicians couldn't use at the Jianyu group. As luck would have it, Min Xingchen learned about the Red Lotus superpower core, and immediately thought of Chen Yangji. If others can't do it, the fire god can always use it. Aren't the other mecha repairers also helpless? Chen Yangji looked at Holian's report. The data was perfect, but it had been used as a mecha weapon 3 times. The highest utilization rate was created by Yu Xingzhou, yet the energy output was less than S level, making it look like a failure. When designing mecha weapons and communicator cores, repairers consider the relationship between the energy of the supernatural core and the mecha materials, as well as the driver's mental strength, and strive to maximize the utilization of the supernatural core's energy. This degree of utilization is the utilization rate. For supernatural cores, once separated from the star beast's body, they will naturally experience loss. Thus, most supernatural core utilization rates are between 50% and 70%, which is the standard range that repairers can achieve. Some renowned masters can achieve 80% on this basis. However, it is clear that some of the supernatural core's energy is still consumed. This requires a high fusion density between the driver's mental strength and the supernatural core, which is also referred to as energy type affinity in the mental realm. The most famous example of a supernatural power core affinity Chen Yangji knew of was Chen Zhu, whose supernatural power core affinity with the star beast Liang Ezwei reached 90%, allowing him to unleash the power of the supernatural power core to a degree nearly equal to that of the star beast itself, even capable of summoning a phantom of the star beast. Rumors circulated of witnessing this during the Battle of Camaresto, but without any relevant documentation, Chen Yangji had no way to verify it. It must be said, however, that if the Red Lotus supernatural power core's inherent utilization is extremely low, its full potential relies solely on the pilot's mental affinity. At such a low level, even higher affinity can't compensate. When Chen Yangji read the report, she couldn't help but wonder if it was the undiscovered properties of the Red Lotus essence core that led to its low utilization rate when crafted into a weapon core. Whether it was the mystery of the essence core itself or Chen Yangji's strong affinity for fire, the Red Lotus was a rare SSS-grade fire attribute essence core, and acquiring it wouldn't hurt. But accepting an SSS-grade essence core for free felt like she owed him something. A fire in winter. Forget the SS-grade essence core, just send the Red Lotus core over. She wanted to take a gamble. Mo Dao's essence core wasn't in such urgent need of replacement. Even if the research failed, there was still a chance to obtain an SS-grade essence core when she returned to the mutation zone. But SSS-grade essence cores were rare, and missing out would make it difficult to find another one. After securing the essence core, Chen Yangji still needed a small amount of a rare mineral found in abundance in the Red Flame Galaxy, so she didn't bother Min Xingchen. She planned to go to the Nishan district on her own. It just so happened that she had wanted to see the so-called trading market for a long time, but she had been putting it off for half a year, having never had the chance to do so. It was the Lunar New Year holiday, and Chen Yangji's application for a grade skip had been approved, so she had to go back and talk to Mingjun about it. Their supervision period was 2 years, and if the grade skipping exam went well, it would be around the time she graduated. But she and Mingjun actually got along quite well, and a subtle sense of family warmth had grown. Chen Yangji thought that even though the supervision relationship had ended, she and Mingjun's mother were still each other's family. He Xiaoman, who had returned from training in the mutation zone, had learned of Chen Yangji's grade skipping before Mingjun. Chen Yangji and He Xiaoman had met before, and the scene of their meeting was quite dramatic. Shimi had once teamed up with He Xiaoman in the mutation zone. That day, he had just returned and was telling Chen Yangji about his experiences in the mutation zone, and he also gave Chen Yangji some star beast materials. Our team's ranged attackers are strong, but they were too ruthless. They broke everything. Otherwise, I could get you a bigger and more beautiful one. Shimi was referring to the glaze crystals dropped from the glaze beasts in the mutation zone. This crystal is an excellent quenching material, and is very beautiful. Weapons made from it have a sense of transparency, but their practicality is not very strong. Qin Yongji had no habit of collecting materials, and his relationship with Shermi was not close enough for him to take the things he had painstakingly brought back from the mutation zone, so he refused. Shermi thought the glazed crystals had cracks, and immediately criticized He Xiaoman. Coincidentally, He Xiaoman received a message from her mother, saying that she had a younger sister downstairs, who was in the command department, and that they come back for dinner that evening. He Xiaoman had long heard of Qin Yongji. When she first moved into Tanlang, her mother, He Qin, often mentioned him, saying that Xiaoyang downstairs had added a module to her home robot, and that Xiaoyang had recommended a recipe to her today. This recurred quite frequently. He Qin had even asked her for information on her passing the command department entrance exam. After that, there was no further news, and He Xiaoman assumed she hadn't passed. It wasn't until she returned from the mutation zone and heard about the fame of Qin Yongji, a first-year student in the command department, that she realized this was the Xiaoyang downstairs. Before their official meeting, He Xiaoman and Qin Yongji's communications were limited to their laptops. She spent her holidays at the shooting range, and Qin Yongji rarely left the house, so the two had never met in person. It was their first time meeting at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, and then she heard the words of the mechanic, who had been helping her repair her mecha just a few days ago. He Xiaoman approached them quietly, and as he reached their side, the blonde commander glanced at her position and nodded gently. He Xiaoman nodded in return, saying nothing, only curling the corners of his lips, and looking at Shermi with a half-smile. Qin Yongji raised an eyebrow, as if understanding something. Ahem. She cleared her throat, trying to warn Shermi. The boy paused, looking at her, somewhat puzzled. Before Shermi could say anything, He Xiaoman's voice echoed from behind. It seems you have a problem with me, mechanic? The tall, long-range combat boots landed on the ground with a crisp sound. As he passed by, he patted Shermi's shoulder with his palm, a gesture that nearly overwhelmed her. Seeing the face that had just been so bright and cheerful talking to her suddenly turned bitter, Qin Yongji's eyes lit up with a smile. Don't be scary, she was just joking. She took the initiative to explain on behalf of He Xiaoman and Shermi. He Xiaoman took a few steps closer to Qin Yongji, took a good look at her, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so you look like this? Wow, like a golden-haired hamster." He Xiaoman had a somewhat eccentric personality. As a long-range attacker, she could maintain a shooting stance all day, but secretly, she didn't want to keep her mouth shut even for a moment. Before Qin Yongji could speak, He Xiaoman had already finished her day's talk. First, she ruffled her hair, then complimented her height. Then, through her clothes, she tried to pinch the muscles on Qin Yongji's arm, but she grabbed her hand. Qin Yongji squinted at her. "If you move again, I'd beat you up like this." She held up Shermi's shattered piece of glass crystal. He Xiaoman, knowing she would truly do it, immediately shut up. Shermi froze in fear for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief when she realized He Xiaoman was truly just threatening her, and wasn't actually angry. "I'm sorry." He honestly admitted his mistake to He Xiaoman. He Xiaoman waved her hand. "Come on, it's nothing. I told you you were so brave in the mutation zone. Why are you so timid now that you're out here?" She raised her voice. "Stand straight and be bold." Shermi instinctively straightened up, her posture stiff, and blinked at Qin Yongji. Elsewhere, Captain Shi Huanyu, who had hurriedly completed the mission handover, finally caught up. She wasn't surprised to see her brother around Qin Yongji, but she was visibly surprised to see He Xiaoman, the long-range attacker she just parted ways with. "Do you know each other?" "Of course. My half-sister, right?" He Xiaoman put her arm around Qin Yongji's shoulders, and said proudly to Shi Huanyu. Qin Yongji glanced at her hand, and silently closed her eyes. "You don't want your hand?" He Xiaoman instantly withdrew her hand, her expression slightly aggrieved. "Why are you different from how you were in the computer? You weren't this aggressive before." Before, Qin Yongji would say thank you, Sister Xiaoman when chatting with her, but later it became Sister Xiaoman, then He Xiaoman. After that, he didn't even call her by her name, just a bunch of nods in reply. Thinking of this, Qin Yongji couldn't help but shake his head. He could already imagine how bustling the journey to the Nishan district would be. He Xiaoman had just completed the mission in the mutation zone. When he came out of the long-range attack building, he was only wearing combat uniform and hurriedly put on a Tanlang Military Academy jacket. The constant temperature suit barely managed to withstand the bone-cutting cold wind through the mountain forest. The winter on Tanlang Star is long. After October, there are 8 or 9 months of freezing cold. After the temperature drops to its lowest point, spring suddenly returns, ushering in a brief period of warm weather. Hurry up. It's so cold. Shashasha. Leaving the teaching building, a chilly wind immediately swept through the unheated military academy, causing He Xiaoman to curl up in a ball. Qin Yongji had his hands tucked into his pockets, a warm scarf still wrapped around his neck. His scorching body heat radiated from him, causing He Xiaoman to lose her composure once again and try to hug her arm. Qin Yongji's eyes dropped, and she withdrew her extended hand, sighing pitifully. Here, Qin Yongji shook his head helplessly, pulling his hand away and offering her his warm pocket. He Xiaoman was a master at climbing the ladder. He tucked one hand into her pocket and used Qin Yongji's free hand to warm the other. The two of them remained in this position as they boarded the inner-city Skitran. The star beasts in the mutation zone were so fierce this time. My mecha was blown up even though I was so far away. The commander is such an idiot. Qin Yongji, listening to her constant complaints, couldn't help but ask, who's the commander this time? Chu Li's-hen, He Xiaoman pouted. Qin Yongji couldn't help but laugh. The chief commander is an idiot? Then what kind of commander is considered good? He Xiaoman smiled sweetly at her. Your command is definitely not an idiot. I saw on the forums that all the soldiers in your grade want to team up with you. You're so popular, our Xiaonong. As you should be, Qin Yongji said, his brows relaxed, and he raised an eyebrow, agreeing as a matter of course. He Xiaoman leaned closer to her. You don't know how to be humble at all. Qin Yongji hummed. Who's worthy of asking me to be modest? He Xiaoman had never fought against her, but judging by her grades, she knew she was impressive. Furthermore, after her application for a grade skip was approved, the command department had granted her a pass for missions in the mutation zone. After completing her on-campus courses, Qin Yongji would begin training in the mutation zone, and would even take the upgrade assessment alongside He Xiaoman. Hurry up and finish your course, or I won't have to team up with Chu Li's-hen. This guy's a jerk when it comes to ranged attacks. Even if he wants to blast a star beast, he can't let it come right at my face. I don't know what he's thinking. He can still be the leader like that. Our command department is doomed. He Xiaoman looked genuinely resentful, and Qin Yongji couldn't help but glance over curiously. What's wrong with your mech? You're so angry. The man showed her the image on his computer. The star beasts in this mutation zone are very aggressive. It seems to be due to the unknown star field's oscillation period. This oscillation has lasted for too long, over half a year. The new star beasts born this time must be very high level. Unknown star field oscillation periods are generally characterized by regular fluctuations in the unknown star field, and other times, high-level star beasts appear. Although the highest level of star beast grading in the Star Alliance is SSS, within the SSS level, there are always some star beasts that stand out from the rest. The most typical example is Camaresto's blood mistletoe, whose energy spreads across most of the Star Alliance. Isn't there another blood mistletoe? He Xiaoman's conjecture startled her, and she immediately spat, Hey, I was just talking nonsense. God of Cyber, please forgive my bluntness. Without Qin Zhu commanding us now, another blood mistletoe would wipe us out. She muttered softly. Qin Yongji, half his face buried in his scarf, replied to Ming Jun with his fingers, saying he had to go to the Twisting Mountain area first and wouldn't be back until the evening. The inner-city Skitran arrived at the station. Qin Yongji and He Xiaoman looked at the dilapidated sign of the trading market and gasped. So many people. It was a holiday, and the interstellar route was open, so mercenaries and merchant groups arrived in large numbers, and the shops in the trading market were packed. I want to buy Wind Blade Stone and Moth Blood. Let me see, they're here. He Xiaoman picked up a map of the trading market at the entrance and gave a copy to Qin Yongji. He looked at the map recorded in his computer and clicked a coordinate. I'm going here. She was going to the Red Flame Mining Star Resource Center, which was the opposite direction from He Xiaoman. Then let's go buy something separately. We contact each other later, and then go back together. Qin Yongji nodded. Seeing her huddled together and shoveling into the crowd, he grabbed her and pulled her scarf down, wrapping it around He Xiaoman's neck. Hey! He Xiaoman's eyes sparkled. You're so sweet, wow. I love you. Qin Yongji couldn't help but laugh and waved at her. Let's go. We have a chance to get lunch back soon. He Xiaoman nodded, her short hair swaying in the air as she quickly blended into the crowd. Qin Yongji also headed for the other side of the street, staying close to the wall of the trading market to avoid the crowds. The Huiyang Trading Center in the Yeshan district is closest to the Tanling Starport and is typically populated by alien merchant groups and mercenaries. Therefore, it has a large supply of red flame ore for sale. This is exactly the kind of material Qin Yongji wanted to buy. They entered from the south gate of the trading center. The resource center was located in the center and, along with a centralized energy storage building in the Wanshan district, were all within a heavily guarded area. Getting there required crossing half the market. Qin Yongji was already careful to avoid the crowd, but as she passed a shop with a half-closed door, she still didn't notice the person rushing out from in front of her. The person put something into his arms, his expression extremely nervous. If Qin Yongji hadn't dodged in time, she might have collided head-on. The pale man simply raised his bloodshot eyes to glance at her, then, holding his breath, he quickly rushed into the crowd. Qin Yongji hadn't noticed at first, but the moment he approached, she felt something. She stood still, her mental tentacles slowly reaching out, picking up the chaotic energy in the air. It was a bit like the energy signature of a maniac. But the man clearly hadn't shown any signs of madness. He seemed perfectly normal, even refusing to apologize after nearly bumping into someone. This slight change of pace broke her focus and drew her gaze back to the shop. Judging from the screen at the entrance, there was only a strange feather logo, with no indication of the product. Qin Yongji finally noticed something unusual. This shop was located on the edge of the busy area. Instead of displaying its flagship product, it only had a vague sign hanging, and the door was half closed. In broad daylight, such timidity could easily lead one to think of some unseemly activity. "Hello, welcome." Qin Yongji stood outside the door, looking inside, when a robot suddenly emerged from the shop. It was tall, its face anthropomorphic, coated in pure silver to avoid any uncanny valley effects. It appeared very warm and polite, and it bowed politely to Qin Yongji. "What can I do for you? What do you sell in your store?" Qin Yongji didn't go in, but stood outside the door and asked. The robot opened the other half of the door, letting light into the room, various Star Beast materials, rare ores, low-level Star Beast crystal cores. The door opened, and Qin Yongji saw that besides the robot, there was also an old man sitting in front of the fireplace. The man's hair was gray, a rare appearance in the interstellar world, and his face was wrinkled, revealing a distinct sense of age. At the sound of the voice, he raised his cloudy eyes and slowly looked over. "Why are there customers again?" Qin Yongji heard him mutter. She couldn't help but glance at the shop. It was open for business. "Hello, what grade of materials do you sell?" The old man didn't look at her, but simply shouted, "Xiaolu," introduced the products to the customer. "Okay, here's the sales list." The robot unfolded a seemingly endless list. Qin Yongji scanned it line by line, and found the fire silkworm pupa crystal he wanted there. The price was slightly higher than at the resource center, but not excessively, so he simply bought it there. Scrolling to the bottom, there were also some potions, stabilizers, growth factor sprays, and gene enhancers, all of which looked normal. "I want 500 G of this, and 5 kilograms of fire dragon stone as well." "Thank you." After selecting the items, she looked at the old man. "What did that person just buy? He bumped into me, and almost attacked me." Qin Yongji's expression was one of confusion and anger. Her facial features are very soft, her eyes are round, and when she looks at people, she can't help but reveal a bit of obedience. However, she usually has no expression and her eyes are cold, which makes people ignore that this is actually a very deceptive face. The old man glanced back at her, saw no signs of a fight, and said unhappily, "What can I buy? I bought nothing." At this point, the old man became furious. "You're disturbing my sleep for no reason. You're so uncultured. I don't know what's wrong with you." As the old man muttered, a robot nearby produced the materials Qin Yongji needed and said to her, "We don't have any holy water for sale. If you need it, you can buy it elsewhere." "Holy water?" Catching the key words, Qin Yongji looked at the old man curiously. "What is this? A new potion? Why hasn't there been any news from the research institute?" She thought of the strengthening potions and physical improvement agents in the last row of the shop, and suddenly connected them to this so-called holy water. "How can we afford to buy anything from the research institute?" "Okay, are you done? I'm closing up shop. Your greedy wolf star is getting colder every year. I wonder why the red tower doesn't include heating here." The old man's tone suddenly changed, signaling Qin Yongji that the transaction was complete and he could leave. Qin Yongji said nothing, merely glanced at him, then politely waved to the robot. "Thank you for your service, goodbye." The robot Xiaolu's eyes flickered noticeably, and before the door closed, it lashed out at the old man. "You can't keep treating normal customers like this. You drive them away. If we don't make any more money, we won't be able to buy our return spaceship tickets. Then I won't go back. I don't want to go back. Where will I stay if I don't go back? Am I going to sleep on the street? Cleaning robots don't even sleep on the street anymore." Qin Yongji heard the robot complain as she emerged. She nodded slightly. Robots of this level were highly intelligent, not typically sold commercially. Only researchers with full access to the machine's intelligent module had access. Qin Yongji often helped the locals in Ziwei community repair their home robots, so she had some knowledge of the subject. That path should be the Research Institute's experimental robot. What was the holy water? She couldn't help but wonder, could it be some contraband? After all, there were some normal customers involved, so wouldn't the abnormal customers be buying this so-called holy water? The more Qin Yongji looked at it, the more she felt something was amiss. She immediately opened her computer and sent a message to Colonel Mingjun, saying she had inside information about the Greedy Wolf Defense Force and might have a chance to alert them. Of course, Qin Yongji preferred that the Greedy Wolf Defense Force had known about this long ago, otherwise it wouldn't just be a contraband issue. After purchasing the necessary materials, Qin Yongji didn't rush to leave. The trading market was so large, and some of the rare materials in the Qian galaxy had been collected by mercenaries during the unknown star region turbulence period. Now, the prices were significantly reduced, so she could just buy some. If she didn't use them, she could sell them at the Bingjing shop in Qizhou and make a profit. Walking along the market, Qin Yongji collected a considerable amount of materials. Just as she was about to send a message to Yishaomen, asking them to find a place to meet up, the otherwise bustling and peaceful market seemed to vibrate invisibly twice. Qin Yongji's steps paused, her body coming to a halt. She waited a moment, and the faint shaking returned. This time it wasn't an illusion. It was clearly the ground shaking. Something was wriggling beneath the ground, as if it might emerge at any moment. Qin Yongji's nerves tensed instantly, and she raised her gaze to the crowd. This was the largest market in the Nishan district. Tens of thousands of people gathered here. Chapter 47. Just as Qin Yongji's pupils constricted, a unique energy signal emanated from beneath her feet. Before she could react, a piercing alarm rang out. The streets instantly flashed red. Centered around the key defense zone of the Nishan district, red lights lit up one after another. On certain buildings, light screens flickered, and the values representing the abnormality values instantly soared. Alert! Alert! Nishan District Energy Signal Alert! The invading star beast is at the S-level advanced stage. A distress signal has been sent to the nearest security station. Residents of Nishan District, please reach the underground shelter as soon as possible. The crowd in the market suddenly became chaotic, and a stampede occurred in the midst of the crowd. What's going on? What happened? Star Beast. It's a Star Beast. Star Beasts have invaded the city. As the large crowd nearby became chaotic, a red light barrier suddenly extended from the wall of the Nishan District Market, separating the crowds. All residents, follow the red flame signal and proceed to the protective areas. Repeat, the Lushan District Guard is in place. All residents, please retreat in an orderly manner. As this voice rang out, the surging crowd at the trading center instantly followed the red light and evacuated in all directions. At this moment, the ground, which had been shaking slightly just moments ago, cracked dramatically. A massive chordate, covered in layers of armor, crawled out from the ground. Its palms had 5 digits, each covered in a layer of steel-like spikes. The sharp spikes pierced the ground cover and gripped deeply into the soil. The enormous star beast, using this as a base, leaped into the air. Its sleek body bounced in midair, clanging loudly as it slammed into a roadside house, smashing a large hole in the metal structure. It was then deflected and flew away, its bulging maw opening towards the nearest crowd. A mecha suddenly rushed out from the side, its blade piercing the ground fiercely. As the armadillo swallowed the crowd, it raised its arm to block the star beast's sharp teeth, then slashed down with the blade, tearing a bloody mark in the armadillo's scales. The armadillo cried out in pain, its mouth piercing. The mecha in front of it seized the opportunity and kicked the star beast away. Qin Yongji saw the scene. The armadillo, slamming to the ground, its heavy, blunt legs pressed against the ground, its body suddenly stopping. It bared its fangs at the mecha, its sharp teeth reflecting a cold light. The scales on its back suddenly opened, and through the layers of thick armor, a bloody mark snaked through the flesh, and suddenly an eye emerged, hidden within the flesh. It looked extremely strange. It was a multi-eyed armadillo. Qin Yongji recognized this type of star beast. S-class multi-eyed armadillos, small, social creatures, have scales and bone spurs that are rare materials for mecha weapons. The mecha before them was an A-class reconnaissance mech, and it was unlikely to be able to stop this armadillo. As this eye opened, the armadillo's clumsy movements seemed to have been accelerated. Instead of attacking the mecha or the crowd, it took a step back, its figure instantly disappearing, leaving only a trail of afterimages as it scurried off into the distance. The crowd's miserable cries echoed around them. Qin Yongji surveyed the surrounding area from behind the shop's partition. There were approximately 6 star beasts that had entered the twisting mountain area, all heading towards the same location. Qin Yongji's gaze locked onto the star beast's target, the twisting mountain area's energy storage tower. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Perhaps the armadillos were after energy. Star beasts rarely require large amounts of energy, they either reproduce or level up. Qin Yongji was already certain of the latter scenario. A thriving herd of star beasts wouldn't actively intrude upon a crowd. Evidently she wasn't alone in her thoughts. She had already seen several mechas scurrying towards the energy storage building. Not enough. Multi-eyed armadillos are burrowing creatures, a property exacerbated by their mutation. Combined with the special ability and speed granted by the mutation, these mechas likely wouldn't be able to stop the armadillo's attack on the energy storage building. Furthermore, the star beasts gathering toward the energy storage building seemed remarkably stable to Qin Yongji. They were S-level star beasts, showing no signs of energy disturbance from their upgraded rank. So where was that upgraded star beast? She suddenly had a bad feeling. The light computer vibrated. It was a message from Yi Xiaoman. He was reminding her to reach the nearest defensive point, and she herself had been temporarily called up by the defense team to contain the star beasts, and by time for them to evacuate the residence. By this time, the mecha was already on Wanyu Road, teaming up with another mecha to stop the reckless star beast. As a long-range attack mecha, Yi Xiaoman's combat was greatly affected by the terrain. The twisted mountain area was filled with residential buildings and high-rise buildings, as well as people who had not yet fully evacuated. The long-range attack artillery had a very wide impact area once fired, so she could only use her other, smaller-range impact gun, which had limited damage to the star beast. The star beast they were pursuing seemed to realize that Yi Xiaoman was afraid to fire at the surrounding houses, so it rushed straight into the residential area, crashed into the building wall, and burrowed underground, dodging Yi Xiaoman's barrage of bullets. When the firepower weakened, it suddenly emerged from the ground and quickly rushed into the building. Damn, how can this guy be so slippery and cunning? Yi Xiaoman's face was filled with anger, and his brows were furious as he contacted another soldier on the mech's radar channel. We can't let it keep running like this, or the houses along Wanyu Road will be plowed up by this guy. You go ahead and stop it, and I find a chance to knock it out. The mech she was working with to deal with the star beast on this road was a reconnaissance mech. It moved very quickly, and upon hearing this, it had already dove forward, preparing to take a detour and block the armadillo ahead. But just as he suddenly rushed out from the side, stabbing the armadillo with his lightsaber, the armadillo, as if anticipating it, opened its armor, revealing 4 pairs of eyes, all staring at the reconnaissance soldier. The reconnaissance soldier was caught off guard and looked over at the sound, directly meeting those eyes. In that instant, a powerful force surged into his mental realm. The next second, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and he let out a painful wail, his lightsaber clattering to the ground. Yi Xiaoman, watching this from afar, gasped, exclaiming something terrible was happening. But she couldn't catch up to the scout, and she couldn't make it. But she couldn't stand by and watch him get hammered by the armadillo's star beast energy. The multi-eyed armadillo's eyes were deceptive, something all cadets learned. But this scout was clearly overconfident. Knowing this, he still dared to look directly into the armadillo's eyes. Yi Xiaoman anxiously raised her gun. If the enemy couldn't break free in time, she would have to consider using her energy cannon. The residents of Wanyu Road were evacuated quickly, leaving only these houses standing. Yi Xiaoman knew they were home to many people, so she didn't dare bombard them carelessly. But with lives at stake, she couldn't afford to hesitate. Just as the scout soldier began to twitch, Yi Xiaoman activated the energy storage. The next second, her mech suddenly emitted a signal, indicating a surge of energy from the communicator, a precursor to an energy invasion. Command Mech Infernal Flame is requesting a link with you. Do you agree? Infernal Flame? Qin Yongji? Yi Xiaoman, startled, quickly clicked agree. At this moment, it wasn't just her mech. Several mechs along the 5 streets centered on the energy storage building had received this request. The reconnaissance mech's spiritual domain nearby began to tremble, its branches rustling like a gust of wind, emitting bursts of noise. The scout soldier knew he might have been caught off guard, and subconsciously resisted the entry of this unfamiliar energy signal, even the command's spiritual tentacles. When Qin Yongji received Yi Xiaoman's signal, he began rushing towards the central energy storage building. Since she was moving too slowly, she simply took control of the mech. As they walked along, Qin Yongji witnessed the armadillos shake off their mechas. The energy cores of the various armadillos were not identical. Besides the high-speed armadillo she had seen, there was also a six-eyed armadillo capable of psychic energy attacks. The presence of this star beast invaded the mental realms of several soldiers, causing them to enter a state of turmoil. Sensing that the enemy might go into a frenzy if she waited any longer, Qin Yongji immediately spread her psychic tentacles and forced her way into the mecha's communicator. A reconnaissance mecha from Wanyu Road and a defense mecha from Qilua Road offered a formidable resistance, directly repelling her psychic energy. Qin Yongji hesitated for a second, debating whether to forcefully invade the opponent's mental domain. She had noticed the peculiarities of her mental domain during the previous battle between 526 Star and Silver Commander Leia. While normal human mental tentacles couldn't invade another's mental domain, her mental energy seemed to be somewhat subtle, capable of disrupting theirs, effectively forcing them into a state of mania. The last time she invaded Leia's mental domain, she had intentionally controlled it, and she had indeed seemed lucid for a moment. Then, upon regaining consciousness, she self-destructed her mental core, blasting her into a state of calm, nearly killing her. Qin Yongji still felt a lingering fear. She had learned from her mistakes, and after spending the better part of a year training at the military academy, she had become more proficient in controlling her mental energy. Qin Yongji was confident she wouldn't cause the opponent to enter a state of mania, simply stimulating the mental tree. However, she wasn't sure if the two soldiers would impulsively self-destruct their mental cores. A choice lay before her. Either invade and rescue them, and then risk the potential backlash of her psychic energy, or allow them to remain in their current state, which would undoubtedly lead them into a frenzy. Qin Yongji's thoughts flashed by in a split second. She exhaled suddenly, and the next second, her psychic tentacles surged forward, piercing through the communicator and following the connection line into the other party's psychic realm. Just as Qin Yongji was about to unleash her energy, the invading star beast's force, as if sensing a powerful pressure, suddenly retreated from the psychic realm. Qin Yongji froze for a moment, her brows raised imperceptibly. Her psychic tentacles wandered around the edge, and the star beast's energy vanished like a receding tide in a matter of seconds. The chaotic turmoil in the soldier's mental realm began to stabilize. Qin Yongji paused for a moment, then quickly withdrew his mental tentacles and continued testing the communicator. The feeling of his brain being invaded faded in an instant, and the soldier breathed a sigh of relief. Sweat covered his body. As he regained consciousness, he heard the deep roar of the star beast before him. He quickly recovered and saw the pop-up messages popping up on the mecha. Commander Mecha Infernal Fire requests a link with you. Do you agree? Agreed. The soldier felt a surge of relief at having survived. If the commander's mental tentacles hadn't connected in time, he would have been invaded by the star beast right now. This star beast actually possessed a rare mind-influencing ability. The soldier quickly approved the request, and the commander's mental tentacles successfully entered the communicator, no longer forcing their way in, and the communicator no longer displayed rejection. Qin Yongji's head stung a few times. It was the threat warning and kill signal from the other party's communicator, wasting a lot of her mental tentacles. Fortunately, her mental field was stable enough, and her fission rate was also good. She immediately split enough mental tentacles to firmly lock onto the soldier's communicator. 1 second, the soldier had escaped the invasion of the star beasts, and the next, he felt as if his mind was being controlled. A powerful energy locked his communicator tightly, and the sudden sense of control made him feel uncomfortable. The soldier couldn't help but make a painful expression, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, where did this commander come from? He has such a strong personality. Just as he finished his internal complaints, the extended communication network was instantly established, and the commander's calm voice echoed across the channel. Fellow soldiers, I am Qin Yongji from the Command Department of the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. I now assume command. All soldiers report to me. Repeat, all soldiers, report to me. The other person's voice was cold and emotionless, sounding robotic and unreasonably frightening. But in the chaotic scene, Quan acted like a stabilizing force, instantly calming the bewildered group of soldiers. The surrounding soldiers quickly reported their positions and coordinates, and one soldier, already at a disadvantage, even mentioned the situation of the star beasts before them. Qin Yongji paid no attention. After confirming everyone's positions, she checked the radar chart and added a few coordinates. The multi-eyed armadillo, an S-rank star beast, currently has 2 mutations. The psychic influence type is located on Wanyu Road and Qilua Road. The key is to avoid meeting its eyes. All soldiers on these 2 roads are advised to retract their psychic tentacles and refrain from actively using psychic energy except when linking with me. Other routes have mutations that are swift, exceeding the speed of the support mechas. All ranged units are advised to proceed to my designated positions and take up positions. Support and scout units should avoid pursuing and wait for the ranged units to gather the star beasts. Melee mechas immediately proceed to the outside of the energy storage building, with maintenance mechas following suit to pour energy liquid into the cracks in the ground. Now everyone move. The massive figure of Yehua stood atop another tall building to the side of the energy storage building. As she issued the command, the mechas began to rapidly leap between floors. The slender Mo Dao slashed through the air with faint blue light. A cold wind blew across the weapon, leaving a layer of frost on the blade. The mechas, following Qin Yangji's instructions, moved swiftly through the streets of the Nieshan district. The long-range attack position occupied the command point. Looking down, the distant support was initially led around by the armadillo. However, the situation changed and, in accordance with the command requirements, they gave up blocking the Star Beast and rushed towards the energy storage building. The Star Beast, who was trying to distance itself from the mecha, suddenly stopped running when it saw this. It let out an angry roar, and then rushed directly towards the front of the mecha. As expected, the support mech thought, just as the commander had predicted, these Star Beasts were terrified of them heading towards the energy storage building. Why? The support mech didn't care about the question, but he knew the commander must know, otherwise he wouldn't have let him use this method. After walking the armadillo around a few times, the support mech successfully provoked the armadillo's anger. The armadillo stopped chasing him, revealing its eyes beneath its armor, and suddenly sped towards the support mech. The support mech was not slow, and nimbly dodged, causing the armadillo to crash into the mutated guardrail. The support mech retreated a long distance until it reached a large hovercraft parking area. Many of the hovercrafts in the Twisting Mountain area were rented out, and the parking area was now empty, making it an ideal location for long-range bombardment. Seeing the situation, the three ranged attackers stationed atop the building stood up, charging up their energy. They called the support mechs in the team chat, "Charge finished. Lure it in and then run. Don't run too slow." The armadillo moved faster than the support mechs. If the ranged attackers wanted to kill it, they had to attack at a high speed, otherwise they could easily accidentally damage the support mechs. Before the support could say anything, the commander heading to the energy storage building called out, "There's defense support at the entrance. Run behind the shield." The support mechs were about to say it's okay but still didn't. Hearing the commander's instructions, he felt indescribably moved. As a support mech, he had always been the most useful brick in the team. Usually, when it came to decisive moments, he was also the most likely to be abandoned by the commander. It was simply because he ran fast. Maintenance had to bear the brunt of the team's mech repairs, ranged attackers had to bear the brunt of the firepower, and reconnaissance had to penetrate deep into enemy territory. Their support was the most redundant brick, and their damage wouldn't affect the team. The support soldier felt a moment of melancholy, but then a smile suddenly broke upon seeing the defensive mech's energy shield erected. "Alright, thank you, Commander." Qin Yangji's gaze locked on the cracked ground beneath the energy storage building, and he replied calmly, "Thank you, Commander." In the team, the defender, a stranger to him, let out a simple laugh. Long-range artillery rained down, instantly blasting the entire parking lot. Not to mention the Star Beast within. Even the fastest retreating support mech was sent flying by the energy surge. If he hadn't had a traction device holding onto the energy shield, and the defender grabbed hold of it and pulled it towards the back, he would have been hurled backward. The commander's calculations were incredibly precise, and the long-range firepower coverage was perfectly matched. The individual support soldier couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The defender, guessing he was too busy running to hear the commander's voice over the channel, kindly repeated, "The commander just told the ranged attackers to point out each location one by one. A siege in a circle, no escape. They specifically requested that even the floor be blown up. Luckily, the commander arranged for defensive support, otherwise I have fainted on the spot." "Hee," the defender said with a frank laugh. "The commander picked the one with the thickest energy shield. No one has a thicker shield than mine." The support patted him sadly. Bianjiang Road's speedy armadillos took care of it. The other routes were also much smoother than Qin Yangji had imagined. While not as smooth as Bianjiang Roads, they still forced the Star Beast into a desperate situation. Qin Yangji, in the energy storage building, saw the maintenance and melee forces arrive, pouring energy fluid down and spreading along the cracks in the ground. The energy signal surging underground grew stronger. She warned over the team channel, "Don't kill the few surviving Star Beasts. Let them scream." The command's request was a bit strange, but within the team, all the individual soldiers paused their rapid attacks and handed over to a ranged attacker on one side. He fired a shot from a distance into the Star Beast. The bullet pierced through the star beast's armor, sending blood and flesh splattering. The multi-eyed armadillo let out a series of shrill cries. They were very close, a perfect spot Qin Yangji had chosen specifically for the star beast below. This allowed the armadillo's group signal to be transmitted intact underground. As expected, after several cries, Qin Yangji saw a faint movement in the ground. The earth and rocks around the crack rolled downwards. The sound was very faint, but Qin Yangji waited a long time. When he heard the rustling sound, he began to alert the surrounding maintenance staff to take cover inside the energy storage building. The melee mechs drew their weapons, and just as everyone braced themselves, the ground began to shake violently. As the ground shook, cracks opened, and a massive body surged out from below. Its massive blunt legs slammed into the ground, instantly cracking the sturdy infrastructure of the twisted mountain area. The armadillo that emerged was far larger than the others. Its scales were retracted, revealing its 6 eyes, 2 of which were tightly shut, seemingly unable to open. 8-eyed armadillo. S-rank star beast. In the process of advancing, Qin Yangji watched as the armadillo swung its palms and struck down at the melee mechs. Several melee mechs approached with their blades, blocking the opponent's blunt legs. The armadillo's tail rested on the ground, as if in a crouching position. Each of its hands clamped onto a mech. As the two sides engaged in a power struggle, the armadillo suddenly opened its mouth and let out a loud cry. A surge of energy surged around, and the melee mecha struggled to steady itself. Then, the armadillo felt the force of its palm shatter the mecha's weapons. With a sudden roar, waves of energy cascaded outward, sending the mecha flying backwards and crashing into the building wall. The armadillo dismissed the surrounding mechas, its face etched with fury. Its heavy footsteps pounded the ground as it headed towards the energy storage building. Qin Yangji noticed its movements and leaped down from the mecha. Before the humans arrived, the Mo Dao arrived first. The sharp blade passed in front of the armadillo's massive fangs, slashing a sharp line of light. With a clang, the weapon resonated as it plunged into the crack in the ground, firmly blocking the armadillo's path. The armadillo had just opened its mouth to exhale, taking a defensive stance against this strange creature, when a crimson figure in midair darted into view. Before it could fully see, the attacker grasped the hilt of the Mo Dao with one hand and swung it back. Everything happened in a flash, with incredible speed, the blade slashing down with swift force. The armadillo felt the energy flowing from the Mo Dao and retreated in alarm. Its 4 eyes within its scales focused on the mecha. The crimson shadows were like miasma, invisible to the naked eye. The Mo Dao seemed to descend from all directions, tearing through the armadillo's scales, and blood gushed out instantly. Does it look good? Qin Yangji pushed the armadillo back over 10 meters, the Mo Dao slamming heavily onto its intertwined pair of blunt claws. The blade's edge and the multi-eyed armadillo's thick toe spine sparked a brilliant spark. Roar! The armadillo, smeared closely to the mech, roared fiercely. Qin Yangji could feel the overwhelming stench assaulting him, and he couldn't help but retch in the cockpit. Hearing the commander's cold voice and the uncontrollable retching, the melee mech, which had been shaken away, suddenly woke up from its dream. It immediately sprang up from the ground, swords drawn, and surrounded the armadillo. Lure it out to the periphery. Don't fight it here. Qin Yangji glanced at one of the melee soldiers, holding an energy cannon, and immediately understood her meaning. At Qin Yangji's nod, the surrounding mechas retreated. Qin Yangji's sharp gaze swept over the armadillo. An S-rank star beast on its way to SS rank, its abnormality likely stemmed from mental influence. During the battle with the armadillo, Qin Yangji noticed it constantly attempting to influence her mental realm. If it were any other star beast, Qin Yangji might have had concerns, but mental influence. For someone like her, whose mental realm was as solid as a rock and who could survive as long as she didn't act recklessly, it was practically useless. A cold glint flashed across Qin Yangji's eyes. You're in big trouble for bumping into her hand. With this thought, the armadillo's sharp teeth bit at her mech's arm, but Qin Yangji's Mo Dao held it back, forcing it to cling to the cold blade. Seeing it was so hungry it seemed to want to lick the knife, Qin Yangji felt a sudden chill. A bit disgusting. Her knife could be stained with blood, but not saliva. With this thought, Qin Yangji's expression suddenly turned cold. In the moment of the two men's clash, she suddenly gathered her strength, catching the armadillo off guard. The scattered forces before her suddenly converged like a mountain, crashing down with a bang. The armadillo's expression was blank for a second, and Qin Yangji seized the opportunity. The mech suddenly withdrew, and the star beast's inertia pounced on her. The long leg of the Hellfire mecha with a blazing flame pattern was raised, breaking through the air in front of it. A rumbling sound burst out from the collision of the airflow. Then, the leg, carrying Qin Yangji's heavy force, slammed into the armadillo's soft belly, holding back its forward body. Time froze for a second. Then the armadillo's scales exploded, and its body flew straight out, tracing a sharp arc through the air. Bang! The star beast's massive body slashed across the ground like a bulldozer, completely pushing away the cracked surface, revealing the underlying soil structure. It crashed into the rear guardrail before barely coming to a stop. "Melee, prepare to attack," Qin Yangji said, and with his infernal fire, the mecha quickly took off, heading towards an abandoned factory on the side of the energy storage building. The melee mecha, upon hearing the command, quickly grabbed its energy cannon and, before the armadillo could rise, fired a shot at its raised scales. Energy-rich liquid exploded behind the armadillo. Upon smelling the scent, the armadillo didn't even have time to feel the pain of its flesh being torn apart by the energy cannon's explosion. It fell to the ground, rolling around, its body covered in dust and dirt. The surrounding reconnaissance mechas saw this, and moved forward to lure the enemy. The armadillo, seeing the familiar mecha figure, opened its mouth and pounced on the reconnaissance mechas. Several mechas in the energy storage building quickly moved, carrying the star beast away. The reconnaissance mechas and melee combatants coordinated. Seeing the armadillo's tendency to burrow underground, they fired a volley of energy liquid at the ground. Then, the reconnaissance mechas attacked, leading the star beast to a secluded area. Qin Yangji monitored their movements on the team chat. "Don't save your energy liquid. We're about to leave the energy storage building's underground energy storage area. The armadillo might react. 16-30 seconds, as ranged attackers, go over and help lure it out. If necessary, use the energy cannon to blast it out of the energy storage area. Command, there are a lot of factories nearby. The energy cannon's range is too wide, and could cause a chain reaction." The designated ranger was at the edge of the energy storage facility, dealing with a six-eyed armadillo under psychic influence. He was more than one ranger here, and his dual impact cannons limited his potential assistance. Qin Yangji understood his concerns. She observed the star beast's trajectory from the reconnaissance perspective, and marked a spot for the ranger on the radar chart. "Wait here. Aim and bombard the star beast as soon as you see it. Direction, 19 degrees southeast." The ranger was about to say something, but Qin Yangji had already moved on to the next deployment. Some individual soldiers, who frequently visited the Nishan area, however, glanced at Qin Yangji's markings and were inwardly amazed. They knew exactly where it was. In the center of the factory complex was a narrow emergency zone, specifically established for energy evacuation. While small, by carefully targeting the bombardment point, the zone could intercept the energy cannon's energy impact cannon, minimizing its impact. The ranged attackers, ordered to fire by Qin Yangji, were clearly unaware of this, but they were obedient and immediately took up their positions. In the team, Qin Yangji had already reached the abandoned factory. She warned the melee and scouts, who were using energy liquid to lure the enemy, "You can retreat now. Run as far as possible." The melee and scouts felt a chill run down their spines at this. While the armadillo was still pursuing them, several of them quickly retreated to the surrounding areas. Seeing this, the star beasts sped up even faster, their six eyes wide open, and their special spiritual energy spread like a poisonous mist, making the fleeing soldiers dizzy and dazed. Qin Yangji observed their speed and had to call out to the distant support, use the traction system to help. They can't escape. Support quickly arrived, firing their traction cannons at the melee position. A massive traction net unfurled, engulfing several mechs before abruptly retreating. The melee mechs, experiencing this kind of mid-air levitation for the first time, screamed in fear, and a commotion immediately filled the team chat. Qin Yangji had no choice but to raise his voice. "Ranged attack, bombard." The ranged attackers, who had been accumulating energy for a long time, finally took aim and spotted the armadillo's silhouette emerging from the ground. The star beast happened to be traversing the coordinates marked by the commander. Among the sprawling factories was an energy stone processing plant, with high energy fluctuations. If the armadillo was starving for energy to advance, Qin Yangji would definitely choose that plant. Facts proved her guess correct. The moment the star beast passed through the emergency zone, the long-range assault cannons unleashed a blast. The continuous bursts of impact cannon fire unleashed a massive energy shockwave, directly breaking the crane arms of the outer factory. The rumbling sound of collapse was incessant. The armadillo, located in the center of the cannons, attempted to burrow into the ground to escape, but the continuous barrage of fire had blasted a huge crater in the surface, hindering its burrow. The energy bombardment had barely paused for a second, and the armadillo gathered energy to prepare to plunge into the earth. At this moment, a weapon clanged, and a sharp long sword fell from the air, piercing directly in front of it. A cold glint flashed in the armadillo's eyes. The energy fluctuations above were all too familiar. The memory of the beating flooded back into his mind, and rage surged. He roared at the long sword, his scales exploding instantly. Before the mech could fall from the air, he lunged forward, his mental energy converging on the infernal fire, continuously impacting her communicator and mental realm. Chun Yongji possessed a high tolerance for energy influences. Her spiritual realm surged with energy, yet her spiritual tree remained unmoved in the face of such a storm. As long as she didn't seek death, no one could harm her spiritual tree. Chun Yongji felt the attack, like a tickle, even more troubling than the invasions into the spiritual realms of the affected soldiers. Even in such a serious battle, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. The mech grasped the Mo Dao, braving the armadillo's energy, its steps unaffected. As the armadillo's eyes grew alert, ready to escape, the crimson figure quickly approached, charging directly in front of it. A cold light, like a crescent moon, pierced the clear sky. Swish! The Mo Dao flashed with a blue light. It pierced the armadillo's body from the abdomen, piercing through its scales, and piercing directly through one of its still open eyes. Roar! The armadillo let out a piercing cry, struggling against the gaping hole in its chest. Blood spurted out from the Mo Dao's blood trough, spilling directly onto the ground, not a drop splashing onto the mech. The star beast's cries grew fainter, until it finally lost all strength and fell from the Mo Dao's blade, leaving only half of the blade buried within its body. Bang! The star beast's body slammed to the ground, its blunt legs twitching. The mech whipped out its blade, its icy blade half blood-stained and half clear, reflecting the mech's emotionless mechanical eyes. Blood dripped down the blade, and as the Mo Dao swung through the air, a whirring sound ripped through the air, blood beads splattered onto the ground. The next second, blood gushed out from the hole in the star beast's abdomen, instantly staining the ground red. Advanced Star Beast eliminated. The commander's calm voice echoed through the team chat. The melee fighter, standing by, ready to charge into the artillery fire to harvest the star beasts, froze for a moment. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the support scout atop a tall building, they watched the crimson mech emerge from the ruins. It felt like someone had hammered their head. The melee fighter, waking up from a dream, his eyes widened. He actually let the commander harvest the star beasts. Damn, he was so unqualified. Before the melee fighter could admit his mistake to the team, the commander's voice rang out. This command is over. Thank you all for your hard work. The melee fighter's mech then felt a sense of relief throughout his body. The feeling of being confined in his brain vanished, his whole body cleared, and he felt as light as a swallow. But without this burden, many soldiers' first reaction wasn't relief, but rather discomfort. The team chat didn't have accurate time reports to the decimal point, nor did the calm voice, as if the sky were falling, still face two swift star beasts that had yet to be dealt with. But before the individual soldier handling the star beast could ask, a flash of light emanated from a distance. A massive defense mecha descended, followed closely by a heavy barrage of fire. The defense team from the Nyeshan district had arrived. The captain of the defense team looked at the several already processed star beast carcasses, and the dozens of individual soldiers lingering in the buildings, a flicker of approval in his eyes. His voice echoed throughout the Nyeshan district through the defense system. Thank you to all the cadets for your assistance. The residents of Nyeshan district have all been evacuated. There were no casualties in this invasion. The defense team is now taking over the battlefield. The individual soldiers present were stunned. Then, several flashes of energy light appeared behind the defense mecha. Several mechas sprinted forward, pinning down the star beasts, which were too fast for a single soldier to capture. In a matter of seconds, a crisscrossing burst of energy light instantly dispatched them. Chapter 48. After the war. All the soldiers who participated in the battle gathered downstairs at the energy storage building in the Russian district. Chun Yongji sat in a corner of the hall, waiting for his Xiaoman to count the mecha losses and collect her reward for assisting the defense team. Having earned a large sum of money, she emerged beaming with joy. She glanced at the blonde figure in the crowd and, just as she was about to approach, heard the soldier who had emerged with her chatting with his companions. Oh my god, I wonder who's in command this time. So impressive. I wait and see. Maybe I can find the commander. Isn't the commander from our academy? I heard her say she's from the command department of the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. Could it be a senior from the previous class? Is the third year also on holiday this time? Xiaoman looked back and saw someone who looked familiar. She couldn't place their name, but she knew they were from her class, from another branch. He Xiaoman didn't recognize any of these people, but she did recognize a gentle-looking boy who had emerged from the back. The person glanced at her, a look of surprise on their face, but they didn't approach, merely nodding from a distance. It was Meng Jiayue from the support department, the same support who had nearly been hit by the ranged attack during the siege of the advanced star beast. Meng Jiayue and He Xiaoman had worked together a few times, but they weren't close friends. Meng Jiayue was a bit of a loner, rarely socializing with others, and he was also very socially tactful. On his own days off, he didn't really want to engage in unnecessary small talk with acquaintances, and naturally, he didn't want to waste He Xiaoman's time. So, he simply nodded and looked around the crowd. He knew the commander was a student at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, but Meng Jiayue wasn't very familiar with the students in the school's command department. Judging by Qin Yangji's command skills, he felt she was probably a third-year student. Working with her, Meng Jiayue felt she brought a greater sense of security than even the command department's head, Chu Li's-hen. His calm demeanor and tone made any decision he made seem unquestionable. But many people were chatting around, and Meng Jiayue couldn't determine the other party's location based solely on sound. He searched twice, ready to give up. Just then, a figure suddenly lunged at him from behind. Roar! Behind him, a single soldier broke free from the guards on either side, and suddenly burst out of the room. His expression was horrible, his mouth exposed, and his veins shone crimson. His limbs twitched into bizarre shapes, and his mental energy swirled in a chaotic tangle, rapidly spreading outward, causing the other soldiers' mental fields to become chaotic. What the hell? Someone reacted, stopped walking, and quickly turned back to stop the maniac. But the man's strength was too great, and his body resisted him constantly, punching around and knocking several soldiers away. Amid the chaos, someone pulled Meng Jiayue out from near the maniac. The voice of the newcomer sounded very familiar, and his ears twitched. Stay away. Qin Yangji had been waiting for He Xiaoman to emerge, hands in her tuck pockets. He had just sent her a message on her laptop, inviting her to dinner. Qin Yangji hadn't had time to reply. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, her mental tentacles were still active, and she hadn't fully retracted them into her spiritual realm. But when a strange energy signal emanated, Qin Yangji clearly sensed something was amiss. That chaotic energy was familiar, very similar to the one she'd seen outside the feather-shaped shop. Qin Yangji's hand on her laptop paused, and she quickly stood up. He Xiaoman had just noticed her, and was walking towards her, when she saw Qin Yangji striding towards her. She was momentarily moved, thinking he was coming to pick her up. Then, a low, animal-like growl echoed from behind her, and a figure burst through the door. The security guards behind her quickly grabbed hold of the person, restraining them before they could reach Meng Jiayue. But the restraint didn't last long. The next second, they broke free and lunged outside. He Xiaoman turned around to see Meng Jiayue frozen in place, seemingly still unaware. Qin Yangji had already swiftly passed her and, before anyone else could react, had pulled her out. The security guards hurriedly chased after the out-of-control soldier, but a blonde suddenly emerged from the crowd, pulled those around him aside, and kicked him. Bang! Qin Yangji kicked the man's face, twisting it in half. The ferocious force knocked the soldier to his knees. The frantic soldier slammed to the ground, seemingly insensitive to the pain, and quickly scrambled to his feet. Qin Yangji retracted his leg, and seeing him rise, he raised his hand and punched him with a fierce force, shoving him against the wall. He grabbed the man by the neck, jammed his legs against his twisted legs, and lifted him up. Bang! The skull resounded against the wall. Hee. The soldier's head shook, his breathing stuttering, until the final impact, his head tilted, and he passed out. Seeing him roll his eyes, Qin Yangji completely released his grip, allowing him to slide down the wall. Since he was one of his own, Qin Yangji was quite considerate, and did not let the soldier lie on the cold ground. He lifted his boots, supported the other's body, and gestured in the direction of the defense team. It's done. Do you still want it? The guards glanced at each other, each seeing a hint of admiration in their companion's slightly recoiled torso. Yes, of course. Thank you. Their tone of voice towards Qin Yangji was filled with an unconscious respect. Seeing the other person being carried away, Qin Yangji felt relieved. He nodded politely, then turned and led He Xiaoman out of the crowd. A group of individual soldiers watching the scene couldn't help but put their hands to their foreheads, feeling as if their heads had ached at the sound of the voice. Such a familiar voice, such a familiar decisiveness. I checked the look in his eyes. It must be me in command, the individual soldier who had just tried to find Qin Yangji said. Then he and his companion exchanged glances, feeling as if they were once again being gripped by the powerful mental tentacles of their commander. A hint of awe permeated their eyes. With the appearance of a herd of star beasts in the twisting mountain area, the trading market was temporarily unsustainable. Officials relocated all shops to another trading center, and the entire Huiyang trading zone was subsequently sealed off for a comprehensive investigation. When Qin Yongji emerged, she saw the isolation light strip illuminate. She thought again of the strange energy fluctuations, and now her thoughts became clearer. She suspected that Tanlang must already know about the sacred water, otherwise, they wouldn't have left that single soldier alone. Was the other party's loss of control due to the sacred water? What exactly was this thing? Qin Yongji didn't know, but from the look of the single soldier, she knew it couldn't be anything good. He Xiaoman, as she had hoped, treated her to a meal. They then went to another trading market and bought the materials she needed to repair her mecha. On the way back to Sky Track 07, Qin Yongji asked her, "Have you found a repairman?" "I found it." He Xiaoman nudged Qin Yongji's scarf. "Master Mi said he fixed it for me free." Mingjun had already finished get off work when they arrived home from the sky rail. When Qin Yongji opened the door, he saw her staring at the screen with a serious expression. Hearing Domino and Qin Yongji talking, she looked up, smiled at him, and pointed toward the kitchen. Qin Yongji walked in with familiarity, grabbed a macaron-like snack, and ate while leaning against the door. He heard the voice coming from Mingjun's computer, seemingly referring to the attack in the twisting mountain area. After a while, the computer disconnected. Mingjun let out a long breath, patted her side, and motioned for Qin Yongji to sit over. "Is the Star Beast invasion in the twisting mountain area due to an unknown starfield tremor?" As Qin Yongji sat down, he took up Mingjun's previous topic. The oscillation period of unknown star regions has been a recent hot topic of research within the Star Alliance. Numerous cosmic nebulae scholars, maintenance technicians, and others have flocked to the area, generating endless hypotheses and arguments, attempting to extract valid evidence from the feeble information captured by the Research Institute. In theory, this could explain why star beasts have crossed the defense zone outside the red flame habitability zone and entered the urban area. Establishing habitable planets in a galaxy is extremely difficult, as a recent population boom has created a massive population base across the entire Star Alliance, resulting in many habitable planets occupying half the sky and forming orbits. Such large population concentrations are extremely attractive to star beasts, and thus, 200 years ago, maintenance technicians proposed establishing habitable planet defense zones. Defense zones are space bases constructed using a large number of psychic cores. They can block the energy of certain special star beasts capable of traversing space from unknown star regions. Since the establishment of these defense zones, star beast invasions on habitable planets have become rare. Even if there were any, they would be high-level star beasts powerful enough to overwhelm the defense zone. S-rank armadillos are not included. If these star beasts didn't come from an unknown star region, they could be experimental subjects that escaped from the Research Institute. Or, Qin Yongji couldn't help but connect it to the holy water, some conspiracy theories. It could have been brought and smuggled in. Mingjun, clearly sharing her thoughts, shook her head and replied, "The defense zone on Greedy Wolf Star is intact. It doesn't look like it came from an unknown star region. The defense team captured a star beast alive and handed it over to the Greedy Wolf Military District along with the remaining star beast carcasses. The military district has taken over. All interstellar merchant groups and mercenaries on Greedy Wolf Star are being reinvestigated. I already reported the strange individual and the so-called holy water you mentioned, but that involves insider information." Qin Yongji nodded. "Let the military district handle it. On my way back, I encountered a frantic individual soldier. He looked like a cadet, but he might not be. He fought with the star beast at the time. This person was inside at the time. Whatever their identity, they're now under control. If the holy water is contraband, with the star beast and this sample, they should be able to figure it out." Mingjun glanced at her with some trepidation, then managed to calm down a bit and told her, when the incident in the twisting mountain area happened, the entire Tanlang Star was under martial law. He Qin and I were terrified. How could we run into each other at this time? We were so worried something might happen to you. Qin Yongji smiled and patted her back, reassuring her, "It's okay, Mom Mingjun. I'm fine. I always have my mecha with me. If I can't defeat them, I can always run. I'm a very fast runner, and I can easily carry He Xiaoman with me." Amused by her tone, Mingjun noticed that Qin Yongji's clothes were in disarray again. She had not only fought the star beast, but also dealt with the out-of-control individual soldier. The sleeves of her clothes were clearly torn, and her scarf was missing. Noticing her gaze, Qin Yongji offered, "Give the scarf to He Xiaoman." She just returned from the mutation zone. It's gotten much colder on Greedy Wolf Star, and she's freezing. Mingjun nodded and checked the temperature control on the domino. It's not too cold yet. Hongta City has the power of the red flame stone, so it's a bit warmer than other places. Let's wait until April and see if we can enter springtime. Qin Yongji exchanged a few pleasantries with her, explained his school situation, and discussed the possibility of skipping grades with Mingjun. Mingjun never worried about her studies, and knew Qin Yongji was capable enough to skip the second grade. But seeing the faint dark blue under her eyes, she asked with some concern, 2 years of schoolwork combined with training in the mutation zone. Can your body handle it? Of course, Qin Yongji patted her arm. She used to have average physique, mostly developed through extreme sports. Back in Jiuzhou, she was already quite good, but not so good in the interstellar space. But after the training at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, even a worthless person could have a physique like an Iron Man. I can handle it, don't worry, Mother Mingjun. Once I skip a grade, I can go to the military district early, which will give me an advantage in the selection for the military joint competition. Qin Yongji was quite interested in the selection for the military joint competition. Not only could she compete with the best from other star systems, but she could also win an advantage for Qian in entering the unknown star region. There was no harm in that for her, so giving it a try wasn't a bad idea. The invasion in the Russian district came to an end with Qin Yongji. After the holiday, Qin Yongji was busy with course assignments. Since her grade-skipping channel had been activated, she needed to enter the mutation zone to catch up on her second-grade progress. Most of her first-year courses were being taught online through holographic channels, and she was in the process of applying for holographic online access from her teachers. Had she just finished her grade-skipping chores, and before she had time to look at the supernatural course sent by Min Xingchen, Qin Yongji's computer received a message from the Tanlang military region. Not only her, but everyone who had been to the Huiyang Trading Center that day received this message. Because a special potion had appeared at the trading center, everyone who had been to Huiyang was asked to repeat their itinerary to determine where the potion was sold. Qin Yongji and He Xiaoman both sent their travel reports. To be precise, the matter He Xiaoman discussed with her involved her, Qin Yongji, and the 4 siblings of the Shi family. Shi Huanyu had also come to see Qin Yongji because of her grade skipping. After the grade skipping channel opened, Qin Yongji needed to join the second-year students in the mutation zone activities. Shi Huanyu's reason for seeking her out was simple. She was actively seeking a team. He Xiaoman had already agreed with Qin Yongji to join them, and had no objection to her joining. She even persuaded Qin Yongji, saying, Shi Huanyu's melee combat is excellent, I think it's feasible. Shi Huanyu also brought along her younger brother, Shi Mi, so Qin Yongji's team was already halfway complete. When Shi Huanyu received the news from the military district, she was watching them finish planning their route and arranging trading times. Were you the one who led the battle in the Nishan district that day? Shi Huanyu had heard from classmates who had returned from the Nishan district that several star beasts had appeared, leading to some chaotic fighting. However, a lone soldier from the Nishan district emerged as the commander and took full control of the situation. Under those circumstances, it was truly surprising that she was able to take command. After all, this wasn't military academy training, nor was it practical training in a mutation zone with a teacher providing backup. With so many residential buildings and critical structures in the Twisting Mountain area, and people who hadn't had time to evacuate, a single mistake could have serious consequences. Qin Yongji wasn't the only one in command at the time, but she was the only one with sufficient mental network coverage to assume command in an emergency. Qin Yongji nodded, and Shi Huanyu's gaze shifted. Did anyone else lose control? I heard he used something he shouldn't have, and the mental tree died. Shi Huanyu came from a well-off family. Her mother worked at the Greedy Wolf Research Institute, her father was a manager in the Greedy Wolf Military Defense Department, and her uncle was the renowned Li Qiuxue, the maintenance manager. She might have some inside information. But this news was truly unexpected. He Xiaoman recalled what happened that day, and was immediately shocked. Dead? How's that any different from being dead? If the spirit tree dies, isn't it just a matter of waiting for brain death after the spirit core's energy dissipates? Shi Huanyu nodded. Well, he went into a manic state, and was knocked unconscious. He was immediately sent to the Military Research Institute. My mother didn't take over. This matter had widespread implications. All the research institutes on Tanlang Star were under investigation, and they were digging deep into the ground for investigation. So they had to send him to the military district, which was the safest place. And then, when they got there, he suddenly woke up while their blood was being drawn. He was only lucid for a moment, ready to self-destruct his spirit core. The military had to inject him with a stun gun, and he never woke up again. He Xiaoman's face was filled with regret. A vibrant life had been lost just like that. The thought that he might have joined forces with them to fight the Star Beast was even more unbearable. Qin Yongji didn't sound particularly emotional, merely catching another glimpse. Why is it linked to the Research Institute again? That's a little hard to say. I don't know more than the surface information, Shi Huanyu said. Have you heard of the holy water? Qin Yongji's eyes flickered slightly, and she continued, this thing is contraband. Some people privately call it holy water, while the Research Institute calls it evolutionary fluid. It's said to stimulate genetic power, boost mental power, and even repair damaged mental power. It's incredibly versatile. Initially it's unclear where the rumor came from, but by the time the Star Alliance discovered it, quite a bit had already been sold on the Bingjing network. After the seizure, it hasn't been seen since. However, many are actually being sold privately in major Galaxis trading markets. Evolutionary fluid? Stimulating genetic power is understandable. Don't modern gene-enhancing potions also improve physical fitness by stimulating primordial genes? But explosively increasing mental power, that sounds fishy, doesn't it? He Xiaoman couldn't help but look puzzled. How could anyone fall for the evolutionary fluid scam? Anything related to increasing mental power is a scam. An interstellar being's mental power can only be affected by the energy of their spiritual realm. Everyone's spiritual realm is unique, so how could there be a universal potion? Shi Huanyu had anticipated her reaction, but she straightened up, her slender figure casting a shadow on the clear ground. Qin Yongji was staring at this shadow, his expression uncertain. It's true. Even on the other side, Shi suddenly stepped forward and joined the conversation. His face was stern, and he looked at them with exceptional seriousness. He Xiaoman looked up. What's real? Shi Huanyu lowered her eyes calmly. The evolution fluid is real. Why are you so sure? Qin Yongji's voice remained impassive. You know that Crones, the current regional commander of the Demon Eye, was once invaded by the Immortal Vine's spiritual energy during the Battle of Mant Highlands, where they strangled the Star Beast Sequence 2, the Immortal Vine. His spiritual realm was largely destroyed, and he resigned from the Demon Eye command, replaced by his adjutant, Shelley. 10 years ago, when the first evolution fluid was sold, claiming to be able to heal all mental damage, he purchased it. Shi Huanyu paused there. Everyone knew what happened next. 3 years ago, Crones, whose spiritual realm was nearly broken in Mant Highlands, announced that he had recovered after being healed by a repairman and resumed his position as chief commander, a position he has held ever since. He Xiaoman's eyes widened. Oh my god, I know about this. Didn't they say Yeniwei's healing affinity was responsible for his successful treatment? It was a huge deal back then. The entry about Yeniwei betraying Qi Yan dominated the Star Network headlines for a whole month, and all the major forums were abuzz. It was this incident that propelled Yeniwei to unprecedented heights. Shi Huanyu shook her head and sighed. Actually, I don't know much about Yeniwei, but what is certain is that the so-called healing affinity doesn't compensate for the effects of the spiritual realm. I can attest to that. Shi silently raised her hand. She glanced at Shi Huanyu cautiously, and seeing that her sister didn't say anything, she said honestly, I just have a healing affinity. There's nothing special about me. So, Crones' recovery is the result of the evolutionary fluid. Then why didn't he disclose it publicly, instead involving Yeniwei in covering it up? At this point, Shi Huanyu's eyes hardened, a flicker of hatred flashing across his face. Of course, that's because the so-called evolutionary fluid's origin is unknown. It was once a product of the Yatta laboratory. After the Yatta bombing, it no longer existed. The evolutionary fluid was a product of Yatta's biological experiments. The mention of Yatta sent a flash of alarm through Qin Yongji's mind. The current speculation is this. When the Yatta experimental star cluster was blown up, many people died, especially members of the Biological Experimentation Institute. After the defeat, Chairman Zhao ordered the execution of all the Yatta leaders. However, Yatta's habitable planets and most of the population were dispersed, so there's no guarantee that some weren't completely wiped out. Qin Yongji lowered his eyes and said calmly, Chairman Zhao has shown some remorse. He Xiaoman made a surprised expression and silently closed his eyes. When the two-star systems fought, countless Yatta soldiers died. The top brass was slaughtered, the military district was disbanded, habitable planets were divided into resource-rich and habitable planets, and all experimental personnel were exterminated. Star Alliance history calls that period the Bloody Years. Aside from the experimental planets, where biological experiments were conducted, all of Yatta's research was preserved. If I were him, I'd kill them all. A clean kill serves as a warning to others, deterring them from further action. Since we need to intimidate, let's do it thoroughly. Since the butcher knife has been raised, let's put an end to it all. It's better to kill 1,000 innocent people than to let one go. This is too much. Yatu was rebelled against by other star systems because of its inhumane use of large numbers of interstellar humans, especially the Red Flame, for atavistic genetic experiments. It also violated regulations by conducting star beast transformations. Although they failed, they killed too many people. If we also raise the butcher knife against truly innocent people, what's the difference between us and them? Shi Huanyu casually mentioned this. Qin Yongji looked up at her, and as she spoke, He Xiaoman nodded. This is the Qian people. Even after enduring countless bloody disasters, once they return to the light of day, they still feel that there are still many good people in the world. Qin Yongji couldn't tell whether her heart was good or bad. She simply felt fortunate to have come to Qian first. And, fortunately, she was a sufficiently bad person that her hand never wavered when holding a knife. When killing, Qin Yongji would be careful not to spill blood in front of these kind people. That was her kindness. Shi Huanyu brought the conversation back to Yatu and the evolution essence. While it had therapeutic effects, it wasn't all that great. Otherwise, even with the intimidation of Qian, it still couldn't stop people from pursuing profit. Although Crohn's has healed his spiritual realm, the evolution fluid isn't a panacea. Its effects are very short-lived, only replenishing the realm while energy is concentrated. Once it loses energy, it shatters again. Therefore, Crohn suffers the daily pain of rebuilding his realm. A large number of repair technicians, led by Yin Yiwei, provide him with energy to replenish his realm daily. As for the claim that the evolution fluid can dramatically increase mental power, no one has verified it. However, Qi Yin secretly obtained a bottle of evolution fluid, and tests have shown that it can indeed dramatically increase a person's mental power, but at the cost of accelerating its dissipation, essentially trading life for strength. Qin Yongji thought of the individual soldier that day. Was that person using the divine water as side effect? But she thought more carefully. Could he have used the fluid's explosive power just to defeat an S-rank star beast? That's unlikely. Shi Huanyu said this with a rather sarcastic smile. Of course not. It's really hard to explain. Divine water and evolution fluid are actually two different things. Chapter 49. I told you, after the Yatu explosion, all experimental data was destroyed. Only a few researchers survived. Some of these researchers may have had experience with biological experiments, but they couldn't replicate the results completely. The only true evolutionary fluid is the remnants of the original batch. The rest, sold as holy water, are imitations made by Yatu's remnants. These imitations can produce effects similar to the evolutionary fluid, but they also make the spiritual realm extremely unstable, threatening collapse at any moment. My mother said the Research Institute analyzed the ingredients and discovered that they contain Star Beast's spiritual power. Directly bringing Star Beast's spiritual power into the spiritual realm is tantamount to seeking death. Perhaps the effects of the evolutionary fluid are real, and they do come with a price, but it won't be immediately apparent. As for the holy water, its effectiveness is another matter, and its side effects are even more pronounced than the effects. He Xiaoman hadn't expected a trip to the Nishan district to buy some materials would lead to so much drama. She was dazzled by the story. How bizarre. I don't know about the holy water or the evolutionary essence, but I do understand this. People still have to strive for their own success. No external forces are enough. They're all out to take their lives. Shi Huanyu agreed, looking at her appreciatively. You're right. These are all crooked ways. It's a good thing Yat is gone. Otherwise, if this trend spread, the Star Alliance would be doomed. Qin Yongji paused to reflect on the day's events. I never heard of the holy water before. It's like it just popped up out of nowhere. Shi Huanyu was at a loss for words. You used to be running between the training room and the maintenance room at 2 o'clock. Forget the holy water. Did you even spread the news of your grade skipping throughout the school? How many second-year students are watching you now? Looking at me? What's so good about that? Qin Yongji really didn't know. He Xiaoman also remembered this. Oh, I know about that. Some people say you skipped a grade so you could beat Chu Li's hen and become the head teacher. You don't know. But since the news of your skipping spread, many first-year students have applied to skip, saying they want to follow in the footsteps of the boss. I noticed you're really well known in the first year. The second-year students are speculating that it wasn't enough that you broke Chu Lishan's record upon admission, but you're planning to completely bring him down and parachute him into the head of the second year. Oh no, after the assessment, you be the head teacher of the third year. Qin Yongji only heard about her record-breaking experience by chance at the beginning of the semester. Only then did she realize that she had simply skipped a grade, yet it had already caused a stir on the Greedy Wolf Military Academy forum. Are your training missions light? Why are you so idle? Routine training for second-year students involves practical training in the mutation zone, but at the end of March or April at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, they return to campus for a semi-annual review. This training lasts about a month, making it much easier than the mutation zone. It's truly a free time. Wait until you finish building your mecha, so we can show it off to everyone in the mutation zone. He Xiaoman had great confidence in Qin Yongji and patted her shoulder. We bring back a lot of goodies from the mutation zone. It's a lucrative business. Qin Yongji knew the mutation zone was profitable, but her mecha upgrade wasn't going to be completed so quickly. She expected to be thankful if it was finished before the upgrade assessment. I need to study more. I see Zhuolu tonight, Qin Yongji said, as Shermi Yu approached and whispered, a bit defiantly, I can help you too. Even if he couldn't do it, he could always ask his uncle for help. Zhuolu didn't have an outside helper like him. Teacher Yu Xingzhou had been missing lately, and no one knew where he'd gone. Qin Yongji ignored his petty competitive urges. Whether Shermi helped or Zhuolu made no difference. She showed him the armor and weapon handling areas. Shermi finally had a chance to contribute to Qin Yongji's mecha. She immediately put all her effort into the design, elevating the Yehua's appearance to a new level. At first glance, it looked incredibly majestic. After seeing the finished product, Qin Yongji nodded in satisfaction and took a screenshot to send to Zhuolu, prompting her to angrily accuse Shermi of stealing her work, instantly sparking a fight. Watching her unyielding attempt to update Yehua's joints, Qin Yongji smiled and turned off his laptop. Go ahead, the more you do, the better. It's all for the child, the mecha. Qin Yongji once again logged onto the Beijing network to search for past information on the use of the Red Lotus supernatural core. The Red Lotus had been weaponized 3 times, but each time, due to substandard testing, no formal interviews were conducted. The repair technicians responsible for its production hadn't disclosed their basic statistics or procedures. There wasn't much discussion of the Red Lotus in the Central Authority Zone. After some research, Qin Yongji decided to ask Bingjing Wanchitong. Wan Miao had been quite proud of herself lately. Leveraging her position on the Fire Gods list, she had befriended several renowned repair technicians and exchanged them for inside information. The information booklet left by Senior Wanchitong finally had Wan Miao's name on it. Just as she was enjoying her life, the sudden disturbance in the Red Flame Galaxy's divine water forced her to continue her journey. Coincidentally, a stranger had appeared among the repairmen Wan Miao had previously known. He was also after Vulcan's list, and in return, he would provide Wan Miao with information about the sacred water. Just as she was worrying about Vulcan's long absence from the forum, the long-dormant ID suddenly lit up. Before Wan Miao could proactively contact him, a message from Qin Yongji arrived in her chat box. A fire in winter. Know it all. I need the materials, process information, and conditions for weapon manufacturing with Star Beast Sequence 20 Red Lotus and its superpower core. This kind of message, by itself, would be a good question for the repairman, or perhaps Qin Yongji's reputation, if she could just use her ID to post a message to the agency. There would likely be many responses. But the problem was that after Min Xingchen's mecha repair was completed, Qin Yongji became a huge celebrity. Many repairmen offered her rewards. Qin Yongji even saw someone offering a reward to Min Xingchen to extract Qin Yongji's remaining spiritual energy from his mecha. Before seeing the incident with the divine water, Qin Yongji might have thought this was just a mechanic being wary of his peers, but after hearing Shi Huanyu describe the ingredients for the evolution fluid, she became wary. The evolution fluid had failed to extract the Star Beast's energy signal, and now her unique mental power, capable of counteracting ionic energy, had appeared. It was likely to attract attention. Furthermore, Qin Yongji was subconsciously wary of Yatu. She had memories of Yatu's laboratory, and her own mental power was indeed somewhat unusual, so she couldn't help but be cautious. Min Xingchen, of course, refused the so-called reward. Not to mention that Qin Yongji's mental tentacles were well retracted, leaving no residual mental energy. Just based on the fact that Qin Yongji had helped him repair the mecha, he wouldn't just hand it over to anyone else, no matter their motives. What if the so-called extraction of spiritual power affects the fire god? Wouldn't that be ungrateful? Besides, how could he, the eldest son of the Tianyu group, be short of money? For various reasons, Qin Yongji gradually withdrew from the bureaucracy. Faced with her current needs, she only considered for a moment before contacting the All-Knower. This wasn't particularly confidential, and the reward the All-Knower was asking wouldn't be excessive. When Wan Niao saw her message, she suddenly felt like she was the granddaughter of God, and her every word came true. Ice Mirror All-Knower. Yes, I arrange it immediately. Could the fire god be my friend? I have a client. Qin Yongji felt she was too obsessed with her friend's status. She had so many red dots in her private messages, most of which were messages from clients Wan Niao had introduced her to. So many that Qin Yongji didn't even bother to read them. A fire in winter, sure. After replying, Qin Yongji received most of the information Wan Niao had sent her, and she even sent her a message at the end. Ice Mirror Know-It-All. It just so happens that Fire God has sold me a piece of information. I won't take it for free, so I give you one too. The initial testing of the Red Lotus Superpower Core was handled by Yu Xingzhou. Fire God, you can talk to him, he's on your list. Yu Xingzhou? Qin Yongji certainly knew this man. He was Lu's teacher, Qian's most famous repairman, and once Shi Cixin's idol. A fire in winter, what's his ID? As for the know-it-all's claim of selling her a small piece of information for nothing, it's easy to imagine. It's basically telling others that she has the Red Lotus, or that she's about to dispose of the Red Lotus Superpower Core. If anyone uses this Superpower Core in the future, they can use the results of her handling of the Superpower Core to gauge her power as the Fire God, who stirs up chaos in the complex system. This was actually a subtle reminder. Ice Mirror Know-It-All. Men who love to smile don't have bad luck. Looking at the ID, Qin Yongji felt a flash of familiarity. To confirm her suspicion, she flipped through the list. Sure enough, in her daily message check-in, she saw this guy who, every time it was lunchtime, checked in on whether she had her nutrient solution and eaten. The number of little red dots was overwhelming, already accumulating over 3,000 messages. Qin Yongji didn't know how he could post so many. Out of respect for the master, Qin Yongji politely clicked on it. The first thing he saw was a long string of good mornings and good nights, even an Ice Mirror memo. Qin Yongji, ? What the hell was this guy using her chat box for? Yu Xingzhou himself was always online. With an ID like that, no one would have guessed it was Yu Xingzhou, surfing the internet intensely day in and day out, never once being exposed. A fire in winter? Master Yu Xingzhou? Out of courtesy, Qin Yongji waited a moment while the other person typed a memo. Seeing Yu Xingzhou finish, she replied with a message. To her surprise, the other person was even more excited than she was. A man who loves to smile has good luck. Surprise. Resurrected? Oh no! Online. A man who loves to smile has good luck. Fire God, I've been waiting for you so long. A fire in winter, what can I do for you? Before the other person bombarded her with messages, Qin Yongji seized the opportunity, otherwise her chat box would be flooded with chaotic messages. She felt that the Bingjing network was like a mask worn by everyone, a mask that allowed everyone to let loose. For example, Min Xingchen, in the interview with the Mingxing.com, appeared as a rather aloof and defiant young master, but on Bingjing.com, he practically lost all sense of propriety. Yu Xingzhou himself was the same. He appeared calm and dignified in public, a leading figure in the Qian maintenance community. In online chats, he was a gifted surfer, so talkative that Qin Yongji thought he met a male he man. Men who love to laugh don't have bad luck. Important, very important. I'd like to have some academic discussion with you. I heard you're very familiar with the energy hedging of materials. I happen to be working on a similar project. Are you interested in participating? Such a familiar rhetoric. Qin Yongji thought. It seemed like Li Chao had used the same rhetoric many times to entice her, trying to spark a passion for research. And usually, she said this because her supposedly lavish father had assigned her some bizarre homework, and she couldn't handle it, so she came to ask for help. A master like Yu Xingzhou shouldn't have homework worries. He only had difficult problems. Qin Yongji guessed that she might have encountered a difficult problem repairing the mecha. A fire in winter. What's wrong with the mecha? Just tell me. I'm not interested in research. Yu Xingzhou was stunned. He had read all of Yihuo's Q&A records, and had assumed she was deeply devoted to theoretical research. After all, Yihuo never handled practical mecha repairs. The only case she handled was Min Xingchen's Morning Star. He had assumed she was a theorist, passionate about research and discovery. In reality, Qin Yongji simply didn't have the time. She had classes, training, modifying her own mecha, and repairing Min Xingchen's. She wished she could take it apart in one day, and use it for two. She had no time for more. Although Yu Xingzhou was talkative, he never delayed matters, and immediately sent his questions. The mecha he was handling was a damaged one belonging to the Qian military, called the Killer Star. It was a rare sight for Qin Yongji to see a mecha in such a state of damage. The outer shell was completely shattered, the energy signal in the communicator exceeded the limit, and numerous roots had grown from within the psychic core, dismantling the entire mecha along the communication wires. A man who loves to smile can't have bad luck. It turns out that this mecha's communicator psychic core is very special, sharing the same psychic core energy with the weapon. During a mission, a soldier encountered a very dangerous SSS-class star beast. Its psychic powers were enhanced, amplifying the psychic core's energy and directly activating the energy signal within it. This caused the psychic core energy from the communicator to surge into the soldier's mental field, completely destroying the mecha. Qin Yongji was reviewing the mecha's damage report when he sent the message. The Killer Star mecha, with overall attributes at SSS level, contained a half-regenerative energy core from the Star Beast Sequence 2, the Immortal Vine. Qin Yongji seemed to have heard of this Star Beast's name only recently. Wasn't it the one that Demon Eye's strange commander had dealt with, the Demon Eye's energy core? Yet it was a mecha belonging to the Red Flame military. Qin Yongji suppressed his curiosity and examined the cause of the damage. The Immortal Vine possessed extremely strong regenerative properties, and was the only star beast capable of returning to its original level after its energy core was shattered. During the Battle of Mad Highlands, Demon Eye Commander Crones and Red Flame Commander He Xiangong had jointly dealt with this star beast. Afterwards, Demon Eye attempted to seize the energy core for himself. Red Flame Commander He Xiangong was not one for good temper, and immediately blasted the energy core to pieces. As it turned out, the Immortal Vine's energy core, like the star beast's, fused into two fragments, like an indestructible cockroach. One half was taken away by the Demon Eye, and the other half was given to He Xiangong. Unexpectedly, it was now being used in the same mecha. Yu Xingzhou didn't wait for Ihua's response, and he felt anxious. He had always been responsible for the Immortal Vine's transformation, and this time was no exception. In previous cases, he would replace the entire communication device and communication wires, then completely rebuild the mecha. But the problem was that the individual piloting the Killer Star had a very unique mental field. It had no interaction with anyone else's mental power, yet it could perfectly integrate with the mecha's communication wires. Once the communication wires were replaced, the mental tentacles in the individual's mental field needed to be recharged, essentially starting over from scratch to adapt to the new body. Every time this happened, it was extremely traumatic for his mental field, and sooner or later, this process would completely destroy his mind. Yu Xingzhou's hesitation this time was because he heard Min Xingchen's mecha was fully repaired, so he wanted to come to Ihua and let her try it out. As for the initial reason he joined Ihua to find a talented disciple, Yu Xingzhou no longer dared to mention it. He feared he wouldn't be able to teach Ihua, and Ihua would have to teach him instead. This mecha was activated by the enhanced energy of an SSS-class star beast. Yes, activated. The damage to the mecha wasn't caused by anything else, but by its own psychic core. The Immortal Vine's psychic attribute was regeneration, meaning it possessed a powerful vitality. Even in its psychic core form, it continued to surge with energy. This characteristic allows the repairman to maximize its potential when handling it. The Immortal Vine's tenacity allows it to reach over 80% utilization. While this level alone isn't enough to awaken the psychic core, the natural mental tendrils of the individual piloting the Killer Star allow him to achieve near-perfect compatibility once he adapts to the mecha's energy. It's practically an SSS-class star beast controlled by humans. Under this enhanced energy shock, it's possible to activate the psychic core, causing it to enter its activation phase and regenerate branches of the Immortal Vine. This is what led to the current situation. In Qin Yongji's opinion, it's not impossible to treat it. Completely dismantle the mecha, remove the psychic core, and freeze or melt the energy. Once the strengthening effect wears off, the psychic core will return to a harmless state. As for the mecha, it can simply be discarded and rebuilt. Generally speaking, replacing a mech is common, except for those like Min Xingchen, whose mech holds special meaning. The previous pilot was a loved one, and the only trace of their existence left in the world, besides the spiritual core, is the lingering spiritual fluctuations in the mech's communicator and communication threads. Therefore, they are reluctant to give it up. In other cases, if the mech is damaged, it should be replaced. But Qin Yongji speculated that this individual's spiritual attributes might be unique. After all, only when the mech is nearly 100% compatible can the Immortal Vine be activated. Once this level of compatibility is achieved, damaging the communication threads is tantamount to severing his spiritual tentacles, a connection that is invisible and unconscious. Even if the individual is unconscious, his spiritual tentacles are fully connected to the communication threads, and the mech has become an external part of his spiritual realm. There actually are people like this. Chun Yongji couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this mecha was named Killer Star. It was so perfectly aligned with him. Both the mecha and the humanoid were enhanced to varying degrees, making it a truly formidable battle weapon. After sighing, Chun Yongji began to ponder Yu Xingzhou's idea. Since he had brought it over, it clearly meant he didn't want to dismantle and rebuild the mecha. This wouldn't be beneficial for either the individual soldiers or the psychic core. If he didn't, the only way to save the situation would be to allow the psychic core to actively recapture its energy. But star beasts aren't human. They lack human intelligence and reasoning. Plunder and aggression are their instincts. For an SSS-level star beast would attribute regeneration, unless they could find a natural energy source to counteract it, how could they prevent it from invading? Thinking of this, Chun Yongji paused, then suddenly a light bulb flashed. She had a brilliant idea. Fellow SSS rank, doesn't she happen to have a fire-attributed essence core that naturally counters wood? Don't you agree, Honglian? A fire in winter. I almost understand what you mean. It's best if this mech doesn't move, and the essence core lets it recycle its energy, right? A man who loves to smile has good luck. Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly what I was thinking. But you also understand that there's the enhanced energy, for one thing, and the Star Beast Essence Core's energy is inherently untamable, for another. Both of these are difficult to address. So I'm thinking, since you can fuse and offset the deionized energy, don't you have a way to deal with this enhanced energy as well? Yu Xingzhou was also having a headache. Seeing the news about a fire, he couldn't help but glance at the completely destroyed killing star. His resentment towards Shang Yueshan could not be any deeper. How many times had he warned him to take it easy? You can't just call him a killer and treat him like a machine. Especially when he saw him lying in the medical bay with a frown on his face, he couldn't help but think bitterly, pain. You even feel pain? If he weren't about the same age as his son, Yu Xingzhou would have wanted to kick him. A fire in winter. Energy enhancement can solve this problem. I don't have the materials, so let's try energy hedging. The Immortal Vine's energy can cover the contact thread. Don't be too careful, it will repair any damage. As for your second point, Teacher Yu, perhaps you heard of Red Lotus? Energy hedging is certainly feasible, but the contact thread regenerates, and the impact on a person's mental state can't be reversed immediately. Yu Xingzhou's expression, which had just improved after hearing the news, turned bitter again. He also said this to a fire. Chun Yongji's response was, a fire in winter, well, let him take it. He knew he was piloting a mech with special regenerative properties, yet he charged forward to resist the enhanced energy. Why would he care? As long as he didn't die, that's all that mattered. Even she, a half-baked mechanic, knew this. Regenerative energy cores, as weapon cores, possess special repair and energy-sustaining properties. However, this powerful effect carries the risk of the cores easily generating star beasts. Generally speaking, there's no need to worry. First, the utilization rate of energy cores isn't that high, and second, the compatibility between the individual soldier and the mech isn't that high. Even if they were hit by the enhanced energy, it wouldn't matter. Simply put, they weren't strong enough to activate all the star beasts. But if this individual soldier was strong enough, Chun Yongji didn't believe his mechanic hadn't told him otherwise. Knowing this and still bumping into it, he's either a wimp or a fool. Since he created it, he has to bear it. After hearing Chun Yongji's words, Yu Xingzhou couldn't help but feel a little pity for Shang Yueshan. So, besides a kind-hearted god like him, who else could tolerate a troublemaker like Shang Yueshan? As expected, Yu Xingzhou wanted to look in the mirror, he was the best. After discussing the basic solution with Yabawo, Yu Xingzhou finally noticed a crucial part of her plan. Red Lotus. A man who loves to smile can't have bad luck. Xiaohua, you said the Red Lotus psychic core is difficult to use. Can it really push back the energy of the Immortal Vine? Yabawo in the winter. That's why I came to you, Master Yu. Yu Xingzhou was silent. No wonder this guy suggested using the Red Lotus psychic core. It seems he wanted to fuse psychic cores himself, and couldn't find any previous use cases, right? A man who loves to laugh has good luck. I send you the materials I made earlier. The person who ended up using Red Lotus was Xiao Miao, and I'm somewhat acquainted with her. I ask if there's any archive data for you. Chun Yongji already had information on Red Lotus's previous fusions from Wanchitong, but it certainly wasn't as comprehensive as the repairman's own. Yu Xingzhou's willingness to help was incredibly kind. Even further down the line, after negotiating with Yabawo, Yu Xingzhou was ready to ship the shattered mecha Shashing over. Hopefully, Shang Yueshan will still be alive when Shashing returns. Yabawo, just from chatting with him, was a ruthless and merciless person. Chapter 50. The utilization rate of the Red Lotus has always been a problem for the Jinghai Galaxy's maintenance technicians. However, as a high-level, rare SSS-grade supernatural core, the Jinghai Galaxy had gone to great lengths to acquire it, so it was impossible for it not to be used. For this reason, the Jinghai Galaxy Council president recruited a large number of top maintenance technicians from the Star Alliance Maintenance Technicians Association to handle it, and the final result was obvious. This supernatural core was undoubtedly a failure in Qin Yongji's hands. Under Yu Xingzhou's command, the Red Lotus achieved a rare utilization rate of 32%, a record-breaking achievement, records in every respect. Later, the Jinghai Galaxy had no other options for this supernatural core, and had to leave it idle. This time, to cope with such a long period of volatility, it was rationally exchanged for military resources. Qin Yongji also discovered the difficulty of handling the supernatural core. During her training with the second-year students in the mutation zone, whenever she had free time, Qin Yongji would study the seemingly ordinary supernatural core. SSS-ranked Red Lotus, the 20th ranked Star Beast in the Star Beast sequence, is able to overpower a host of strange supernatural attributes solely through its unique fire element, demonstrating its strength. The Star Beast supernatural sequence is a comprehensive rating based on factors such as the range of a Star Beast's energy, the number of casualties, the time it takes to resolve the situation, and its energy intensity, representing its difficulty. When it was discovered in the Jinghai Galaxy, it was in an unknown star region. Some speculate that perhaps leaving the abnormal environment of this unknown region caused Red Lotus's decline. For this reason, some believe that star beasts like Red Lotus exhibit abnormal and disordered growth, meaning their supernatural cores cannot be fully utilized under normal circumstances. However, this contradicts the star beast's inherent level. Star beasts that have reached SSS rank possess immense mutation values, naturally capable of creating a chaotic environment around them. A prime example is the Blood Mistletoe, which nearly transformed half of the Star Alliance into a mutation zone. Qin Yongji's research continued until the entrance exams arrived, but he still hadn't found a way to increase the Red Lotus's utilization. During this period, however, he activated the energy of the Psychic Core, solving the problem of killing Star Beasts. Also at SSS rank, the Immortal Vine, the second-ranked Star Beast, is clearly more difficult to deal with than the Red Lotus. However, the Red Lotus's advantage lies in the fact that the Immortal Vine is a foreign plant, and while plants are afraid of fire, the Red Lotus's fire is a special, energy-rich flame. As long as the energy allows, it can linger and even produce explosive waves of fire, with a power and swiftness beyond imagination. Qin Yongji used a weakening material in her mental power to dissipate the Immortal Vine's enhanced energy. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but while processing this enhanced energy, she felt her mental tentacles become even more powerful than usual. It could be that she'd been working on the mecha more often, training her mental strength, or perhaps it was simply entering a growth phase, causing her mental strength to surge. Just as Qin Yongji, after toiling day and night, finally delivered the killer star and breathed a sigh of relief, planning to undergo a mental evaluation, finals week at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy arrived, accompanied by the arrival of spring. Having just returned from the mutation zone, Qin Yongji rushed to the first-year graduation exams. The exams weren't difficult for her. The command department's exam involved holographic assessments and a virtual sandbox, while the mecha training involved assigned combat, applying for battles through a lottery system. Winning a match earned points, while losing a match lost points. Those who could fight as long as they could. Qin Yongji wasn't so idle. She stopped fighting after passing the qualifying line. She was about to take the second-year mutation zone assessment and didn't have the energy to keep fighting. The boss's early departure left the Combat Academy's soldiers deeply disappointed. They didn't get to fight Qin Yongji, as if they had missed out on the lottery jackpot. At this moment, the soldiers who had fought Qin Yongji and lost miserably, lying on the ground, were left speechless. If they wanted to fight the boss so badly, why didn't anyone come up when he said he'd give up the qualification? These guys only pretended in front of the boss. In private, their excuses were all, "Great, I didn't draw the boss. Luckily I didn't run into the boss. My legs go weak the moment I see her." Don't get weak yet. The boss will beat you so hard you won't even be able to get up. The soldiers who truly couldn't get up couldn't even utter a word of rebuttal. After the first-year assessments concluded, the students who had skipped a grade, or rather, Qin Yongji himself, embarked on the starship for the second-year entrance exams after the month-long holiday. The second-year entrance exams were conducted in a B-level mutation zone, with teams completing Star Beast missions. Qin Yongji's team was fully staffed. In addition to the Shirmi siblings, who handled maintenance and melee duties, and Yi Xiaoman, who handled ranged attacks, there was also a boy named Meng Qiaoyue, who had worked with Qin Yongji during the Star Beast invasion and deaths in the Twisting Mountain area. Similar to him was Zheng Pianpian, who also played defense. The scouts were Xiaoman's old partners, barely making up the team. This time, the assessment's mutation zone is the B-level Penghu Dam, with a mutation value of approximately 5321. The star beasts within are mostly low-level, with high-level star beasts near the buildings in the center of the abandoned dam. Before scrambling for points, I urge you to accurately assess your own strength and avoid risking your life. This concludes the rules for this entrance exam. Once the starship returns to port, entry and exit to the mutation zone will be open. The instructor in charge issued entry and exit permissions to each team. The mechas were connected to the rescue team signal, ready for elimination or emergency evacuation. Then, the cadets entered the arena one after another in their mechas. Qin Yongji replaced the Mo Dao's Esper Core with the Red Lotus Esper Core. Her handling wasn't very good this time, with the utilization rate barely stuck at 35%. At this point, Qin Yongji was quite satisfied. To complement the Esper Core, she completely modified the Mo Dao, using SS-grade ignition material, worth 1,000 gold per gram. The day the weapon was smelted and unearthed, it nearly brought down the maintenance technician training building. The Red Lotus Esper Core embedded in the weapon instantly set the entire floor ablaze. The school alarm sounded again. Fortunately, Dean Xiaonanshuang was in the nearby teaching building. Her weapon was embedded with an SSS water attribute Esper Core, which extinguished the Red Lotus flames and prevented further damage. This was also Qin Yongji's first time meeting the principal. He looked no more than 60 or 70 years old, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of age, his bones brimming with bony features. He looked more like a man in his twilight years than middle-aged. At first, he was stunned. Then, after extinguishing the fire in his mecha, he carefully considered Qin Yongji and said, "Youth is good." He seemed to smile. Qin Yongji couldn't grasp the meaning at first, but in the end, he didn't ask her to pay for it. All in all, it wasn't so bad. Although the process was difficult, he finally managed to equip Honglian's superpower core with the weapon. This time, Qin Yongji also intended to sharpen the blade of the Mo Dao for the entrance exam. The Penghu Dam isn't very large, but there are many low-level star beasts in the surrounding area, mainly concentrated near the substation and maintenance station. Should we go to these two places first? Shi Huanyu glanced in Qin Yongji's direction. As soon as the commander entered the mutation zone, she cast a strange glance at the heavy, long Mo Dao in her direction. The blade was as long as two mech's arms, several meters long, capable of slicing even small star beasts in half with a single blow. She held it on her arm, her fingers slicing along the blade, a cold light illuminating the mech's face, and then down through his eyes, giving it a bloodthirsty, cold look. Before the fight even began, the commander was already terrorizing the star beasts. Upon hearing this, Qin Yongji withdrew his gaze from the Mo Dao. He hadn't had time to examine the weapon closely since it was finished, but only today, upon arriving in the mutation zone, did he discover that the red lines on the Mo Dao glowed when exposed to the mutation zone's energy. It was a striking sight. The Penghu Dam radiated from the watertight wall. Behind it lay a roughly 3-kilometer-long riverbed, and ahead lay numerous abandoned buildings. Flanked on both sides by mountains and gorges, the river water within the dam shone a polluted dark green, converging into the vast Penghu Lake within the mutation zone. This was originally a branch of a vast river on planet CY021. After being contaminated by the mutation, the branch was cut off, and the once flowing water became stagnant. Instead, a new network of waterfalls and rivers has emerged from Penghu, weaving through the mountains and flowing throughout the mutation zone. Across the mutation zone, besides the water sources and mountain mineral veins, the area surrounding the former dam construction is the site of the largest concentration of star beasts. A large number of star beasts have taken up residence in the traces of human structures, absorbing their energy and using them as nests for reproduction. The substation is located near a former military base. It houses numerous energy structures and numerous star beasts. Going around here is likely the most popular route. Our entrance is closer to the maintenance station, allowing us to directly enter the inner area. The accumulated points of the lower-level star beasts outside are too low, and I'm afraid they won't be enough. Qin Yongji said calmly. They're far away, and there will be more people over there. If we divide all these star beasts, how many will we get? It's better to find another route. Shi Huanyu nodded, agreeing with the commander's order. As Qin Yongji sheathed her Mo Dao, her spiritual tentacles spread out, linking with the individual soldiers around her. The 3 soldiers she had worked with were used to enduring the pain of the connection, stopping where they were and squatting skillfully with their heads in their hands. But Su Lin, the unfamiliar scout who was linking with her for the first time, was not so foresight. Especially the scout who was about to go ahead and scout the route. He had just agreed to the connection when his spiritual tentacles were locked by the commander's power the next second. Frightened, he slipped and fell from the tree, earning the first injury of the assessment. After Yi Xiaoman recovered, she saw him sprawled out in a rage and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, idiot. Didn't I warn you to be careful? It's uncomfortable when connecting. You didn't listen. Su Lin struggled to his feet, shaking his head to make sure he was still clear-headed. He glanced back at the commander. I thought you were kidding me. Damn, who knew it was so painful? Is it really that exaggerated? Qin Yangji glanced at the two of them, puzzled. She had already managed to control herself. Even on the other side, Sheriff Wanyu recovered and heard her brother, still half-adjusted, say, it's not uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable at all. All commanders are like this. It's not your fault. Yi Xiaoman turned around shocked. TSK, that's the power of filters. She motioned for Qin Yangji to look over. Qin Yangji put a hand on her shoulder and turned her forward. Be quiet. Scout ahead and check the surroundings. I'm sensing the astral beasts' movements. They were low-level star beasts, approaching from the surrounding area, apparently foraging for food. Su Lin quickly got into gear. After a quick reply, he climbed up the bushes on either side and sprinted forward. The first thing Qin Yangji and his team encountered was a group of D-level star beasts. They were easily dealt with. Giant ants have two massive legs. Once their shells are pried open, the flesh inside is incredibly delicious, often used as star beast meat. Looking at the fallen giant ants, Yi Xiaoman descended from the artillery position. A large number of D-level star beasts were eliminated, and the monitors within the area emitted a subtle, unnoticeable notification. The command to mount the artillery was rejected by the commander, and Yi Xiaoman was a little confused. But when he saw Qin Yangji rip off the giant ant's legs, he instantly understood. Wow, the meat in this is edible? Qin Yangji nodded. She had an extraordinary understanding of food, not nutrient solution. Of course, it'd make you dizzy with its aroma. Yi Xiaoman licked her lips. I help you. She rushed forward to join Shermi, chatting with her as they worked. A commander who doesn't understand maintenance isn't a good cook. Shouldn't you maintenance technicians learn how to make everything from every material? Wouldn't that be perfect for survival in the wild? They know where to eat astral beasts, how to eat them, and wouldn't need to bring nutrient solution. Shermi weakly dismissed her idea. We don't learn that. We only learn which materials can be made into which mecha components, how to refine them, how to extract them. He earnestly recited a bunch of maintenance jargon to Yi Xiaoman. In the team chat, the scout, who was some distance away and hadn't heard Yi Xiaoman's voice, chuckled softly. Don't tell her that. She won't understand. Her brain can't process such profound content. Yi Xiaoman was indeed a little confused by Shermi's talk, but she pointed out that Su Lin was calling her stupid. Are you really smart? Then do you know what a cycloidal planetary drive is? Tell me about it. Su Lin coughed twice, feigning embarrassment, but remained silent. Yi Xiaoman became excited and took aim at what he was about to say. Su Lin's expression suddenly hardened. Commander, someone's coming. It was a military academy student, not a star beast. Qin Yangji also sensed it, but she remained silent as she replied, Don't worry, just pay attention to the star beasts around you. After the commander's words, Su Lin held his breath and waited in the crevice between the peaks, waiting for the flow of people from the gorge below to pass. The opposing team scouts brushed past him, and Su Lin dared not breathe loudly, fearing he would be discovered. After the two sides had a strange encounter, he saw the command mech surrounded by the crowd, with a huge word silence on its back. It seems Chu Li's Hin and his team are heading southwest. Qin Yangji dealt with the giant ants at the site, and pulled up the score screen. Chu Lishan's team, Team 071, was ranked first. They reportedly dealt with 1 A-class and 2 B-class creatures. There was a simple maintenance station to the southwest, so they should be searching for any traces of the S-class star beast. I see. Let's continue with our plan and head to the maintenance station. Qin Yangji was determined to go to the maintenance station. She planned to visit the dam center in the next few days. The station had emergency power sources, and a total station to monitor the damage and identify the right bombardment point to prevent the trapped water from bursting through. Su Lin received the order and emerged from the mountain crevice, crossing the two gorge roads toward the target point. Elsewhere, Chu Lishan's team, searching for a nearby maintenance point along the river, suddenly stopped. Reconnaissance voices echoed in the distance. It seems someone has cleared the area. No trace of the star beast has been detected. Chu Lihen understood this and sighed. It seems there are quite a few smart people out there. They don't want to go to the substation to grab kills, and the rewards are quite lucrative when they come out to hunt in the wild. Qin Yongji and his group didn't hear their sighs. Su Lin immediately emerged after Chu Lihen's group left. Although killing individual soldiers didn't earn points in the entrance exam system, and students generally weren't eliminated early, preventing them from advancing, there were still some ruthless individuals. After all, there were only so many star beasts in the mutation zone, and with fewer people, there would be less competition. I can't believe they're here. I thought they were going to the mutation zone too, He Xiaoman sighed as they hurried on. Qin Yongji remained silent, marking the team's route along the way, his gaze scanning the scene within the mutation zone. The Penghu Dam is built between two massive mountains. To the left is Tusk Mountain, renowned for its rare earths, and to the right is Nanan Mountain, home to a small cluster of energy minerals. Because the mutation zone formed a long time ago, much of the energy structure has been devoured by the star beasts. Many traces of soil erosion, reminiscent of sandy soil, can be seen between the mountains. There may be some residual material within these mountains. If your score converges sufficiently later, you can come here to scavenge for it. Qin Yongji mentally marked it. The maintenance station is located similarly to the substation, on the east and west sides of the dam building. Over time, the gates have become thickly coated with black rust, and the hinges have become stuck, leaving them only halfway open. The meshes have to squeeze through. We arrived at our target location. There are unusual energy signals within the maintenance station. Preliminary estimates suggest they are A-level star beasts, with an uncertain number. Su Lin didn't rush in. After entering the maintenance station, the vast canopy above blocked out the light, leaving the interior pitch black. He could make out the shadows of several massive structures in the darkness, likely the large mechanical equipment stored within. Su Lin peered through the gaps and reported basic information to the commanding officer. Following him, Qin Yongji and the others had already arrived outside the maintenance station. This place looks abandoned for ages, He Xiaoman looked up. As a ranged attacker, her excellent vision immediately caught sight of the arm-thick iron wires dangling from the vast canopy above the maintenance station. Wow, what are these? Supply chains? She captured the image and sent a signal to the command mecha. Qin Yongji took a look. They're bolt chains, typically used to prevent water from overflowing from a dam, causing flooding downstream and potentially destroying structures. Following the direction of the bolts, Qin Yongji arranged her positions, then gestured forward. She stepped forward, ripping the door's hinges and separating the leaf from the frame. The massive iron door, held in the crook of the mech's arm, appeared to lift with a slight movement, completely opening the entrance. This force caused the rest of the team to stare in surprise. Shi Huanyu, standing behind Qin Yongji, tentatively lifted the steel door, but it didn't budge. She calmly withdrew her hand, then glanced at Qin Yongji's arm, eager to have him come to the closed combat academy to measure his strength. Qin Yongji ignored her gaze. Her mental tentacles extended far out, signaling the scouts to reunite with the team, and the group rushed into the maintenance station. It looks like a warehouse cargo hold. Shermi followed behind the defense mech, moving slowly alongside the mech's massive frame. His mental signal scanned the surroundings, detecting energy fluctuations emanating from the ground. The supplies should be stored underground, with the warehouse built below. That sounds a bit empty, Qin Yongji said as he walked to a point ahead. The mech crouched down, tapping the ground with his knees. Want to go down? The scout asked. Qin Yongji shook his head. No, let's go up first. The four walls below the maintenance station had been corroded, leaving holes of varying sizes. The ground floor was supported by four massive metal pillars. Besides the massive crane arm outside the building, various damaged machines lay inside. As the mech walked across the scattered parts, there was a faint smell of rancid blood. The ground was stained with dried blood, as if it had been gnawed by a star beast, though no bodies were visible. Qin Yongji's mech ascended the low stairs to the second floor, which occupied half the space. Unlike the fully constructed first floor, the second floor contained numerous control rooms and dormitories, likely housing the technicians and workers who monitored the dam's condition at the maintenance station. Creaky. The mecha pushed open a room near the corridor, and a foul odor filled the air. The reconnaissance probe took a quick look and quickly retracted. It's the corpse of an A-rank star beast. There's a faint energy fluctuation. Qin Yongji drew her Mo Dao, pointed it at the shaky closing gate, and warned, it's recently deceased. There's still a star beast inside. She gestured to the defense mecha behind her. Zhang Pianpian, unmoved, was carried up to the ceiling by a support unit, and a traction net placed him on the other side of the gate. The Mo Dao hilt twisted and lunged towards the door. Roar! Just as the door was fully opened, the sound of a Star Beast's cannon blast echoed from within, and a wave of energy instantly spread. A black mist rushed out of the room, and the air suddenly took on a burning smell. Every breath felt like countless blades sliding down your respiratory tract. The defensive mechas aimed their guns and blasted towards the door. A honeycomb-shaped energy shield unfolded, blocking the flow of the black mist. In an instant, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the mist. With a clang, it collided with the energy shield. Its claws glowed dimly in the darkness, and then a pair of eyes, glowing white, appeared. Then, by the glow of the other creature, Qin Yangji recognized the species of Star Beast. A-level moon fox, supernatural corruption. Beware of the black mist surrounding it. Close combat, prepare to flank. As Qin Yangji finished his words, he saw the Star Beast swung its fox claws, a cloud of black mist covering the surface of its claws, and slapped the energy shield repeatedly. Shield retracted, Qin Yangji said calmly. The support, waiting on the ceiling like a gecko, heard this and retracted his energy shield from his defensive position. A traction net launched towards him, pulling the defense up and flinging it towards the maintenance area, where the energy shield was erected in the corridor. The support mecha fell with the momentum. Without the energy shield's barrier, the Moon Fox lunged towards the command position. Qin Yangji's mecha leaped quickly, leading it several meters away. Shi Huanyu circled from behind, and the support traction blasted out again, knocking the Moon Fox to the ground from behind. The melee mecha quickly advanced, its sharp rapier piercing the support traction net and piercing directly into the Moon Fox's flesh. Ouch! Pain exploded, and the Moon Fox's fur, like a hedgehog, instantly transformed into sharp thorns. Its limbs began to struggle from the traction net, prying a gap at the edge, and sharp claws emerged. The traction net's energy was broken, and the support had to be withdrawn. The melee mecha drew its rapier, and blood stained the Moon Fox's fur red. The moment the traction was retracted, the Moon Fox's limbs were free, and it quickly twisted its body, exhaling a puff of black mist in the direction of the melee mecha. Oh my god! The scout saw this scene and shouted in surprise on the channel. Qin Yangji, who had been creating opportunities for Shi Huanyu from a distance, sensed the energy, his eyes flashing, and the blade of the Mo Dao instantly flowed with a crimson light. Several red lines illuminated, and a fierce sound of breaking wind swept through the corridor. After spitting out the poisonous mist, the Moon Fox immediately swung its limbs and charged forward. Its body was incredibly light, landing almost silently and with incredible speed. It opened its mouth and let out a low cry of pain, its bright white eyes blazing with a ferocious bloodlust as it lunged at Qin Yangji. A few meters away, the Crimson Mecha's Mo Dao blade instantly lit up with fire patterns, illuminating the space before it like fireworks. Qin Yangji activated the Red Lotus core. The cold fire lotus on the mecha's chest seemed to sense it. Its petals gradually stained blood red, and the fire pattern spread to its vicinity, like a blooming lotus. The Mo Dao slashed down from above. Stab! Bang! The sound of scorching flesh echoed. The Mo Dao struck down at the Moon Fox's head. The moment the energy of the spiritual tentacles came into contact with the supernatural core, the Red Lotus supernatural core seemed to flash a few times, and then the blade of the Mo Dao was like quenching fire, and it slashed out a heat wave more than 10 meters long, swimming like a dragon, and rushed directly to the other end of the corridor. The black mist melted into the fireworks, instantly engulfing them. The flames scorched Shi Huanyu and Meng Jiayue's faces, burning them with a scorching heat. The intense heat stung their faces, and then the flame spread along the walls and ascended to the ceiling. Pop! A charcoal-like black solid fell from Qin Yangji's Mo Dao. Team 132 kills an A-rank Star Beast. He Xiaoman peeked out from behind the energy shield. Seeing this, he glanced at the Mo Dao in astonishment. No wonder you went to so much trouble to get a new energy core. It's truly worth it. It's incredibly powerful. Qin Yangji glanced at the flames in the corridor. The Mo Dao's blade slashed through the air, and the fireworks, like living creatures, followed its path, then converged into lines of fire, spreading upwards and forming red streaks on the blade. Qin Yangji kicked the now-dead Star Beast and nodded in agreement at her words. She hadn't mentioned that the energy core was SSS grade. Although its utilization rate wasn't high, it was clearly more than enough to deal with an A-grade Star Beast. Qin Yangji had come to the mutation zone specifically to exchange the energy core, intending to test the weapon's fusion capabilities. She estimated that the current MO Dao would be able to handle S-grade star beasts, but might struggle against SS-grade ones. As for SSS-grade ones, that wasn't something Honglian, at her current level of fusion, should be concerned about. What happened just now? After dispatching the A-grade star beast in the room, Qin Yongji asked Shi Huanyu in the team chat, an S-grade energy nuclear weapon should be no problem against the Moon Fox, right? Her tone was calm, devoid of accusation, a simple question, yet Shi Huanyu felt a chill run down her spine. The invisible pressure made her almost think she'd seen her grandmother. When she failed the test as a child, her grandmother asked her the same question. Shi Huanyu stood up straight silently. Hearing the command, the other soldiers dared not utter a word. He Xiaoman stood silently in the room, swallowing the words that were about to come out. Before Shi Huanyu could reply, Qin Yongji looked up from the corpse of the dead A-rank star beast. It was like a silent urging. Shi Huanyu stood straight, a trace of shame on her face. Just now, when the energy core activated the attack, it seemed to encounter some resistance. I couldn't kill it in time, giving the star beast a chance to counterattack. It's my fault. She admitted her mistake, a hint of confusion and regret between her brows. Qin Yongji turned to look at her. Shi Huanyu's rapier contained an S-rank energy core with a critical hit attribute, which dealt high damage when activated. Qin Yongji hadn't expected the Moon Fox to still have some strength left after the attack. She lowered her head and suddenly glanced at the dead star beast. The star beast's eyes had been devoured, and its energy core had been taken away by the Moon Fox. However, Qin Yongji spotted a speck of frost coating the remaining half of its throat. That was the pre-swing of its power. The Moon Fox's poison had already knocked it down before the ice-attributed star beast's energy could even be unleashed. But one thing was clear. The Moon Fox's poison mist corrosion powers pre-swing was definitely longer than that of elemental powers, and the poison mist took time to develop. It was impossible for it to die before even releasing its power. Qin Yongji thought of what Shi Huanyu had just said and reasonably speculated there might be more than just A-level star beasts at the maintenance station. She raised her head and gazed upward. A vast canopy completely enveloped the maintenance station, its anchor bolts extending across the station's roof beams, supporting the canopy above. A strange energy wave slowly emanated from above. Chapter 51. Up there? He Xiaoman watched Qin Yongji's movements and looked up with her. The second floor of the maintenance station only occupied half of the space. A long staircase led up to it. At the top, two buildings, built in midair, served as tool bays for repairing the large robotic arm. Instructions for the crane arm could be found in the operating room on the second floor. Reconnaissance Officer Su Lin's mental perception spread upward. Reconnaissance officers were extremely sensitive to star beast energy, even more so than command officers. They could detect any trace of energy signal hidden in the air and transmit it to the command for enemy analysis. There was indeed a slight energy fluctuation, but it was too weak, so weak that it was almost imperceptible. It was as if that creature was dying. Qin Yongji raised an eyebrow, her mental tentacles following his perception. The energy signal was indeed weak, her mental tentacles almost missed it as they passed by, but the fluctuation caused by the energy signal made Qin Yongji notice the other party, just as she had felt at a certain moment. Let's go up and take a look. She raised her hand to signal for support. Ming Jiayuan nodded, and the two mechs crossed the corridor and ascended the long staircase on the other side. The scouts received the command message and began searching the second floor with melee combatants. Shermi and Zheng Pianpei went to the main control room on the second floor to gather supplies and locate the location needed for command. Zheng Pianpei's energy shield had been slightly cracked by the Moon Fox collision, and Shermi urgently repaired it. The two began to struggle to decipher the various engineering text on the several control panels they had set up, searching for the total station's whereabouts. Just as they were searching, the commander's voice came, telling them to control the crane arm to bypass it. The stairs only reached the ceiling, so climbing up to the canopy required the use of a crane. Shermi fiddled with it for a while, finally figuring out how to use it. He manipulated the crane like a game controller, moving it to the command position. Hearing the creaking sound as it moved, he couldn't help but worry. This machine has been in disrepair for a long time. Will it break down? It's okay. Qin Yongji's mech grabbed the repair tools from the tool bay. She had certainly considered this issue and planned to build a temporary landing point on the crane so that even if it collapsed, she could use it to jump up the stairs. I have the tools. Hearing the commander's words, Shermi prepared without further ado. With the crane in place, the scout on the other side quickly descended into the corridor, sensing the presence of the star beast beneath the canopy and keeping a close eye on its movements. His mental tentacles wandered through the canopy for a long time, but the Star Beast's signal remained silent. Even the noises from the temporary sight and the energy fluid he drew didn't even register a single movement. It truly looked as if it were nearing death. Hellfire stepped onto the crane's frame, leaping a few times before prying his sword into the ceiling's joints. With a swift movement, the mech below shattered the joints with its tools, instantly removing the delicately fitted metal plates. Daylight streamed into the room, and the mech flipped over and leaped upwards. As his feet touched the ground, a faint animal cry echoed. In the narrow gap in the sky, a massive beast lay beneath. Seeing the mech land, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp canines. Roar! The moon fox, clad entirely in black, with only a pair of bright white eyes, glared fiercely, feigning a threat. However, its claws dangled from the ceiling, and it lacked the strength to stand. A massive amount of energy gushed out of its body. This signaled its impending death. Beneath the moon fox lay a pool of nearly coagulated blood. Qin Yangji's mecha struggled to his feet and approached it. The broad blade of his Mo Dao reflected the dying form of the star beast. At the sight of the sharp blade, the moon fox seemed to wail, closing its eyes in despair. The closer he got, the more Qin Yangji could sense the energy fluctuations. This was actually a fox king who had advanced to S rank. 3 steps away from the moon fox, Qin Yangji raised his Mo Dao. Swish! As the blade sliced through the air and the mecha pierced the moon fox's skull, the star beast, as if using up its last bit of strength, suddenly leaped up. Roar! It roared furiously, its bright white eyes flashing. It tried to belch out a black mist, but the energy within its body was insufficient, and only a faint puff of black smoke whimpered out. Just as the star beast dragged itself to its feet on its hind legs, Qin Yangji saw a massive gash in its abdomen. 2 fangs, covering its hind legs, pierced the star beast's sharp claws. Its abdomen had been ripped open by the fangs, its internal organs shattered. Judging from its condition, its supernatural core was likely no longer within its body. The flash of the Mo Dao struck the star beast with a fatal blow, leaving a hairline-thin scar on its neck. Bang! The moon fox's body slammed to the ground unwillingly, its eyes fixed fixedly on a single direction, crossing the sky, as if filled with hatred. Blood splattered on its face, like tears falling from the corners of its eyes. Qin Yangji turned the moon fox king's body over. Besides the fangs on its legs, it also possessed a strange black venom within its body. The moon fox's energy is a corrosive poisonous mist, inherently toxic. Generally, only higher-level toxic star beasts can affect them, but the Fox King is already S-level. Qin Yangji closed his eyes. Could there be SS-level star beasts in the B-level mutation zone? Qin Yangji pursed his lips, suddenly thinking of the moon fox he encountered on the 2nd floor. After killing another star beast, it didn't consume the energy core immediately, but carried it along with it until the Mo Dao flames incinerated the star beast to charcoal. Only then did he find 2 energy cores from the charcoal. Was it saving one to save the Fox King? She harbored doubts. The star beast was already dead, so there was no need to dwell on it. In addition to the A-level star beasts on the 2nd floor, the maintenance station also contained a number of lower-level star beasts, mostly D-level. Shi Huanyu and Su Lin worked together to quickly eliminate the gathering of star beasts. By the time Qin Yangji came down, Shirmi had also located the total station. The team dismantled the massive total station and evacuated the maintenance station. As they headed toward the inner perimeter of the mutation zone, the sky gradually darkened. Qin Yangji chose a training area near the dam as a temporary resting point. The training area was located on the back of the mountain, with a large, carved-out hole above it, perfect for resting. Qin Yangji built a fire, descended from it, and stood on the mountainside, gazing toward the dam. The scout, perched on the shoulder of the mech, also observed the surroundings. The two scanned their surroundings with their senses, and suddenly noticed something peculiar. Isn't it a little too quiet? They had already reached the inner perimeter of the dam. Logically, shouldn't there be more star beasts here than outside? They had killed several groups of C and D-level star beasts on the way to the maintenance station. There were even A and S-level star beasts inside the maintenance station. It made no sense that there wouldn't be any here. The abundant energy around the dam has always been a gathering place for star beasts. Qin Yangji lowered her eyes and retracted her spiritual tentacles, her expression solemn. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. An SS-level star beast might have truly appeared in the mutation zone. At this moment, they weren't the only ones wondering why there were no star beasts around. So were Chu Li's hen and his group, who were out hunting. As jungle scavengers, The star beasts near the dam should be increasingly abundant. The maintenance station and substation, where energy is sufficient, are right at the junction of the inner and outer zones. Beyond these 2 points, most star beasts forage in the mountains and fields, making encounters more likely. Are we so unlucky? We've been walking for hours, and haven't encountered a single high-level star beast. Tang Lu turned to look at the commander. Chu Li's hen scratched his head and looked at the scout. Still no signal? The scout mecha shook its head. No, let's move forward. He was also puzzled. This wasn't the first time he entered a B-level mutation zone, so why did it feel so strange this time? Why go any further? We reach the dam soon. By then, there will be so many star beasts. I never sleep tonight. Chu Li's hen sat down, leaning back and looking toward the mountain range. They were on the ridge, separated from Qin Yangji's team by a mountain. The two teams stopped at similar locations, preparing to rest. Outside, a teacher observing the situation couldn't help but laugh. The two teams ahead are planning to enter the dam. It looks like they meet there tomorrow. A nearby third-year teacher glanced over. The third-year graduation exams for the Greedy Wolf Military Academy were scheduled after the second-year exams. This time, the third-year students were serving as rescue team members for their exams, and many curious students had sneaked in to observe the performance of their juniors. Hearing the teacher's amused, spectacular tone, a third-year soldier shrank back. We're already getting SS-level star beasts right after the entrance exam? Isn't that a bit too much of a rush? They were only halfway through their third year, and were only just beginning to encounter SS-level star beasts. If the next class were to go this far, wouldn't they have to be SSS level for the graduation exam? This was too much. How exaggerated. Several of you killed 8-eyed armadillos on the verge of advancing to SS level in the Twisting Mountain area. Their overall strength is much greater than yours. The third-year soldier, sensing a hint of spurring himself on in the teacher's tone, shut up. He was being reckless. His juniors were surprisingly skilled. Another soldier, staring at the screen, opened his mouth and said, "Isn't there another one in this class who skipped a grade? How unlucky. Skipping a grade only to encounter a difficult exam." He was whispering to his companions, but who knew the teacher in front of him, with her keen hearing, would immediately turn and look over. "You're talking about Qin Yangji, right?" The teacher looked at Hemin from the command department, who would soon be the instructor for the third-year command department. Hemin nodded, her expression tinged with approval and admiration when she spoke of Qin Yangji. "Oh, if it weren't for her, we might not even have reached SS rank. I heard from Tu Shan'ai that she suggested you increase the difficulty level. Was it because of Qin Yangji?" Hemin couldn't help but laugh at her colleague's curious voice. "Yes, that's what Tu Shan'ai said. She said Qin Yangji's mecha has been upgraded. She had trouble fighting the star beasts before because her mecha wasn't up to par, but now it's caught up. Even an S-rank star beast can't stop her. I know her. Back then, the faction battle that was supposed to last 3 days and 3 nights was ended in 1 day and 1 night by this guy. No wonder you wanted to increase the SS rank. If that's the case, wouldn't the assessment become her exclusive showcase?" Overhearing their conversation, the second-year command teacher couldn't help but interject, "Our department's Chu Li's hen is also a good example. This kid has a high overall rating, but he's a bit reckless and careless. We give him a good warning this time." Though he said it, his tone was also filled with pride, a note of pride that his student was also quite capable. Hemin knew Chu Li's hen somewhat, and personally thought she wasn't as sensitive as Qin Yangji. She seemed to have an exceptionally clear mind, always assuming the worst-case scenario, allowing her real-time strategies to withstand a vast array of uncertainties. Some might think that commanders overthink things, burdening the soldiers below them. However, a commander like Qin Yangji is exceptionally adaptable to all kinds of unexpected situations on the battlefield. Although she is a commander, she is also one of the soldiers executing the plan. The entire battlefield is under her control, and she sees herself as a safety pin that stabilizes the situation, and sometimes even turns it around. One characteristic of such a commander is that every soldier who works with her feels a sense of security, because they always knew the commander's eyes were constantly on the ground, and she would fight any danger around her for the chance of survival. The two teams favored by the teachers outside the field finished their rest breaks and set off towards the dam. Qin Yangji's team lagged behind, delayed by cooking. What a delicious meal. Outside the field, they watched as they grilled giant ant thighs. The glistening meat was sliced thinly, spread on a clean stone slab, and then sprinkled with a layer of nutrient solution for seasoning. White smoke instantly wafted out, and the aroma made the third-grade students watching outside hungry. The second-grade teacher watched Qin Yangji climb into the cockpit of the mech and activate the weapon's blazing fire. heating the rocks beneath. His mouth twitched. His breathing quickened for a few seconds before he uttered, "That's rather audacious." Using the energy from a supernatural weapon to grill meat, he had always been very dissatisfied with Chu Lishan's lackadaisical demeanor on the field, but he hadn't expected Chen Yongji to go even further. After a hearty meal, Chen Yongji and the others began to settle into their form. The system broadcast had already revealed that many teams had killed A-level star beasts, and there were even a few S-level reports. Chen Yongji's team was agitated by these reports, and they sped towards the dam. Rushing down from the mountains on either side, the first thing they saw was the riverbed covered in black water. A rotten smell emanated from the water, and rotting seaweed and the carcasses of star beasts floated on it. The pilot and the mech paused for a moment, then the reconnaissance mech quickly passed by, scanning the surrounding terrain from a high point near the dam. The total station scanned the interior of the dam ahead, revealing all the coordinates. Chen Yongji recorded the internal structure diagram and led the team toward the dam's interior. The closer they got, the more they could sense the vast energy within. How many star beasts must have gathered here? Su Lin couldn't help but sigh. As Chen Yongji leaped from the mountains on either side, he observed a twisted black figure in the spillway. It looked like a loach, and its tentacles could be seen slicing across the riverbed. As the star beast emerged from the black water, a wave of energy surged forth. Support and entice them. Shermi's eyes lit up, deeply interested in this process. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiayue launched a traction cannon toward a skeleton on the river's surface. It dove into the water, and as it was pulled out again, Shermi fired an energy cannon. The energy liquid seeped into the black water, causing the star beast below to immediately leap out of the water. If it weren't for the off-color, it would have looked like a carp leaping over a dragon's gate. He Xiaoman aimed his cannon from above, and as the star beast's body half emerged, he fired a blast cannon swiftly toward it. Bang! The river surface erupted in a splash several feet high, and a bloody color instantly spread. Below the water, a group of water-type star beasts quickly scattered, disturbing the mud below and releasing a foul odor. Chen Yongji smelled the odor, covered his mouth and nose with his hands, and muttered, "Hurry!" There were still star beasts below, but the tranquil atmosphere had been shattered by the gunfire, making it difficult to lure them out. However, if they encountered high-level star beasts at the dam later, they could try fishing with their energy cores. As they entered the dam structure, Su Lin, hearing her intentions, curiously asked, "Commander, have you ever fished? It sounds like a very ancient pastime." "Of course I have," Chen Yongji said, his tone hinting at something else. "I fish regularly, and am quite skilled." As they spoke, they had already entered the earth and rock of the dam, their mechs moving through a massive pipe covered in black mud. This was once the riverbed, but after the upstream flow was blocked, the water was completely trapped outside the retaining wall at the rear, accumulating to a very high level. Only a small amount of water escaped through the diversion channel and the spillway. At that moment, further up the water pipe, a team of mechs heard the sound of gunfire and looked towards the commander ahead. "Is anyone here?" Chu Lishan's serrated blade caught the star beast's tooth, and veins on his face bulged slightly from the force. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Don't worry if anyone's here, could you please come and help?" The melee fighter watched him struggle, his long sword, gleaming with lightning, as he thrust his blade into the star beast's upper jaw. "Here it comes!" Roar! The pain made the star beast thrash, but it fought on, finally surrendering completely, when the long sword's lightning flashed from behind, tearing its flesh apart. The star beast let out a dying wail, instantly attracting Chen Yongji's team as they climbed up the water pipe. The scouts, weaving through the straight pipe, spotted the vertical curve above, almost reaching the interior of the dam. The dam's watertight walls were exceptionally solid. A massive watertight wall and a power station were built on the retaining surface. Inside, steel bars interlaced metal supports, integrated with the power stations on either side, extending all the way to the ship lock gates clinging to the mountain wall. Now, entering the wall through the water pipe, they could follow the internal passages all the way to the wing-like power station structures on either side. That's where the entire mutation zone's energy is concentrated, hosting a significant number of star beasts, making it an ideal location for earning points. Exiting the water pipe, we first entered the empty factory dam below. Machinery ran down from the factory building above. The massive, black iron pillars were riddled with cracks, and the pressure gauges atop them were completely broken, making it impossible to read the readings. The upper part of the dam connected to the main factory building, which housed large equipment such as motors. On the other side were the input pipes, and further ahead, the sewage wall. Chen Yongji stepped back and took a look at the structures within the empty factory dam. His eyes swept across the walls, which were clearly marked with water stains. The slime from the star beasts still had a fishy odor, and it looked like it had been there recently. Be careful, there's a big one. Qin Yangji's voice was heavy. A trace of energy rippled through the mucus, revealing it to be some kind of aquatic reptile, complete with scales. The surrounding mud bore traces of being cut by a sharp object. Just as she finished speaking, and the individual soldier prepared to smash open the factory building above along the iron pillar, a resounding boom of gunfire echoed from the ceiling. The scout looked up, and the crimson mech behind him suddenly flashed forward. The commander's voice rang out urgently over the team chat. Support. Meng Jiayue's actions were almost instinctive. The mech was still trapped in the water pipe, and the traction had already been launched. Crash. The cracking sound was barely audible amidst the collapsing and exploding. But Qin Yangji looked upwards and saw spiderweb-like cracks appearing in the ceiling. The black rust peeled off the outer surface of the massive detector's iron pillar, falling down like snowflakes, shaking the pipes below as they landed. The scout's figure was lifted up by the commander, wrapped in the traction net, and instantly retreated. In a rush, he saw the slabs above the dam shatter and fall, the iron pillars of the detector shattering into fragments from top to bottom. A huge hole had just opened above, and a mecha, swept by the shadow, suddenly fell through the hole, about to land heavily on the half-shattered detector. Qin Yangji was pulled to the other side by the traction net. As the mecha landed, he drew his Mo Dao and thrust forward. Dang! The mecha was supported by the blade, cushioning the rapid fall, and he was not seriously injured when he landed. He was dazed for a moment, then immediately realized the weapon under him. Glancing around, he saw another team scrambling out of the pipe. Without time for greeting, or even to see who was on the other side, the mech flipped over and dove to the side. He had barely left the cave entrance when a massive snake head suddenly burst from the hole above, its maw gaping wide as it charged into the factory dam. Its two razor-sharp fangs were as sharp as steel spikes. In the center of its erect pupils, an ice-like crystal embedded itself in the flesh. As the pupils contracted, the crystal flickered, and the surrounding temperature instantly plummeted to freezing point. Oh my god, it's so cold! The mech was covered in layers of frost, and the airflow from He Xiaomon's breaths instantly froze to freezing point. Qin Yangji felt the mud beneath his feet quickly harden, nearly freezing the mech's feet as they sank into it. Don't stand in the water. Get out. The commanding voice warned calmly, as she swiftly stepped forward. A red mecha shadow flashed through the star beast's vertical pupils. With a few quick steps, the mecha grasped the Mo Dao and, as it drew it, a fiery flame ignited, spreading outward from the mecha's center. A surge of energy spread, and the two thin-like wings on either side of the snake's head flapped twice. A hint of fear shone through its expression. The snake's head reared up, spitting its long, thin tongue toward Qin Yangji's position. As the Mo Dao swung down, the snake's head suddenly recoiled, retreating ferociously from the cave. Chapter 52. Brother, are you alone? Su Lin quickly stepped forward and lifted the tumbling soldier to his feet. Tang Lu froze for a moment, then, as if waking from a dream, she clung to Su Lin, breathing heavily, her legs still a little weak. Oh my god, I'm so scared, so scared. Hearing his voice, Su Lin recognized him. Tang Lu? Why are you alone? Where are the rest of your team? Tang Lu was the melee fighter on Chu Lishan's team. When he asked, he quickly forced himself to stand and looked up at the cave entrance. They're running away up there. Did you encounter a green anaconda? The snake was enormous, its skin covered in black scales. Its body was brimming with power. Its cross-section alone was thicker than the column of the measuring instrument. Fortunately, the hole above was large enough, otherwise it probably wouldn't have been able to reach down. Tang Lu recognized Qin Yangji the moment she saw her mecha and said quickly, "Thank you for saving my life just now. A fall from such a height would have been disastrous." He then quickly added, "It's not a green anaconda, it's a two-headed anaconda." Hearing the name, Qin Yangji's eyes flickered slightly. The two-headed anaconda is an SS-level star beast. This type of star beast evolves from the lower-level S-level green anaconda. Upon reaching SS level, it develops twin serpent heads, which give rise to a new superpower. The star beast can harness two SS-level superpowers, making it extremely difficult to defeat. Tang Lu spoke quickly, pressed for time, and immediately recounted to Qin Yangji the entire story of their encounter with the star beast. Chu Lishan's team came in from another water pipeline, and quickly found the entrance to the factory. They climbed up all the way, and encountered several star beasts inside the factory. They were about to deal with them, and then go to the power station. Who knew that just after they dealt with the scattered star beasts, a huge anaconda suddenly emerged from the dark factory. Before the defenders could react, they and the maintenance technicians were entangled by its huge body. Under the anaconda's immense size and power, the maintenance technicians' communication kept emitting abnormal energy signals. At the critical moment, a long-range attack unleashed an energy cannon. It directly blew up the factory's electrical distribution system, shattering the floor. As the explosion erupted, the anaconda, in pain, released its grip on the mech, but layers of icy energy quickly spread from its body, knocking away the energy cannon and instantly freezing the ground beneath Tang Lu's feet, hindering the mech's movement. Seeing this, the anaconda whipped its tail towards him. The ground was already cracked from the impact of the cannon, and the massive snake's body directly pulled Tang Lu off it. "You've been in the factory for so long, and you didn't notice this star beast hiding in the dark? As a nearest S-level star beast, the anaconda's power shouldn't be this weak. Can we talk later?" Above, a snake body darted past the cave entrance. Qin Yongji saw a mecha advance, its weapon pressed against the snake's gaping maw. However, icy blue air currents spread along the blade, coating the weapon with a thin layer of ice. The opponent was clearly unable to withstand the attack. Chu Lizhen heard the voices of another team and immediately stopped caring about points. This star beast's accumulated energy was too strong, already reaching SS level. He could not defeat it alone. "Come and help!" He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sound. The next second, the star beast roared from above, followed by the sound of a mecha being knocked away and landing. Just as Qin Yongji was about to move, scales rubbed against each other at the cave entrance, and a snake pupil suddenly appeared. Then, two huge snake heads scrambled to penetrate the cave entrance. Hiss! A snake head reached down from above, its tongue hissing. The icy air instantly dissipated, and the damp vapor in the power station slowly froze. The icy aura returned, tiny ice crystals forming in the air. The ground froze solid again, hindering the mech's movement. The anaconda's body surged out of the darkness, dragging itself towards the most energetic maintenance technician in the group. Shermi's feet were frozen. Seeing a pair of icy snake eyes approaching in the darkness, his hands moved in panic, and his voice within the team was noticeably chaotic. It's coming. Don't panic, a pair of mech hands grasped his back, and the commander's calm voice echoed. Qin Yongji signaled for support to seize the opportunity. Just as the anaconda's head, carrying an icy aura, approached, the support received the signal and instantly launched a traction cannon at the maintenance technician. Yehua, wielding the Mo Dao, struck the ground hard. Qin Yongji's spiritual tentacles activated his supernatural core. As the core spun, energy and spiritual tentacles intertwined, and a red light emanated from the blade's tip. Instantly, a blazing fire erupted, spreading rapidly, illuminating the entire interior of the dam and melting the surrounding frozen steel and iron into steam. The anaconda sensed the familiar aura of fire and paused its advance. Qin Yongji saw it curl up, seemingly about to retreat. While providing support and bringing back the maintenance technician, Yehua and Shermi's mecha crossed paths and dodged. The Mo Dao flashed a cold edge through the flames. Following the commander's command, Shi Huanyu and Su Lin followed closely behind, snaking around the wall to either side of the anaconda's protruding body. The two mechas simultaneously drew their weapons, their fine iron slashes piercing the anaconda's hard scales, sending sparks flying. Despite its scales, the anaconda felt the energy attack and opened its mouth, revealing two curved fangs covered in a layer of transparent mucus, looking rather disgusting. Qin Yongji advanced with his sword, aiming for the anaconda's head and slashing down. Dang! A massive icicle appeared as if from nowhere, resting across the Mo Dao's face. Through the Mo Dao, its fiery eyes met a pair of snake pupils. The anaconda's expression became ferocious again, its entire body twisting restlessly, its tongue moving at an eerie rhythm. It looked extremely agitated. The Mo Dao was blocked mid-stride. Qin Yongji's mind moved, and his spiritual tentacles reconnected. From the blade's edge, the material of the Mo Dao gradually turned a scorching red, streaking with blood. The intense heat melted the icicle's barrier, but the swift attack was also neutralized. Infernal fire swiftly drew its blade, slicing through the ice wall beneath the icy shards, and slicing directly into the anaconda's belly. Tear! The flaming blade sliced through the anaconda's armor, leaving a blood-spurting wound. Hiss! Roar! The anaconda screamed in pain, its mouth suddenly opening. Layers of icy mist spread from its body. The near-freezing temperature caused the mecha's joints to stiffen, and waves of freezing tremors ran through its mental tentacles. The anaconda sensed the mecha's pause, twisting its body nimbly, and quickly sweeping up a nearby melee mecha. Huanyi's feet were frozen, leaving her no time to dodge. Meng Jiayue, observing this from a distance, launched a tug-of-war, quickly pulling her back. The target in front of them was at a distance, but the anaconda, undeterred, curled its body and swatted Su Lin away from its side. The mecha flew backwards, slamming hard into the wall not far away. Shaking aside the obstructing mechas, the anaconda half struck itself into the small hole, even pulling out the remaining head. Its tail forcefully burrowed down, slamming into the ground, knocking down an obstacle in front of it before its heavy body slammed down behind Chen Yongji. After a few twists and turns, the anaconda quickly shrank, seemingly attempting to completely entangle and strangle the crimson mecha. Chen Yongji tapped the ground with her Emo Dao, and flames spread along the ice below, creating countless cracks beneath the surface. By the time the energy shattered, the anaconda had already enveloped her. Chen Yongji watched its body approaching. The mecha soared, and the Emo Dao ripped through the ground, instantly igniting a stream of fire that was dragged down by the long sword like silk. Seeing the incoming energy, the anaconda raised its tail, hissing fiercely at Chen Yongji. A faint blue light shone from its entire body, and the two energies collided instantly. The anaconda's pupils contracted into a straight line, and its fangs were coated in a layer of black slime. Chen Yongji's spiritual tentacles followed the Emo Dao and plunged into the red lotus. The heat within the energy core burned intensely, and the energy within surged. Amidst the crimson energy tide, a stem slowly grew. As the spiritual tentacles converged, an oval bud formed on the stem, poised to bloom. A lotus petal trembled, and Chen Yongji felt the surge of energy pouring into the Emo Dao. Her drooping eyelids instantly lifted, and a red light flashed across her pupils. At the same time, he exerted force with his arms, and layers of energy were transferred along the Emo Dao to the wall of fire in front of him. At a certain moment, the flame energy gathered into a sharp arrow shape. The moment the arrow tip took shape, irregular round holes dissolved out of the ice wall in front from the intersection of the two energies. There was a sound like breaking wind, like thunder. A flaming arrow pierced the ice wall, and pierced the icy crystals on the anaconda's head. Crimson flames exploded, instantly engulfing the anaconda's massive body. The ferocious snake's head was ripped apart by the flames, its scales scorching with heat, emitting plumes of steam that melted the ice on its body in the blink of an eye. The heat of the flame surged through the power station structure, drawing the gazes of Chu Li's Hen and the others above, who were engaged in a battle with another anaconda head. What kind of weapon is this? It's too powerful. Do you have enough spiritual energy, warrior? Such a rush of energy. Chu Li's Hen swallowed silently and turned back to find that the anaconda head in front of him twisted, its fangs gnashing harder, its attack intensifying. Chu Li's Hen had no time to pay attention to the battle below. He gathered his mind, taking advantage of the team below distracting the other anaconda head, and immediately focused on dealing with the half of the body in front of him. The blade of Chen Yongji's Emo Dao was engulfed in flames, and layers of blazing fire surged from it. The anaconda hissed shrilly, its tongue slowly retracted, and its vertical pupils gradually dimmed. Just as the ice crystals were about to shatter, a cloud of black mist suddenly erupted. A huge black aura surged into the flames, instantly enveloping them. Clang! The Emo Dao suddenly vibrated twice, as if as a warning. Chen Yongji's brows twitched slightly, and his karmic fire surged forward. As the black mist spread, the mecha quickly dodged to the side. Whoosh! The black mist's energy annihilated the flames, and clouds of black smoke rose from the front. The flames gradually dimmed, and the remaining light floated in the air, illuminating the scene before them. The anaconda's mouth opened and closed, a dot of icy blue light appeared between its brows, and its vertical pupils erected, as if to say that her power was so weak that it could not even remotely affect it. Meanwhile, Chu Lishan's team was also struggling to deal with the snake head before them. The anaconda's body was too long, stretching from its head to its joints, allowing it to maneuver through the complex network of power plants. Their team engaged in close combat beneath the power plant, and due to the lack of adequate construction, they hadn't deployed their ranged weapons rashly. Their maintenance technicians and defenses had just been swept up by the snake's body, nearly crushing their mechs. Their combined strength wasn't fully concentrated at this moment. The anaconda before them possessed both water and dark stealth attributes. Within the bus, which held a high water mark, there was a thick layer of concentrated moisture. They had to be on guard against the star beast turning water into ice. If it froze the mech's feet, the star beast's body would slam down. The anaconda's immense power quickly shattered the mechs under the immense pressure. We can't do this. This thing has two heads. Fighting them separately is too much of a challenge. Chu Li's Hen tried to remind Tang Lu within the team, asking him to contact the team below for joint command. The energy within Qin Yongji's Mo Dao was dispersed by the black mist erupting from the star beast, but the Red Lotus energy core continued to spin. A constant stream of heat emanated from the weapon, flowing along the ignition material. Red lines lit up along the blade turning a crimson red as if quenched. The blade pointed directly at the star beast poking out from above. Its head and tail were both contained within the dam, yet its entire body remained coiled above, demonstrating its immense size. The serpent's body was also incredibly thick, far exceeding the black iron pillars within the dam. The anaconda's head possessed immense strength, capable of crushing a mecha. Once trapped within its entanglement, escape would be difficult. Qin Yongji watched the snake's tail, swirling and twirling around the room, his gaze fixed on its vertical pupils. The snake eyed her long sword's blade warily, its tongue spitting out, but it didn't act rashly. It was during this stalemate that Tang Lu informed Qin Yongji of Chu Lishan's plan. She bowed her head, pondering for a second, then nodded. Tang Lu relayed this information to Chu Li's Hen, and the opposing commander breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this team was quite tactful, avoiding a stalemate in command. Before his mental tentacles could reach out and connect with the team below, a powerful energy penetrated his mech. Mech Infernal Fire requests a link with you. Agree? Chu Lishan's mind froze for a moment. He glanced at the mech's name and immediately understood who was below him. Qin Yongji? His voice cracked slightly. Chu Li's Hen knew Qin Yongji was planning to skip a grade. He'd seen him before during his visit to the mutation zone, but as luck would have it, they'd been there several times without running into each other. Countless people secretly waited for a showdown between him and Qin Yongji, but the two simply couldn't meet. Of course, Chu Li's Hen understood the concept of kings meeting kings. Qin Yongji's inability to see him was simply because he was too busy, so busy that he could only rest briefly while on missions in the mutation zone. Since it was a break, Qin Yongji certainly wouldn't go anywhere too dangerous, unlike Chu Li's Hen, who was desperate to prove himself. After so many visits, those who hadn't seen Chu Li's Hen had naturally forgotten his competitive streak, and their impression of Qin Yongji had become similar to that of any other student. He hadn't expected this guy to be so reckless as to demand command from him directly. Chu Li's Hen didn't immediately agree, but instead asked Tang Lu, "Does she know I'm your commander?" Tang Lu's expression faltered for a moment. Qin Yongji had just hurriedly turned his head and urged, "Hurry up." Tang Lu felt a chill on her neck and turned to urge the commander, "She knows. She's asking if you're joining or not. Hurry and log onto the communication network." Chu Li's Hen was silent for a second, wondering how it was that he, the head of the command department, was being challenged by a junior who had skipped a grade. But his mind flashed back to the few times he had met Qin Yongji. Once, when he picked him up with a cold, golden-haired mane during registration, and another time when he just slaughtered a pack of S-rank star beasts, his long sword dripping blood down the blood trough to the ground. Hearing the noise, he glanced back at him. Through his mecha, Chu Li's Hen sensed a surge of murderous intent, and was instantly daunted. He silently nodded his assent. The powerful energy quickly penetrated his communicator, locking onto it like an octopus. Chu Li's Hen couldn't help but gasp, feeling a tightness in his head. "Oh my god, what's going on? Why is your mental power so fierce?" A soldier in his team whispered. Chu Li, enduring the pain, didn't have a chance to reply, his feet also having to dodge the icy spurts from the anaconda in front of him. The pain didn't last long, and soon, he was fully connected to Qin Yongji's team's communication network. Attack from above, blast the wall apart, let it fall, and attack from below. Qin Yongji knew the terrain above was difficult, with earth and stone structures and load-bearing pillars everywhere. A long-range attack would leave no room for bombardment. If they weren't careful, they could breach the dam. Then, with the water rushing in from behind, it would become the anaconda's territory. In fact, attacking from below wasn't easy either. The dam was wet everywhere, and once frozen by the anaconda, the mecha would have difficulty moving. She had to find a way to lure this giant out, preferably to the side of the mountain wall. Upon hearing this, the ranged attacker in Chu Lishan's team saw the commander mark a spot for her. Attack here. She had checked with her total station, and knew which spot offered the lowest risk of collapse. The opposing ranged attackers immediately took up their positions. As Qin Yongji shouted the command, a cannon blasted, and the sound of earth and rock shattering, along with a wave of heat, surged toward the dam below. The mechas inside the dam began to retreat toward the water pipeline. The mechas in Chu Lishan's team watched as the foundation before them collapsed, dust billowing. Rebar was exposed from the earth and stone structure, slanting across the large hole. The hole widened, and the anaconda's body, which had landed on it, suddenly tumbled down with the rubble. The other snake head was driven back by a supporting cannon. Before it could even bar its teeth and attack, it was dragged down by the falling half of its body. Roar! The star beast fell, its body coiled within the narrow factory dam. The massive anaconda threatened to fill the dam. Qin Yongji's team's mechas had to retreat to avoid being crushed by the massive snake's body. So big? Su Lin saw the corner of his mouth twitch. Up above, Chu Li's Hin and his companions, having escaped the star beast, remained on the scene. Reconnaissance and ranged attack support were all in place, ready to support the teams below in their bombardment of the star beast. The two heads of the two-headed anaconda rose from the ruins, shrouded in dust. They roared angrily, their fangs biting fiercely, sending rubble flying. Then, the two heads spun in all directions, instantly charging towards the water pipe. Layers of icy blue energy spread, and the anaconda's body piled up in the narrow factory dam. As Qin Yongji felt the intertwined black mist and icy blue energy rushing towards her, her Mo Dao had already slashed down, and a trail of fire from Hong Lian shot forward. Above her, the ranged attackers and Chu Lishan's team stood in full formation. As the fire repelled the anaconda's energy, burning its scales, they fired their ranged weapons downwards. Qin Yongji quickly sheathed her sword, and Zheng Qianghan quickly unleashed his energy shield. Bang! A deafening sound resonated, and the blast hurled the rocks from the dam against the wall. The anaconda's skin was ripped and torn, its expression horrific, its pupils spiking into tiny needle-like points. It roared continuously as it charged towards the water pipe. Bang! 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 The anaconda's massive body collided with the dam's earth and rock structure, causing the entire structure to shake several times. Rock debris from above fell like a cascade. Qin Yongji glanced at the swaying wall and warned Chu Li's Hin and the others. Go up. The dam's about to collapse. Qin Yongji's face suddenly darkened. They'd been cautious with their long-range artillery fire, fearing it might collapse the dam, but this creature was merciless. And rightly so. How could a water elemental star beast fear a flood? They were probably eager to wash them down. Qin Yongji heard Chu Lishan's retreat, and the mecha behind her followed suit. Only the anaconda continued to pound the water pipe. Its bulk was too large to fit through the narrow conduit, so it flickered its tongue, summoning all the star beasts from the power station. Su Lin moved swiftly, feeling the approaching star beast energy, and his heart suddenly jumped. No wonder the commander wanted to get out quickly. While long-range attacks were hampered, the anaconda's size was also limited. Attacking from within the dam was clearly more effective. With so many star beasts at the power stations on either side, if they were to confront the anaconda at the dam, they'd be surrounded. Not to mention the terrifying energy reserves of SS-level star beasts. The sheer number of them alone could wear them down. The way out was far faster than the way in. It felt like being chased by dogs. Su Lin and Meng Jiayue emerged, quickly pulling the tethers to bring everyone else out. Elsewhere, Chu Li's Hin and the others rushed all the way to the top of the dam, sprinting along the embankment toward the ship lock. Just as they were about to enter the mountain face, several bat-like star beasts burst out from the power station below, their mandibles flapping and whistling, emitting sharp sonic waves and whirling winds as they charged towards the mecha. Oh my god, there's a long line of star beasts behind me, Chu Li's Hin said to Qin Yongji in the team chat. The commander had just emerged from the water and reached halfway up the mountain when a faint crack appeared in the dam below. Water was already surging in the water pipes, and the long stagnant dark green pool began to flow. On the other side, the high water level of the lake churned, and huge waves crashed against the retaining wall, shaking the dam's structure. Hearing Chu Lishan's words, Qin Yongji calmly addressed the support mech on the other side. Support, pull us toward the mountain wall, and get everyone over there. Okay. The support unit accompanying Chu Li's Hin didn't use a towing trolley, but a claw-shaped jet gun. While it had a strong grip, it didn't have the wide traction of a net-like system, so it had to be dragged up. As the support unit hurried away, he glanced back at his own mechs, each one larger than the next. His eyes darkened, and he nodded urgently. Yes, I can do it. I can do it. I definitely can do it. He didn't seem to be replying to Qin Yongji, but rather encouraging himself. The support shot a traction towards the tree trunk on the mountain wall, with a maintenance technician and a defender in his left hand, a scout and a long-range attacker hanging on each leg, and a commander on his back. He was carrying a weight far beyond what he could bear, and after a slow movement, he was finally taken to the side of the mountain by the retracted traction. Just as he landed, a bomb exploded behind him, A shell struck the dam power station in a parabolic trajectory, instantly crumbling the earth and stone structure. The retaining wall shattered completely, and the long-gathered water on the other side swirled. Just as the dam reached its limit, the current crashed into it with a thunderous roar. The rustling sound of water washed over both banks, instantly scattering the dam. Large pieces of structural debris fell onto the riverbed, and the dam collapsed with a loud bang, dragging the star beast within away with the rushing water. The anaconda's body disappeared into the current. A huge vortex began to gather at the side of the dam. The water on both sides broke free from the vortex and swirled, rolling forward. A small amount of water accumulated in the vortex, and finally, at a certain moment, the vortex suddenly surged upward. A huge snake head opened its eyes from within. Hiss! The long snake's tongue spit outward, a faint light suddenly emanating. Ice blue energy spread outward on both sides of the river. The temperature dropped visibly, and the surging river water slowed down until a trace of frost fell on the surface. 1,000 miles of ice. From within the icicles, the anaconda's massive body emerged from the frost-covered ruins of the dam. Like a coiled dragon, it coiled around the massive icicles, its two heads visible from the top, one looking up the mountain wall from left to right. Its body was so massive it could even cross the river. You're being so fierce. We weren't that tough at the dam just now. Chu Liteng glanced at the team scout who was speaking, his eyes serious. The dam is its territory. It treats intruders as food, so of course it won't kill them. But now, realizing it might not have enough food, this star beast was not about to unleash its full might. Qin Yongji had made the right move. He absolutely couldn't fight this creature inside the dam. The energy from freezing the river alone would have trapped them all underwater. And now, the star beasts, having frozen the entire river to create a foothold, had lost significant energy, making this a perfect opportunity to surround and kill them. 2 teams, long-range attack, fire along my route. Qin Yongji's cold voice rang out. She had already reached the side of the mountain wall. The load-bearing structure of the dam had been cut off, leaving only an irregularly broken section of wall. The anaconda seemed to have spotted the crimson mecha in the side of the mountain. It twisted its body, and its 2 heads swiftly charged towards Qin Yongji's mecha. As it approached, the black fog suddenly swooped down towards the mountain. And above the glacier, a large number of star beasts emerged and rushed towards the forest. The long-range attack team watched their commander, facing the anaconda and marking points on the map, and felt a sense of nervousness. Qin Yongji summoned 2 melee fighters from his team. Shi Huanyu's rapier flickered with strange ripples, amplifying its energy. Qin Yongji glanced at her weapon, then looked at Tang Lu on the other side. That person's weapon was lightning attributed, wielding a serpent of lightning. Qin Yongji swung her Mo Dao, and the red lotus energy core trembled twice. Flames instantly exploded, shooting out from in front of her, igniting layers of scorching flames as it raced through the black fog towards the anaconda. The giant snake spat its tongue, and a flash of ice crystals appeared, its attention captivated by the crimson mecha and the flames before it. The water-attributed anaconda abhorred fire, especially flames that had wounded it. However, it sensed a powerful force within this mecha. It had only recently leveled up. Simply consuming the enemy would instantly solidify its level, granting it the power of a true SS level rank, eliminating the need to fill its energy gaps with the energy cores of lower-level star beasts. The star beast's simple thinking sent it drooling as it charged towards the crimson mech, while the other 2 mechs slid down the mountain wall. They sped forward, charging below the anaconda's junction, locking onto it 7 inches before swinging their weapons hard. Clang! Energy brushed against the anaconda's scales, creating a blinding flash of fire. The anaconda's ferocious expression froze as it charged at Qin Yongji's mech. One of its heads lowered, and upon catching sight of the other 2 mechs, its pupils instantly erected. Black mist erupted from its scales, and the energy blasted the mechs on either side. Tang Lu swung her weapon to block the attack. A flash of lightning pushed the surrounding black mist back. This guy's scales are too thick. He has high attack and high defense. I can't penetrate him. Qin Yongji also experimented. As the 2 melee units launched forward, a supporting traction attack was deployed, bringing the man back from midair. Icicles burst from beneath the ice. The anaconda, enraged by the mech's actions, launched a blind slash attack. Ice spikes pierced the jungle at breakneck speed, piercing tree trunks and leaves with a swishing force that could shatter the mech. Qin Yongji dodged nimbly, quickly hiding behind a defensive energy shield. The ranged attack above received the command and charged up its cannons. A few thuds, and flames fell from above, hissing into the ice. Bang! Several cannon shots exploded simultaneously, shattering the ice. The icicle upon which the anaconda was perched shattered, and its body crashed onto the ice. Its fangs bared, its massive body stretched out across the ice. The moment its body unfolded, Qin Yongji's mech seized the opportunity and launched its melee attack from both sides simultaneously. The anaconda's energy spread and froze the broken ice surface again. The mecha landed on the ice the next second. Two melee fighters rushed forward and started fighting with the snake head. The anaconda's gaze shifted as Qin Yongji's mecha circled behind it, landing on its body, the Mo Dao raised from above. Stab! The blade pierced the anaconda's scales, leaving only a faint white mark. The anaconda seemed to sense something, and its ice spikes swirled behind it, shooting down in a flurry. The mecha slithered swiftly along its body, deftly dodging the ice spikes. The Mo Dao swung in front of it, its flames melting the ice spikes into vapor. Qin Yongji's gaze locked onto a spot on the anaconda's body that bore traces of gunfire energy. As the mecha dodged the ice spikes, it slowly approached the junction of its two heads. Outside the field, several teachers observing the competition nodded, noticing her focus. What a keen sense! They immediately spotted the weak spot in the energy blanket. An SS-class two-headed anaconda has its weakest energy only at the junction of its two heads. I wonder how we're going to get close against the energy attack from both heads. Neither team's melee attack was very effective. The Combat Academy teacher frowned as he watched. Shi Huanyu's rapier pierced through one ice cone after another, twisting around the snake's head like a pretzel. Elsewhere, Tang Lu's lightning struck the snake, pulling it far away. From this position, it was impossible to attack its weak spot. The only one with a chance of getting close was the commander on the snake's back. But the black fog was endless, and the icy attacks were coming soon. How could she possibly get close to the star beast? As the commander, if attacked, both teams would be affected. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, two pairs of soldiers were still desperately fighting against the endless stream of star beasts. The teacher observing the game fixed their gaze on the crimson mecha in their sight. Qin Yongji had no way to answer the questions raised by the Combat Academy teacher. She was entangled in black fog and ice spikes, while the long-range attackers and support were in the mountains dealing with the star beast on the other side, leaving a rare gap around the anaconda. Gazing through the black fog, Qin Yongji suddenly realized there was no better time. Her spirits revived, and a faint red light seemed to illuminate her perception. The moment she gripped the Mo Dao tightly, the red lotus energy core within her seemed to reach some kind of sync with her spiritual tentacles. The two energies erupted simultaneously, entwining and radiating crimson energy from the Mo Dao. Boom! The massive energy blast shattered the air currents, compressing the air layer by layer, sending out one explosive sound after another. The ice cones suspended in the air before her visibly melted into vapor, as the red energy swept through them, and the black fog was visibly engulfed by the crimson flames. The moment Qin Yongji's spiritual tentacles connected with the red lotus, she barely paused, and infernal fire instantly rushed forward, her figure drawing a shimmering red line through the air. In the blink of an eye, infernal fire flipped over and landed on the ground, Mo Dao in hand, facing the oncoming flames and the splintered snake head. Sensing the surge of energy, the two-headed anaconda quickly flung back the mechas on either side, attempting to converge towards the center and protect its most vulnerable part. But over the team chat, the commanding officer issued a strict order to contain the snake head. Shi Huanyu and Tang Lu, gritting their teeth, withstood the snake head's charge, piercing its scales with their weapons and completely halting its retreat. But this also forced the anaconda to resist with all its might, twisting its body constantly. Huge cracks appeared on the ice surface from its heavy impact. Qin Yongji's eyes glowed faintly crimson. The blade of her Mo Dao shone down, a blood-red hue. She gripped the blade with both hands. Before her a wave of icy blue energy fused with black mist, and the blade slowly descended. The movement was slow, far slower than the sharp, swift slash of the neck she used to slay the star beast. ZZ. The energy from the Mo Dao slashed through the energy surge ahead. The SS-level energy, capable of freezing 1,000 miles, and spreading a poisonous miasma for tens of thousands of miles, slowly shattered under the onslaught of the crimson flames. In Qin Yongji's spiritual realm, beneath the spirit tree, an emerald green stem poked out, its oval bud shedding petals one by one. As the Mo Dao completely shattered the energy barrier, a red lotus blossomed. Whoosh! A roaring wind rose from the ground, and flame surged skyward from the Mo Dao. The flame surged forward, the blade slashing down, instantly piercing the joint between the two-headed anaconda. Blood splattered with a hiss. landing in the air and instantly swept away by the flames, scorching into a thick, bloody aura that didn't stain the mecha at all. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The snake head struggled frantically. Huanyu's hand gripping the sword trembled, but she managed to raise her gaze with difficulty, looking forward. The crimson mech slashed forward with its blade. Swish! The sound of tearing flesh and scorching flames mingled. Clang! As the Mo Dao finally sliced through the anaconda's body, the blade landed on the ice. Flames flowed along the blade, enveloping the mech within. It then followed the split serpent's body at the rear, instantly igniting and dancing across the anaconda's massive form as it coiled itself across the ice. The flames became the most blazing color on the entire glacier. Team 132 kills SS-class Star Beast. The moment after hearing the announcement, Qin Yongji finally gave up. With a thud, he half knelt on the ice, his left hand loosening from the Mo Dao, the mech's grip trembling uncontrollably. In the cockpit, she collapsed completely onto the driver's seat, head tilted back, eyes vacant as she stared upward. As the flames ignited, flesh and blood burned, and the fragrance of lotus filled the air. As its body split, the anaconda's violently struggling head gradually ceased. Huanyu and Tang Lu finally let go, and they too collapsed onto the ice, exhausted. At this moment, a large number of teams gathered on the mountain wall. Could this mecha be Qin Yongji? No way, killed in SS class? Didn't she skip a grade? Is she still human if she's so amazing? Is it possible that she skipped a grade because she's just too awesome? That's outrageous. 2 melee fighters are down there, and the commander is supposed to kill the Star Beast? Ah? Isn't the commander Chu Li's hen? Chu Li's hen, right? How long has Qin Yongji been in school? Can she really recover from the damn siege? Hearing the surrounding discussions, Chu Li's hen stared intently at the scene below, feeling a mixture of emotions. Finally, he asked the team commander, "Do you need someone to pick you up?" He addressed the commander with genuine sincerity. Qin Yongji could only hear panting. It wasn't that she didn't want to respond, but at that moment, the flames behind the mech burned relentlessly, and the ice surface seemed to be melting under the high temperature. And in her spiritual realm, as the lotus blossomed, flames began to surge throughout the entire spiritual realm. The towering spiritual tree was surrounded by blazing flames, and its spiritual tentacles curled and flexed in the sea of fire. Qin Yongji's body was suffused with heat from the intense heat, and her brain seemed to be smoking. When she spoke, hot air erupted, as if on fire, and she couldn't speak at all. Chapter 53. It took a long while for Qin Yongji to calm her chaotic mental state. As she lifted her Mo Dao from the ice, she suddenly realized that her control over the Red Lotus seemed to have improved. No longer needing to ignite it with energy, she could simply think, and the energy within the Mo Dao would be released and regenerated. It was as if it had become one with the Red Lotus. Qin Yongji had a premonition that the Red Lotus's power had grown even stronger, even capable of withstanding SS-level energy. Its utilization rate was definitely far exceeding the 35% she had tested. The dam collapsed, and the solid ice melted beneath the flames of the Red Lotus. Behind Qin Yongji's mech, the body of the two-headed anaconda was charred to a charcoal-like state by the raging flames. Huanyu was the first to stand up and step forward, searching within to retrieve the supernatural power core, then looking up at the commander. Qin Yongji pulled the Mo Dao from beneath the ice. The tough blade rubbed against the ice with a sizzling sound, then touched the ice with a clang. The mech propped it up and stood up. "How's the Star Beast on the mountain?" Having just dispatched a C-rank Star Beast with a ranged attack, Su Lin glanced around. There are a lot of Star Beast trees gathering there. Many teams have arrived nearby, all hunting beasts. We no longer see large gatherings of Star Beasts. Let's find a place to rest. Qin Yongji marked a spot on the map. Their team had earned SS-rank Star Beast points, instantly vaulting to the top of the leaderboard. Qin Yongji's voice could also be heard by the other team. Chu Li's hen said silently, "Then we should also." "You guys?" Qin Yongji's tone was a bit baffling. "Oh, I give you back command." With that, her mental tentacles withdrew from the opposing area. The sudden slackening of energy startled Chu Li's hen and the others. Then, they saw Qin Yongji's team preparing to head deeper into the forest. Chu Li's hen paused for a few seconds before immediately taking command. He gazed at their backs and muttered, "Oh my god, with such a high score, who can possibly get through this? Should we have to kill the Star Beast? We've been wasting all day and haven't earned any points," Tang Lu muttered silently. Who could have imagined that after battling an SS-class enemy for so long, the opposing commander would dispatch them with a single blow? This guy's mental strength is truly formidable. As the scouts and Chu Lishan's team retreated with the crowd, they thought, a little dazed, Weren't we planning to run? Why were we attacked from behind? I don't know. I just attacked because the commander told me to, said the range attacker in Chu Lishan's team. The commander he was referring to was Qin Yangji. The range attacker felt as if his mind had been controlled by Qin Yangji after he took command. He completely forgot Chu Lishan's previous plan. Seeing that the commander wanted to attack the SS-class enemy, he charged without hesitation, even blowing up the dam. In front of Chu Lishan, he felt a little guilty about attacking from a distance. It was simply because this kind of spiritual conviction was undoubtedly the highest level a commander could achieve, and Qin Yangji had completely surpassed Chu Lishan in this regard. The other party didn't say anything, but simply pursed his lips. Suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't originally planned to attack the SS-level Star Beast. Chu Lishan would have a hard time defeating it. He wasn't stupid. The other party had a water-attributed ability, so how could he defeat it in a dam environment? He had originally planned to run away, but who knew that after Tang Lu met Qin Yangji, she would surpass him in every way. However, Chu Lishan glanced at the leaderboard. The results were indeed unexpected. Without the SS-class Star Beasts, the mutation zone's mutation points dropped significantly. The energy needed to support the Anaconda's upgrade to SS was immense, absorbing nearly all of the S-class beasts within the mutation zone. The S-class Moon Fox King Qin Yangji encountered also met his end in this manner. The subsequent team, seeing the collapsed dam and the sudden surge of water, mistakenly thought they had encountered a large star beast. However, upon inquiring with an acquaintance, they learned that someone had captured an SS-class star beast. With the capture of the main beast, the other cadets more or less understood that the mutation zone had very few S-class star beasts left. They essentially searched for them all, not even taking a break, and managed to secure a good score before the end of the assessment. At the end of the assessment, a glance at the leaderboard revealed a wide gap in scores. The cadet instructor spent a long time examining the scores before finally drawing a passing line. The teams that passed the assessment were generally those that had hunted S-class beasts. The others were sent back for retraining, completing mecha training over the month-long break, and taking another mutation zone assessment. None of this mattered to Qin Yangji. Her team had passed the assessment with top marks. In her first battle as a third-year student, Qin Yangji had become a household name. But for her, none of this was particularly exciting. The content of the third year at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy was largely similar to that of the second year. Since submitting her application for a grade skip, Qin Yangji had been following the second-year schedule, and there wasn't anything she needed to adjust to. She learned at a brisk pace. While the high-level mutation zone might have been a little awkward at first, once she accustomed herself to the pressure of the high-level mutation energy, she was able to quickly enter a commanding, combat-oriented state, and achieve remarkable results in coordinated individual clearing operations. Second-year students at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy typically select mutation zones from the red flame stars near Greedy Wolf. These zones are generally low-level, around sea level, with B-level being rare. After entering their third year, perhaps due to their impending entry into the military district and the potential for encountering chaotic mutation zones, out-of-control star beasts, and even conflicts with armies from other star systems, their training shifts to mecha combat and evasion. Particularly for combat with star beasts, the training grounds are mostly B-level mutation zones. The star beasts encountered are even higher level, with S-level and even SS-level common. Most of these mutation zones are not near Greedy Wolf. Usually, Qin Yangji needs to travel with the military academy to the Greedy Wolf military district, using the district's warp wormhole to reach the planetary belt containing the mutation zone. This type of training takes longer, at least 2 months, half of which is spent traveling. The mutation zone Qin Yangji visited this time was called Yonglin Harbor, a Class B mutation zone, a large ocean structure mutation zone where most of the star beasts are aquatic. In this environment, the MO Dallas power was severely limited, making her combat experience uncomfortable. Third-year training in the mutation zone is mostly group-based. It's said to be a new policy reform. After the unexpected incident during the graduation examination at the First Military Academy of Chien, military academy training throughout the Chien galaxy saw a breakthrough, emphasizing the coordinated combat between command and individual soldiers. Qin Yangji's training required linking all the individual soldiers to harvest as many star beasts as possible, a test of her command's coordination skills. She frequently browsed the Beijing Network's command and strategy section, and saw someone discussing Chien's reforms. She wondered if the next generation of command was in a state of transition, and that the command and council were finally panicking and seeking a breakthrough. Of course, these weren't Qin Yangji's concerns. At least after she passed the promotion assessment, she became the most famous person in the entire Greedy Wolf Military Academy. In every mutation zone competition with other military academies, Qin Yongji never lost. Because the mutation zone for third-year training is higher level and larger, it is usually a joint training session with other military academies. The joint training partner for the Yonglin Port Mutation Zone is Yoguang First Military Academy, the academy from which Zhuo Lu graduated. Qin Yongji only recently learned that the other student, a disciple of Yu Xingzhou, is currently a third-level student in the Yoguang Military District's recruit training camp. She is a few years older than Qin Yongji, and has already started recruit training. She was excited to hear that Qin Yongji would be participating in Mutation Zone training with the Yoguang Military Academy. In the end, after the Mutation Zone battle, the Yoguang Military Academy was beaten, and Zhuo Lu sent a message accusing Qin Yongji of being merciless. On the returning starship, Qin Yongji was replying to her message. He was also listening to Shi Huanyu. In the Mutation Zone, there was no time for outside news. After a month, Shi Huanyu had only just logged into the ice mirror. Once she did, she discovered a major revelation amidst the numerous traps. It just so happened to be the evolutionary fluid. She showed Qin Yongji the screen and said, "How come this thing is getting bigger and bigger? What you encountered last time wasn't an isolated case. The demon eye is even more powerful. There's a 1,000-man crab leg who somehow managed to get so much divine water that it drove so many people crazy, almost demolishing the city." Qin Yongji looked over and saw a post about divine water, which counted the number of people who had recently been harmed by divine water in various star systems. From the time the evolutionary fluid appeared until now, it's only been a few decades, and divine water has already flooded the Star Alliance. It spreads really quickly. Shi Huanyu sighed. Curious, Qin Yongji scrolled through the post and discovered that the Demon Eye Galaxy and the Tula Galaxy were particularly affected. Tula Galaxy? The galaxy known for its star beast farming? Qin Yongji asked softly. If the Jinghai Galaxy thrived on mineral materials, the Tula Galaxy focused on star beast farming, producing a variety of low-end star beast materials and reagents, and currently serving as the Star Alliance's supplier of nutrient solution materials. Among the 5 major galaxies in the Star Alliance, aside from the Red Flame and Demon Eye galaxies, which prioritized war and expansion, the Tula, Jinghai, and Tianji galaxies all focused on internal development. While the Red Flame and Demon Eye, which also prioritized expansion, also had distinct differences, the Red Flame advocated for developing the sustainable development potential of desolate planets, while the Demon Eye focused on completely collecting desolate planets to feed back into the main planet. The entire Demon Eye galaxy consists of 13 habitable planets, and 137 uninhabitable planets. Of the 13 habitable planets, the main planet, Demon Eye, has the highest population. The ecology of the other habitable planets isn't particularly good, even compared to the perpetually wintry environment of Greedy Wolf. They can only be considered slightly better than the uninhabitable planets. The incident that caused the madness of thousands of Demon Eye members occurred in the urban area of the main planet, causing significant damage. Qin Yongji glanced at it. During the previous invasion of the Star Beasts in the Twisting Mountain area, Qin Yongji was recruited by the guards to attract the Star Beasts, buying time for them to evacuate the population. Back then, she lamented the guards' slow arrival, as they already dispatched the Star Beasts. Unexpectedly, compared to the Demon Eye's speed, Qi Yan was the superior force. They actually waited until the enemy bombed the city government building before taking action. Qin Yongji glanced at it. Her political intuition wasn't exactly sharp, but she had a strong nose for conspiracy. Whenever she saw anything politically related, she subconsciously overestimated it, and now she couldn't help but overthink it a bit. Aside from the over 1,000 crazy people, the highest casualties were among the members of the Demon Eye Inspection Division. What are they investigating? Qin Yongji asked curiously. Shi Huanyu looked over. She had many sources and inside information. Oh, it seems they're conducting a routine inspection of the standards for the preparations in the biological laboratory district of the main planet. Then, her voice suddenly paused, and she looked over as if waking from a dream. Are they investigating the holy water? It doesn't make sense that the Demon Eye would have been unaware of the holy water circulation. We already been secretly searching for the raw material sources, preparing to dig out their supply chain. It's impossible for the Demon Eye to be unprepared. She murmured softly, quickly understanding the logic. Qin Yongji searched the starnet for the site of the riot in Demon Eye Sinala City. Sinala City was the city where the Demon Eye incident occurred. It was the Demon Eye's largest reagent research center, also known as the Biological Reagent City. If the current speaker of the Demon Eye, Crohn's, had previously consumed the true evolutionary fluid, he should have been more sensitive to the so-called reagent. Why then was the holy water so widely circulated within the Demon Eye, triggering dozens of chaotic incidents, including this 1,000-person riot? Aside from the Demon Eye's own internal channels, Qin Yongji found it difficult to imagine any other reason. After all, only a few, like Qi Yin, could have been smuggled in. She couldn't help but wonder, having consumed the evolutionary fluid and witnessed its power, was Crohn's truly willing to continue suffering the shattering and reshaping of his spiritual realm? Did he harbor no ambition to replicate this potion, even if it was just to completely heal the damage to his own realm? Qin Yongji discovered an interesting piece of information. The government building bombed by the 1,000-person riot had suffered heavy casualties, including the entirety of the inspection department personnel dispatched from the council building to various planets and cities. The director of the inspection department was none other than Shelley, who had resigned as speaker of the council due to Crohn's recovery. This made it difficult for her to avoid being involved in politics. Unfortunately, she wasn't particularly interested in the Magic Eye's politics. She glanced at it briefly, sighed a few times, and then passed it by. Instead, she was somewhat interested in the Magic Eye's so-called biological reagent research. If the sacred water Crohn's secretly developed was sold this way, it would inevitably fail. This means the person who sold him the true evolutionary fluid wasn't actually found by the Demon Eye. Excluding the members of the Demon Eye's Research Institute, who could that person be? And how does it connect to the experiment she remembered? Based on past practice, the Demon Eye's operations suggest the sacred water likely originated from them. I just can't understand why there are so many riots in Tula. Tula and the Demon Eye don't have any potion-making dealings, and their own research institute is quite powerful within the Star Alliance. Is the Tula Research Institute powerful? After hearing Shi Huanyu's words, Qin Yongji suddenly remembered that after the dissolution of Yatu, the Demon Eye and Tula divided up the habitable and uninhabitable planets respectively. Aside from the 13 biological experiment star clusters and Yatu's main planet destroyed by Yatu, the remaining 4 habitable planets were assigned to Tula and the Demon Eye, respectively. The only experimental star cluster among the uninhabitable planets, unrelated to biological experiments, was mixed in with the uninhabitable planets and assigned to Tula. Shi Huanyu nodded. Tula has always been very strong in research. They started out making nutrient solutions. Tula had a very talented biological researcher, Clark, who edited the required course Pharmaceutics in the School of Biology. The genetic enhancers and mental energy stabilizers we use today are all his creations. When he was alive, Tula Pharmacy was the strongest in the Star Alliance. The entire Star Alliance's biological research field flourished under his leadership. Unfortunately, Master Clark died at the age of 102, and much of his research was stalled. Later, 7 of Master Clark's students took over his projects and dispersed to various star systems. Since then, the development of Tula's biological experimentation field has slowed down. Did Yata have any of his students back then? Qin Yongji asked curiously. This hit a snag in Shi Huanyu's mind. She wasn't interested in the Covenant's biological research, and only knew about Clark because her mother was a researcher. I don't know. If you're interested, I ask my mom when I get back. Qin Yongji nodded. She saw the reports about the Demon Eye, but wasn't interested in exploring them. She leaned back in her chair. The jump was still a long time, involving a wormhole. Add to that the recent fight in the mutation zone, and nearly a month of nerves had stretched her. Qin Yongji wanted to rest, so she simply closed her eyes. She felt like she slept for a while, but when the ship-wide announcement rang in her ears, only a dozen minutes had passed. We have been summoned by headquarters. The Tianshu Military Region's 117th Reorganized Squadron, totaling 1,672 personnel, has become stranded on Planet 192 while on a mission. Our starship has been damaged, and we will be conducting a temporary rescue mission. Repeat. All cadets, please prepare for the jump. We are about to depart for Planet 192's Spore Holy City Mutation Zone. At the mention of the mutation zone, Qin Yongji raised his sleepy eyes, a habitual thought crossing his mind. Spore Holy City? An S-Class mutation zone? Truly rare. After listening to the entire ship's voice broadcast, Qin Yongji tilted his head and fell drowsily back to sleep. Planet 192. Shang Yueshan was a level 5 cadet in the Tianshu Military Region's new recruit training camp. Technically, he wasn't a member of the regular Tianshu Reorganized Squadron, but due to his special attributes, the Qi in command would have him participate in the cleanup of high-level mind-affecting star-like beasts. He urgently received news from Yixian Palace that an SSS-class mind-affecting star-like beast had appeared in the S-Class Mutation Zone Spore Holy City. He then led a team to rendezvous with the 117th Squadron on a mission. This SSS-class ability had minimal effect on him. Zhang Yueshan was extremely insensitive to mind-affecting abilities, because his mental field was not interactive. Even so, the SSS-class energy shock still caused considerable damage to Zhang Yueshan's mecha. Many spore fragments were lodged in the joints of the killer star, extending transparent filaments that covered the mecha's surface like a unique pattern. However, with the stimulation of energy, they would quickly come alive and slice through the mecha. How did he know this? Because starships are cut apart. Zhang Yueshan stood outside the mutation zone, guarding the massive tower. Several commanders gathered around the dismantled starship, sighing. This guy, how could spores get that far? What did Command say? The starship is in such a state that we can't return. Command said there's a team of cadets nearby who just finished training in the mutation zone. We can borrow their starship for homeward travel. It's already on its way to warp. The squad leader behind him walked toward Zhang Yueshan as he spoke. Seeing the boy standing there with the severely damaged starship before him, he felt a sense of guilt. Sorry, Xiao Shang, I'm bothering you again. Our team will apply to Command for repairs to the killer star, and the costs will be on our side. Then he examined Zhang Yueshan's face. You're not injured, are you? Is your mental state stable? Zhang Yueshan looked up. His expression wasn't as cold as before, but there wasn't anything special either. He simply replied word for word, no, I'm fine. He lowered his head after saying this. The officer, noticing his reluctance to speak, didn't continue the conversation. Zhang Yueshan was a non-staff member of their team, but most people in the Tianshu military region had heard of him. Although he was a training soldier in the boot camp, everyone knew that with his skills, he would definitely pass the boot camp selection and represent the Qian main team in the melee position in the military joint competition. Not to mention, his status was quite impressive. His teacher was the formidable General Yu Lian, and his supervisor was Chairman He. With this background alone, it was hard not to recognize him. Zhang Yueshan frequently visited the mutation zone, and those within Qian were somewhat aware of his unique characteristics. Generally, when encountering a star beast with a mental impact, they would request support from the command center, and Zhang Yueshan would usually lead the team. The commander offered a few words of concern, but didn't say much more. He wasn't the talkative type, and only gave Zhang Yueshan a nutrient solution at mealtime. A group of people, scowling, drank nutrient solution from the crumbling starship. From the wreckage, maintenance technicians filed out, their faces etched with bitterness. Seeing the maintenance technicians' expressions, the commander of the 117th Regiment sighed softly. Have you figured out what's going on? So far, it looks like it's still this type of spore, the maintenance technician said, holding a metal test tube filled with a special solution. There are so many fungal organisms in the mutation zone that it's difficult to pinpoint the exact type of star beast these spores are from. The starship's defenses are quite strong. Any creature capable of dismantling it must be an SSS-class creature, the commander muttered. Just as the 117th Regiment was examining the specimens, the commander's military signaler suddenly flashed twice. Qin Yangji's body swayed twice, and before Shi Huanyu's hand could slap her awake, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were incredibly clear, and it was hard to tell she had been asleep just a moment before. Shi Huanyu withdrew her hand, knowing that her body was very alert and sensitive to the approach of others. She pointed to the hatch and said, the starship has stopped. The protection zone of the anomaly zone is quite large, and our starship is parked outside. They said they have a number of samples, and need our help to take them. The samples were quite special, containing many living organisms. They couldn't be placed into the spacecraft rashly, and they needed to be transported manually. Qin Yangji nodded, stood up, packed her belongings, and followed the group down. After passing through the anomaly zone protection zone, the team was led by Geng Chao, a teacher from the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. He was accompanied by Lian Ren, an officer from the Greedy Wolf Military Region. They reached the base station of the protection zone, and saw the starship lying on the ground. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with it, but as the light shone down, they could see transparent filaments extending from the gaps in the starship, swaying in the wind. Seeing the starship lying on the ground, Qin Yangji suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. What a coincidence! When she first arrived in the interstellar world, she had also seen the Qian starship lying on the ground of planet 526. This scene actually struck Qin Yangji as somewhat of a familiarity. Hello, Qian Tianshu Military District, Squadron 117. The leading commander saluted Geng Chao and Lian Ren. Commander Su, long time no see. Lian Ren, who had been on missions with the Tianshu military district and had some acquaintance with the commander of Squadron 117, responded enthusiastically. Then, glancing at the starship, he asked curiously, "What happened to you?" "Your starship is completely destroyed." "The starship was damaged in the mutation zone, which is a serious problem," Gung Chao replied sternly. Commander Su's face suddenly turned bitter. "Well, you all know about this mutation zone. It's the star beast breeding season, and there are spores everywhere. The mechs had already cleared it when they came out, but I don't know how they brought so many spores with them, corroding the mechanical joints. By the time we had collected the samples and were ready to leave, it was like this." He spread his hands. The two people from the military academy didn't ask any more questions, but rolled up their sleeves. "That's really unlucky, old Sue. Luckily, our starship is parked far away. Where are the samples you brought? Let's help. Let's move them quickly and leave. We have students here who still need to go to class." Speaking of students, Lianren turned around and waved to the group of military academy students who had gathered around him. "Come and help move things." Commander Su also called the team members to join him. Chen Yongji followed the crowd forward, past the massive starship wreckage. He could see several mechas positioned in the rear. A maintenance student from the Greedy Wolf Military Academy curiously asked the soldier leading the way, "Are these your mechas? They're so badly damaged. Aren't you going to wait until they're repaired?" The soldier smiled and said, "We don't have the necessary materials or resources here, so we have to take them back to the military area for repair. Thankfully, the anomalous zone has been mostly cleared, and there aren't many star beasts out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have waited until you arrived." Chen Yongji's gaze swept over the mechas positioned in front of her. Military maintenance technicians shuttled among them, repairing the damage to the broken wires. Just as the mechas entered the sample storage area, her gaze paused. A familiar figure appeared among the mechas. The mecha, covered entirely in black paint, with only red marks on its back from bloodstains, was the killer star that Chen Yongji had sent away 6 months ago. "Xiao Shang, the damage to the killer star can only be repaired to this extent. I have Master you take a look at it again when we get back to the military area. Put away your mech first, we're preparing to withdraw." A tall young man leaped from the killer star. His work clothes were covered in a layer of tiny spores from the mech's joints. He lowered his head to brush them away. From the opposite corner, a tall, broad-shouldered man emerged. He wore combat-style, half-finger gloves, and a combat uniform, secured at the waist by a belt emblazoned with a crimson flame. He had long legs, a slender waist, broad shoulders, and thick brows. As Chen Yongji walked past with the crowd, he happened to see the man raise his eyes. He had a pair of inky black eyes, and his hair, slightly longer, curved in an arc and swept back, falling unruly across his forehead. As if sensing the unfamiliar gaze, he glanced up. His gaze was like a deep pool, cold and chilling like moonlight. Like the sharp gleam of a blade. Chen Yongji glanced at him, and felt strangely familiar. It suddenly occurred to him. This was the master of the killing star. Shan Weishan. Chapter 54. The number of samples at the sampling site was considerable. The protective device was made of a highly defensive, energy-dissipating metal. It contained only a palm-sized transparent monitoring screen. A member of the Tianshu team handed the spore sample to Chen Yongji, but before she even took it, she sensed a faint energy fluctuation. The team member, seeing the little girl with golden hair, assumed she was frightened. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, he saw her frown. "There's still energy fluctuations. Haven't you dealt with it?" A pair of dark brown eyes, raised from her slightly disheveled blonde hair, looked at him with a cold, calm gaze, emotionless as she glanced at him. A chill ran down the team member's spine, and he sensed a hint of leadership in her. The words of comfort he had been about to offer suddenly turned into a halting explanation. It's like this. This is a specially collected living star beast sample. It hasn't been incapacitated." He glanced at her cautiously, fearing the next thing he say was, "How do you do things?" Thankfully, Chen Yongji simply nodded and held out a hand, ready to take it. The team member's mind immediately cleared, and they hurriedly reminded him, "This is a bit heavy, and it won't fall." Before he could finish his words, Chen Yongji lifted the protective device from his strained hands, holding it firmly, and poked her head out from outside the protective device. "Got it. Thanks for the reminder." The team member watched her lift one protective device, and then another from the ground. The protective device, as heavy as a rock, felt like cotton in her hands. He glanced at his own hands in confusion, internally questioning himself. Are these military academies too good at having children these days, or have I been slacking off in training? He's actually not even as strong as a cadet? Before the team members could question him for long, they heard exclamations from others in the room. Ah! No, it's too heavy. The cadet lifted the protective gear with all his might, his body swaying under the weight, and he nearly fell to the ground. Chin Yongji happened to be passing by, lifted his foot, bent his knees, and supported the man's back, steadying him as he leaned back. Give me a hand. Give me a hand. The cadet, realizing something, instinctively turned around and saw Chin Yongji, a protective device in each hand, passing by him with a light, airy expression. It seemed as if the path was blocked, and the two protective devices were making it difficult for her to pass. She turned her head and said to the cadet, "You're blocking the way. Make way." "Oh, okay." The cadet, stunned, watched her walk out. He glanced down at the protective devices in his own hands and tried to push up again. As he lifted his hands, the soreness in his arm muscles became even more pronounced. Hiss. "No, this thing is so easy again, isn't it? Who are you to compare yourself to the boss? Don't overestimate your abilities." She could lift Chu Li's hand with one hand. Chu Li's hand was caught off guard by being called out, and his face darkened. Before moving his things, he elbowed the other person. "Can you please stop bringing up how the boss picked me up? It's been over a year, ever since Tang Lu let it slip, and it's been going on until today. I'm not the only one being picked up, so if the boss picks you up, it's like talking nonsense." Hearing the cadets' whispers, and seeing their precarious posture as they carried things, the Tianshu team members finally regained some confidence. So she's a talented player. As the talented player Chin Yongji walked out, a protective device in each hand, her vision was blocked by the device. She was observing the Star Beast specimens inside through the small monitoring screens on the protective devices. Typically, brought-in Star Beast samples undergo energy stripping. Some Star Beasts possess special materials that are also harvested in this way. Without this stripping process, the Star Beast's spiritual energy would affect those around them. Chin Yongji had a sudden thought. Could this arrangement be made to utilize the Star Beast's spiritual power? Perhaps it was being taken to the research institute, she thought. It looked vaguely like a plant, with a neatly cut surface, somewhat resembling a mushroom. After all, the anomalous zone is called the Spore Sanctuary, and it's mostly filled with fungal plants. Just as she was examining the samples, trying to discern the specific fungus, a fragment of a black booth suddenly appeared in her narrow field of vision. The person who came in paused slightly, and took a step back. As Shang Yueshan passed the corner, his spiritual realm suddenly shifted, followed by a sense of discomfort. Worried about a problem with his spiritual realm, he distracted himself briefly to sense footsteps on the other side, and he stopped immediately. The person who came in turned the corner, and walked directly in front of him. Shang Yueshan looked up almost instinctively, lifting the two protective devices the other person had raised, and then looking up. The first thing that caught her eye was a head of brilliant golden hair, casually pulled into a ponytail, held in place by a self-locking buckle. Shorter strands slipped out from the gap, falling carelessly across her forehead. The person had round eyes, and a subtle hint of soft flesh on her cheeks. She appeared well-behaved, but she seemed to notice the person before her, and glanced over as well. The look in her eyes was exceptionally cold, carrying a hint of hostility that could scare anyone away. It was someone very familiar. Shang Yueshan suddenly remembered a time, over a year ago, when he and Yu Lian had been on a temporary field mission. The Silver Galaxy, affiliated with the Demon Eye, had intercepted graduates from the First Red Flame Military Academy. Both sides were trapped on a desolate planet, where an undeveloped anomalous zone with abundant energy resources had been discovered. During that time, Yu Lian and the Demon Eye military were in a standoff, nearly coming to blows in space. Shang Yueshan seized the opportunity to warp to planet 526, intending to rescue the Red Flame students first. However, he encountered a group of people leaving in a silver starship. The person who had devised the counterattack and escape plan, leading all the Red Flame teachers and students off the desolate planet, was the man before him. This guy's mental realm had been in turmoil due to the Silver Command's self-destruction, and had become semi-static. He hadn't expected to encounter her here. Shang Yueshan was genuinely surprised at Chin Yongji's mental realm. Having semi-static still allowed it to recover, someone from the military district had asked him if he had seen her in the Demon Eye lab. So that was what he meant. Was his recovery so strong that he was mistaken for a test subject? His scrutiny was so obvious that Chin Yongji subconsciously frowned and met his gaze. Those eyes seemed more and more familiar the more he looked at them. Be careful. Hearing the boy's slightly deep voice, colder than his eyes, Chin Yongji felt as if the heavy object in his hand had been lifted, relieving some of the pressure. A subtle smile played on the blonde girl's face. It wasn't obvious because her expression remained unchanged, but her eyes suddenly lit up, and Shang Yueshan subconsciously thought it was a smile. He couldn't help but glance down at himself, as if there was nothing funny about him, and then looked back up. Qin Yangji's lips curled up at the sight, then quickly recovered. She stepped back, holding the protective gear with both hands and shaking it briefly. She raised her eyebrows and said to Shang Yueshan, "I won't fall, thank you." Then she walked away to the side, crossing paths with Shang Yueshan. "Need help?" Before Shang Yueshan could finish his words, she had already left, looking completely relaxed, as if she didn't need his help. Just as he turned back, a light breeze suddenly blew through the anomalous zone, stirring up gravel and creating a small vortex. It also lifted Qin Yangji's blonde ponytail, causing a few inconspicuous strands to drift, carried by the wind toward Shang Yueshan's jaw, brushing against the blood-red scar. Shang Yueshan felt a slight itch under his jaw, and when he reached out to touch it, the blonde hair had already drifted away. He inexplicably lowered his head, examining it more closely. It was the uniform black combat uniform of the Tianshu military region, the belt fastened neatly, the buttons in place. However, the dagger at the side of his waist was sticking out. Shang Yueshan pressed it with his palm to confirm there was nothing unusual, then turned back and pursed his lips. His expressionless face remained, but now it seemed to have a touch of color. Elsewhere, as Qin Yangji walked out, she cast a glance at the distant mutation zone, suddenly recalling scenes from another world. She hadn't thought of Jiushou in a long time. In that world, Qin Yangji was alone, with only her master to care for. She had repaid Yuan Zhou for saving her life by researching so much weaponry, and she had also avenged the vengeance owed her by Nan Zhou. Her only regret was that, before her parachute accident, Qin Yangji had just defeated a Nan Zhou assassination gang. The short knife she often used was worn out from cutting through so much blood and bone. On her birthday, she had managed to con some of the same material from her senior sister, planning to smelt it. But before she could finish it, she traveled through time. She didn't even bring the knife with her. Shang Yueshan's eyes resembled that knife. It sounded a bit strange, but Qin Yangji had that feeling the moment she saw him. This is truly a knife that will protect her well. The Tianshu military district had collected quite a few samples this time. The military district and the cadets alone made 2 trips back and forth, largely because the protective devices were so heavy that they required several people to lift them. All the protective devices were removed from their storage locations and transported to the military academy's starship docking station on a cart made from a converted starship. The cart was hastily constructed by a military district maintenance technician, and it was incredibly fast. Qin Yangji sighed, worthy of a seasoned maintenance technician. In the mutation zone, everything is in short supply, and they have to make the necessary items using materials wherever and whenever they need them. Have they all been loaded? Are there any left? The protective gear was placed on the cart, and the baseboard made of the starship hull shook, causing the commander of Team 117 to shudder. Will this thing fall apart? The maintenance technician accompanying him patted him on the shoulder. If you're afraid it'd fall apart, hurry up. There are still a few left inside the starship. Commander Su heard this, and gestured for 2 soldiers to go in and carry them. Qin Yangji's eyes scanned the surroundings aimlessly. This was the edge of the mutation zone, with a very low mutation value, a bit of the planet's normal surroundings. Looking up, behind him lay a deep black swamp, and in front of him was a patch of yellow sand, dyed golden by the blazing light, gradually blending together. Just as she was distracted by the scenery, something seemed to stir in the soil, like a finger extending, barely perceptible. But Qin Yangji was highly sensitive to movement, subconsciously drawn to anything that moved, and so she immediately looked over. Her gaze fell on a finger-sized bulge in the distant mud. It slowly descended, then stretched forward, descending again, then extending again, drawing ever closer. Qin Yangji suddenly narrowed her eyes, her mental tentacles instantly spreading out, crossing the starship, the yellow sand, the mud, and probing into the anomalous zone. A blanket of perception descended, a powerful energy wave spreading. The soldiers in action around her paused. Whose mental power? Commander Su had begun to speak when he suddenly glanced toward the starship, his pupils constricting, his voice synchronizing with Qin Yangji's. Sensing anomaly. All hands on deck. Such a tiny star beast. Qin Yangji's exclamation was muted, drowned out by Commander Su's shout, barely audible. But she swiftly swung out her flames, and darted into the cockpit along the mech. Off to the other side, Shang Yueshan glanced over and saw the blonde girl nimbly leaping onto the mech's cockpit. Where's the star beast? The cadet heard Commander Su's voice, and hurriedly boarded the mech. The next second, Qin Yongji's mental tentacles enveloped the mech, and a link signal flashed across the screen. Before the cadet could react, the flames had already pierced through the crowd. A red shadow flashed by, and Commander Su, too busy to notice, saw the other party rushing towards the rear mutation zone. His expression turned pale, and he quickly ordered his soldiers to prepare. There's an unusual energy body within the starship. Resolve it immediately. Several soldiers from the Tianshu military district charged into the starship, while the cadets, with their backs to the others, pursued the crimson mecha, moving toward the edge of the mutation zone. The infernal fire advanced, and the Mo Dao flashed with a flash of icy light. It spun in front of the mecha, instantly breaking through the soil and piercing the lower layers of black earth. Boom! Flames flared along the Mo Dao's blade, surging forward furiously. The sizzling sound of flesh scorching in the flames echoed, and an emerald green figure emerged from the ground. When Qin Yongji saw the finger-sized bulge, she had assumed the star beast was small. But when the green figure rested on the ground, its emerald body bouncing twice like jelly, she realized it wasn't the finger-sized size she imagined. S-rank blue dragon butterfly worm, this star beast resembles a slug, emerald green in color, with wisps of green hair, a mixture of thorns and poisonous hairs. Its body wriggles segment by segment, and the two fleshy tentacles on its head retract. It was the swelling that caught Qin Yongji's attention. Her message had just spread through the communication network when the flames of the Mo Dao spread out before them. Along the road leading into the mutation zone, the swelling suddenly bulged, each larger than the last, forming a path along the height, like nesting dolls. The individual soldiers, who had arrived behind Qin Yongji, saw this scene and stopped dead in their tracks. So many? Isn't this the edge of the mutation zone? Qin Yongji subconsciously felt something was amiss, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He watched as the worm, which had bounced onto the ground, flipped over, its abdomen touching the ground. Its thorny branches and poisonous hairs, like brushes, scratched the ground in a series of uneven lines as it moved. The mucus secreted from its body carried a strange fragrance. A strange energy signal wafted through the air, and Qin Yongji instinctively raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose. Mind-affecting, disorienting energy signal. Everyone be alert. Understood. The soldier, who had just sniffed a few times, felt dizzy. Upon hearing the command, he immediately surrounded the cockpit with energy to prevent the energy signal from affecting it. The leading worm rolled a few times before standing up. Yehua, holding his Mo Dao, sheathed the flames and stood on the other side to observe. The two tentacles on the star beast's head stretched out like stretched antennae. As they stretched, they immediately began to vibrate, sending out waves of vibrating sound waves. Then, Qin Yongji saw it open its mouth, its lips moving left and right. For long, curved teeth protruded from its mouth, and from within, a very long, thin white mouthpart emerged. The mouthpart snapped out, releasing a layer of transparent mucus. The liquid dripped onto the ground, immediately creating a splatter of energy. Seeing this, the melee mechas near the star beasts quickly scurried away. The support traction blasted out, pulling their companions back one by one. As the mechas lifted off the ground, the soil rolled a few times, and star beasts emerged from the bulge. No way. So many worms sticking out their tongues at the same time? Is this their tongue? Someone in the team asked in disbelief. Qin Yongji glanced up and saw slime splattering around the mechas. He immediately said seriously, "Shift your long-range attack south. Don't approach the mutation zone, there might still be star beasts inside. Defense position, erect an energy shield in front, about 5 meters high." The worms were not as tall as the mechas, and their mental energy attacks were limited, so they could only penetrate the slime. Qin Yongji's expression grew serious, and he signaled to the melee and support teams, "Avoid its slime. Observe and pay attention to the impact of the energy fluctuations. Avoid them at will." As soon as the words fell, with a volcanic fire hand gesture, the chaotic cadets instantly snapped into place, moving out one after another according to their positions. Qin Yongji focused his attention on the connected mental tentacles, his gaze fixed on the arena. He entered the arena in close combat, rapidly closing in on the worm's body. Various energy auras spread out. The worm's mouthparts were attracted to the repairman's body, and the reconnaissance weapon penetrated it, piercing it directly into the ground. The worm's body twisted violently several times, and invisible energy waves spread out, directly following the individual soldier's mental tentacles, attempting to penetrate into the mental realm. However, the energy tracked halfway, and suddenly a ball of red light burst out, like a flame, instantly dispersing and engulfing the invading energy ball. The individual soldiers fighting felt a sharp pain in their heads, and then the commanding mental power tightened, and the feeling of being controlled intensified. However, none of the soldiers present were affected by this, as it was not their first time connecting with Qinyongji. Instead, the Star Beast's movement seemed to be impeded by some force, stalling for a moment. Melee and ranged attackers seized the opportunity, harvesting them from both sides. On one side, gunfire roared, while on the other, bursts of energy emanated. In just a few seconds, the ground stirred, and a layer of emerald green Star Beast bodies collapsed to the ground. The soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. Sure, Huan Yu swung her rapier, but the commanding mental link remained intact. She glanced in Qinyongji's direction, only to see him suddenly turn and look behind him. Bursts of white light erupted from the starship's original location, so bright that it was almost impossible to see the scene before them. Only a vague glimpse of dark shadows shifting back and forth could be made out. Until the individual soldiers felt the overflowing energy, the cadets, led by command and reconnaissance, suddenly opened their eyes wide, stunned by the powerful energy flow. The commander's voice rang out at that moment. Defense position. Set up shields in front of you, and charge all your energy. Her tone was calm, as if it weren't a surge of energy capable of blasting all mechas away. Even the frantic hearts of the defense mechas calmed, and they launched their energy shields towards the target. Invisible protective energy laid a web before them. Boom! Countless milky white tentacles emerged from the starship, dancing majestically into the air. A wave of light spread out, like a mushroom cloud, sweeping across the surroundings. Get down! Commander Su of the Tianshu team shouted in a hoarse voice. The energy swept past, blasting away the surrounding rocks and trees, and directly impacted the defense position's energy shields, causing an explosion. The rumbling sound of a bell echoed, continuing for several seconds. The white light before them suddenly dissipated. Qinyongji finally saw clearly what had emerged from the completely collapsed starship debris. A giant fungus, like a rabbit's ear, emerged from the ground, pushing aside the starship debris and growing at a visible rate. The surrounding spores, like chicks seeing their mother, converged from midair and covered its pristine white canopy. What the hell is this? Qinyongji heard a cadet mutter over the team's channel. As the fungus grew, its spores covered the stacks of protective devices on the cart. The monitor screens dissolved under the shimmering energy of the spores, like bubbles being popped, and then penetrated the living specimens contained within the protective devices. The soldiers of the Tianshu military district didn't have time to observe the entire fungus's growth process. When they saw the protective devices open, they cried out in panic. We can't let it destroy the sample. He stood up, preparing to charge toward the fungus. Commander Su shouted from behind his energy shield, "Get back!" But his words were too late. As the soldier stood up, the surrounding spore tentacles, as if sensing something, suddenly swished from their protective shields. Countless spores instantly filled the space before them. Sesame-sized particles coalesced into a thick white mist, surging toward the mech. Commander Su's eyes widened. Defense support. Bring him back. His command was a second too late. No one expected the spores to rush so quickly. They appeared some distance away, but in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him, about to engulf the mech. A dark figure appeared from the side, wielding a double-edged scimitar. Along the other side of the blade ran a line of emerald green vines. The green sword swiftly flew out of his hand, slashing in front of the single soldier. A burst of green light erupted, and countless slender green threads instantly emerged. Like daughter vines, they entangled the spore tentacles before them. The two energies collided in midair for several seconds. Qinyongji saw the spore tentacles shimmer yellow, as if withering. The weapon looked very familiar to her. It was the scimitar that shared the immortal vine core with the killer star communicator. As the spores retreated, visible signs of fracture appeared on the vines. Emerald green sap oozed from the cracks. While the fractures didn't show signs of black corrosion, they were visibly shorter, and a small hole in the green energy had been punctured. Sensing the energy fluctuations, almost all the commanders realized that the seemingly harmless rabbit ear fungus before them possessed a special ability, disintegration. The rabbit ear continued to expand, like a balloon. The soldier, standing up, was assaulted head-on by countless spore tentacles, still dazed. It wasn't until Commander Su's voice sounded, commanding him to retreat, that he hurriedly retreated behind the energy shield. But looking at the still-growing rabbit ear and the fungus consuming the protective device's sample, he asked, unwilling to give up, "Commander, our sample." "Never mind the sample, let's figure out how to get out first." Commander Su narrowed his eyes, his perception spreading far, and he immediately had a bad feeling. As expected, the rabbit ear expanded to a point where a small circular opening appeared in the center of the canopy. Puff! 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 A series of puffs echoed, and a large cloud of white mist erupted from the top of the rabbit ear. Instantly, it floated in midair, transforming into wandering spore tentacles. The cadets were startled. Upon witnessing this scene, the Tianshu military commander in front immediately grew serious. He glanced back at the cadet and scanned her with his senses. Qin Yongji sensed a certain power on her mental tentacles for a split second, then locked eyes with her. "Cadet Commander, please connect with me." Commander Su nodded to Qin Yongji remotely. A link signal popped up on the infernal fire, and Qin Yongji confirmed it without hesitation. Based on the energy fluctuations, the fungus before her was, unsurprisingly, SSS grade. Her senses detected a large amount of Star Beast energy approaching in the distance, something the cadets might not be able to handle. As soon as the contact network was established, Commander Su's voice rang out, "SSS grade cloud splitting for fungus, with the ability to disintegrate ions. Its spores carry a large amount of disintegrating ions, and its mycelium spreads over 1,000 meters. If we don't deal with it quickly, the Star Beasts within its mycelium range will converge here, creating a serious problem. Next, cadets, follow your main commander's orders and defend the east direction. Teams 1/4/6/9 will form pairs to defend the other two directions. The rest of you will attract the spore tentacles' attention and try to eliminate the Star Beasts. Understood?" Qin Yongji received the order, his gaze abruptly shifting to the east. Understood. The voices of the commanders from each team rang out simultaneously. The next second, the Black Mecha Killer, led by the Tianshu Military District's leader, charged out. Commander Su, startled, shouted at the top of his voice, "Xiao Shang, your mecha isn't ready yet. Return." Qin Yongji only heard the single word Shang. She sent her senses over, but the person didn't turn back. The forest in front of them, where the anomaly occurred, appeared calm, but the ground was faintly shaking. According to the commander's orders, the cadets crossed the edge and entered. Their reconnaissance weapons cut down nearby branches, and their ranged attacks climbed to the top, giving them an unobstructed view. Just as the shaking of the ground stopped, leaves suddenly rustled. Qin Yongji looked over. Whoosh! The sound of animal wings flapping could be heard, darting past the treetops. Ahead, countless large moths rushed toward them. She focused her attention on the scene ahead, reporting the situation to the team, while quickly arranging her individual soldiers' battle plans. Commander Su's face darkened for a second when he heard the gathering of Star Beasts from the east, south, and north. He then quickly called the decoy reinforcements into the energy shield. The mech had barely retreated a few meters when the large hole in the Star Beast's head erupted with spores again. The spores filled the air in increasing numbers, and the gathering tentacles became increasingly difficult to fight. The individual soldiers' fire-attributed superpower core ignited wave after wave of flames. After finally blasting away a cluster of spore tentacles, the mycelium rapidly sprouted again the next second. "How can this thing be so tenacious?" Qin Yongji heard someone say in the team chat. Commander Su's voice echoed immediately afterward. "Prepare all fire-attribute ability cores. Clear the surrounding spore tentacles again, according to their locations. Melee units, seize the opportunity and close in as quickly as possible." Chapter 55. The soldiers of the military district were experienced in dealing with Star Beasts, and quickly pulled away the countless spores of the cloud rift. Layers of indistinct filaments covered the space before them, completely enveloping the fungus, while the holes above continued to spew out white mist. Without turning back, Qin Yongji could sense the layers of energy emanating from the Star Beast, rippling across a vast expanse, instantly stirring the entire mutation zone. The moth, previously suppressed by both melee and ranged attacks, suddenly felt a surge of strength as this energy swept through it. With a flick of its arm, it deflected the melee weapon and soared into the air, emitting a shrill shriek of sound waves. The ranged guns aimed, only to see the moths pile up one after another, forming a barrier. The overlapping energy surprisingly didn't disperse under the ranged gunfire, firmly blocking the energy impact of the bombardment. When the white smoke from the artillery fire cleared, moths flew out from behind and charged at the individual soldier. This momentarily disoriented the individual soldiers present, but soon the commander's orders arrived. Karma fire erupted, and the MO Dao slashed across. Blazing flames instantly shot up into the sky, surging directly towards the swarm of moths. The energy wave drew the moths in. The ranged attackers, seizing the opportunity, launched their guns and cannons from all directions, merging into the flames with a resounding roar. Startled by the energy from the artillery fire, the moths flapped their wings and flew out of the blaze, their bodies ablaze with flames. The nearby melee and support personnel quickly responded, advancing one by one. Their weapons' energy burst forth, instantly bringing the wingless star beasts down from midair. The moss bodies fell to the ground like hail. Just as the star beasts pouring in from the east had finished defeating a group, Hellfire retracted his blade, and the mecha pilot had just enough time to catch his breath before his senses detected the arrival of a new star beast. Commander Su's voice quickly followed, warning, "Watch out for the S-class star beasts, East Commander?" Understood. Qin Yongji had barely finished speaking, and before she could even look at the star beasts present, Commander Su on the other side called out a name. Shang Yueshan. Qin Yongji thought the name sounded familiar. Looking back, she saw the killer star charging towards the cloud rift. The spores surrounding the cloud rift, chasing the support and melee attacks from above, clung to the mecha's exterior, quickly creating holes of varying sizes in its shell. As the canopy of the cloud rift collapsed, ready to spew spores once more, the killer star seized the briefest opening. The double-edged sword glowed green, and the mecha slashed forward. Killer Star's timing was excellent, but he miscalculated. The spores released by the schizophilum could be instantly retracted. Countless spores were pulled back from afar, aglow with a layer of energy, and pierced the back of the mecha. In front of Killer Star, cracks of varying sizes appeared on the cloud folds, and the mushroom folds piled up layer by layer, and the surface instantly shrank. Qin Yongji noticed that Killer Star had not turned back. Commander Su on the other side anxiously signaled to him that he was under attack from behind. In her eyes, everything seemed to be in slow motion. Qin Yongji pondered for a moment before her mental tentacles detached from the mental tree, emerged from her body, and flew forward. Shang Yueshan knew that the new SSS class in front of him possessed the energy of ionization, and its roots were rooted in the starship, with a constant supply of starship energy inside. It was very tricky. The Tianshu military district had just come out of the mutation zone, and the damage had not yet been adjusted. It was unable to cope with the large number of spores and linkage energy of the Yushao rift. The longer it was delayed, the more the ionization would dilute the energy, and it was necessary to seize the opportunity to solve it. The energy created by the deionization was significant, creating a significant amount of space for the surrounding melee fighters and support. Shang Yueshan seized this opportunity, but he hadn't anticipated Yun Shaolie's swift reaction. As the blade landed just inches in front of Yun Shaolie's, Shang Yueshan clearly felt the energy of the star beast surge from behind him. His mental focus was entirely on the immortal vine weapon, ignoring the area behind the killing star. But if he turned back now, he might never get this close to the star beast again. Shang Yueshan tightened his grip on the blade, energy pouring in. He had already made a decision, a flicker of determination in his eyes. This wasn't the first time he risked his life for the death of a star beast. Qin Yongji knew all too well why the killing star had fallen into her hands the last time, and she could roughly deduce the circumstances. But if so many spores were embedded within the mecha, even her Red Lotus wouldn't be able to remove them. She would have to dismantle the mecha. Is this guy crazy? Qin Yongji gritted his teeth. Is this just adding to her workload? As he uttered these words viciously in his mind, Qin Yongji's mental tentacles had already landed on the kill star communicator. A signal of energy invasion sounded, but Shang Yueshan ignored it, thinking it was the energy of a star beast. But a sudden pop-up window appeared on the kill star panel, causing him to freeze in midair. Mecha Infernal Flame requests to establish a link with Shang Yueshan's pupils shrank sharply as he watched the sudden mecha signal. Since he began piloting the mecha, he hadn't received a single communication from the commander. In the kill star communicator, the glowing green immortal vine's core radiated several waves of energy. However, the surrounding red tentacles were not repelled by this energy. Instead, they approached it with a faint excitement. The red light lit up, and the energy wave rushed forward, completely enveloping the shimmering green light. The red lotus energy core within the Emo Dao suddenly began to spin, emitting an abnormal heat from the weapon, and the black iron glowed faintly red. Qin Yongji snapped open her eyes, the mech spun around, and looked behind her. She reacted quickly, her gaze fixed on the creases in the sky. She didn't notice that, for a moment, the surrounding star beasts, the mechs, the leaves, the drifting dust, even the wind, froze in place. And in that brief silence, the energy fluctuations of the undying vine were completely obscured by the red light, and its mental tentacles connected to the killer star's communicator. Before Shang Yueshan could agree, the mech immediately emitted an energy intrusion signal. He quickly agreed to the connection, and the next second, a clump of imprisoned mental tentacles wrapped around the undying vine's energy fluctuations, tightly entwining them, the red and green energies practically merging into one. Qin Yongji's voice echoed in his mind. Mental connection. Such a strange feeling. Since Shang Yueshan became interested, This was the first and only person to establish a connection with him. His command? Continue the attack, I'd be at the rear. Qin Yongji spoke calmly, her constricted pupils gradually returning to normal. Infernal flames shot up from the ground, piercing directly through the Tianshu Military District's energy shield. The blazing heat of her Mo Dao slashed through her, leaving a trail of flames in her wake. Be careful. Commander Su snapped back to his senses, only to see a red shadow flash by. He was horrified that the force was even faster than the support, moving nearly 100 meters in that split second. Qin Yongji's voice remained the same as always, as he rushed towards the spore tentacles of Yashao Rift, calmly replying, Roger that. Commander Su's heart tightened at the sound of that voice. It was that cadet commander. He naturally didn't think the other party was incompetent, inferior to the soldiers of the military district. Commander Su had already gauged Qin Yongji's strength based solely on her speed and energy control. A new, mature, high-ranking commander. This child's future was bound to be limitless. The more he realized this, the more anxious he grew. He couldn't even imagine the guilt he would feel if anything happened to these two children. There were so many Tianshu soldiers here. And yet, they had to let these two bear the pressure of facing the star beasts. Commander Su clenched his jaw and ordered coldly, hold the spores. Let another one go, and I test your combat prowess. The Tianshu soldier felt a chill on his neck, and the soldiers who had lost their spores blushed even more. Too ashamed to look up, their mechas quickly adjusted to contain the remaining spore swarms. Infernal fire flashed behind the spore tentacles. Almost back-to-back with the killing star, he grasped his Mo Dao in both hands, and slashed down from above in a bow stance. Whoosh! A sudden, intense wave of fire burst forth, instantly smearing the sky red with crimson light. The spore tentacles, sensing the impact of the energy, glowed white at their tips. The crimson lotus swirled, and the energy surged even more intensely. The tentacles were visibly scorched and curled back faintly. Qin Yongji did not pursue, her spiritual awareness lingering behind her. Shang Yueshan approached Yashao Lija, the sharp green blade slicing through the fungus's underground stalks, releasing a milky white sap. Yashao Lija seemed to sense pain, its wrinkled surface trembling twice as if breathing, and then suddenly, with a swish, the wrinkles flattened, releasing a countless white mist of spores. The killer star seemed to sense something, and without hesitation, the mecha sheathed its blade and retreated, instantly creating distance between them and the white mist. Seeing this, Qin Yongji leaned sideways. A red and a black mech leaped up, switching positions in perfect unison. As the two mechs intersected and spun, their red and green lights merged, and the mechs seemed to lock eyes for a moment. Across the mechs, the soldiers tightened their grip on their weapons, unleashing their tentacles at close range. Shang Yueshan didn't even frown, sensing the restraining energy from his command. Qin Yongji's mental power was somewhat overbearing, preferring to tightly encircle his mental tentacles with an untouchable, possessive air. This might cause the soldiers to feel restricted and uncomfortable. But for Shang Yueshan, dominance meant control, and he felt a certain fondness for the hand that held him so tightly. The energy of the immortal vine merged seamlessly with Qin Yongji's mental tentacles, allowing him to effortlessly control Shang Yueshan and Shashing. He was like a sharp blade in her hand, sensing her intentions at will and charging forward without hesitation. After their figures intersected, strands of immortal vine energy, tinged with red light, erupted from the twin blades. A stream of green light, like a thread, quickly approached the retracting spore tentacles, splitting into strands that climbed up along them and instantly spread to the surrounding area. Each of Yashao Lija's tentacles was tinged with green light. At this moment, Yehua hovered in midair, standing directly in front of Yashao Lija, Mo Dao raised high. Qin Yongji watched the countless spores dancing below, as Mo Dao formed a wall of fire in front of her. The spores landed on the surface of the fire wall, and the ionized energy they emitted dimmed the Mo Dao's flames, as if obscured by something. At this moment, Qin Yongji suddenly loosened one hand, held the knife in one hand, and closed his eyes slightly. Her spiritual tentacles followed the blade, sending them all the way into the supernatural core. Since the entrance exam, the connection between the spiritual tentacles and the Mo Dao has become even stronger, and the power she can exert has become even more powerful. At this moment, in front of the spiritual tree growing in her spiritual realm, the huge lotus flower closed its doors, no longer blooming. As the red spiritual tentacles surged into the supernatural core, within her spiritual realm, the spiritual tree moved without a breeze, its leaves rustling like an unknown ballad. Red light flowed from its leaves, along the branches, to the trunk, then seeped into the soil, and down along the roots, illuminating the entire ground with layers of crimson, like magma. The lotus stem growing beside the tree slowly grew red from the bottom up, climbing all the way to the petals. The moment the entire bud glowed red, the outermost petals fell. This seemed to be a signal. The next second, all the petals dropped from the center, revealing the golden lotus bud. Instantly, the spiritual realm was filled with the fragrance of lotus. The red lotus blossomed. At that moment, a blood-red fire rose from the red lotus's core. At its center, a translucent ruby-like energy core shone. At the same moment, within the mecha, Qin Yangji's eyes suddenly opened. She gently parted her lips and whispered, "Red lotus. Infernal fire." As the words fell, her blade lifted slightly, and a streak of crimson light shot forth from the blade of the Mo Dao. Crack! The red light pierced the white mist ahead, spreading like a lingering miasma the moment it touched the spores. With a mere scorch, the spores instantly transformed into charcoal and fell. The light, without pause, passed straight through the spore swarm. Puff! Bang! Piercing through the folds of the sky, the fungus was pierced by the flames, and fishy fungal tissue burst out from within. A flash of red light emanated from the other side of Yun Xiaolie's massive body, slowing for a second before piercing her. In that instant, a sharp, cold blade-like aura exploded from the red light, slashing across the surroundings with incredible force. It resembled the trace of a sharp blade. Flames then ignited from the blade-like aura, instantly scorching the air and illuminating the entire area in a white shadow. Swish! The sound of a blade slicing through the body was heard. The figure of Hellfire, originally in front of Yun Xiaolieja, suddenly disappeared, almost instantly standing behind the star beast. The Mo Dao pointed its blade forward, its blade at its back. The mech stood up, twisted its blade, and planted the blade on the ground. From behind her, a white light pierced the star beast's body. Yun Xiaolieja was severed in the middle. On the slope, the upper half of the fungus slid down the cut surface. The moment it hit the ground, a blazing fire suddenly erupted. The flames burned more and more fiercely. Shang Yueshan felt the heat coming from behind him. With a push of his blade, the green light condensed, as if solid, instantly transforming into a tangled, dry vine. The moment the vine appeared, a raging fire licked it, pressing down on it and spreading, burning all the spore tentacles. The crackling sound of the flames was incessant. The spore tentacles curled up like a whale. In the same spot, Yunqi's ripped body was scorched black by the flames. Yehor remained motionless, his blade touching the ground. Shang Yueshan watched the flames burn and suddenly turned back. His gaze drifted down, catching sight of Qin Yangji's slightly trembling left hand. She was in pain. Qin Yangji's spiritual tentacles glowed red and were scorching hot, and a large amount of energy released from the red lotus accumulated on her. Fellow SSS rank cultivators, Yun Xiaolieja couldn't withstand a single energy shockwave from the red lotus. But the activated red lotus clearly didn't want to release energy just once, forcing Qin Yangji's mental tentacles to endure the intense heat. This was a tactical battle between her and the supernatural core. As her entire body raged like a fiery purgatory, a chill suddenly touched her forehead. The temperature was like the coldest ice, like a frosty moon. Qin Yangji couldn't help but raise her hand. Her still trembling fingers touched the mech's palm, and the moment she felt it, she thought, "This must be a good blade. You can release energy towards me." She heard a cold voice. In her mental realm, a green leaf slowly reached out. The fierce fire dried its moisture, and the leaf turned scorched yellow in an instant. But the vines behind it flashed green, and it returned to its emerald green. The moment Qin Yangji's mental realm opened towards him, flames and heat washed over him. The vines seemed oblivious, their cool touch gently wrapping around the curled red spiritual tentacles at the edges. Their movements were gentle, and the spiritual tentacles, fueled by their energy, awakened. Then, they aggressively closed in, tightly encasing the vines. The flames flowed along the spiritual tentacles, transmitting to the vines themselves. Then, withered yellow, emerald green, withered yellow, emerald green. The cycle continued. Qin Yangji lost count of how many cycles had passed. Shang Yueshan stood before her, his spiritual tentacles tightly locked behind the thin vines, his entire body entangled in red tendrils. Yet, he stubbornly pressed forward until he reached the central spiritual tree and gently pressed against the flaming shards. He drew fire, burning repeatedly, until the flames on the red lotus grew faint and shrank into a ball. The petals closed, and the flames that had ignited the entire spiritual realm were absorbed by the bud. A faint crimson corner peeked out from the dim bud's uppermost point. The energy gradually stabilized. Qin Yangji's grip on Shang Yueshan loosened, his palm slipping from his arm. Paw! The Mo Dao landed. The mecha cockpit ejected. Shang Yueshan retracted the immortal vine, snapped open his eyes, kicked open the Killer Star cockpit, and jumped down, catching the blonde girl who had been sent out from the cockpit. Yu Xiaolieja died, his energy drive vanishing. Commander Su, who had just taken charge of the surroundings, had dealt with the Star Beast and was about to check on Qin Yangji. When Yu Xiaolieja died, the karmic fire remained motionless. Commander Su immediately suspected that the energy was perhaps losing control. He realized that this student's weapon was powered by a remarkable psychic core, and her spiritual energy was strong enough to harness it. He immediately understood that this was an opportunity for the other party. Every mishap with a supernatural nuclear weapon is a gamble. The bet is on who is superior, the user or the supernatural core. If the user wins, their synergy reaches a new level, allowing them to unleash greater power from the supernatural core. If the supernatural core wins, their mental energy goes haywire, and their domain collapses. Qin Yangji's energy was perfectly concentrated, and Commander Su was unsurprised. She was sure to win. When Shang Yueshan stepped forward, he felt a sense of relief. This guy was experienced in dealing with energy mishaps. But the two stood there for a long time. They had finished their Star Beast hunts, rechecked their samples, and loaded their vehicles for departure. Commander Su couldn't sit still, and couldn't help but watch. Then he saw the stern young man pick up the blonde girl by the waist, put away their mechas, and stride out from the still-burning battle scene. Commander Su silently stepped back, watching Shang Yueshan pass by, and shook his head. That's the good of being young. Young people with a little affection for each other acted so romantically. Just as he finished his thought, Commander Su suddenly remembered how General he had described Shang Yueshan as a mute man when he spoke, and a dullard when he closed his mouth. He couldn't help but smile. General, he had been wrong this time. Shang Yueshan wasn't dull at all. Chapter 56. When Qin Yangji regained consciousness, she was already aboard the starship. She sat up quickly, subconsciously sensing her entire body. Then, focusing on her mental realm, she examined it thoroughly, inside and out. Finding nothing amiss, she returned to her mental realm, focusing on the red energy threads entangled with the spirit tree. That was Honglian's energy. In the interstellar world, maintenance technicians help individual mechas embed psychic cores. The power of psychic cores is determined by their utilization, which sets the lower limit of a weapon's power, while the degree of integration between the psychic core and the pilot's mind sets the upper limit. Honglian's utilization couldn't be increased, but during the entrance exam, Qin Yangji discovered that as her mental tentacles deepened, she could harness energy far beyond her utilization. In other words, as long as she and Honglian were sufficiently aligned, she could unleash the power of the psychic core. Now, Honglian's mental power had merged with her spirit tree. This was the first step toward integration. For individual soldiers, their spiritual domain values will initially determine which energy their spiritual tree is most compatible with. Individual mechs have 3 energy cores embedded in them: the communicator core, melee weapon, and ranged weapon. According to commonly accepted theory among maintenance technicians, communicator weapons typically utilize cores that enhance the mech's capabilities, such as speed, reinforcement, and healing. Ranged weapons, on the other hand, primarily utilize supplementary energy from guns and cannons. Examples include control cores for support, energy amplification for ranged attacks, stealth or tracking for reconnaissance, and devouring and ionization for defense. Most attack cores are allocated to melee weapons. Most individual soldiers, aside from defense and ranged attacks, which rely heavily on guns and cannons, prefer to establish deep links with their melee weapons. This means placing the energy core that best complements their spiritual domain in their melee weapons. The same thing happened with Qin Yangji's Mo Dao. After confirming the compatibility of the superpower core, Qin Yangji exited the starship's makeshift infirmary. The Greedy Wolf Military Academy and the Tianshu Military District were crammed into the starship. The passenger cabin was packed. Military Academy instructors and the district's troop commanders gathered in the conference room, discussing the incident. On his way back to the passenger cabin, Qin Yangji passed by the conference room where they were gathered. Glancing through the small window, Qin Yangji passed by quietly without paying much attention. A young man sitting at one side of the round table caught a glimpse of blonde hair, reached out, and patted the arm of the person next to him, nodding. Commander Su glanced outside imperceptibly, silently approving of the other person's actions. Shang Yueshan therefore left early. He quietly closed the door behind him, and subconsciously glanced at himself. His clothes were buttoned tightly, and there was no unkempt spot. Yet, the bulging, rolling Adam's apple still betrayed his current nervousness. Shang Yueshan hadn't told anyone about the spiritual connection between him and Qin Yongji. Not even Commander Su knew what happened at the moment of the Star Beast's slaying. Fearing the influence of the Star Beast's energy, Qin Yongji had severed the connection with the team beforehand. Shang Yueshan had possessed a beast-like intuition since childhood. The moment Qin Yongji connected with him, besides a sense of surprise and a rare sense of peace, he also experienced strange thoughts that could not be shared with outsiders. This was a secret, and it was tied to Qin Yongji, not his to reveal. Thinking of this, the boy took a somewhat swift step. As he turned the corner of the corridor and headed towards the blonde girl, Shang Yueshan hurriedly followed. The clattering footsteps followed closely behind. Qin Yongji retracted her gaze from the starry sea, catching a glimpse of a tall figure looming over her from the corner of her eye. She turned to see the man with thick eyebrows and starry eyes, his dark pupils pale in color, his features a cold, weary expression. But he pursed his thin lips slightly, and Qin Yongji sensed a hint of nervousness in that movement. She glanced up at him, then raised her head to gaze into his eyes, seeing those eyes, which seemed to hold a cold pond, reflected a golden hue. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" Qin Yongji clasped her hands behind her back, her lips curled slightly, her face appearing sweet and quiet. Shang Yueshan lifted his thin eyelids. A bloody scar ran down his jaw, extending deep into his neck, but it didn't mar the allure of his features. On the contrary, Qin Yongji couldn't help but move his fingers as he watched. It only added a touch of fragmentation to his features. Shang Yueshan probably hadn't anticipated how fragile he'd become in the eyes of the man before him. But locked in Qin Yongji's gaze, his grip tightened. The man's broad hand lifted, dragging a shimmering white energy core. "This is Yu Xiaolie's energy core." Shang Yueshan's voice, like the others, carried a low, cold tone, but it was strained, as if it would break if he said one more word. The smile in Qin Yongji's eyes grew more pronounced, and he suddenly found this man quite amusing. But she wasn't familiar with him, so she couldn't act presumptuously. So, she simply glanced at his palm, sensing the energy within the energy core, and asked, "Is it for me?" Shang Yueshan's expression remained unchanged, her tone firm. "You killed the Star Beast, so it's yours." Qin Yongji raised her chin slightly, pondering the purpose of this crystal core. "It wasn't just me who contributed, the Tianshu military district, and you all put in a lot of effort." The ion core. She didn't seem to have much use for it. It was a bit useless to her, but it was at least an SSS-level supernatural core, albeit a newly acquired one. Commander Su said, "We killed the Star Beast, so the supernatural core naturally counts towards us," Shang Yueshan replied sternly. "Oh, you don't want it?" Qin Yongji raised an eyebrow, asking deliberately. She couldn't help herself. Shang Yueshan's killer star had been repaired by her, so she knew the ion core was completely useless to Shang Yueshan. While Qin Yongji herself wouldn't need it, she could sell it. Qizhou's shop in Bingjing had been constantly stocked with new materials Qin Yongji had brought back from the mutation zone. This guy, who entered the mutation zone after the second grade, brought with him quite a bit of materials. The Ice Mirror shop has grown steadily, dominating the entire low-end repair market. Qin Yongji also provides a good supply of high-end materials, and because the difference in quality is noticeable, he's quite well known in the mechanical engineering department. "I don't need it." Shang Yueshan pursed his lips again. Qin Yongji noticed a sudden tense in his brow, as if he were nervous. She raised her hand and took the superpower core from the boy's palm, inevitably touching his cool body temperature. "Thank you, then." Qin Yongji looked up to meet Shang Yueshan's eyes. The boy locked eyes with her for 2 seconds, then suddenly lowered his head. Following his gaze, Qin Yongji caught sight of the short knife at his waist. Her eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered something. The teacher had said that human relationships are about give and take. Shang Yueshan gave her a crystal core, so she gave Shang Yueshan a knife. "I won't take it for free, I'm giving it to you." It was made from the horn of an SS-rank Star Beast rodent rhino she had killed in the mutation zone, fused with snow steel. It cut through bones like mud and killed quickly. The blade had a cold, snowy white hue that strangely suited Shang Yueshan. The dagger was presented to Shang Yueshan. She wanted to refuse, but as the words reached her lips, her hand compelled her to take it. "You won't say thank you?" Watching his fingers brush the scabbard, Qin Yongji's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. She bent down and tilted her head to meet his downcast eyes. Shang Yueshan pursed her lips, her hands unconsciously clenching. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Qin Yongji smiled. This guy is indeed a bit cute. He looked cold and serious, but he easily became shy when teased, like touching a snail's tentacles or folding a mimosa leaf, the kind of thing she loved to play with when she was bored. You? Shang Yueshan looked at her, as if about to say something. Ever since he awakened in the demon eye, he known his mental power was somewhat different from that of ordinary people. After undergoing the red flame test, he found, as expected, that he had absolutely no ability to interact with them. In boot camp, no one in the melee group could defeat him. Everyone said he already possessed the abilities of a regular soldier, and would definitely pass the main force selection. Only Shang Yueshan knew he had no chance of participating in the joint military competition, because he had no commander to connect with. While individual soldiers had the barrier of a commander, Shang Yueshan had been fighting alone for years. His mental power was violent and frenzied, and any attempt to connect with his commander would be defeated by the onslaught of this mental power. Except Chen Yongji. Chen Yongji was the only exception. Chen Yongji looked up at him. Anything else? Shang Yueshan was silent for a long moment, then shook his head. Chen Yongji nodded, turned to leave, and just as he was about to step out of the corridor, a cold voice echoed in the empty space. Which military district will you go to? Chen Yongji raised her hand, Tianshu. Then she turned back, her eyes narrowed. I go to the Tianshu military district. See you later. With that, her figure disappeared around the corner. Shang Yueshan stood there for a moment, silently putting away her dagger, and whispered, goodbye. The starship arrived first at the Tianshu starport. The Tianshu military district troops departed in an orderly manner. Commander Su and the teachers from the Tanlang Military Academy said their goodbyes politely. The starship did not stop, and Chen Yongji only had time to take in the view of Tianshu Star from the window. In the distance, all that was visible were large buildings and scattered streets. Then came the vast, enclosed military grounds. Floating vehicles raced back and forth in a constant stream, houses ablaze with lights, vast expanses of illumination illuminating the night. When she saw the red-lit tower of Tianshu planet, her gaze paused, a thought suddenly flashing through her mind, causing her to clutch the pendant against her chest. So, this was where Chenju lived. It was already daytime the next day, when the starship returned to Tanlang planet. Chen Yongji and Yi Xiaoman had agreed to return home from the military academy. With a full 2 days off between the mutation zones, they planned to visit the Twisting Mountain district first. And just as Chen Yongji was shopping for materials, Twisting Mountain district. The robot emerged from the room, glanced at the feather sign outside, gently shut off the screen, and returned inside. Seeing the old man reclining in the rocking chair inside, he couldn't help but get angry. It's 16 degrees Celsius now. Why are you still lighting the fireplace? Morse opened his eyes and said calmly, the temperature has risen, but it's still cold, it hurts my bones. But we agreed to save on electricity and heating costs. We soon have enough for the return spaceship. Xiaolu couldn't help but do the math. Morse said nonchalantly, spring has arrived on Tanlang Star. We don't need to leave. We can stay for a while. Xiaolu approached him. But didn't you say this isn't a good place? Morse looked at the burning fireplace, the flames casting shadows on the stone wall. I didn't know at first, but now I think it's not bad. After that, his computer flashed twice. Morse didn't open it to check, but instead handed the control to the robot. Xiaolu, help me handle this. I'm not a universal butler. You can't push everything onto me. The robot protested. Got it, Morse said, accustomed to it. Don't do it again, okay? Xiaolu opened the split screen of his optical computer and looked at the invitation from the Research Institute. He declined it with the polite refusal he had gathered from the StarNet, then exclaimed in shock, this is the 23rd time you said it again. Why don't you go out and earn money? They offer you a high salary. 500,000 star coins can buy you a lot of tickets. You can go wherever you want. Morse squinted at the dancing flames, his eyes closed silently, and he said in a dazed tone, well, but if I take this salary, I won't be able to go anywhere. His last words were spoken softly, and it was unclear whether the robot heard them. Hearing only the old man's gentle snoring, the robot sighed with maturity and moved toward the door. Before closing it, it saw the crimson flame tower on Greedy Wolf Star light up red. The central red tower city's Skitran crisscrossed, looking exceptionally beautiful. To the robot's aesthetic, the Skitran resembled neat streams of data, a rare and beautiful sight. Well, Greedy Wolf Star is quite nice too. Xiaolu glanced back, hinting, I hope I can stay longer this time, a full year. As the robot counted the days, and drank an extra energy drink, happy that it and Morse's 1-year stay on Greedy Wolf Star was over, Chen Yongji, currently at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, was entering the end of his 3rd year. After the star beasts in the Spore Holy City's mutation zone mutated, both large and small mutation zones experienced varying degrees of enhanced mutation, and the star beasts' levels continued to rise. Many star beasts that had been observed for years as SS level, or even nearing the end of their lives, experienced breakthroughs, and the number of SSS level creatures in the Star Alliance mutation zone suddenly reached an unusually high level. The Greedy Wolf Military Academy didn't dare take them into the higher level mutation zones. After all, after Qin Yangji's rescue from the Spore Holy City, he had encountered a group of SSS level creatures in the A level mutation zone. She made the right decision and immediately withdrew, but she still frightened the teachers outside. Later, the mutation zone was handed over to the military, and most of the mutation zones they used for training became B-level. The B-level mutation zones were not very challenging. Although there were many more SS-level creatures, Qin Yangji's fusion with Honglian was deepening, making it easy for him to kill SS-level creatures. When she heard the news of the graduation examination, she was still a little dazed, thinking back to when she first arrived. Back then, traveling across a desolate planet called 526, even slaying a swarm of D-rank green blood spiders was a struggle. Killing a B-rank spider mother nearly cost her life along with the Silver Commander. But now, the spider mother was just a matter of a single strike before her. Qin Yangji glanced at the SS rank star beast beneath her feet and thought, oh, maybe even a single strike isn't necessary. At this level, she wouldn't even need to touch Honglian. She could crush it with a single kick. Just as this thought reached her, the voice announcement from the graduation exam competition rang out. Exam ended. Points summoned. Teams please leave in an orderly manner. With the conclusion of the graduation exam, Qin Yangji's 2-year studentship at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy was drawing to a close. All military academy exams were submitted to the teaching system, first passing through the hands of the academy principal, and then being forwarded to the various military commands. When Greedy Wolf Military Academy Principal Xiao Nanshuang received the graduation exam record, she first glanced at the support department. Coming from a support background, she naturally had some preferences. Among the 7 major stars of Qian, the Tanling Military Academy had always been average, not particularly outstanding. Compared to Tianshu, known for its prolific commanders, and Qian, known for its invincibility in close combat, it had little to commend it. Later, with the arrival of the Red Tower, and the influx of retired soldiers and their families, Tanling gradually gained some notoriety within Qian. But these were clearly not particularly outstanding. At least, as Xiao Nanshuang looked around, the support positions received mostly subdued reviews. Next, she saw the command department. Seeing the gold-rimmed command badge, a flicker of nostalgia crossed the eyes of this middle-aged woman with somewhat graying hair. Her thumb, with a hint of age, brushed the lines of the command badge. Xiao Nanshuang always recalled years ago, when she saw someone wearing such an insignia. The commander who had pulled her from beneath the mineral planet perished in the earth-shattering explosion in Yatu. Her fingertips touched the light screen, and the feeling of emptiness brought her back to reality. Xiao Nanshuang's gaze drifted vaguely over the text, reading it line by line. At the end of the evaluation, she suddenly noticed a frequently mentioned name. Qin Yangji. This student seemed highly regarded in the command department. Xiao Nanshuang's curiosity welled up. Although she had long been away from the military region, she still closely followed the situation on the Red Flame battlefield. In particular, in recent years, the Demon Eye had increasingly occupied the Unknown Star region, gaining vast resources and energy support from it. In every battle for the Barren Star region and the unincorporated mutation zone, the Red Flame was steadily losing ground. She was well aware of the severe generational gap in the military region's leadership. In the 4 military joint competitions held every 10 years, the Red Flame had lost ground, and its share of resources in the Unknown Star region had also been gradually declining. This was all related to this. 30 years ago, since He Xiandong retired, Zuiken left the League and emerged from the Unknown Star region to assume the heavy responsibility of regional commander. Qian hasn't had a single commander capable of handling a large number of positions. This has contributed to Zuiken's continued retirement and his declining health. This year's boot camp seems to have seen the emergence of a capable SSS-level commander. Xiao Nanshuang had privately learned about this. That child named Chu Yang isn't as good as Chenju. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. She had thought the same thing when He Xiandong and Zuiken took office. Xiao Nanshuang suddenly raised her eyes, her gaze fixed on the distant sky, a smile tinged with resignation. How lucky she was to have met the most formidable commander at such a young age. There would never again be someone like Chenju, someone she could willingly bow to. He Xian Palace and Zuiken are now protecting Qian well, and perhaps Chu Yang is doing the same. She really shouldn't compare them to Chenju. After adjusting her mindset, Xiao Nanshuang looked at Qin Yangji's profile. When she saw that vaguely familiar face, wrinkles flickered in her eyes, and a faint smile crossed her face. It was her. Qin Yangji's written report wasn't anything special. Her mental state had been stuck at SS level, in a period of weak growth. Because the doctor estimated that there was still some time left, he asked her to be patient. Qin Yangji decided to undergo another mental evaluation after entering the military zone. For Xiao Nanshuang, Qin Yangji's level of rank was far less interesting than the public's opinion of her. She had the approval of all the teachers in the command department, the individual soldiers in the combat academy, and even the students in the command department. She even had the title of most wanted team commander, with a near-unanimous vote on the forum. Although it was just a casual poll, it gave a glimpse into her immense popularity within the academy. An interesting fact, almost every soldier who had been temporarily paired with her said, "It's really uncomfortable to be in a team with Qin Yangji," yet they were still eager to join her the next time. Is this student's commanding prowess high? Xiao Nanshuang, curious as ever, clicked on the video recording of the graduation assessment's abnormal zone and watched the entire process. The lights on the third floor of the Academic Affairs Center remained on for the entire night. Until early morning, after the information had been delivered to the various military commands, Xiao Nanshuang sat in silence for a long while before clicking on a contact in her brain. Support, Qin Yangji, this student is worth keeping an eye on. Scout, support? Support, Commander. Scout, it's rare to find a commander that impresses you. Perhaps because the person she was dealing with knew her so well, Xiao Nanshuang rarely smiled. Support, if she hadn't been so slow as an individual, she could have performed even better. This was Xiao Nanshuang's gratitude after watching the graduation assessment video. She had listened closely to Qin Yangji's instructions within the team. Perhaps because she didn't have a fixed team, her team's reconnaissance and support were noticeably slow. While they could show some coordination in both ranged and close combat, they couldn't keep up with the command rhythm. As a result, when hunting high-level star beasts, the commander often had to face the enemy alone. Thankfully, Qin Yangji's individual combat capabilities were sufficient. Scout, where did this student go? Xiao Nanshuang was silent for a few seconds, then silently typed 2 words. Support, Tianshu. What a coincidence. Same surname, Chen. Same pair of round, resolute eyes. Both chose Tianshu. Tianshu military region? Are you sure? On the way back to Sky Track 07, He Xiaoman heard Qin Yangji's response. Surprised, her eyes suddenly dimmed. She lowered her head in frustration, fiddling with her fingers. The inner-city Skitran zipped through the skyscrapers, reflecting the crimson glow of the sun outside. He Xiaoman suddenly glanced sideways at Qin Yangji beside her. Her blonde hair had already reached her waist, allowing her to tie it up in a ponytail. She changed her self-locking hair tie several times, each time buying it with Qin Yangji. But then, they were about to part ways. He Xiaoman had already made her choice. Her mother was a long-range attacker in the Greedy Wolf army, so naturally, she would join Greedy Wolf. Before the graduation exam, she assumed the same thing would apply to Qin Yangji. Perhaps, after returning from the rescue mission at the Spore Holy City, He Xiaoman realized that Qin Yangji wouldn't always be within her reach. The gap between her and any individual soldier in the Greedy Wolf Military Academy was too great. Before the entrance exam, some people compared Qin Yangji to Chu Lizhen. After the exam, Chu Lizhen himself was convinced, and Qin Yangji became the true chief commander. Her mental control grew stronger, her level rose, and her observation of the battlefield became more and more thorough. Under this commander's command, all the soldiers completed mission after mission in the mutation zone. Gradually, even she began to lose Qin Yangji's pace. Before heading to the Spore Holy City, they had just defeated the Yoguang Military Academy in the mutation zone. The Yoguang Military Academy commander didn't resent the defeat, but only casually mentioned it when greeting them. Since Qin Yangji skipped a grade, why didn't he just go to the recruit camp? Wouldn't it be bullying if he just played with us? At the time, He Xiaoman didn't think much of the meaning of this statement. Later, in the Spore Holy City, Qin Yangji overcame a group of Tianshu soldiers and killed an SSS-level star beast. He Xiaoman finally realized that when paired with a good melee fighter, Qin Yangji could easily defeat even SSS-level fighters. She had prepared herself, thinking that once they arrived at the military district, the ranged attackers suited to Qin Yangji would no longer be hers, but would be those of even higher caliber. Who would have thought that she wouldn't even have the chance to join Qin Yangji in the same military district? Qin Yangji turned around, noticing her subtle movements, and inadvertently curled his lips. Yes, it's the Tianshu military district, Xiaoman. We see each other again during the league selections. He Xiaoman had clearly considered this. They were the 8th level recruits in the military district's boot camp. Once the next level arrived, the league selections would begin, which would only take 2 years. See you then, Qin Yongji said softly. This was He Xiaomon's last memory of her arrival at the Tanlang military district. Qin Yongji's golden hair blew in the wind, her gaze clearly fixed on the outer reaches of the sky, but He Xiaoman saw a vision of ambition in those deep black pupils. At that time, she might not have imagined that in the future, this person would lead the Qian team to defeat the talented and proud members of the All-Star Alliance, allowing the All-Star Alliance to once again witness the madness of the Qian bloodline, while also giving the Demon Eye Commander a slap in the face. Chapter 57. Are this year's new recruits arriving soon? Tianshu Military Region, Main Command Tower. The sensor door opened, and a middle-aged man in black combat uniform strode in, clutching a large data storage device. The speaker, standing in front of the several screens in the tactical command room, turned back at the sound of footsteps. It was a face everyone in the Red Flame Galaxy remembered. Chief Commander of the Red Flame Army, Chief Commander of the Tianshu Military Region, Zuokan. He had short, ear-length hair and prominent cheekbones, which gave his face a slightly sunken appearance, giving him a rather fierce look. The man, wearing the full insignia of a tactical analyst, with the armband pinned up, could sense the seriousness he exuded. Uncle, you're such a stunner. If it weren't for the new recruits arriving, I wouldn't have seen you dress so neatly. Zuokan's expression softened slightly, and he couldn't help but tease. The visitor was Zhu Jiangying, the Tianshu Military Region's chief tactician. To the Red Flame soldiers, his other identity was clearly even more prestigious. A scout soldier under the former commander Chen Zhu. Discarding these pretexts, Zhu Jiangying himself was a middle-aged man with a noticeably thin figure. Standing alongside his uncle and nephew, Zuokan, it was inevitable that one might wonder if the Zhou family had some genetic predisposition to thinness. The two were both identically thin. But compared to Zuokan's sharp gaze and features, Zhu Jiangying was noticeably more refined. His smile was always gentle, not aggressive. Hearing his niece's teasing, he sheepishly brushed the invisible dust off his clothes. From the rear, personnel gradually entered the tactical command room. These were the Tianshu Military Region's command team. Every morning, everyone from tactical commanders and communications directors to the commander-in-chief's support staff and the heads of various positions would hold a general meeting to brief the commander on the basic situation of each military region. Simultaneously, the Tianshu Military Region would also report on major tasks. This was often Zuokan's busiest time. Zhu Jiangying didn't continue to exchange pleasantries. Instead, she waited until all the reports were completed, and there were no more urgent matters for Zuokan to handle before asking her the same question again. Oh, you're getting dressed too early. So you're not reporting until tomorrow. Zhu Jiangying glanced at the obstructing armbands with some annoyance, removing them one by one. Zuokan, wearing a full uniform with a crimson flame pattern and carrying far more stuff than he did, patted him as they passed by. Just wear it like this. It's only tomorrow. I just saw the military academy information, and there are far fewer people coming to Tianshu this year than in previous years. Has the information arrived? Let me take a look. Zhu Jiangying followed her. Submitted from the military academy to the military district, it passed through layers of review and was finally received by Zuokan not long ago. She was so busy with other matters that she only had time today to visit the new faces at the Tianshu recruit barracks. She was followed not only by Zhu Jiangying, but also by several leaders of the Tianshu military district, including General Yu Lian, who oversees the mutation zone. This was a long-standing tradition. Every year, they relied on these jokes about the new students to ease the boredom. The documents were divided by military academy. Zuokan first glanced at Tianshu First Military Academy, which was where most of the Tianshu military district's individual soldiers came from. The Warfare Academy's performance was unremarkable, nothing spectacular, but nothing particularly bad either. The Tianshu military district held a unique position among the 7 major military districts of Qian. The Qian military region on the main star is primarily responsible for internal galaxy affairs and recruiting new personnel. While nominally comprised of 7 military regions, only 6 actually participate in the Qian battlefield. These are the Tianshu, Jumin, Yuheng, Tanlang, Yaoguang, and Kaiyang military regions, all controlled by a general commander. The Qian military region is governed by the council. Of these 6 military regions, the Tianshu military region often boasts the strongest military strength, and most of the high-level mutation zones it handles pass through its ranks. Furthermore, the Tianshu military region is known for its prolific production of commanders. Starting with Chen Zhu, the next 3 generations, Chen Zhu, He Xiangong, and Zhuo Qian, all hail from the Tianshu military region. Currently, half of the 7 major military region commanders, with the exception of He Xiangong, who controls Qian, are from the Tianshu region, having been transferred there after training in military joint competitions and in unknown star regions. The Warfare Academy's performance was not surprising to anyone present. It was consistent with past Tianshu military region practices. While perhaps unremarkable in their eyes, it was still quite impressive compared to the entire Qian galaxy. After touring the Warfare Academy, the generals accompanying Zhuo Qian could no longer resist urging, "Look at the command, look at the promising commanders." The boot camp was not short of exceptional individual soldiers. Putting aside Shan Yueshan, a veritable mecha god who practically merged with his mecha, there was Ruan Wenxing, the eagle-like, unerring striker in long-range attack, Li Jingxian, the razor-sharp reconnaissance expert, and countless others in maintenance. Zhuo Qian wasn't concerned about the Tianshu soldiers. Even across the entire Star Alliance, they were capable of handling a command. However, command had always been a major concern for Qian's chief commanders. Even the Tianshu military region, renowned for its prolific chief commanders, had only one, Chu Yang, in 8 years. It was even more difficult for other military regions to select a commander capable of sustaining a successful battle. The situation in other star systems was completely different. The Demon Eye alone had Wei Yabai, who had swept through several mutation zones. Following Wei Yabai, there was Shui Zhangcheng, who could serve as a backup, Rodney and Katara from Tula, Chui Xiuji and Xin Zhao from Jinghai, and Xiao Yufeng and Song Chun from Tianji. The current situation was worrying. This was the penultimate class of the new recruit camp. If no commander emerged capable of taking the lead, everyone present knew that Qian would be at a significant disadvantage in this joint military competition. Chu Yang was SSS rank, to be sure, but which of the commanders above him wasn't? They were bolder and more cunning than Chu Yang, having witnessed more mutation zones and emergencies, and were mentally stronger. Thinking of this, Zhuo Qian couldn't help but sigh. Chu Yang wasn't brave enough, and his heart wasn't strong enough. How could a commander be without a wicked heart? The commander's profile scrolled down, but only a few could be remembered. Zhuo Qian read it while discussing it with the tactical analyst beside him. The Tianshu Military Academy's commander class this year was average, with several SS-rank commanders, which made Zhuo Qian frown deeply. Has Qian simply been unable to produce many SSS-rank commanders in recent years? With a hint of worry, she flipped to the next file. The person stared blankly at the camera. Behind her was a dazzling head of blonde hair, tied high in a ponytail. She looked very heroic, with round eyes, and seemed harmless. However, her drooping eyelids and the look she gave the camera carried a sense of unwarranted contempt, making it easy to mistake her for trash. TSK, Admiral Yu Lian observed nearby. Those eyes look familiar, but the expression is completely different. How old is this kid? He looks so arrogant. Zhuo Jiangying, standing nearby, glanced at the signature on the other person's profile, her expression shifting slightly. Those eyes weren't just familiar to Lian, he was familiar to her too. Chenju also had round, almond-shaped eyes. When she first took command, Commander Yadu had thought the Qian commander was easy to bully, and had used many underhanded tactics on her. Later, when this had grown on Chenju's nerves, she had also looked at him with the same gaze. What a coincidence! This student also had the last name Chen. Xiao Nanchuan was talking about her. Zhuo Jiangying looked over, and saw a stream of information on the other person, including data from the mental field test. She's not even an adult yet? Zhuo Qian was surprised for a moment, then carefully examined Qin Yangji's records. She skipped a level. The spiritual realm growth period has lasted for 2 years, and hasn't stopped yet? Is the spiritual tree so difficult to grow? Yulian laughed at the sight. An affinity for the fire element. This is truly a true Qian person. The Qian bloodline originates from the flame-scale beast of the ancient planet. It has a natural affinity for the fire element. However, with the establishment of the Star Alliance and the fusion of species, the genetic energy inherited from the bloodline has gradually weakened, and the supernatural affinity of the Qian star system has become more diverse. The medical staff on Tanlang Star estimate that she has the potential to break through to SSS level. However, with a growth period of 2 years, she's stuck at SS level. A breakthrough in the final stage is unlikely, right? Said a tactical analyst besides Zhuo Jiangying. Zhuo Qian didn't speak. She scrolled to the end of Qin Yangji's profile. She saw comments from the teachers and students of the Tanlang Military Academy, and even from Principal Xiao Nanchuan. She then clicked on the Tanlang Military Academy graduation examination. Affected by the shock period of the unknown star field, The mutation zone training programs of major military academies have chosen a safe route and have not entered the high-level mutation zone. Most of them are limited to around level B. Only for graduation assessments, major military regions deliberately cleared the A-level mutation zone to provide escort. The Tanlang Military Academy chose a mining planet near Tanlang Star, the A-level mutation zone Mouth Rift Gorge. Qin Yongji's team clearly had a commanding corps, a common tactic used by most teams. They spread out from her corps, with scouting leading the way, melee combat following, and ranged attack and defense bringing up the rear. Zwicken watched the entire process without commenting on the other individual soldiers at Tanlang Military Academy, but she had only one thought about Qin Yongji. She could have done better. The coordination of the surrounding soldiers failed to keep up at crucial moments. While the melee mechas appeared experienced in dealing with star beasts, they were often flustered against higher level ones, and the commanders, unable to bear the consequences, repeatedly delivered fatal blows. The only area where Qin Yongji seemed to be consistently aligned was the ranged attack. However, Zwicken went back and watched carefully several times, pondering something. Doesn't Qin Yongji know her mech is also equipped with guns? Why does she always close in? That's not the best strategy for a commander. Zwicken silently lingered on her suspicions. After reading her profile, he continued to scroll down. Perhaps it was because he had seen Qin Yongji's performance in the assessment, so the others seemed a bit pale in comparison. Looking around, I still prefer the one with the golden hair. Admiral Yu Lian was born on a desolate planet. He had fought his way to this day solely through his iron will and fearless drive. His speech wasn't particularly refined, and he was a bit blind in recognizing people, relying solely on his signature points. Besides her eyes, the only thing that stood out about Qin Yongji was her golden hair, so he referred to her as such. Although he called her golden hair, Admiral Yu Lian's tone of voice was undisguised fondness. He's a daring fighter, quick to strike, and always creates opportunities when they're gone. Even if this kid isn't a commander, he'd be a shrewd hand in close combat. He enjoys close combat with star beasts, and is adept at seizing opportunities. How could he not be a good candidate for close combat? Zwicken, upon hearing this, glanced at him helplessly. Don't make things worse. It's not easy to find a capable commander in a new recruit camp. Good commanders are scarce everywhere. After reviewing the new recruits' briefing, the group returned to their respective offices. Zhu Jiangying, however, followed Zwicken into the tactical command room. Nan Shuang mentioned to me that Qin Yongji's command skills are good. When she reports, we should consider giving her a detailed field assessment to gauge her developmental progress. 2 years is indeed too long. Out of trust for her old friend, Zhu Jiangying also suggested this. Zwicken glanced down, unconcerned. Let Xiaoyan talk to the medical center. I think she's not the only one in the growth phase. We should just give everyone a thorough checkup. The physical exams for incoming soldiers weren't thorough enough to begin with, and quite a few people achieved breakthroughs during the war years. We should just revamp them. Zhu Jiangying noticed she was still processing something on her laptop as she spoke, and couldn't help but ask, did something happen in the mutation zone? Zwicken's expression was a bit solemn, and it made him nervous. The commander suddenly sneered. It has nothing to do with the mutation zone. Can someone please take care of Teacher He? Why does he keep harassing me? Don't we have enough to do in the military region, or do I have enough to spare for the council? Zhu Jiangying's tense expression relaxed slightly when she heard the news from He Xianong. He Xianong had intended to abdicate 10 years ago. Chairman Zhao Xubai's original successor was Chen Zhu, but an unexpected event occurred, and Chairman Zhao's health failed. He had no choice but to hastily promote He Xianong to the position, allowing Zwicken, who had just completed 2 missions in the unknown star region, to take over the position of chief commander. This position lasted for decades, and He Xianong's health deteriorated, making retirement a serious concern. Especially after he became Shan Yueshan's supervisor. Shan Yueshan was known for his reserved nature, and it was difficult for the two to develop a close relationship. Later, Shan Yueshan took Yu Lian as his teacher, and their relationship only surpassed He Xianong's. This made He Xianong increasingly anxious, and she constantly harassed Zwicken, insisting that she nominate a deputy to either assist her or herself in handling galaxy affairs. Zhu Jiangying remained silent, but she felt a certain amusement within herself. Qin Yongji had no idea that her medical examination had been finalized amid such chaos. Before heading to the Tianshu military region, she encountered another problem. Her supervisory relationship with Mingjun had expired. Because she had passed the Greedy Wolf Military Academy assessment and entered the military district, and with the double guarantees of Mingjun and Xiao Nanshuang, Qin Yongji successfully obtained her Qi and resident certification. She arrived at Tianshu 02 a little later to obtain this certification. Although the supervisory relationship had ended, her certification was still obtained together with Mingjuan's. After handling matters on Greedy Wolf Planet, Qin Yongji bid farewell to her family and friends and boarded the starship bound for the Tianshu Military District. Tianshu Planet, designated Tianshu 02, is the second planet in the Qian Guard Circle. Among its planets, it has the highest number of mutation zones, the highest mutation levels, and the highest levels of mutant creatures in the Qian region. It can be said that all dangerous planets are under Tianshu's jurisdiction, and Tianshu also leads most of the disputes over mutation zones. The place with the most abundant martial virtue among all the military districts. Qin Yongji had once taken a quick look at Tianshu Star from the starship. It was nighttime, with tall buildings ablaze with lights and neon lights flashing. In the distance, a vast military district protective belt stood, with a towering tower at its center. Unlike the Crimson Flame Tower on Tanlang Star, this tower was a distinctive landmark found on other planets, the Crimson Flame Heroes Steel Forest. Qin Yongji didn't go immediately. She arrived a little late, and the military district reporting had already begun, so there was no time to delay. Following the instructions of the optical computer, she found the military district's dedicated urban rail system and headed directly to the Tianshu Military District. The Tianshu Military District is divided into two major departments, the General Affairs Department and the Garrison Office. The General Affairs Department primarily handles paperwork, handling matters concerning the entire Tianshu planet and its subordinate mining planets. Any issues are forwarded to the Garrison Office. On Tianshu Star, only the General Affairs Department was located. Qin Yongji and the other recruits needed to complete registration there, and then be led to the garrison area by a Tianshu Military District vehicle. The registration process was incredibly tedious. Besides filling out a ton of information, there were also various physical exams, genetic tests, mental strength tests, mental domain tests, and so on. After completing the entire process, it was already the end of the day, and Qin Yongji once again saw the night view of Tianshu Star. Who is Qin Yongji? In the waiting area of the registration office, Qin Yongji looked up at the Tianshu soldier standing tall at the doorway, calling her name. Your report is out. The other person handed over a computer and paper documents, along with a solid-colored computer bracelet with a crimson flame pattern. The garrison area uses military signals, and external communications use the new computer. You can enter your information. The spacecraft and related instructions have already been entered. Just follow the instructions. After saying that, the other person looked at the next document in his hand and read out the name on it. Qin Yongji took the new computer and put it on. The computer transmitted data quickly. She put the old computer away and then opened the test report to take a look. This was Qin Yongji's second genetic test. The red flame bloodline test was positive, which made her feel very relieved. Then, there was a mental report, which was similar to the one she had seen at the medical center, and it also contained a statement, possible evolution to SSS level. Qin Yongji had been reading this statement for 2 years. If evolving to SSS level meant pregnancy, she would have thought she was pregnant with Neza. This statement put her doubts to rest. Qin Yongji had previously thought that since she could control the Red Lotus and had used it to kill an SSS level monster, it meant that the Red Lotus had at least reached SSS level power. And since she could control the Red Lotus, she must have also possessed SSS level power. Now, it turned out that it hadn't. Doesn't that mean that the Red Lotus is still SS level? Qin Yongji took this matter to heart. She returned to the waiting area and began studying the new optical computer. The military district optical computer was primarily designed for convenience in desolate planetary mutation zones. Some desolate planetary mutation zones lack widespread military signals, and planets like Planet 526, where wormhole jumps are necessary, are even less likely to have them. Establishing a military signal is far simpler than establishing a planetary signal, allowing for quick contact with the military district, much like the Silver Team. It facilitates communication between individual soldiers within the mutation zone. Data synchronization is also very fast. After Qin Yongji saw the transmission was complete, she began using the new optical computer, first reviewing the instructions the individual soldier had just given. Qin Yongji and the people around him were 8th level recruits from the Tianshu military district. The Qian Recruit Battalion was a team formed by all the military districts to prepare for the joint military competition. When the Star Alliance races settled in the current star field, all the planets here were barren. It was through the continuous reclamation and transformation of the Star Alliance's ancestors that one habitable planet after another was created as energy-rich planets. The reason these planets became barren was because the indigenous star beasts consumed all of the planet's energy. After the planet's energy was depleted, the star beasts expanded outward, entering the unknown star field. Unknown star fields are different from these planets drained by star beasts. They are constantly experiencing a period of energy prosperity, with extremely high mutation rates, and similarly, resources and energy are also rising. However, unlike these developed planets and barren planets, unknown star fields are separated from the star field by an energy barrier, and only special paths can be entered. The Star Alliance's years of hard work ultimately resulted in the establishment of a route into the unknown star regions a century ago. However, the unknown star regions are infested with numerous star beasts of exceptionally high levels and ferocious power, making them impossible for any single individual to combat. Therefore, the joint development of all star systems was necessary. This led to the birth of the Interstellar Military Joint Competition. The joint competition consists of 4 matches, each representing the star regions in the 4 directions of the teleportation point: east, south, west, and north. In addition to determining the ownership of the unknown star regions, each match also offers special prizes from the Star Alliance and all star systems. Each star system in the Star Alliance can send a team into the region, with the main team as the leader, and other teams from the recruit battalion providing support. Points are earned by slaying star beasts. Each match features a star beast with the highest mutation value. Slaying it doubles points, and ranking is based on match points. The recruit camp lasts 10 years, specifically for military joint competitions and the exploration of unknown star regions. Chun Yongji is currently at level 8, meaning that after 2 years of training, she will participate in the selection process for the main force of the military joint competition. The recruit camp training schedule is very simple, even less so than the usual morning and evening training schedules at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy. Its main training components are divided into 3 areas. The first is physical training, which lasts for a month and requires sufficient training. The second is mecha combat, also scheduled for a month and arranged by the military district instructors, with scheduled mecha combat competitions. The last is mutation zone training, which is arranged by the tower and the mission center. Teams participate in various mutation zone recruitment missions to earn corresponding points. Mutation zone points are registered by the tower, which has a total of 100 levels. The higher the registration, the greater the reward. Late at night, the starship docked at planet CY-123 in the Tianshu garrison. The entire Tianshu military district is arranged in a radial ring. At the center stands a towering command tower, and on the outermost layer are numerous mechanical structures housing various warship stations. The entire military district is located within a blackstone city on planet 123. Outside the city are numerous mining and collection points, connected by a silver orbital path that circumnavigates the entire district. After undergoing numerous inspections, Qin Yongji and his group of new recruits were ushered into the outer recruit training camp. The recruit training camp is located on the outer ring of the military district. Upon entering, a tower-like structure constructed from data is visible. Countless names and handwriting surround the tower, forming a suspended light column. Qin Yongji stood in front of the tower, tilting her head completely upwards to see the names above. Her gaze caught a familiar name. 52nd floor, Li Jingxian, reconnaissance position. 57th floor, Shi Cixin, maintenance position. Further up, Qin Yongji had to squint slightly to clearly see the highest point of the 100-story tower. 69th floor, Shang Yueshan, melee position. Qin Yongji sighed inwardly. This guy is truly a ruthless man, but he's a man of few words. It was now dark. After completing the camp orientation and gaining a basic understanding of the garrison area, Qin Yongji was taken to the dormitory to rest. On the second day of the recruit camp, they were about to officially begin training. Chapter 58. Li Jingxian, Xiaoang, where are you? We're waiting for you at the mission center. When Qin Yongji received Li Jingxian's message, he had just finished training camp. The training at the Tianshu military region was very intense. If Qin Yongji hadn't kept up with the morning and evening training at the Tanling Military Academy, his physique wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Qin Yongji had been at the new recruit camp for a week. Some of the individual soldiers at the Tanling Military Academy had chosen the Tianshu military region, just like her. When she first arrived, they had invited her to join a team, but by then, Qin Yongji had already made an appointment with Li Jingxian. It was quite a coincidence. Li Jingxian and Ruan Wenqing's team always consisted of 3 people: Ruan Wenqing for long-range attack, Li Jingxian for scouting, and Shi Cixin for maintenance. Wei Xian, responsible for support, and Lan Qingcheng, responsible for defense, often teamed up with them, and would also work with other individual soldiers on missions in the mutation zone. Overall, the 5 of them were quite skilled at coordinating. Generally, when they went on high-level mutation zone missions, they would randomly recruit melee and commanders who were assigned the same mission. Li Jingxian had been on no fewer than 10 mutation zone missions since she arrived at the recruit camp, but the team's commander and melee positions had never been filled with fixed personnel. Qin Yongji's arrival, coincidentally a commander, immediately brought everyone back to the Silver Zone battle on planet 526 2 years ago. In Li Jingxian's words, back then, she had never imagined the conditions would be so difficult. Energy was so scarce that mechs couldn't even use high-powered weapons, fearing they wouldn't be able to charge up enough, and lose the opportunity. Yet, even under these conditions, Qin Yongji's leadership had been able to defeat the Silver Zone. Now, everyone was at SS level or higher, with no worries about energy. If they united, wouldn't they be able to overwhelm the mutation zone? The group hit it off immediately and decided to team up, taking Qin Yongji with them to explore the tower and improve their team chemistry. Young, here we are. Qin Yongji was very much looking forward to this meeting. During her 2 years at the Greedy Wolf Military Academy, her communication with Li Jingxian and the others had been limited to the laptop, and it was rare for them to meet in person. The mission center was the circular building surrounded by the 100-layer tower data. Walking through the data stream and into it, one would find a large floating screen displaying the mutation zone. After verifying their badge information, they could accept the mission call-up and follow the military team to the mutation zone. The interior stretched out, with several levels, each with a different level of mutation zone, becoming increasingly difficult as one moved higher. Li Jingxian and the others were on the 3rd level. When Qin Yongji arrived, a group of people were looking out the window. She immediately noticed that Li Jingxian, with her short, crimson hair, stood out against the crowd, along with Wei Xian's bristling green hair. Qin Yongji stepped lightly, tiptoeing as he approached. He reached out and pressed down on Wei Xian's head. The palm of his hand felt like pine needles, dull but not painful. "Who's touching my head?" Feeling the pressure on his head, Wei Xian, who had been hunched over and looking down, suddenly shifted his gaze. His expression darkened, and he glared at him. He glanced over and saw a familiar head of golden hair. Qin Yongji smiled at him, then looked at the mark on his palm. "Wow, Wei Xian, your hair is green when it grows back." She had thought Wei Xian had dyed it. Qin Yongji. Wei Xian's expression instantly shifted from anger to joy. The others looked over. Li Jingxian and Shi Cixin, one running and the other walking, quickly reached Qin Yongji's side. Wei Xian moved closer to her, hugged her, and then looked at Qin Yongji. "You're still blaming me? Your own hair is golden when it grows out. Brother, this is the power of genes, you know." He was a Jinghai half-blood, with blue eyes and green hair from his father's side. However, his father was also a half-blood, and strangely, he had blue hair and green eyes, the opposite of his own. By the time he finished, Li Jingxian had arrived. She naturally took Qin Yongji's arm. The golden-haired girl opened her arms toward her, her usual cool tone tinged with a distinctly rising voice. "Sister Xiao Xian. Long time no see. Long time no see, Xiaoang." Li Jingxian generously threw herself into her arms. As she emerged, she glanced at Qin Yongji's height. "You grown so much." Indeed, Qin Yongji's body had also changed since entering her spiritual growth period. When she first arrived at Qian, she was only as tall as Li Jingxian's shoulders. Now, she was almost as tall as her. Her shoulders were broad, her arms were defined by firm muscles, and her palms were wide. She exuded a sense of strength, and her embrace was incredibly reassuring. Li Jingxian's face flushed. She reached out and stroked her wrist, moving all the way up to her shoulder. Finally, she couldn't help but pat her twice, nodding in approval, her eyes a bit complicated. That's good. You were really too thin before. If we didn't know you were strong, we have thought you'd fall over with just one push. The training must be tough." Qin Yongji wasn't surprised by her look and tone. She often heard it from Mingjun. Maybe this is motherly love, she thought. But as Li Jingxian said, she wasn't exactly skinny when she first came here. In Jiuzhou, she had a relatively healthy physique. It was just that the intensity of the interstellar training had pushed her physical fitness to its limits, and now her thin layer of muscle felt ineffective. "You just arrived. Are you familiar with the training camp?" Ruan Wenqing and Lan Qingcheng, dressed in white, sauntered over, each expressing a hint of surprise at Qin Yongji's transformation. Qin Yongji nodded. Knowing that Lan Qingcheng had always been a quiet presence within the team and didn't like to speak up, he made a point of greeting him. "Lil Rainbow, I brought you a gift. She then pulled out a box of colorful buttons from her spaceship. Look, I'm not partial. Everyone gets one. Qin Yongji grabbed a handful and distributed them to everyone. The buttons were a truly vibrant black. Qin Yongji smiled slyly. She had melted them using a special material, which had a special effect at night, making them quite eye-catching. Lan Qingcheng, however, was quite pleased with the colorful item and donned it with a smile. Ruan Winqing leaned back slightly, showing a hint of resistance. Qin Yongji, knowing his usual seriousness, shot Li Jingxian a look with a hint of mischief. She accepted without hesitation, and she and Wei Xian each took Ruan Winqing's hand. Li Jingxian, a little gift from Xiaoang, and you're refusing it? He's still thinking of you. Wei Xian, we're all wearing it, but you're not. Wouldn't it be obvious to everyone that we're not together? Have you been wanting to go solo for a long time? Ruan Winqing, inexplicably accused of two things, struggled to respond to Qin Yongji's question. No, I don't. Seeing a few awkward buttons appear on his meticulously crafted uniform, Qin Yongji clapped his hands in satisfaction. Done. She quickly stood up. Although they were standing in a corner of the mission center, the noise of their playful banter stood out among the crowd analyzing the situation in the anomalous zone. Soon, several eyes raced over. Why them again? The speaker lowered his voice, but it was filled with a hint of disgust. Qin Yongji's ears twitched inadvertently, catching a glimpse of it in the crowd. Didn't they just return from the mutation zone? Are they going back again? So eager? The man's companion chimed in. TSK, just wait and see. Without a commander to match their abilities, what's the point of trying again? They still fail the selection process. I heard Chu Yang is coming back soon. Should we go meet him? Hearing the familiar name, Qin Yongji couldn't help but glance over. Noticing her smile suddenly fade, Li Jingxian and the others slowly regained their composure. She turned her back to the group and, seeing the other person, explained, Shang Tiangong, that guy's having a problem with us. Just ignore him. Qin Yongji was amused by the name. Shang Tiangong? He's quite good at calling you that. A double entendre. She spoke without concealing her words, her gaze vaguely glancing across the crowd to meet the single soldier opposite. Shang Tiangong's expression darkened instantly. He slammed his palm on the table and quickly stood up, seemingly about to approach Qin Yongji. His companions restrained him, but he continued to glare at Qin Yongji with murderous intent. Seeing this, Wei Xian hooked his arm around Qin Yongji's shoulder and turned around. His expression faltered as he turned. He's not our ancestor. Why are you messing with him? Qin Yongji blinked innocently. Huh? I didn't mess with him. I complimented him on his name, and that's not even allowed? Qin Yongji raised an eyebrow and glanced back, her eyes still half-lidded as always, looking quite mocking. Wei Xian thought to himself, you're praising someone for having a good name. Why do you say they're good at calling names? Oh, it seems so. Does it seem they're good at calling names? Wei Xian was misled by Qin Yongji's words. He took his arm away and nodded. Yeah, you think so too. Do you have a conflict with this person? At this, Shi Cixin stood tall, clasped her arms, and scoffed, imaginary enemy. Qin Yongji's eyes lit up. Wow, those three words sum it up. Ruan Winqing explained helplessly, not that there's any particular conflict. You should know Chu Yang. That Qin Yongji was incredibly familiar. She only been in the recruit camp a week, and everyone in the command department knew Chu Yang's name. Chu Yang, Tower 61, currently holds the highest tower count among commanders, and is the only SSS-ranked commander currently in the boot camp. His tower count is so high because the Tianshu military district is committed to cultivating capable commanders. Therefore, missions to the high-level mutation zone often involve numerous high-level commanders, and Chu Yang is the one most frequently assigned. Chu Yang has never had a consistent team. Before we arrived, he usually teamed up with Shang Tiangong. After teaming up with us, he seems to prefer us, as Shang Tiangong feels we take in their command position. Qin Yongji, it's not you guys. Isn't Chu Yang also teaming up with others now? At this moment, Wei Xian emerged, sighing softly and raising his head in a pretentious manner. Alas, this isn't entirely the commander's fault. It's mainly because I can't help it. It's all my fault for being so good. He lowered his head, resting a hand on his forehead, and continued his pretense. If I hadn't been so active in the tower exploration, overshadowing his brilliance, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. He then glared at Qin Yongji with a dazed expression. Qin Yongji's cheeks puffed out, his teeth visibly clenched. Wei Xian was still immersed in his performance. It's all my fault. You guys. Ouch. Bang. Qin Yongji raised his hand and delivered a hook, cracking Wei Xian's jaw. He covered his mouth and jumped twice in pain, tears in his eyes. Chen Yangji. How dare you hit me so hard? Just for Shang Tiangong? Elsewhere, Shang Tiangong, finally calmed down by his companions, suddenly stood up and raged. What nonsense are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'd beat you to death. Chen Yangji withdrew his hand, blew lightly on his fist, and turned back at the sound, glancing at Shang Tiangong. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, a hint of a smile, but her eyes were as cold as a knife. Her mental tentacles, influenced by her emotions, slowly extended towards her body. Shang Tiangong was already seething with rage. The golden-haired man was very recognizable. He was a newcomer, and he didn't take him seriously at all. He heard them chirping crickets. Shang Tiangong had often done so in public, like Wan Wenqing and his group, where everyone chided each other. He thought he just put up with it, but then Wei Xian, the man he hated the most in the group, called out his name. If Shang Tiangong didn't stand up and speak out, wouldn't others think he was scared? Having Wei Xian specifically accuse him, wouldn't he be inferior to him if he endured it? He stood up, ready to retaliate, but he was halfway through when the golden-haired man in the crowd, whom he always ignored, suddenly glanced at him. Shang Tiangong couldn't describe the feeling at that moment. It felt like he was in an ice cellar, or as if a massive SSS-rank star beast stood before him. He couldn't help but hold his breath, his pupils frozen. When Chen Yangji withdrew his gaze, he seemed to come back to life, gasping for breath and taking a step back. His companions glanced at him in surprise. They had initially thought they couldn't stop him, so they refrained from attacking him. But then he pulled back, and just as they were about to reach out to pull him back, their hands made contact. Bang! Shang Tiangong sat back down, his eyes blinking as if cramping, even stranger than before. What's wrong with you? You're not going to fight them anymore. Shang Tiangong paused, then realized his back was suddenly covered in sweat. He shook his head, burying his face in his hands. Shit! Who is this guy? What a terrifying look! Who are you talking about? The companions heard his voice drop several degrees, like a whisper. After listening closely, they realized he was talking about Chen Yangji. Companion, oh, let me look for him. His name is Chen Yangji, and he's a commander. Commander? Shang Tiangong's nerves flared up again. Damn, he was wondering why she was looking at him. It turned out to be a commander. Chen Yangji must have been using his mental energy to influence her. Could this guy have a mentally affecting ability? Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such a strong sense of fear just now. Shang Tiangong quickly convinced himself. On the other side, he watched as he suddenly stood up, uttered a harsh remark, and then quickly sat down again, without any intention of further provocation. Wei Xian was confused. What's he doing? Chen Yangji averted his gaze, himself a little puzzled. He thought to himself that he thought this guy was formidable, but it turned out to be just a facade. He scared her with just a glance, and he wasn't very good at fighting. But Chen Yangji shook his head and said innocently, I don't know. The two nodded in unison. How strange. Watching their synchronized movements, Wan Wenqing sighed. Thinking of Chen Yangji's expression, his gaze softened slightly. He was helping them. You just returned from the mutation zone, and now you're heading to a new one? Without Shang Tiangong interrupting, the group quickly moved on to new matters. Hearing Chen Yangji's question, Li Jingxian stroked her hair. It doesn't matter. We're heading to the next mutation zone soon anyway. CIXIN read your report, and said you have trouble integrating with the other soldiers who came in with you. Why don't we guide you first? I'm incredibly skilled now, and reconnaissance in mutation zones is a breeze. Hearing this, Chen Yangji smiled at CIXIN. She was improving rapidly, and the discomfort she felt when connecting with her mental power was becoming increasingly intense. Not only did lower-level soldiers struggle to withstand the pain, but even after adapting, they often struggled to carry out her commands. High-ranking individual soldiers all had their own dedicated teams, so there was no shortage of personnel. There were individual soldiers, like Chen Yangji from the Greedy Wolf military region, but even the best of them clearly couldn't keep up with her, let alone the others. That was why she was willing to wait for Wan Wenqing and the others to return. She also wanted to see how they could integrate with their team. After all, one of them lacked a leader, the other lacked individual soldiers, so they could be considered complementary. Let's pick a B-class this time. I look for one. With that, they arrived at the Mission Center's guidance desk and searched all the available mutation zones, screening for B-class types. You see, mutation zones like these all have a few points and mission rewards, usually star coins or materials. The Tianshu military district is quite generous. Our cleanup team will be accompanying us to the mutation zone, and we receive bonus points based on their rating. Li Jingxian explained the tower scoring system to Qin Yongji in great detail. The 100-layer tower's rewards are also very generous. Some of the materials are unique to the military zone, hard to find outside, and Qin Yongji was quite interested. Shi Zixin looked at the rewards next to the mutation zone and reminded her, "Is the karma fire still going to be modified?" At this point, Qin Yongji said helplessly, "It's not over yet, but I want to gradually upgrade it to SSS level configuration." It wasn't that she was confident she could evolve it to SSS, but because Honglian was an SSS level psychic core, and if her mecha configuration kept pace, it would unleash its full potential. Upon hearing this, Shi Zixin pointed to one of the mutation zones and said, "Why don't we go to this one?" Qin Yongji looked over and saw it was the B-level devouring city. You'll be rewarded with gilded sand for joint replacement. This is a mecha joint material, very lightweight and highly energy resistant, capable of withstanding the passage of SSS level energy. Qin Yongji looked at the description of the mutation zone. Devouring City is located on a desolate planet in the Qian district, designated CY219. It used to be a planet for producing plant growth fluid, but the mutation spread, and the entire city was overrun by alien plants. The mission of the mutation zone is sampling, something she's familiar with. Team 117 of the Spore Holy City was responsible for sampling. But Qin Yongji was a little surprised. After all this time, hasn't the sampling of the sacred water been completed yet? Or had she guessed wrong from the start, and the sample wasn't for analyzing the holy water? Unable to figure it out, Qin Yongji shook her head, dismissing it altogether. She turned to look at the others. That's it? Wei Xian and Lan Qingcheng were looking at the laptop, seeing something interesting. One smiled reservedly, the other smirked. Wan Winching adjusted his glasses and nodded, "Okay." Li Jingxian naturally agreed. One by one, the group completed the authentication using the built-in chip in their badges. After successful authentication, Qin Yongji's laptop displayed the task personnel in process. She clicked on it, and saw a very familiar name. Team 7, Shang Yueshan, one person, Team 8 was them, a total of 6 people. Wan Winching frowned slightly, as he looked at the message on the dashboard. Shang Yueshan, why is he there too? His voice was low, but Qin Yongji, standing closer, could hear clearly. Shang Yueshan, what happened to him? This killer is going too. Aren't we going to the Class B mutation zone? Wei Xian was jolted out of his amusement upon hearing the name. Qin Yongji raised an eyebrow, his confusion growing. Shi Zixin lowered her eyes, looking at her and explaining, Shang Yueshan generally doesn't accept individual missions. Most are directly recruited by the military district. He's a lone wolf, and he usually goes to the more dangerous mutation zones. Qin Yongji glanced at the devouring city mutation zone. This mutation zone is under the control of Team 132 of the 7th Tianshu Regiment. The report from the mutation zone doesn't seem to be anything special. As Wan Winching pondered, Wei Xian curled his lips. This guy's almost reached the 70th floor. Isn't he still trying to earn points? Shang Yueshan, on the 69th floor of the tower, currently has the highest number of floors reached in the 100-story tower, and is the undisputed leader in melee combat. If Chu Yang's undisputed low position in the command system is due to his status as the only SSS level unit, then Shang Yueshan's position is entirely due to his military prowess. The devouring city mutation zone is rated B, but due to the unknown starfield turbulence period, the mutation values of all mutation zones have increased to varying degrees, and devouring city is one of the most obvious mutation zones. 5 days after Qin Yongji accepted the devouring city mutation zone mission, all summoned teams will be led by the military team to the mutation zone. As soon as she boarded the starship, Wan Winching sent her a file. Team 132 has received signal recordings from the mutation zone base station. The devouring city mutation zone is about to exceed the B-level mutation value. The military suspects the presence of a newly born SSS level unit. There are 10 teams in the new recruit camp this time. They are Team 08, responsible for sampling the eastern urban area of devouring city. Interestingly, Shang Yueshan, Team 07, is heading in the same direction as them. Wan Winching and Qin Yongji discussed the mission in the mutation zone. The SS alien plant hibiscus buds required for sampling this time are originally a tea plant. After mutation, they have acquired the hallucinogenic ability of a mind-affecting branch. Once you enter its energy range, you must be extremely cautious. Again, mind-affecting? Qin Yongji frowned slightly and whispered softly. Wan Winching paused in his explanation and subconsciously glanced at her. Qin Yongji shook his head. It's okay, Brother Wan, please continue. The other person nodded, and the full image of the hibiscus buds appeared on the computer screen. This alien plant is not very aggressive. It's a common attack method used by alien plants, such as root entanglement. A particular note is the large amount of odor released when its branches break, which is the source of its hallucinogenic energy. It also ejects black tea seeds, which have a similar impact to a particle cannon. If they strike a mech, they will immediately affect its communication lines. Another point is that the east side of the devouring city is an abandoned breeding area, housing both plants and animals. Nearby, there are also large quantities of plant growth fluid and animal feed factories. Various star beasts may be lurking here. At this point, Ron Winching put away his notebook. He was always thorough. After confirming his destination, he quickly gathered relevant information, greatly reducing his command workload. Qin Yongji reviewed the report on the hibiscus buds and marked several locations on the map of the mutated area where hibiscus buds had appeared before. He also drew 3 levels of the eastern city area, inner, middle, and outer, based on the fluctuations in the mutation value. Just as they finished these preparations, the passenger cabin where they were was opened. The soldier from Tianshu military district seemed to be somewhat familiar with the newcomer and was talking about something. Chapter 59. Shang Yueshen's pace was hurried. Furthermore, he wasn't good with words, so he was quite indifferent to the necessary small talk. Knowing his personality, Tianshu soldiers explained the mission in simple terms on the way in. After escorting him to the passenger cabin, they prepared to leave. Xiao Shang, that's it for now. We contact you if there are any issues in the mutation zone. Shang Yueshen nodded, and the hatch opened to both sides. Qin Yongji, who was studying the mutation zone map, looked up. The dazzling golden hair immediately caught Shang Yueshen's eye. The boy paused for a second before his long legs began to move forward again. The mission-specific passenger cabin was relatively small, with one side occupied by Qin Yongji, Li Jingxian, and the others. Shang Yueshen usually tucked away in the corners on the other side. However, seeing Qin Yongji, surrounded by the crowd, in the center, even though he only gave him a glance and a playful wink, Shang Yueshen sat in the center, facing Qin Yongji, with a certain satisfaction. Ron Winching's eyes were filled with surprise that the lone wolf, who usually avoided participating in the conversation, was now staring intently at them, as if eager to join in the conversation. He lowered his head, and coughed lightly twice, then gestured with his elbow for Li Jingxian to look over. Sitting next to him, Li Jingxian was clinging to Qin Yongji's shoulder, examining the star beasts in the mutation zone, more precisely, selecting potential purchases. This one's good. This one has a high market value. Shi Cixin, on Qin Yongji's other side, nodded in agreement. As a maintenance technician, material identification was a basic course. The price of ice mirrors has recently increased online. They are a popular product and their sales are stable. Qin Yongji's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he decisively marked this type of star beast as a priority, placing a large index on the map. Off to the other side, Li Jingxian watched with delight, feeling an elbow nudging her from the waist. She couldn't help but turn her head and glare at him. What are you doing? The red-haired young man lowered his voice, a hint of danger in his voice. Ron Winching raised his chin slightly, motioning for her to look across. Li Jingxian glanced over and saw Shang Yueshen sitting across from her. The man was about 1.9 meters tall, long-legged, with broad shoulders. His legs were clasped together in a tense manner, and he stared at Qin Yongji for a long time, not blinking. Li Jingxian glanced back and forth, then suddenly leaned closer to Qin Yongji. Do you know Shang Yueshen? Qin Yongji's preoccupation with selecting a target was brought back to a halt by Li Jingxian's words. She flicked the screen and met Shang Yueshen's gaze. The young man across from her was caught off guard and met her gaze. His eyes faltered for a moment before quickly dropping. Are you on a mission alone? Qin Yongji had always been perceptive. She was aware of the intense gaze on her, but Shang Yueshen remained silent for a long time, and she had no idea of his intentions, so she simply remained silent. Little did she know that he was truly watching. Seeing Li Jingxian's subtle movements, Shang Yueshen must have noticed their private exchange, so he spoke. Shang Yueshen's palm unconsciously touched the dagger at his waist, a strange warmth filling his palm. He raised his gaze again, staring intently at Qin Yongji, and nodded slightly. Sampling too? Qin Yongji's tone was rather nonchalant, and her attitude made Shang Yueshen relax a little. He nodded again and finally spoke yes. Qin Yongji found him quite interesting, like a programmed robot, commonly known as a human machine. Poke it, and it responds. She suppressed a smile. What sample do you want? A live specimen of the uniform winged insect, Shang Yueshan replied. Hearing the name, Qin Yangji's eyes flickered with surprise. SS-level uniform winged insects are social creatures. In the ecosystem of mutant species, they often serve as pollinators for SSS-level alien plants. These winged insects have extremely long and slender mouthparts that can penetrate the mecha joints and directly absorb the energy of the communication threads. Combined with the insect's special abilities, they are very difficult to deal with. Winged insects live in groups, making them difficult to deal with. Ruan Wenqing had obviously thought of this as well, and looked over with some concern, especially since Shang Yueshan was alone. Shang Yueshan didn't answer, but simply lowered his eyes and looked at the bright ground. There was Qin Yangji's reflection. Ruan Wenqing glanced at the map and suddenly motioned for Qin Yangji to look over. Qin Yangji nodded, looking at the circled locations. We're heading to the area near the alien plant garden. Our destination is similar, and we're just short of a melee fighter. Want to join us? Qin Yangji said casually, marking the map as she spoke. Shang Yueshan suddenly glanced up at her, a hint of interest in his eyes, but he turned his gaze to the others without answering. Ruan Wenqing coughed twice, covering her lips. Ahem. While the command can't connect with your spiritual tentacles, we can establish radar communication. The alien plant garden star beasts have a large attack range, making it difficult for you to cover the entire area alone. We also need melee fighters to find opportunities to cut them off. It's mutually beneficial, so you might consider it. Hearing his words, Shang Yueshan instinctively glanced at Qin Yangji. He paused, then glanced back at Ruan Wenqing. The commander can't connect with his mental tentacles. Shang Yueshan's eyes tightened instantly, and if Qin Yangji had noticed, he would have noticed his palm unconsciously clenched into a fist. Then how did I connect? Qin Yangji continued. She knew Shang Yueshan's mental power was somewhat peculiar. Yu Xingzhou had previously said that his mental power wasn't interactive. But Shang Yueshan was doing quite well in the recruit camp, and with an SSS-ranked commander there, Qin Yangji hadn't considered the possibility that he wouldn't be able to connect with the commander at all. But as she finished, silence suddenly fell. From Ruan Wenqing to Wei Xian, everyone present stared at her in surprise. Even someone like Shi Zixin, who usually had a stony expression, widened her eyes slightly. Qin Yangji paused completely, and couldn't help but internally grumble, "Oh no, it seems I miscalculated." "What? You even passed? Even who? Him?" Wei Xian spouted out words one by one, pointing a finger at Shang Yueshan. The killer star, whom he pointed at, remained silent, his eyes fixed on her, as if Qin Yangji would immediately lie with his eyes open if she even hinted at a denial. But Qin Yangji's mind raced, and in a brief moment, she connected this incident with the previous incident of activating the Red Lotus to repair the killer star, and with her repairing Min Xingqian's mecha, simply attributing it to the unique characteristics of her own mental power. So, it seemed that she and Shang Yueshan did indeed have some similarities. Her mental power possessed absolute domineering suppression and powerful stabilization, while Shang Yueshan's was completely isolated from the outside world. "Yeah," Qin Yangji said without blinking, immediately coming up with an excuse. "I passed, didn't I?" She looked at Shang Yueshan with a faint smile, a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Shang Yueshan didn't care, his gaze still calm. Only when Qin Yangji admitted it did the slightest bit of wariness fade. He nodded, and followed up with a single syllable a beat late, "Yeah." Wei Xian stood up. "I go." Did you know he couldn't establish a connection with any commander? Qin Yangji thought to himself, as expected, and shook his head. Huh? Why? Wei Xian couldn't answer, and stood there for a moment to digest the thought. Shang Yueshan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. "Any commander's spiritual tentacles will be strangled by my domain energy if they penetrate." This was the military region's insider information, and everyone present was surprised again. Ruan Wenqing realized what was going on, and turned on his computer to record the news. Qin Yangji observed his movements from the corner of her eye. "Oh, so overbearing." She smiled as she finished her words. "But it seems my mental power is even more overbearing. Could that be the reason? No matter how overbearing your mental energy is, an SS level can't suppress an SSS level, right?" Wei Xian asked, puzzled. Then he remembered, "You're not already an SSS level?" Shang Yueshan's mental realm is SSS level, and he has an affinity for the energy of the Immortal Vine. His mecha communicator and weapon cores are also made of Immortal Vine. In his mental realm, the core energy coexisting with the mental tree is a shadow of the Immortal Vine. Not only is he an SSS level, he's also an SSS level with exceptionally strong mental energy. With such hardware, coupled with near-perfect compatibility with the Starkiller mech, he could essentially sweep away any melee individual. He had always been the strongest within the Red Flame combat branch. Everyone in the recruit camp knew that if Xiang Yueshan hadn't had a commander to link with, he would have definitely made the league's main team. If Qin Yangji's energy was truly linked to Xiang Yueshan by suppressing the raging immortal vine, as she claimed, then she was at least SSS rank. At least. Because the immortal vine, as the second-rank star beast, possesses immense power, those who can suppress it must be either stronger than it, of similar rank, or sufficiently powerful to restrain it. During the camp inspection, I was still SS rank. This might have something to do with my affinity core. I have a fire affinity, and my weapon core is sequence 20 Red Lotus. Qin Yangji discovered the reason himself. Wei Xian was about to complain after hearing the first part, but his eyes widened when he heard the second part. Honglian? Which Honglian from Jinghai? I heard Jinghai bought that psychic core. At the time, I said Tianyu was being taken advantage of. How did you get it? Wasn't it said to have a very low utilization rate? Qin Yangji said without blushing. I traded it with someone at Bingjing. The utilization rate is okay, 35%, more than enough. Wei Xian might not know, but Shi Cixin and Li Jingxian had heard. I think I know that the young master of Tianyu traded this psychic core with a mechanic. That mechanic is quite famous. Shi Cixin nodded. Ji Chongchong calls her the fire god. Wan Shitong reports that she's from Qian. Some speculate she might be Yu Xingzhou's alias. Qin Yangji felt guilty for a second. Such a familiar fire god. It's not Yu Xingzhou. After the others finished speaking, Xiang Yueshan suddenly said, Yu Xingzhou was the mechanic for the killing star. As the driver, he knew full well that this person wasn't Yu Xingzhou. The killing star had once suffered near complete damage, facing dismantling, but Yu Xingzhou was helpless. It said that it was only with the help of a fire in winter that it was fully restored. This incident was known only to a few. After hearing about it, the Tianshu military region's top brass contacted this fire. Han Luan, the Tianshu military region's chief mechanic, sent a private message, but received no response for a long time. Then, this fire vanished completely, never to be seen again in the bureau, and the matter was finally dropped. Shi Cixin's expression darkened upon hearing this answer. Xiang Yueshan must have had a basis for saying it wasn't Yu Xingzhou. If Yihua wasn't Yu Xingzhou, then according to rumors, he was a Qian, a highly gifted repairman. There weren't many people who could rival Yu Xingzhou's reputation. But didn't that person abandon everything and leave Qian in pursuit of so-called evolution, resolutely joining the Demon Eye Research Institute? Why is he stirring up trouble now, using Qian's name? Does the Demon Eye know? Shi Cixin was more concerned about whether teacher Han Luan knew, and whether her mother, Shi Luan, knew. If this person was really anyway. If it's Honglian, there's a chance, but achieving this level of utilization with 35% is a bit unbelievable. Wei Xian wasn't dwelling on Yihua. He was more interested in how Qin Yangji managed to achieve SSS level effectiveness, with a weapon, with such low utilization. Qin Yangji knew he would talk endlessly. In the past, she wouldn't have had the patience. But after 2 years of being nurtured by Yi Xiaoman, Qin Yangji had become more talkative, and now she could engage in a lively conversation with Wei Xian. Ruan Wenqing and the other two continued their discussion of the star beasts in the mutation zone, while Xiang Yueshan watched from the opposite side. Qin Yangji, in particular, though he couldn't get a word in, could vaguely sense something was amiss in the clamoring. But he couldn't put his finger on it. Just as a faint smile crossed his eyes, Qin Yangji suddenly looked up and extended her hand towards Xiang Yueshan. The woman's fingers were long and slender, and her palm was broad, slightly smaller than Xiang Yueshan's. His palm, placed over hers, could completely envelop her. Come! Qin Yangji beckoned with 4 fingers. Xiang Yueshan's palm trembled twice. It was hard to tell whether he was out of bewilderment or excitement, but he raised his arm and covered it. Qin Yangji's palm was warm, like a quilt after being bathed in the sun, carrying a warm scent, while Xiang Yueshan's hand was cold, like the blade of a dagger. At the moment of contact, his fingers seemed to tremble twice, and the warmth spread through his nerves to his heart. He wondered if Qin Yangji would find his hand a little cold. But then, the palm tightened, and warmth spread to his fingertips. The scorching body heat flowed through the contact, and Xiang Yueshan's body gradually warmed. Qin Yangji seemed unaware. He moved aside to make room, pulled the soldier opposite him, and sat him down beside him. Naturally, he tilted his head to ask him, Xiao Shang, what is the utilization rate of the crystal core of your double-edged sword? Xiang Yueshan froze for a moment. The shift in position, and the unfamiliar contact caused his mind to blank for a few seconds. When he finally realized what was happening, he instinctively tried to clench her hand, but the touch on his palm was unfamiliar, and Xiang Yueshan felt his ears suddenly burn. Realizing that Qin Yangji was still holding his hand, he felt like smoke was rising from his body. He dared not move his hand, fearing Qin Yangji would discover and pull away. He didn't even dare to look at her. As Qin Yangji asked, Xiang Yueshan sat upright, his gaze fixed on the starry sea before him. His voice was steady, 90%. Qin Yangji seemed to be waiting for his response. Upon hearing it, he immediately turned to Wei Xian and said, "The immortal vine's utilization rate is 90%. That's unusual." Wei Xian took over. "I agree. The higher the level of the psychic core, the harder it is to increase its utilization rate. Look at the cannon on Brother Ruan's Mecha Dianyang. It's had 4 replacements. An A-class core has a utilization rate of 89%, an S-class core 78%, an SS-class core 76%, and an SSS-class core only 70%. And that's even with Yu Xingzhou, the top maintenance engineer. No one else would have achieved this." He eloquently listed a series of examples, completely unaware that Qin Yangji's attention had shifted away from him. The blonde's peripheral vision caught the window opposite, reflecting someone staring intently at the screen above. Their eyes met strangely for a moment. After seeing the other's pupils shrink noticeably, Qin Yangji suppressed the corners of her lips that were about to rise and withdrew her gaze. Just as Wei Xian finished speaking, she continued without any guilt, "You are right." Wei Xian displayed a smug expression. As expected, although he was a support player, he also had talent as a mechanic. Qin Yangji, on the other hand, was different. She didn't understand mechas. In this round, he was still more talented. Lan Qingcheng saw his excited and elated face and smiled silently. Watching Qin Yangji exhale deeply and then drink water immediately made it even funnier. As expected, the reason everyone couldn't win an argument with Wei Xian was always this: not enough talking. The starship landed outside the mutation zone. The Tianshu military district's troops were the first to split into several groups, and, following the new recruits on their mission, began to advance deeper into the mutation zone. The Devouring City mutation zone was once the site of the planet's former industrial park, with numerous residential buildings, breeding areas, and street-level commercial buildings. It's rumored to be named the Devouring City because the initial formation of the mutation zone was caused by a massive black hole monster that emerged from the ground. The black hole monster devoured a vast amount of underground mineral veins, forming a deep pit spanning thousands of miles and burying numerous residential areas and cities. This black hole monster has not reappeared since, and the Star Alliance has no relevant records. During the time when the black hole monster appeared, the Devouring City's mutation value was comparable to an S-level mutation zone. After the black hole monster disappeared, the mutation value dropped significantly, and has now stabilized at a B level. Subsequent scholars within the Star Alliance have speculated whether this black hole monster was the primary factor in the formation of the mutation zone, similar to the whole suction phenomenon seen in unknown star regions. Others have speculated that it might be a space-based star beast, such as the Liangyiziwei, which completely disrupted the structure of the Akalan region and dramatically altered the planet's geography. However, since no similar black hole phenomena have reappeared since, this remains unconfirmed. He Yun, the commander of the Tianshu military district, gave the new recruits a briefing on the mutation zone. After they finished listening, he continued, "We're going to the valley at the end of East City. We can circle the city on our return and collect samples for you. Of course, if you like to explore independently, that's fine too." "Who's in charge?" Qin Yangji stepped forward. "We explore the city on our own, so it won't waste everyone's time. When you return, we meet at the East City landmark." He Yun had no objection. In fact, they encouraged the new recruits to act independently rather than relying on individual soldiers from the military district to disperse the star beasts. "Okay then. Let's set up a team communication network." Qin Yangji nodded, indicating that he was okay. He Yun was an SS rank commander. As a squad leader, he had experienced numerous missions in the mutation zone, and had even entered uncharted star regions with the main commander. Despite his SS rank, he could single-handedly defeat even low-level SSS rank star beasts. His psychic power was immense, and even linking with an SSS rank commander like Chu Yang wouldn't be too much of a challenge. So, when establishing a link with Qin Yangji, He Yun treated it as a simple one. However, as his psychic tentacles approached the communicator of Qin Yangji's mecha, a multitude of psychic tentacles entwined within it, like a lion whose territory had been invaded. The text then abruptly shifts topics. The powerful fire energy rapidly approached, startling He Yun, who opened his eyes to glance at the mecha before him. The Hellfire's appearance was undoubtedly beautiful, but the cold fire lotus on its chest sent a chill down the back of his neck. Your psychic power is a bit overbearing. Qin Yangji gritted his teeth, consciously tugging at the tentacles that were eager to charge forward and fight the invading mental energy. He slowly let out He Yun's mental energy into the communicator, then slightly released a mental tentacle link. Link successful. Hearing the mecha's announcement, Qin Yangji breathed a sigh of relief. Even on the other side, he had also sighed deeply and wiped his sweaty forehead. Hearing his words, Qin Yangji felt unusually embarrassed. Sorry. He Yun, accustomed to some people's extraordinary mental powers, waved his hand. Don't worry, let's contact the communication channel. If there's any emergency, please report it at any time. With that, the Tianshu team all left in another direction. Qin Yangji felt the connection in his mind, then looked at the energy bearing its fangs and claws, as if trying to bite off the invading mental tentacles. Suddenly, he felt the fatigue of being a naughty child. You're so overbearing, grabbing others' territory, and others are so eager to beat you to death, right? Who taught you to be like this? Before she finished her lecture, Qin Yangji's voice gradually faded. She remembered her actions, pressed her palate, and suddenly lost the ability to speak. Alright. The object resembles its owner. Most of the buildings in the mutation zone are collapsed ruins. From these structures, which bear traces of interstellar civilization, a large amount of weeds have grown, and the earth and rocks have piled up, making it difficult to tell whether it is a city or a jungle. Walking among the various buildings and rocks, Qin Yangji suddenly had a hellish joke in his mind. This is truly a pure natural landscape, a perfect gimmick for selling houses. We are roughly here now. There are dozens of exotic plant gardens nearby. Also, the signs of winged insects are mostly in these two directions. Commander, where do you think we should go first? Qin Yangji glanced at the information marked by Ruan Wenqing. Their team was remarkably well-rounded. Ruan Wenqing's team had long struggled to find a suitable commander, so he meticulously took on a half-command role. Li Jingxian, a scout, had always been known as the deputy commander, effectively making up a team leader. Shi Cixin, a maintenance technician, greatly enjoyed artillery fire, and had a touch of ranged attack potential. As for Qin Yangji, needless to say, she was a true melee fighter. Everyone on the team was multi-talented. This was a particularly beneficial aspect for Qin Yangji, saving her considerable effort. She no longer had to maintain her mental tentacles alert to her surroundings, fearing that a star beast might evade detection. Li Jingxian's mental acuity was even greater than hers, her perceptions reaching as far as she could. Let's go this way first. We pass by the processing plant, and can recharge here before heading to the exotic plant garden. After saying this, Qin Yangji glanced at the sky. This planet wasn't remote, but there were few naturally illuminated stars in the Star Alliance's star field. This planet only gets about 6 hours of sunlight per interstellar day. It's getting dark, we have to hurry. Chapter 60. The processing plant Qin Yangji was referring to was the plant growth fluid plant that produced the plant before the devouring city was contaminated by the mutation. Over the years, the plant had become a complete ruin. The mottled iron gate lay on the ground, covered in dust, creaking when the mech stepped on it. Galaxy processing plant. The support mech jumped down from the half-buried wall and saw the sign for the processing plant, which was embedded in the ground. It could barely make out the name from the damaged writing. Qin Yangji looked up. The factory roof had several holes in it, revealing a few spots of light from within. A large number of plants were stubbornly growing in the surrounding soil, climbing along the steel beams and covering the crumbling walls. She tilted her head slightly, and Li Jingxian beside her immediately said, "No unusual fluctuations." "Let's go in and take a look." Qin Yangji raised his hand. The mecha flew over the thick leaves of the surrounding plants and the stamens of the flowers, which glowed with a strange light, and its footsteps crushed the vines crawling on the ground into the soil. The mechas entered the factory building one after another. At the sight, the stamens of the flowers, which glowed with a faint phosphorescence, trembled twice, as if some power was surging from the earth. The branches that had been stuck in the soil popped out, their skin covered with a faint green layer. They quickly recovered and continued to crawl across the ground. Qin Yangji's vision narrowed as he looked closer. The factory was lined with lush plants, growing even more vigorously than outside. The entire wall was pierced by plant roots, and the thick metal plates were full of dense root systems. The huge glass kettle at the bottom was half broken, with only a thin layer of oxidized black liquid inside. The solution poured out of it left a dried-up mark on the ground, and the plants tacitly passed through this mark and grew towards the surroundings. It's plant growth fluid. Ruan Wenqing used the special detector in the spacecraft to take a sample for testing. Chen Yongji glanced around. The conveyor belt had broken, falling from the upper floor. The surrounding workstations were completely covered in plant branches and leaves. In front was a staircase leading up to the second floor. Based on past records, that should be the storage warehouse and raw material processing workshop. She looked at the staircase covered by plants. The vines spread across the entire factory like a blanket, but strangely, even with her extended perception, she couldn't detect a single abnormal fluctuation. How strange, Li Jingxian also noticed something unusual. There were some subtle fluctuations outside, but once inside, it seemed to be completely blocked. Chen Yongji looked from the ground up. The light spots on the ground gradually disappeared. Night fell quickly, but as the environment gradually darkened, subtle lights slowly lit up on the plants. This grass can glow? Wei Xian glanced curiously. The mecha raised its leg and swept it across. Snap! Suddenly, there was a crackling sound, and a vine emerged from the soil, whipping towards the mech. Shang Yueshan reacted quickly, drawing his double-edged sword with a flash of light as it swept across. Puff! The vine was severed in half, its juices splattering everywhere. Wei Xian's foot was still half lifted, and for a brief moment, the shock sent the mech lurching backward, swaying uncontrollably. Seeing this, Shang Yueshan swung his scimitar, grasping it with his backhand, pressing the hilt against the back of his mech. It's okay. Li Jingxian quickly approached and glanced at the broken vine. The suddenly appearing plant quickly retreated into the ground, leaving only a fragment of severed tissue. No, I clearly didn't sense any unusual fluctuations. Li Jingxian shook her head, scooped up the soil, took a quick look, then reached out and plucked up the surrounding grass. The plants didn't seem to be acting strangely. Instead, she'd gotten some phosphorescent glitter on her hand when she dropped the grass. Chen Yongji approached and saw that Wei Xian was also covered in glitter. When did you get that? She pointed, and Wei Xian realized the substance. He turned around and saw the flower stamens outside the factory glowing faintly, looking a bit eerie. I think I accidentally rubbed it when I came in. Chen Yongji glanced at her arm. She also rubbed against the surrounding branches and leaves when she came in. Some of the plants were dripping with water, so she picked some nearby leaves and wiped them. This thing seems to be on the ground. Defense Mech Lan Qingcheng activated his searchlight and swept across the area. Under his beam, a layer of dust-like material floated up from the ground, clinging to the plants bit by bit. Chen Yongji watched as his light flickered a few times and gestured. Little rainbow, stand here and shine. She pointed at the staircase. Lan Qingcheng obeyed, and the beam of light flashed. A layer of dust, enough to cover the entire plant, floated across the staircase. What exactly is this thing? Wei Xian wasn't afraid, but the thought of carrying such a strange object gave him a chill. Chen Yongji gestured to Li Jingxian, reconnaissance, pay attention to the surroundings. We should be in an energy concealment zone. From the moment the abnormal signal disappeared, its energy range has been all around us. Li Jingxian was startled. I understand. Let's go upstairs and take a look. Chen Yongji drew her Mo Dao, a crimson glow emanating from the blade's lines, illuminating the ground. As she moved along with her mech, the blade slashed through the air, and the surrounding dust, sensing the energy fluctuations, dispersed. Wan Winching observed, it's likely a low-level star beast, fearful of high-level energy. Climbing the stairs to the second floor, the storage vault door was tightly closed, and the entire hallway was filled with swirling dust. Seeing this, Chen Yongji released his spiritual perception, instantly penetrating the mech's present. Wei Xian paused, seeing the notification pop up above him. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately agreed. The next second, a powerful energy surged into his communicator, like a tyrannical official, kicking open the door and sweeping across, yanking out his spiritual tentacles and wrapping them upwards, terrifying the weak, helpless ones. Oh my god, Yang, you said your mental power is domineering, and it really is. He plucked at his newly grown green hair, his features huddled together, the pain gradually transforming into a sour, tingling sensation. Only after finally adjusting to it did he dare to speak. For Wei Xian, the pain felt a bit like a sour ache, but for Shang Yueshan, it was a long-awaited anticipation. Before Chen Yongji linked him, Shang Yueshan wondered every night if it was just a fluke. From his creation, he had been studied as an independent entity, but when Chen Yongji linked him again, Shang Yueshan's dark eyelashes, which had always covered his pupils, fully lifted for the first time, his dark pupils clearly reflecting the golden figure. If Chen Yongji had looked up at that moment, he'd probably have seen the look in his eyes, as if he were looking at a savior. The process of connecting with Chen Yongji might have been painful and uncomfortable, But when Shang Yueshan knew he truly had a commander to connect with, that his spiritual realm wasn't completely sealed off, and that he was no longer alone in the face of the erosion of the immortal vine's energy, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Shang Yueshan's face, which had always been as still as water. Hearing Wei Xian's painful question, Shang Yueshan stood silently beside the commander, pretending to be calm, trying to let Qin Yangji know that her connection was flawless, or at least he was, and that Wei Xian's condition was simply his own weakness. Qin Yangji glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and misunderstood. Help him. Shang Yueshan paused for a moment, then lowered his head slightly, as if silently obeying, and then propped the hilt of his double-edged sword in front of Wei Xian. Elsewhere, Shi Cixin, having successfully linked up with Qin Yangji, returned to normal. He knocked on the door of the nearest room and asked, "Want to come in?" Qin Yangji probed through and nodded. No supernatural powers detected. Beware of an ambush. With that, Wan Wenqing leaped onto the opposite steel beam. Wei Xian, holding a double-edged sword, stood upright, quickly entering combat stance. He spun a chain with a large hook like an eagle's claw. With a flick of his wrist, the chain wound around his arm. Yehua raised his foot and kicked the door open with a bang. Lan Qingqing's searchlight quickly followed, instantly revealing his vision. Shit! Dust instantly rose into the air, mixing with the dust. Qin Yangji raised his Mo Dao and swung it in the air. A flash of flame cleared the view ahead, and light streamed in, illuminating the devastating scene in the room. Huge vines, like chains, pierced through the second-floor window and stretched across the beams, like the body of a python, strung together several enormous star beasts. It looked like a candied hawse stretched out horizontally. The star beast's blood flowed down the vines, leaving the entire ground covered in dried blood. The star beast looked like some kind of butterfly, with enormous wings on its back, from which shimmering phosphorus fell. Sunlight butterfly, Shi Cixin explained in a scientific voice. It's a species unique to the Devouring City. It's a low-level star beast with low attack power. It usually relies on symbiosis with alien plants. They have extremely strong energy storage capabilities. Although low-level, they can store a large amount of energy. Higher-level star beasts prefer to hunt them, and alien plants coexist with them, relying on the sunlight butterflies for energy. Wei Xian, symbiosis? What kind of symbiosis is this? This plant has even strung the sunlight butterflies together. That's why something's wrong, Qin Yangji whispered. She approached the room, her mecha brushing the phosphorus dust off the sunlight butterfly. That's the dust down there. No wonder the strange vegetation from underground was brought out. The sunlight butterfly's phosphorus is converted from the energy within its body and glows, indicating that some energy remains. As Qin Yangji examined the sunlight butterfly's corpse, she suddenly heard a strange, very faint, grinding sound. With his back to the others, Yihua's vision was completely filled with the sunlight butterfly. Qin Yangji rubbed his fingers twice, his other hand tightly gripping his Mo Dao. Bang! A thick root pierced the sunlight butterfly's body, the force shattering the specimen-sized wings. Then, it suddenly lunged towards the mecha in front. Shang Yueshan unsheathed his double blades, a cold flash of light flashing, and the immortal vine glowed green. Before he could cut, Yihua, holding his Mo Dao, slashed through the air. Zizi. The blade tugged against the thick bark covering the rhizome, and flames erupted with a bang. The rhizome, close to Yehua's chest, was burned by the intense flames and instantly curled up. Wei Xian. Qin Yangji had just called out his name when Wei Xian's claws darted out and pierced the rhizome with a whoosh. The barb spread open, grabbing the rhizome as it retreated into the flames. His mecha quickly rushed forward from behind. The rhizome, enmeshed in the claws, sensed the threat and retreated rapidly, engulfed in flames. Wei Xian's mecha sprinted forward, chasing the vines as it rushed out. Little fairy, help me. Li Jingxian leaped a few times across the room, and as his mecha shot out from the window, she grabbed his hand, and the two mechas stepped out together. Seeing that the scouts and support had left, Qin Yangji quickly scanned the room. Wan Wenqing, who was manning the artillery on the other side, heard the commotion and followed. There's more up there. He pointed upwards. Something's moving on the steel beam. It should be on the third floor. Qin Yangji looked at the tangled vines in the room. These vines are dead. Blow the ceiling open. She had barely finished her words when she pointed to a specific target. Wan Wenqing charged his gun and fired. Bang! An explosion echoed, and debris rained down from above. The artillery fire raised white smoke, obscuring vision. Shi Cixin followed up with a shot, freezing him instantly. The next second, the eyes shattered, crashing into Lan Qingqing's energy shield. His vision returned, and Qin Yongji saw the tangled vines above him. The mech, using a shelf wall as a support, leaped to the upper level, followed by the others. Just as they reached the third floor, a thick vine snapped and lashed out from above. The sound of breaking wind echoed in his ears. Yehua dodged to the side, and Shaxing rushed out from behind. Shang Yueshan grabbed the vine with one hand, and with a sudden tug of the mech, the vine instantly straightened. Shi Cixin and Ruan Wenqing reacted almost instantly, their mech swiftly advancing, sprinting along the vines toward the building's interior. Qin Yongji's gaze swept over the vines. The Killer Star's force had yanked them immobile. The maintenance mech quickly returned, glanced at the still squirming vines, and shook its head at Qin Yongji. The roots extend all the way outside the factory, and there's no main branch to be found. As soon as she finished speaking, Shang Yueshan raised her sword in her right hand, a flash of cold light flashing, instantly severing the vines. Qin Yongji touched the ground with his Mo Dao, raised it, and thrust it through the severed half of the vine. Flames spread upwards, surging out of the building. Ruan Wenqing dodged the trail of flaming vines, and saw Wei Xian and Li Jingxian return. The three of them entered together. Wei Xian's claws dragged on the ground. Ruan Wenqing had just pulled him up, barely catching his breath. That guy left the factory and headed for the exotic plant garden. There were so many star beasts there that Sister Shaoxian and I didn't dare rush in. Exotic plant garden? Qin Yongji glanced at Li Jingxian. She nodded. Yes, there's a large number of star beasts moving around in the exotic plant garden. Intelligence says the mutant plants are mostly in the valleys, and the exotic plant garden is deserted. I don't know about other areas, but the nearest exotic plant garden has a large concentration of alien plants, and we haven't sensed any mutation fluctuations either. Qin Yongji glanced at Li Jingxian's image. Exotic plant gardens are places for cultivating exotic plants. Natural resources are limited. Besides gathering energy from unknown star regions, the Star Alliance is also trying to cultivate a sustainable resource supply. For example, they raise low mutation star beasts for food and nutrient solution. Exotic plant gardens are a form of this type of cultivation. Many exotic plants can be artificially cultivated to produce the necessary materials, energy supplies, and energy cores. The exotic plant garden in the Devouring City originally cultivated a low-level exotic plant that could absorb the energy of the mutation zone. After the mutation, it was devoured by higher-level star beasts, and the exotic plant garden gradually fell into ruin, becoming a lair for the star beasts. Now, however, the once desolate exotic plant garden seems to have regained vitality. Countless tall plants have taken root and grown within, even spreading outward in circles. And within the interconnected branches of the plants, the corpses of the star beasts are strung together. Are these alien plants hunting the star beasts in the mutation zone? Lan Qingchun looked at Wei Xian, who shook his head with a bitter expression. I don't know. There are star beast carcasses everywhere over there. That vine entered through here. Sister Shaoxian and I were worried there might be advanced alien plants inside, so we didn't pursue it. He quickly retracted his grappling hook. The vine was almost entering the alien plant forest, when it suddenly turned and reached towards the mecha. If Li Jingxian hadn't reacted quickly and blasted the broken part of the vine apart with a single shot, it might not have been so easy to escape. It's energy, Qin Yongji thought, realizing something. Alien plants and star beasts have always coexisted in the mutation zone. There are not only star beast carcasses, but also alien plants along the way. After she finished speaking, she glanced around. The entire factory was covered in growing plants, herbs climbing along the walls, ferns covering the soil. All the plants here, absolutely nothing, are moving, and there's no sign of any abnormal fluctuations. Ruan Wenqing thought quickly and realized, you mean these plants are dead? Dead? Wei Xian was surprised. Then what was that thing that attacked me down there just now? No one responded for a moment, and Li Jingxian suddenly thought, I just pulled a bunch of plants from the ground. The roots were still holding soil, but they weren't deep enough, so I pulled them out without much force. And after you pulled them out, no vines appeared to attack you. Shi Cixin understood. Vines and plants are not the same thing. They attacked Wei Xian not because he brought plants, but because he carried the energy-carrying phosphorus powder. There are only 2 living vines at the moment, and it seems they must have emerged from the exotic plant garden. Qin Yongji nodded, agreeing with the crowd. Li Jingxian still had a question. It's normal that the surrounding plants are dead, so it's normal not to sense the abnormal fluctuations. But why are there no fluctuations when the vines appear? Qin Yongji looked at the surrounding vines again. These vines were no different, identical to the 2 that had suddenly appeared and attacked them. If it weren't for the flames of the Mo Dao burning, they would have shown no abnormality, and could easily be mistaken for the same kind. Qin Yongji pressed the blade of his Mo Dao against one of the vines, and flames erupted, tracing the branches and spreading across the entire third floor. Waves of fire shot up into the sky, illuminating the interior. A heat wave surged toward the far end of the factory building. Li Jingqian's eyes suddenly swept over, and the entire team looked in a certain direction. A ball of energy was forced out by the flames, and with a collision, it instantly dissipated into black smoke. Rustle. The sound of branches scraping against the ground echoed, and a slender branch, carrying flames, began to retract from the outer wall of the third floor. There's a mutated energy. Hearing Li Jingqian's confirmation, Qin Yongji immediately followed. It might be its true form. Yehua swooped down from the window, her Mo Dao sheathed. Her mecha grip clung to the edge, and with a nimble twist, she leaped onto the second floor. Wei Xian swung her hook, and Qin Yongji raised her hand, its slender claws hooking onto her forearm. Yehua pulled forward, and several mechas followed. Several people reached the second floor, and quickly followed the trail of the vines. The vibrant green faded into the weeds, and their command relied entirely on their senses to track them. As the vines retreated, the once lush green weeds quickly lost their vitality and withered. Down from the second floor, all the way out of the factory. Outside the factory, the vines retreated forward. Qin Yongji stopped at the edge and watched as the vines pursued the exotic plant garden. As they retreated, the carpet of the ground instantly changed color, withered yellow catching up with the emerald green, devouring it bit by bit. Within Lan Qingqing's searchlight's field of view, the grass withered. All dead? Wei Xian squatted down and grabbed a handful. The dryness was evident. Lan Qingqing considerately shifted the light toward him, allowing the withered vegetation to be more clearly seen. Did you see clearly what type of alien plant that was? Qin Yongji brought up the footage he had captured. Although the tiny vine was hidden among the weeds, Qin Yongji's keen sensitivity to moving objects allowed him to quickly capture the moment it emerged, capturing the image. Shi Zixin took a closer look. The vine had no leaves, so it looked more like a rhizome than a branch. It looks a bit like a root system. Alien plants typically take root in the soil, absorbing the mutant energy from within to grow. Only when threatened do their rhizomes become exposed, serving as weapons for attack. Several mechas returned to the factory, looking at a completely different structure than before, and began to examine the star beast corpses in the upper rooms one by one. Time passed quickly, and when the mechas that had gone to explore the factory returned, Qin Yongji received the data compiled by Ruan Wenqing. Ruan Wenqing adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "There are a total of 2 SS class, 21 S class, and approximately 143 star beasts below this level, mostly sunlight butterflies." Li Jingxian hissed, "Could a single root system kill so many star beasts?" "I suspect this alien plant's ability might be a mind-affecting, manipulative type," Qin Yongji pondered. "The vines and roots we've seen so far are clearly not the same species. Furthermore, the vine's retraction doesn't carry any energy signature, but when the roots do, all vegetation in the area loses any signs of life." Li Jingxian had a thought. "Indeed, I didn't sense the vine's appearance, but the rhizome's presence clearly indicates a mutation." Ruan Wenqing concluded, "My suspicion now is, SSS class manipulative? I have a feeling this mutation zone is even stranger than any I visited before." Wei Xian sat at the side, controlling the mecha. The cockpit opened, and a figure jumped out. Li Jingxian and the others gradually descended, distributing the nutrient solution within the space container. When giving Shang Yueshan the bottle, the red-haired girl coughed twice, and then passed it to Qin Yongji. "Qin Yongji?" Li Jingxian nodded toward Shang Yueshan. Qin Yongji, holding the test tube in her mouth, let out a laugh. She tilted her head back, and drank the nutrient solution. "Xiao Shang, what flavor would you like?" Shang Yueshan paused at the address, then turned and saw the nutrient solution in Li Jingxian's hand. He glanced at Qin Yongji subconsciously. This look stunned Qin Yongji. "Choose for yourself." "Why are you looking at me? You want to drink my flavor?" After saying that, she glanced at her nutrient solution. The familiar smell of engine oil lingered. Sister Xiaoxian arranged it for him. "I didn't expect nutrient solution with the smell of engine oil to be such a hot commodity these days." Qin Yongji sighed softly. Li Jingxian's expression was slightly speechless. Small businessmen are honest and thin-skinned. Stop teasing them all the time. Qin Yongji was deliberately forcing Shang Yueshan to speak first. After being scolded by Li Jingxian's words, Qin Yongji looked back at her smiling eyes and said, "Go and choose for yourself. We're all teammates. There's no need to be so reserved. Once you're in the mutation zone, treat it like home." Chen Yongji casually greeted. On the other side, Wei Xian nearly spit out a mouthful of nutrient solution when he heard the last part of the sentence. How dare you, claiming the mutation zone as your home? Be careful, your family might attack us later. Chen Yongji feigned surprise. What? Alien plants and star beasts have such intelligence? The plant and animal mutations lasted for a long time, and most lost their intelligence during the transformation. Only a few high-level star beasts and alien plants retained some wisdom, allowing them to make relatively accurate choices in battle. Although some star beasts use stealth skills to secretly attack mechas, their ability to launch a surprise attack after their roots withdrew was still too advanced for the mutants. Shang Yueshan listened to their teasing and silently stepped forward, taking a tube of nutrient solution from Li Jingxian's hand. He said in a low voice, "Thank you." Li Jingxian's eyes twitched as he carefully selected the same motor oil-flavored bottle as Chen Yongji's. So he really wanted to pick the same flavor. Holding on to their rare friendship, Li Jingxian offered a friendly reminder, "This doesn't taste very good." "Are you sure?" Shang Yueshan glanced away at Chen Yongji, who had tilted his head back and gulped down the drink with remarkable generosity. He nodded resolutely. Li Jingxian stopped trying to persuade him and retreated to Wan Wenqing's side. "I never thought I'd meet another person in my life who loves the taste of motor oil." Wan Wenqing chuckled. Shang Yueshan wasn't picky about nutrient solution, but seeing Chen Yongji happily savoring it, he became curious about this unfamiliar flavor. But as soon as he took a sip, a strong smell of motor oil erupted, its pungent, sticky taste making him stare wide-eyed. It was at this moment that Chen Yongji turned around. She saw Shang Yueshan's furrowed brows and broken expression, and couldn't help but smile brightly. Shang Yueshan swallowed with difficulty, the strange taste making him feel particularly unaccustomed. But when he opened his eyes and saw the blonde girl, one hand on her waist, a smile on her face, he instinctively twitched the corner of his lip. All right, here, I give you this. I told you most people wouldn't be used to the taste." Li Jingxian pressed a normal bottle into his hand. Shang Yueshan's expression flashed with bewilderment, and he tried to struggle. "I can." "You can't." Li Jingxian sternly rejected him. "I only ordered 10 bottles of the motor oil flavor from the manufacturer, all for Xiaoyang. Please don't compete with our Xiaoyang, thank you." Yes, this strange flavor is no longer produced and sold in large quantities due to years of declining sales. Li Jingxian had specially ordered it, just for Chen Yongji. When he saw there were only 10 bottles, Chen Yongji's expression became alarmed, and he pressed the other flavored nutrient solution into Shang Yueshan's hand. The girl's hand grasped his, even considerately tearing open the seal. Her voice coaxed, "Okay, you drink this flavor from now on. It's delicious too." Shang Yueshan stared at her blankly, nodding twice. Only after the nutrient solution entered his mouth did he realize it tasted like lychee, the flavor Chen Yongji hated the most. After a short meal, the group boarded the mecha again. Chen Yongji relayed information about the situation to Yin via the communication network. The Tianshu military region had encountered many alien plants along the way, and after battling along, Chen Yongji finally found a moment to talk to Yun. Elsewhere, a group of nocturnal planet beasts collapsed before Yun. The bat closest to him, its bright eyes slowly dimming, had already died. Behind him, the Tianshu team took turns feeding the nutrient solution, a rare moment of tranquility. It was then that Chen Yongji's voice reached him. I'm here. Have you guys found anything?" Chen Yongji explained the situation at the alien plant garden and the factory, concluding, "We suspect it's an SSS-level alien plant capable of manipulating supernatural powers. It's likely near the alien plant garden. Its energy signature is quite long-range, and the fluctuations in its sensing and detection are scattered, so its true location is uncertain." "Okay, I keep an eye on it," he replied solemnly. Then, something occurred to him. The large number of star beast deaths in Dongcheng district is likely due to the energy needs of the alien plants themselves. If even star beasts like the sunlight butterfly have suffered heavy losses, then I suspect the alien plants are. The symbiotic winged insects will also die. There's a single soldier on your side tasked with collecting winged insect samples. If you can contact him, I hope you can share the relevant information with him." Yun hadn't known Shang Yueshan had formed a temporary team with him. Chen Yongji had just mentioned this to him, and upon hearing this, Yun felt relieved. "Okay, that's best. If it's confirmed to be an SSS-class star beast located in the alien plant garden, proceed with extreme caution. Alternatively, you can proceed freely, and clean up after the main force returns." Chen Yongji's point was that he still wanted to visit the alien plant garden. Yun frowned slightly, but didn't object to his order. The military district team was collaborating with the new recruits on missions in the mutation zone. While there was a protective element, when facing the mutation zone, they wouldn't simply avoid it. They would have to face it sooner or later, and he certainly wouldn't refuse if they could face it fearlessly. Do it within your capabilities, He said with final caution. With that, he shifted his awareness away from Qinyangji and began assisting in the reconnaissance of the surroundings. The Tianshu military district's troops advanced through the valley, constantly monitoring their surroundings for unusual movements. The valley was rich in vegetation, and further ahead lay the research center dedicated to studying exotic plants and plant growth. In the darkness, as the searchlight illuminated the damage sign of the research center, He reported to the commander. The East District team has reached the edge of the target range. Please provide instructions.